Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
51. Nanohana 3. The streets of Nanohana were a labyrinth of sandstone walls and colorful awnings, currently vibrating with the frantic energy of a city on edge. In a narrow alleyway, away from the main thoroughfare, the Straw Hat crew huddled together. They were a motley group, trying and failing to blend in. Sanji adjusted his collar, holding a stack of shopping bags containing desert-appropriate clothing. Zoro stood with his hand on his swords, looking bored. Nami and Vivi were peering around the corner, while Chopper, in his small brainpoint form, sat on Kara's back. And standing amidst them was the newest addition, Mary. Loud noises, Mary stated, her voice soft but resonant. Probability of chaos, 99.9%. From the main street, a cacophony of shouting erupted. Get him! Don't let him escape! He's a monster! Usopp adjusted his goggles, trembling slightly. Who do you think they're chasing? Some poor pirate. Probably some idiot who didn't know the Marines were here, Sanji muttered, lighting a cigarette. Yeah, Zoro yawned. Some loud, gluttonous, troublemaking moron. The crew froze. They looked at each other. The image of a rubber man with a bottomless stomach flashed simultaneously in all their minds. Luffy! They groaned in unison, their shoulders slumping in defeat. As if summoned by their collective despair, a cloud of dust exploded around the corner. Luffy, carrying an armful of stolen apples and running at a speed that blurred his legs, shot into view. He was laughing maniacally. Shishishi! You can't catch me, Smokey! He glanced sideways and spotted the green hair of his first mate. Luffy's face lit up. Oi, Zoro, everyone! He waved frantically and immediately changed direction, sprinting directly toward their hiding spot. I found you guys. Don't come over here! Zoro screamed, veins popping in his forehead. Lose them first, you moron! Idiot! Nami shrieked. You're leading them right to US. Run! Sanji shouted, grabbing the shopping bags. Everyone, move! Back to the ship! The crew scrambled. They burst out of the alleyway just as Luffy caught up to them, bringing with him a localized sandstorm and a battalion of angry Marines. Hi guys! Luffy grinned, matching their sprinting pace effortlessly. Where's the meat? Shut up and run! Usopp cried. Behind them, the sky darkened. White blow. A massive fist of compressed smoke shot through the air, aimed squarely at Luffy's back. It was faster than before. Smoker was propelled by his own smoke jets, flying low over the rooftops. Straw Hat! Smoker roared. It ends here. Luffy stopped. He turned, dropping the apples. He knew he couldn't outrun the smoke forever while protecting the crew. He winded up his arm. But before he could strike, a wall of heat slammed into the street. K-Jiro! Heat haze! A stream of fire intercepted the smoke. Whoosh! Orange flames clashed with white smoke, creating a massive explosion of steam and pressure. The Marines were blown back. The Straw Hats skidded to a halt, shielding their eyes from the intense glare. Standing atop a pile of crates, bathed in fire, was a young man. He wore no shirt, just black shorts and an orange hat with two blue smiley faces. The tattoo on his back's purple skull and crossbones was illuminated by the flames rising from his fingertips. You're a lively bunch, the man said, tipping his hat up. Luffy squinted through the heat waves. His eyes went wide. Ace! The crew blinked. Ace! Nami asked. Ace grinned, hopping down from the crates. He landed softly between the Straw Hats and the Marines. Yo, Luffy! You've gotten big. Hope you're doing okay. Luffy's face split into a massive grin. I'm doing great. What are you doing here? Just passing through, Ace said, his left arm turning into a roaring column of fire. He looked back at Smoker, who was reforming from the steam. Go, Luffy, take your crew and run. I'll handle Smokey here. But, go! Ace commanded, his voice carrying the weight of a big brother. I'll catch up later. Luffy nodded. He knew Ace. Ace didn't lose. Okay, let's go, guys. The crew didn't need to be told twice. They turned and sprinted toward the rocky cape where the Mary was hidden. Who was that? Chopper asked, clinging to Kara as the duck ran for its life. He was on fire. That's Ace. Luffy shouted, running alongside them. He's my brother. Brother! The crew screamed together. You have a brother. Usopp yelled. And he's a Logia user. How are you two related? He's 3 years older than me. Luffy laughed. And he's way stronger than me. I never beat him once. Even you? Zoro asked, impressed. As they ran, the sounds of battle erupted behind them, explosions of fire and smoke shaking the city. Luffy, however, had a bad habit. He ran while looking backward, watching the explosions. Cool. Luffy mesmerized. He turned a corner. The crew turned a different corner. Luffy kept running straight. So, guys, Ace is really cool because... Luffy turned his head forward. There was no one there. Just an empty desert path leading away from the coast. Luffy skidded to a halt. He blinked. Ha, where did everyone go? He looked around. Did they get lost? Man, Zoro is a bad influence. Back in the city, the heat was intense. Ace stood in the middle of the street, a wall of fire separating the Marines from the retreat path. Smoker hovered in the air, his jit in hand. Fire fist Ace, Smoker growled. Why is a Whitebeard commander helping Straw Hat? Because he's my little brother, Ace said simply, spinning a small flame on his finger. And a big brother has to worry about his clumsy sibling. Isn't that right? Smoker scoffed. I don't care. I'm taking you both in. You can try, Ace smiled. But a fight between fire and smoke, we'll never settle it. And we'll probably burn this whole city down in the process. Ace looked around. The civilians were terrified. The buildings were scorching. Tell you what, Ace said, extinguishing the flames on his arms. I'm not here to fight the Marines. I'm looking for someone. Let's call it a draw. You let my brother go for today, and I won't turn this port into a crater. Smoker glared at him. He knew Ace was right. A battle between two Logias of their caliber would destroy Nanohana. His duty was to protect the people, even if it meant letting a pirate slip away. Get out of here, Smoker hissed, turning into smoke and flying away. But tell Straw Hat, I will find him. Ace tipped his hat. I'll pass it along. Ace turned and jogged in the direction Luffy had gone. It didn't take long to find him. Luffy was standing in the middle of a dune, screaming at a cactus. Zoro, where are you? Luffy, Ace called out. Luffy spun around. Ace. He launched himself at his brother. Ace braced himself, but the impact of an 8-foot-tall rubber giant was heavy. Ace skidded back 10 feet, laughing. Whoa, easy, big guy. You're heavy. Ace, you're awesome. Luffy beamed. Did you beat Smokey? Nah, we stopped. Can't fight forever. Ace dusted himself off. Where's your crew? I dunno, Luffy scratched his head. They got lost. You got lost, Ace corrected. Let's go and find them. The two brothers walked through the outskirts of the city. Ace asked about the crew, about the Grand Line, and Luffy answered with his usual enthusiastic vagueness. Ace couldn't help but stare at Luffy. The scrawny kid he left behind was now a titan of muscle and power. Whatever happened to you, Luffy, you're ready for the new world. They reached the rocky cape. They should be here, Ace said, looking at the empty cove. There was just water, rocks, and a few seagulls. Mary. Luffy shouted. We're here. Silence. Maybe they left? Ace suggested. No way. Luffy shook his head. Ben said to hide the ship here. Mary must be here. Luffy walked right up to the water's edge. He stared directly at the spot where the Going Merry was docked. But the notice me not charm Ben had cast was powerful. To Luffy and Ace, the ship simply registered as background noise. Their eyes slid off it. They looked through it. I don't see a ship, Ace said, looking straight at the mast. Just rocks. Weird, Luffy frowned. Maybe it's a mystery ship. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Hey, down there. Ace and Luffy looked up. Standing on top of a jagged rock formation, looking down at them was a long-nosed man. Usopp. Usopp. Luffy waved. Where's the ship? It's right in front of you, you blind rubber brain. Usopp yelled. Hold on. Usopp leaped off the cliff and landed gracefully in front of them. Grab my hand, Usopp commanded. The ship is hidden by magic. You need a crew member to guide you in. Luffy grabbed Usopp's left hand. Ace, looking skeptical, grabbed the right. Walk forward, Usopp said. They took 3 steps. A shimmer passed over their vision. It felt like walking through a soap bubble. Pop. Suddenly, the empty water wasn't empty. The Going Merry appeared out of thin air. But it wasn't just the ship. It was the giants. Dory and Brogy were sitting on the rocks, laughing. The ship looked fortified, sleek, and dangerous. Whoa. Ace's jaw dropped. That's a hell of a trick. And, are those giants? Shishishi. Cool, right? Luffy pulled Ace toward the gangplank. Come on. I want you to meet everyone. They boarded the ship. The deck was bustling. Sanji was already in the kitchen, the smell of drinks wafting out. Zoro was napping against the mast. Nami was checking the log pose. Chopper was examining Mary, who was currently staring at a seagull. Guys. Luffy shouted. I brought Ace. The crew gathered around. They were wary at first. A Whitebeard commander was a serious deal, but Ace bowed low. Hello, Ace said, his polite demeanor shocking them. Thank you for taking care of my little brother. He's a handful, isn't he? You have no idea, Nami sighed, but she smiled. Would you like a drink? I'd love one. Sanji stepped out with a tray. Iced coffee for the ladies, ale for the men, and a spicy grog for the fire user. You know your stuff, cook, Ace grinned, taking the glass. Luffy grabbed Ace's arm. Ace, look at this. This is Mary. He pointed to the silver-skinned girl. Ace blinked. A kid. I am the Clabotter man of the Going Merry, Mary said, curtsying perfectly. Designation, android avatar. Nice to meet you, brother of Captain. Ace stared. He looked at the girl. He looked at the ship. He looked at Luffy. Your ship is a person. Ben made her a body. Luffy explained. Oh, right, Ben. You have to meet Ben. He's our quartermaster. He's a wizard. A wizard, Ace repeated, taking a long drink. Giants, a talking reindeer, a living ship, and a wizard. Luffy, you really built a pirate crew. The best crew. Luffy declared. Where is this wizard? Ace asked, looking around. He went to a meeting, Robin said, closing her book as she walked down from the upper deck. He said he had to meet some friends. Just then, footsteps echoed on the gangplank. Speaking of which, Ben's voice drifted up. permission to come aboard. Luffy leaned over the rail. Ben walked up the ramp. He looked calm, dust on his coat, a small smile on his face. Hey, Cap, I see you found your brother. Yeah, Ace is here. Good, Ben said, stepping onto the deck. I brought some friends too. We're going to need all the help we can get. Ben stepped aside. Two figures walked up behind him. First, Koala. She looked at the crew, impressed by the giants. And then, Sabo. He walked up the ramp, his boots clicking on the wood. He adjusted his top hat. He held his pipe in one hand. He looked up. His eyes scanned the deck. They landed on the man with the orange hat and the white beard tattoo. Ace was mid-laugh, holding his drink. He felt eyes on him. He turned. Time stopped. The sounds of the harbor faded away. The heat of the desert vanished. Ace's cup slipped from his fingers. Clatter. It hit the deck, spilling grog everywhere. Ace didn't move. He didn't breathe. He stared at the ghost standing 10 feet away. The blonde hair. The scar. The top hat. The brother who died in the explosion 10 years ago. Sabo stood there, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped his pipe. Memories long forgotten and then violently returned surged behind his eyes. He smiled. A tear leaked out from under his goggles. Hey, Ace, Sabo's voice cracked, gentle and familiar. It's been a while. Luffy looked between them, confused. Who's that? Ace took a shaky step forward. His legs felt like jelly. S.A. Ace whispered, his voice barely audible. Sabo. The world seemed to tilt. The impossible had happened. Ben leaned against the mast, watching the reunion he had orchestrated, a satisfied smirk on his face. Told you it would be a surprise, Ben murmured to Mary. Ace fell to his knees, his hands covering his mouth, tears streaming down his face as the ghost of his childhood walked forward to embrace him. 52 Nanohana 4. Ace was on his knees. The invincible Fire Fist, the man who had faced enemies without flinching, was shaking like a leaf. He stared up at the man in the top hat, his eyes wide, searching for a lie, a trick, anything to make sense of the impossible. Sabo. Ace choked out, his voice cracking into a whisper. But, the ship, the explosion. Sabo took a step forward. His hands, usually steady with a pipe or a pen, were trembling. He reached up and slowly removed his goggles, revealing the burn scar around his left eye, mark of the day he almost died, and the day he lost his memories. I survived, Ace, Sabo said, tears spilling over his cheeks. Dragon-san saved me. I lost my memory for a long time, but when I saw you now, it all came back. I remembered our promise. The sake cups. Luffy, who had been looking between them with a tilted head, suddenly froze. The name registered. Luffy's eyes bugged out. His jaw hit the deck. Sabo. Oh. Yeah, Luffy, Sabo smiled through the tears, opening his arms. It's me. Luffy didn't run, he launched himself. He collided with Sabo, wrapping his rubber arms around him 3 times. Ace, breaking out of his shock, lunged forward, grabbing both of them. The 3 brothers collapsed into a heap on the deck of the pirate ship. They weren't commanders or captains or chiefs of staff anymore. They were 3 kids from the gray terminal. They howled. They snot cried. They laughed hysterically between sobs. You were dead. Luffy wailed, burying his face in Sabo's coat. I thought you were dead. I'm sorry. Sabo sobbed, hugging Ace's head. I'm sorry I wasn't there. I'm sorry I left you 2 alone. You idiot. Ace yelled, punching Sabo's shoulder while hugging him tighter. The Straw Hat crew stood in a semicircle, watching this display with a mixture of confusion and awkwardness. I have never seen Luffy cry like that, Nami whispered, wiping a tear from her own eye. Koala stood next to Ben, her mouth slightly agape. I have never seen the Sabo cry. He's usually so cool. He looks like a baby. Family does that to you, Ben said, leaning against the mast with a satisfied smile. Let them have this. It's been 10 years. It took a solid 30 minutes for the ASL trio to calm down. They sat in a circle on the deck, wiping their faces, hiccuping occasionally. Sanji, sensing the mood, had quietly refilled their drinks and brought out snacks. So, Zoro said, looking at the 3 of them, let me get this straight. You're brothers. He pointed to Ace. You're the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. He pointed to Sabo. You're the chief of staff, basically the number 2 of the Revolutionary Army. He pointed to Luffy. And you. I'm the man who's gonna be king of the pirates. Luffy declared, grinning so hard his eyes were closed. Whitebeard, revolutionaries, and the Pirate King, Usopp shivered, hiding behind Chopper. What kind of monster family is this? Is your grandfather a demon? No, he's a marine, Luffy said casually. Grandpa Garp. Garp the fist. The crew screamed in unison. Yeah, he hits hard, Ace rubbed his head fondly. But seriously, look at us. He looked at Sabo and Luffy. We really did it. We all set out to sea. We all became free. And we're all here, Sabo said, clinking his cup against theirs. In the Grand Line. It's a miracle. It's a party. Luffy shouted, throwing his hands up. Sanji. Neat. Banquet. Sanji smirked, lighting a cigarette. I had a feeling this was coming. I've got a desert feast ready to go. The tension of the impending war, the threat of Crocodile, and the heat of the sun were momentarily forgotten. The deck of the Merry transformed into a festival. Luffy, Ace, and Sabo ate like black holes, stealing food from each other's plates with the dexterity of veterans. The crew mingled with Koala, asking about the revolutionaries, while the giants drank barrels of ale with Zoro. Ben sat at the head of the table, watching the chaos. He checked his datapad. The satellite scan he had launched earlier had returned results. Attention, everyone, Ben's voice cut through the noise, amplified slightly by magic. The crew quieted down. Luffy paused with a bone in his mouth. While we celebrate, the war doesn't stop, Ben said, projecting a holographic map onto the table. We were planning to go to Nanohana to find the rebel army, but my intel shows that Koza and the main rebel force have relocated. He pointed to a blinking red dot in the center of the desert. They are now in Kateria. They moved their base to prepare for the final assault on the capital. Vivi gasped, covering her mouth. Kateria? But that's so far inland. My information was completely wrong. If we had gone to Nanohana, we would have missed them entirely. Exactly, Ben nodded. We saved days of travel. We need to head straight for Kateria. If we can intercept Koza there, Vivi can talk to him before they march on Alabasta. Sabo stood up, adjusting his cravat. Then we're coming with you. If the rebel army is there, the revolutionary army needs to be present. We can help mediate. That would be reassuring, Vivi said, bowing her head. Thank you, Sabo-san. Ben looked at Ace. What about you, Ace? Coming along for the ride? The mood at the table shifted. The warmth in Ace's eyes dimmed slightly, replaced by a cold, steely resolve. He set his drink down. I wish I could, Ace said, looking at Luffy. But I have business in Nanohana. I'm hunting someone. Hunting? Luffy asked. Who? A former crewmate, Ace said, his voice dropping an octave. A man named Marshall D. Teach. He goes by Blackbeard. Ben's eyes narrowed slightly. He remained silent, sipping his drink. He committed the only crime that is unforgivable on a Whitebeard ship, Ace continued, his fist clenching until smoke rose from it. He killed a crewmate. He murdered Thatch, the 4th Division commander, and fled. I'm his commander. It's my duty to find him and punish him. A heavy silence fell over the banquet. The Straw Hats, who valued loyalty above all else, looked horrified. He killed his own Nakama. Nami whispered. That's scum. He's in Alabasta, Ace said. I have reports that he was seen in Nanohana. I have to go check it out. Ben watched Ace. He knew the tragic future that awaited this hunt. He knew about Bonaro Island. He knew about Marineford. I can't stop him, Ben thought. If I tell him not to go, he'll go anyway. It's his duty. But I can arm him. If you're going to hunt a traitor, Ben said, standing up, you should go prepared. Ben walked over to his lab entrance and returned a moment later with a metal case. He opened it, revealing 3 vials of glowing blue liquid. The Super Soldier Serum. What's this? Sabo asked, peering at the vials. A little science project, Ben said. It enhances physical prowess, reaction time, and regeneration. The entire crew has taken it. That's why Luffy is the size of a bear now. Ace looked at Luffy. I was wondering about that. I thought you just ate too much. It makes you super strong. Luffy flexed. Takes a while to work though. I don't need drugs to be strong, Ace scoffed lightly. I'm a Logia. Teach isn't a normal pirate, Ben said, his voice cuttingly sharp. If he killed a commander, he's dangerous. This serum will ensure that your physical body can keep up with your fruit. Ace looked at Ben. He saw the seriousness in the wizard's eyes. He looked at Sabo and Koala. Fine, Ace shrugged. If Luffy took it, it can't be that bad. Ben handed a vial to Ace, Sabo, and Koala. Drink up. It'll integrate over the next few hours. You'll feel a fever, then you'll feel like you can punch a mountain. They drank. Ace wiped his mouth. Tastes like blueberries. Right, Ben said. Now, we rest. Tomorrow, we part ways. The sun rose over the desert, painting the sky in violent shades of orange and purple. The Going Merry rocked gently in the cove. Ace stood at the railing, his pack slung over his shoulder. Luffy and Sabo stood with him. Well, Ace said, tipping his hat. This is it. I'm heading to Nanohana. You guys go save the country. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a piece of white paper. He tore it into 3 pieces. He handed one to Luffy and one to Sabo. Here. Luffy held the scrap of paper. What's this? Paper. Ace laughed, chopping Luffy on the head. It's a Vivre card. It shows my life force. As long as I'm okay, the paper stays whole. If it burns, it means I'm in trouble. And the pieces will always point toward each other. This way, we can meet again. Sabo clutched the paper tight. A promise that we won't be separated again. Exactly, Ace grinned. Wait, Ben walked up to the trio. I have something for you too, Ace. Ben handed Ace a small, metallic coin with complex runes etched into it. This is a 2-way port key. Port what? Ace squinted at the coin. Teleportation, Ben explained. If you are ever in a situation you can't handle, or if you find Teach and need backup, hold this coin and say, take me to Mary. It will instantly transport you to the ship's location, no matter where we are. Conversely, if we need to get to you, I can use the frequency of that coin to teleport us to you. Ace looked at the coin, impressed. Instant travel? You really are a wizard. He pocketed it securely. Thanks, Ben. I'll keep it as an ace up my sleeve. And the bracelet, Ben pointed to the beads. Komoyo beads. It's a communicator. It has a holographic map, and it monitors your vitals. Ben handed similar bracelets to Sabo, Koala, and every crew member. We stay connected. No matter how far apart we are in this desert, we are one unit. Ace put on the bracelet. He grinned, tipping his hat. Thanks, Ben. You take care of my brother. I always do. Ace jumped onto the railing. Luffy, Sabo, next time we meet, it'll be at the top. Yeah. Luffy shouted. Stay safe, Ace. Sabo called out. With a burst of fire, Ace launched himself off the ship. Ace! Luffy shouted. Ace waved without looking back, speeding off toward the city of Nanohana. Once Ace was a speck on the horizon, Ben clapped his hands. All right, vacation is over. We have a desert to cross. Kateria is one day if we hustle. What about the ship? Usopp asked. We can't leave Mary here exposed. We aren't, Ben said. He walked to the figurehead. Everyone off. Clear the deck. The crew jumped onto the rocky shore. Ben tapped the hull. Command T, reduce. The air warped around the caravel. With a sound like a deflating balloon, the Going Merry began to shrink. It shrank from a full-sized vessel to the size of a rowboat, then a toy boat, then a model. Finally, it was the size of a shoebox. Sabo and Koala's eyes popped out of their heads. He shrank the ship, Koala stuttered. Is the physics, how does the mass? Don't ask, Sanji patted her shoulder. It hurts your brain. Ben picked up the miniature ship and placed it gently into his magically expanded suitcase. Mary, Ben said to the android girl standing beside him. You ready? Aye Ben, Mary said. Good. Ben then turned to Sabo, Koala, and Robin. You three are high profile. If Baroque works or Marine sees the chief of staff or the demon child, the game is up. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 3 silver rings. Glamour rings, Ben explained. Standard illusion magic. Put them on. They slid the rings onto their fingers. A shimmer cascaded down their bodies. Sabo's top hat and noble coat vanished, replaced by the ragged robes of a desert nomad. His blonde hair turned a dusty brown, and his scar was concealed. Koala's appearance shifted to that of a young teenage girl. Robin's distinctive features softened, her hair turning a dull sandy blonde, looking like a simple traveler. Incredible, Robin murmured, touching her face. It feels real. Ben said. As long as you wear the ring, you are a nobody. Now, let's move. The Straw Hat procession set off into the Alabasta desert. It was a strange sight. Karu, the valiant super spot-billed duck, was carrying a chopper. Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and Vivi are walking at the front. Walking alongside them were the heavy hitters. Sanji, smoking a cigarette, ignoring the heat. Zoro, training with heavy weights as he walked, somehow not getting lost because he was tethered to Sanji by a rope. Mary, android, rode on Ben's shoulder, scanning the horizon with her telescopic eyes. Dory and Brogy, the giants, walked at the rear. Their massive strides meant they were barely walking, just casually strolling to keep up. Their presence was terrifying, but Ben had cast a partial notice me not charm on them so they wouldn't attract every banana wani in a 10-mile radius. Sabo and Koala, in their disguises, walked near Ben. Your crew is unique, Sabo commented, watching Luffy try to feed a scorpion to Karu. They grow on you, Ben smiled, adjusting his suitcase straps. Like a fungus. Or a family. Kateria, Vivi whispered, looking at the endless dunes ahead. Koza, please wait for me. Don't start this war. The wind howled, carrying the promise of sandstorms and bloodshed. But for the first time, Vivi didn't feel afraid. She looked at the rubber man laughing in the crew. She wasn't fighting alone anymore. Onward. Luffy roared. To the OASI place. It's Kateria, you moron. Nami yelled. The Straw Hats marched into the heat, ready to turn the desert upside down. 53 Nanohana 5. The procession of the Straw Hat Alliance trudged through the shimmering waves of heat. It was a bizarre parade that would have made any dehydration hallucinating traveler question their sanity. There were 2 massive giants, Dory and Brogy, whose footsteps caused many earthquakes, their sweat falling like rain. There was a duck, Karu, carrying a small reindeer, Chopper, who was currently in brain point but looked like a melted puddle of fur. There was a woman riding a camel, Nami, a princess walking with determination, Vivi, and a mysterious trio of travelers in ragged cloaks, Sabo, Koala, Robin. And then, there was Luffy. Hot. Luffy screamed, his tongue lolling out of his mouth. It's too hot. I'm gonna dry out. I'm gonna become jerky. Sanji, don't cook me. I'm not going to cook you, you rubber idiot, Sanji sighed, wiping his brow with a handkerchief. He was miraculously still wearing his suit, though he had abandoned the jacket. Save your energy. Yelling makes you thirstier. But I'm bored. Luffy whined, kicking a cloud of sand. And hot. Why is sand so hot? Ben, can't you magic the sun away? Ben, walking calmly with Mary perched on his shoulder, adjusted his sunglasses. The android was holding a small parasol over Ben's head. I can turn off the sun, Captain, but then we'd all freeze to death and the planet would die. The trade-off seems poor. Analysis, ambient temperature 48°C, Mary chirped. Captain's internal body temperature rising. Suggestion, hydration. I don't want water. I want shade. Luffy cried. He squinted his eyes. Far, far in the distance, perhaps a quarter of a mile away, there was a cluster of jagged rock formations. They cast a deep, dark, inviting shadow on the sand. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Shade. His brain, simplified by heatstroke, formulated a plan. Step 1, go to shade. Step 2, take friends. Step 3, happiness. He stopped walking. He stretched his arms back. Gomu gomu no. Usopp, who was trudging along beside him, dragging his feet and moaning about his delicate skin, looked up. Luffy? What are you? Usopp shrieked. Nanny. Zoro woke up instantly, his hand going to Wado Ikimonji. Rocket. Luffy roared. The tension in his rubber arm snapped. With a sound like a giant rubber band breaking the sound barrier, Luffy launched himself toward the rocks. But because he was holding 2 human anchors, they went with him. Usopp screamed, his legs flailing in the air as he was dragged at Mach 1 across the desert. You damn rubber bastard. Zoro roared, being dragged upside down, his face plowing through the top layer of sand before he was yanked into the air. They were a blur of screaming limbs and rubber. Zoom. They flew over the dunes. They flew over scorpions. They flew over a confused desert lizard. And then, crash, they slammed into the rock formation. Luffy, being made of rubber, bounced happily and landed perfectly in the cool, dark shade. Usopp slammed face first into the stone wall. Splat. Zoro tumbled through the air and landed headfirst in a pile of rocks. Crunch. Dust settled. Luffy sat cross-legged in the shade, wiping sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath of the cooler air. Ah, Luffy sighed contentedly. So cool. This is paradise. Hey, guys, isn't this better? He turned to look at his friends. Usopp was peeling himself off the wall, his nose bent at a 90-degree angle, temporarily. Zoro was pulling his head out of the rock pile, a vein throbbing on his forehead so hard it looked like a second eyebrow. Shishishi. Luffy laughed. You guys look funny. Doom. A dark aura flared up. Two demons stood over the rubber captain. Luffy. Zoro growled, drawing the back of his sword. You. Usopp hissed, pulling out a heavy mallet from his bag. Warn us before you do that. Wham, pow, crack. A cartoonish cloud of violence erupted in the shade. Stars and birds circled the air. Ouch. Quit it. I was helping. Ow. Zoro, that hurts. Usopp, not the nose. 5 minutes later, the rest of the crew arrived at the rocks. They found a peaceful scene. Zoro was napping against a cool stone. Usopp was checking his goggles for cracks. Luffy was sitting on the ground, sporting 3 massive, steaming lumps on his head, his lips swollen. I'm Sawai, Luffy mumbled, bowing his head. Serves you right, Nami huffed, stepping into the shade and collapsing. Though, I admit, the shade is nice. Lunchtime. Sanji announced, clapping his hands. Food. Luffy healed instantly. The lumps vanished. Sanji, neat. Where is the food? Sabo asked, looking around. We didn't bring many supplies on the trek to keep weight down. Sanji smirked. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, unassuming leather pouch. Courtesy of our resident wizard, Sanji said. He opened the pouch. He reached in. His arm went in, deep. Deeper than the pouch was long, up to his shoulder. He pulled out a massive, icy barrel of water. Then a portable stove. Then a crate of fresh vegetables. Then a cooler full of meat. Then a folding table. Sabo's eyes popped out. Koala jaw dropped. Is that a devil fruit pouch? Koala asked. Extension charm and spatial distortion, Ben explained, sitting down and letting Mary hop off his shoulder. It holds about a warehouse's worth of goods in a pocket dimension. Keeps the food in stasis, too. Hot stays hot, cold stays cold. That is, tactically absurd, Sabo muttered, staring at the pouch. The logistics of war would change overnight with those. I'll make you one later, Ben promised, tossing him a cold bottle of water. Sanji went to work. Within 20 minutes, the smell of spices overcame the dry scent of the desert. He prepared a cold pasta salad with grilled desert lizard, which tasted like chicken, chilled gazpacho soup, and icy lemonade. The crew ate voraciously. Luffy inhaled his food, then tried to inhale Usopp's, resulting in a fork to the hand. The giants ate massive portions that Sanji had pre-prepared and shrunk, which Ben enlarged back to giant size with a wave of his wand and other feet that made Sabo shake his head in disbelief. This crew, Sabo whispered to Koala as they ate. They defy every logic of the Grand Line. It's charming, Koala admitted, watching Chopper chase a butterfly, in a chaotic sort of way. By the time lunch was finished and the worst of the midday heat had passed, they resumed their march. The sun began to dip, painting the sky in violent streaks of orange and purple. The temperature dropped rapidly, shifting from oven to freezer as the desert night took hold. Ahead of them, rising from the dunes like a mirage, was Kateria. It was an oasis city, built around a massive lake. But unlike the bustling Nanohana, Kateria was silent. Tens thousands of them surrounded the city walls. Fires burned in iron braziers. The air smelled of smoke, unwashed bodies, and tension. The rebel army. That's a lot of people, Usopp whispered. They look angry and tired. They've been pushed to the brink, Vivi said softly, her heart aching. They think my father abandoned them. They're desperate. We're here to fix that, Nami said, putting a hand on Vivi's shoulder. They stopped behind a dune overlooking the encampment. All right, Ben said. Strategy time. We can't just walk in there with giants and a pirate crew. They'll shoot first and ask questions never. I can knock them all out. Luffy suggested, cracking his knuckles. No, Ben said firmly. We are here to talk, not dominate. If you attack, they'll think we're attacking. We need diplomacy. Ben raised his wand. He tapped the top of his head, then gestured to the group. A shimmer passed over them. This charm makes us uninteresting, Ben explained. People will see us, but their brains will slide off us. Unless we draw attention to ourselves or interact with them directly, we are effectively invisible. Cool. Luffy touched his face. Am I a ghost? No, you're just ignorable. Which, for you, is the strongest magic I possess, Ben deadpanned. Now, Ben continued. We need a small team to enter the main tent and speak to Koza. The rest stay back. I'm going. Luffy stepped forward. Then he paused. He sniffed the air. A breeze blew from the dunes behind them. The smell of Sanji starting a campfire. The smell of roasting marshmallows. The smell of meat on a stick. Luffy froze. He looked at the rebel camp, politics, talking, Boring. He looked back at the campfire. Food. Sanji. Marshmallows. Luffy turned to Nami. Nami. Yes. You're smart, right? Obviously. And Vivi is brave, right? Yes. And Zoro is strong. Hey. Zoro grunted. I think you guys can handle the talking, Luffy said solemnly, placing a hand on Nami's shoulder. I have a very important mission back at the campfire. Call me when it's time to beat up Crocodile, or if there's a dragon, or a robot. Nami rolled her eyes. You just want to eat. Shishishi. Bye. Luffy bolted back to where Sanji was setting up the field kitchen, leaving a dust cloud in his wake. Unbelievable, Usopp sighed. He's the captain. He trusts us, Zoro said, checking his swords. Let's get this over with. The infiltration team, Ben, Zoro, Vivi, Nami, Sabo, and Koala. The group moved down the dune and into the encampment. Ben's magic worked perfectly. They walked past guards who were sharpening spears. The guards looked right at them, their eyes glazed over, and then looked away, their minds filling in the blank with some refugees or nothing important. They walked through the maze of tents. They heard the murmurs of the rebels. No water again today. My son is sick. We attack Alabasta at dawn. King Cobra must die. Vivi bit her lip, tears pricking her eyes. I'm sorry. Just wait a little longer. They reached the center of the camp. A massive command tent stood there, guarded by 4 elite soldiers. Ben didn't slow down. He walked right between the guards. The guards didn't even blink. They slipped inside the tent flap. Inside, the air was thick with tobacco smoke and stress. Maps were strewn across tables. A man with bleached hair, wearing sunglasses even at night, stood over a map of the capital. He had a scar running down his cheek. He looked exhausted, ragged, and dangerous. Koza, leader of the rebel army. Around him were his top lieutenants. We don't have enough water for a siege, one lieutenant argued. We don't need a siege, Koza rasped. We storm the gates. We take the palace. We end this. Ben stepped into the center of the room. The infiltration team fanned out behind him. Ben raised his wand. He swept it in a wide arc around the perimeter of the tent. Mufflieto Maxima. A faint buzzing sound filled the air for a microsecond, then vanished. The tent was now soundproofed from the outside world. Ben lowered his hand. Like a veil being lifted, the disillusionment evaporated. Suddenly, 6 people appeared in the middle of the room where there was previously nothing. The reaction was instantaneous. Intruders. Assassins. Schwing, click-clack. Koza drew a saber. His lieutenants pulled pistols and swords. 10 weapons were pointed directly at Ben's chest. Who are you? Koza roared, his voice rough with lack of sleep. How did you get in here? Royal guards. Zoro stepped forward, his hand resting casually on Wado Ikimonji. He didn't draw, but his killing intent flooded the room, cold and sharp. The rebels flinched. Put the toys away, Zoro said lazily. If we wanted you dead, you'd be dead. We are not enemies, Ben said calmly, raising his hands to show they were empty, except for the wand. We are here to give you the truth. Truth. Koza scoffed, sweat dripping down his face. The only truth is that the king is stealing our reign. Speak, or I'll cut you down. Sabo stepped forward, his disguise ring shimmering. He decided to stay incognito for a moment longer. You're marching into a trap, Koza. The king isn't stealing the reign. Lies. Koza lunged forward. Koza. Stop. The voice was desperate, shrill, and familiar. It cut through Koza's rage like a knife. He froze. He looked past Ben. He looked past the swordsman. He looked at the woman with the blue hair, standing near the back. She stepped into the light of the oil lamp. She lowered her hood. Her eyes were wet with tears, but her gaze was steady. Koza's sword lowered an inch. His sunglasses slipped down his nose. He blinked. He shook his head, thinking it was a hallucination brought on by heat and guilt. Vivi. Koza whispered. The anger drained out of him, replaced by shock. It's me, Koza, Vivi said, her voice trembling. It's been a long time. Princess. Vivi. One of the lieutenants gasped. The missing princess. What is this? Koza looked from her to Ben to the others. You're supposed to be missing. Dead. Why are you here? With these outsiders. I'm here to stop you from making the biggest mistake of your life, Vivi said, walking past Zoro, ignoring the guns pointed at her. She walked right up to her childhood friend. 54 Nanohana 6. Baroque works, Vivi said. It's not my father, Koza. It's Crocodile. He's the one stealing the reign. He's the one who destroyed Yuba. He's playing us both. Koza stared at her. The silence in the tent was deafening, the weight of the revelation hanging in the smoky air. The fuse of the civil war had just been paused, but the spark was still dangerously close to the powder keg. Crocodile. Koza repeated the name, the word feeling foreign and heavy on his tongue. He looked at Vivi, his childhood friend, the princess who had vanished, now standing before him in the clothes of a traveler, dirt on her face but royalty in her spine. Yes, Koza, Vivi implored, stepping closer, ignoring the sword still half raised by the guards. My father hasn't stolen the reign. He never did. The dance powder found in the palace was planted. The destruction of Yuba, the droughts, it's all been orchestrated by Crocodile. He wants us to destroy each other so he can swoop in as the hero and take the throne. A murmur ran through the tent. The lieutenants looked at each other, confusion warring with their deeply ingrained anger. A warlord. One of the older men muttered. Why would a pirate want to run a desert kingdom? For power. Vivi cried. Please, Koza. You know my father. You know my father. Would King Cobra truly let his people starve? Koza's hand trembled on the hilt of his saber. He remembered King Cobra. He remembered the man who had bowed his head to a commoner to save a child. Could I have been wrong? Could this entire war be a lie? Don't listen to her, Leader Koza. The shout cut through the fragile moment of connection like a whip. A lieutenant standing to Koza's right stepped forward. He was a gaunt man with a jagged scar across his chin, known as Zaba. This is a trick. Zaba yelled, pointing a shaking finger at Vivi. She is the king's daughter. Of course, she would lie to save her father's neck. While we rot in the sun, while our children die of thirst, she has been living in luxury. I haven't. Vivi protested. I've been fighting. I infiltrated Baroque works. Convenient story. Another lieutenant, a burly man named Moro, chimed in, moving to flank Koza. Leader, look at them. They bring outsiders. Strange men with swords. This is an assassination attempt. If we stop the war now, the king will use the time to crush us. We cannot show weakness. But Koza hesitated, looking between Zaba and Vivi. If she's telling the truth, the risk is too great. Zaba roared, his eyes manic. We have the advantage. We march tomorrow. If we stop, we lose momentum. Capture her, Koza. If she is the princess, she is the ultimate hostage. We can drag her before the gates of Alabasta and force the king to abdicate to save her life. Capture her. Moro echoed. Hostage. A third man shouted from the back. The mood in the tent shifted violently. The desperation of the rebels was a dry tinderbox, and Zaba had just struck a match. The guards tightened their grips on their rifles. The air grew electric with violence. Zoro's thumb clicked the guard of Wado Ikimanji. His eyes narrowed. Things are getting ugly, he muttered to Nami. Get behind me. Sabo shifted his stance, his gloved fingers curling into a dragon claw. They're pushing too hard, he whispered to Koala. That's not just skepticism, that's incitement. Standing calmly in the center of the storm was Ben. He hadn't moved. He hadn't reached for a weapon. He simply stared. His eyes were focused intently on Zaba, Moro, and the third loud shouter. Legilimens. Ben didn't need a wand for this. He projected his mind forward, slicing through the mental barriers of the agitators like a hot knife through butter. The world of the tent faded for Ben, replaced by a flash of disjointed images and thoughts from Zaba's mind. Money. Millions of berries promised. Mr. One's orders. Ensure the war starts. Codename, Billions Agent 14. Kill Koza if he hesitates. The plan must succeed. Crocodile is watching. Ben shifted his gaze to Moro. Baroque works tattoo itching under the shirt. Don't let the princess speak. Shoot the swordsman first. Ben pulled back, the connection severing. A cold smirk touched his lips. Got you, he whispered. Zaba saw Koza wavering. He saw the doubt in the leader's eyes. He realized that Vivi's words were working. Plan B, Zaba thought. Kill them all. Men. Zaba screamed, drawing his pistol. They are assassins. Protect the leader. Kill them. Fire. Wait. Koza shouted, reaching out. But it was too late. The tension snapped. Zaba, Moro, and the third agent raised their guns. Following their lead, 5 other confused rebels raised their rifles, panicked by the shouting. The barrels were leveled at Vivi, Nami, and Ben. Bang, 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 bang. Muzzle flashes illuminated the dim tent. Smoke erupted. Vivi flinched, closing her eyes, waiting for the impact. Koza screamed her name, but the impact never came. Protogo Maxima. Ben didn't yell. He merely flicked his wand, a blur of movement that no eye could track. A translucent, shimmering blue dome erupted around the Straw Hat group. The bullets slammed into the barrier. Ping, ping, ricochet. The lead rounds flattened against the magical shield, glowing red hot, and then dropped harmlessly to the dirt floor like heavy rain. Silence. Absolute, stunned silence. The rebels stared at the floating blue wall. They looked at their smoking guns. They looked at the bullets on the ground. What? Zaba stammered, his pistol shaking. Devil fruit. Ben lowered the shield. He stepped forward, the smoke swirling around his trench coat. The lenses of his sunglasses glinted in the lamplight. You attacked a princess under a flag of truce, Ben said, his voice cold, echoing slightly with a menacing reverb. Bad move. Zaba panicked. Reload. Kill the monster. He raised his gun again. Moro drew a jagged sword and charged. The confusion was total. The other rebels didn't know who to fight, so they prepared to attack everyone. Ben sighed. I don't have time for this. He raised his wand high. The tip glowed with a harsh, violet light. He swept it in a wide, horizontal arc, encompassing everyone in the room except Koza and his own team. Petrificus totalis totalum. Total body bind. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. It wasn't a wave of force. It was a snapping of strings. Every single rebel in the Tenzaba, Moro, the guards, the lieutenants suddenly went rigid. Their arms snapped to their sides. Their legs locked together. Thud, 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 thud. One by one, like falling dominoes, 20 men toppled over. They hit the ground stiff as boards. Their eyes were wide open, darting around in panic, but they couldn't move a muscle. They couldn't speak. They couldn't even blink. The tent was suddenly very quiet. Koza stood alone in the center of a room of statues. He held his saber, but his hand was shaking so hard the blade rattled. He looked around at his paralyzed men. He looked at Ben. What? Koza choked out. What did you do? Are they dead? No, Ben said, tucking his wand back into his coat. Just paused. Nobody needs to die today, Koza. Koza lowered his sword, his legs giving out. He slumped onto a map table, staring at Ben with a mixture of awe and terror. Who are you people? Devil fruits? You defeated my command unit in a second. We are the Straw Hat Pirates, Ben said simply, and we are Vivi's friends. Ben walked over to one of the paralyzed rebel-Sai young boy, no older than 16, who looked terrified. I know you don't believe us yet, Ben said to Koza. Words are wind, especially in a desert. You need proof. Proof. Koza looked up, sweat stinging his eyes. You paralyzed my men. Is that proof of power? No, that was self-defense, Ben corrected. The proof is in the details. Ben waved his hand over the young boy. Finite. The boy gasped, sucking in air as the paralysis lifted. He scrambled back, terrified. Stay down, son, Ben ordered gently. You're not the enemy. Ben walked around the room, unfreezing the confused, loyal rebels one by one. He left 3 men on the floor, still rigid as stone. Zaba, Moro, and the third agitator. The loyal rebels huddled against the tent walls, weapons forgotten, watching Ben with wide eyes. Koza, Ben said, gesturing to the 3 frozen men. These 3 were the loudest, weren't they? The ones urging you to kill Vivi. The ones telling you to attack. Koza nodded slowly. Zaba, Moro, Kenji, they are my officers. Are they? Ben asked. Or are they actors? Ben walked over to Zaba. He grabbed the collar of the man's shirt and ripped it open. There, tattooed on the man's chest, just above his heart, was a symbol. A cross. Or rather, a number. BW. And underneath it, millions. Koza's eyes widened. He stepped forward. What is that? The mark of Baroque works, Ben explained. Millions. It's the rank of their foot soldiers. Ben moved to Moro. He ripped the sleeve off the man's shirt. On his bicep, the same symbol. A bat-like crest with a number. Ben moved to Kenji. He pulled up the man's pant leg. On his calf, the symbol again. The silence in the tent was different now. It wasn't fearful, it was horrified. The loyal rebels murmured. They checked their own skin, finding nothing. They looked at the men they had fought beside, realizing they had been sleeping next to vipers. They infiltrated you, Ben said, his voice hard. They aren't fighting for water, Koza. They are fighting to make sure you die. They are fighting to ensure the rebel army crashes into the royal army so that Crocodile can sweep up the ashes. Koza stared at the tattoo on Zaba's chest. He remembered Zaba whispering in his ear for months. The king hates us. Attack now. Burn the villages. Every bad decision, every escalation, there was always one of these men pushing for it. Koza fell to his knees. The saber clattered to the floor. Koza's voice broke. Tears of frustration and guilt welled up. I almost killed Vivi. I almost destroyed the country, because I listened to snakes. Vivi rushed forward. She knelt beside him, wrapping her arms around her childhood friend. It's not your fault, Koza. Vivi cried. Crocodile is a warlord. He's a genius at manipulation. He fooled my father too. Koza gripped Vivi's arm, his knuckles white. I'm sorry, Vivi. I'm so sorry. Sabo stepped forward, his face grim. Apologies can wait. Right now, you have a crisis. If there are 3 in this tent, there are dozens more outside. Koza looked up, the steel returning to his eyes. The grief was replaced by a cold fury. Yes, Koza hissed. He stood up, towering over the frozen form of Zaba. Traitors, Koza spat. He turned to his loyal men. Listen to me. Koza commanded. Round up every officer, every soldier. Strip them, check everyone. If they have this mark, bind them. If they resist, cut them down. Yes, sir. The loyal rebels shouted, their fear of Ben replaced by rage at the betrayal. They scrambled out of the tent to execute the orders. Koza turned to Ben. I believe you. I'll purge the army tonight. Good, Ben nodded. But the purge isn't enough. You need to stop the march. Consider it stopped, Koza said. I'm not moving a single soldier toward Alabasta until this filth is cleaned out. Give us a week, Vivi said, standing up. 1 week. We will go to Rain Base. We will take down Crocodile. We will prove to the world what he did. 1 week, Koza agreed. He looked at Vivi with a sad smile. You always were stubborn, Vivi. But, I'm glad you are. Ben waved his wand. I'm leaving these 3 frozen. They'll stay that way for about 4 hours. Use them for interrogation. I will, Koza said darkly. They have a lot to answer for. Ben motioned to his team. Let's go. We're done here. He tapped the top of his head again. Like a heat shimmer, Ben, Zoro, Nami, Vivi, Sabo, and Koala faded from view. To Koza, it looked like they simply dissolved into the air. Good luck, Koza whispered to the empty space. And, thank you. The night air outside the camp was freezing, a sharp contrast to the heated emotions inside the tent. The invisible group walked away from the rebel army, moving past the confused shouts and the beginning of the Great Purge as officers began checking soldiers for tattoos. Once they were over the first dune and well out of earshot, the shimmer faded. They reappeared under the starlight. That. Vivi let out a long breath, her legs shaking. That was close. You did good, princess, Zoro said, adjusting his swords. You stood your ground. And Ben was terrifying, Nami shivered. That spell, you froze them all instantly. Remind me never to steal your wallet. It's just a body bind, Nami, Ben shrugged. Sabo was looking at Ben with a calculating expression. Basic? You neutralized a command squad without drawing blood. The Revolutionary Army could use techniques like that. Dragon would be very interested in your powers. Maybe one day we'll trade notes, Ben deflected smoothly. For now, let's get back. I'm starving. They crest the final dune. Below them, nestled in a small canyon protected from the wind, was the Straw Hat campsite. It was a scene of utter, chaotic domesticity. A magical campfire, courtesy of Sanji, burned with a steady, smokeless blue flame. Sanji was at the stove, flipping steaks with the elegance of a conductor. Usopp and Chopper were chasing each other around a rock, screaming about a desert ghost, which was probably just a tumbleweed. The giants, Dory and Brogy, were sitting back to back, drinking, laughing so hard the ground shook. Mary was sitting on a rock, holding a stick with a marshmallow on it, and in the center of it all sat Luffy. He was holding a bone the size of his head, gnawing on it with ferocious happiness. His face was covered in sauce. He looked like the happiest creature on the planet. The infiltration team walked down the slope. Luffy's ears perked up. He swallowed the meat whole. Oi! He waved the bone. You're back. Luffy stretched his arm, grabbing Nami and Vivi and pulling them down the dune, much to Nami's annoyance. Did you fix the war? Luffy asked, as casually as asking if they picked up milk. Yes, Luffy, Vivi smiled, exhausted but relieved. We fixed it. Koza stopped the march. Awesome. Luffy grinned. I knew you could do it. Nami is scary, so she probably yelled at them, right? I did not yell. Nami protested, though she grabbed a plate of pasta that Sanji offered her immediately. And Zoro didn't get lost. Luffy asked, shocked. Shut up, Zoro grunted, grabbing a bottle of sake. So, Sabo asked, accepting a skewer of grilled lizard from Sanji. What now? Ben sat down on a crate, accepting a cup of coffee from Mary. He looked at the map projected from his wristband. Phase 1 is complete. The civil war is paused. Crocodile has lost his shield. 55, Nanohana 7. The morning sun over Kateria brought no relief from the heat, but the atmosphere in the rebel camp had shifted entirely. The suffocating smog of suspicion and impending doom had lifted, replaced by the crisp, frantic energy of a purge. Koza stood by the edge of the oasis, watching his loyal men strip the shirts off officers and soldiers alike, checking for the damning Baroque works tattoo. Already, a pile of bound and gagged spies sat baking in the sun, early 50 of them. It makes me sick, Koza spat, adjusting his sunglasses. To think I shared bread with these snakes. You found them, Vivi said softly, standing beside him. That's what matters. You stopped the bleeding. Only because you came back. Koza turned to her. We will hold here. I won't move a single soldier toward Alabasta until you send the signal. But Vivi, don't die. Crocodile is a monster. I have my own monsters, Vivi smiled, looking back at the Straw Hat crew. Luffy was currently trying to teach a camel how to shake hands. The camel was spitting at him. Zoro was asleep standing up. Ben checked his wristband. Time's wasting. Crocodile isn't going to wait for us to walk across the desert. We're leaving. Sabo asked, adjusting his disguised pack. It's a 2-day trek back to the coast, even at a forced march. Walking is for people who don't understand physics, Ben deadpanned. He cracked his neck. Everyone, gather round. We're doing this the hard way. The hard way? Nami asked suspiciously. Does the hard way involve vomiting? Because last time you teleported us, I felt like my stomach was in my ear. It's faster than walking, Ben shrugged. I'll have to do this in shifts. I can't apparate 2 giants, a duck, and a dozen people in one go without splinching someone's leg off. The crew paled. Splinching. Usopp shrieked. Relax. I'm a professional. Ben pointed his wand at the giants. Dory, Brogy. You're first. Hold on to my arms. Do not let go, or you'll leave your butt in Kateria. The 2 massive warriors grabbed Ben's arms. He looked like a doll between them. Crack. The sound was like a cannon shot. Ben and the giants vanished instantly, leaving a swirl of dust. Koza jumped back. Where did they go? To the coast, Vivi explained nonchalantly. Ben is efficient. 10 seconds later. Crack. Ben reappeared alone. He looked slightly winded. Heavy. Very heavy. Okay, Group B, Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp. Grab on. Yay. Magic ride. Luffy grabbed Ben's leg. Crack. Gone. 10 seconds later. Crack. Ben was back. Group C, Ladies and the Duck. Let's go. Nami, Vivi, Robin, and Chopper, on Karu, grabbed onto Ben. Hold your breath, Ben advised. Crack. Koza stood alone on the dune, staring at the empty space where a small army had stood less than a minute ago. He rubbed his eyes. I need a drink, the rebel leader muttered. A very strong drink. Nanohana coast. Crack. Ben reappeared with the final group, Sabo and Koala. Around him, the crew was recovering. Usopp was on his hands and knees, retching into the sand. Sanji was smoking furiously to settle his nerves. The giants were sitting in the shallow water, looking dazed. Yeah. I feel like I was squeezed through a keyhole. That's exactly what it is, Ben said, straightening up. He walked over to the water's edge, where the sea met the mouth of the Great Sandora River. He placed his suitcase on a flat rock and opened it. He reached in and pulled out the miniature Going Merry. All right, girl. Nap time is over. He tossed the toy boat into the water. It bobbed helplessly in the gentle waves. Ben raised his wand. Command T, expand. A pulse of blue light hit the ship. With a groan of timber and the stretching of metal, the ship expanded. It grew rapidly, displacing water, rising up and out until it was the full-sized caravel once again. The sheep figurehead gleamed in the sunlight. I will never get used to that, Sabo shook his head, watching the physics-defying feat. We fight with style. Luffy laughed, stretching his arms to grab the railing and rocketing himself on board. Everyone on board. We're going to kick Crocodile's ass. The crew scrambled up the nets. Set course for Rain Base. Nami commanded, taking the helm. The Sandora River cuts straight through the continent. If the wind is with us, we'll be there by evening. As the Going Merry caught the wind and began to sail up the massive river, cutting through the desert landscape, the mood on board was a mix of tension and excitement. They were sailing directly into the lion's den, or rather, the crocodile swamp. Rain Base, the city of dreams. While the Straw Hats sailed upriver, the atmosphere in the VIP room of the Rain Dinners casino was heavy enough to crush bone. This was the heart of Crocodile's operation, a massive pyramid structure sitting in the middle of a lake, a symbol of excess in a starving country. Inside the private conference room, beneath the golden chandeliers, the officer agents of Baroque Works were gathered. They were a terrifying group of individuals. Mr. 1, Des Bones, sat with his arms crossed, a stone-faced killer who radiated menace. Beside him sat his partner, Miss Doublefinger, smoking a thin pipe with a languid, dangerous grace. Mr. 2, Bon Clay, was spinning in his chair, humming a song, seemingly oblivious to the tension, though his eyes were sharp. Mr. 4, a massive, slow-wit man, sat hugging his gun dog, Lassa. Miss Merry Christmas was twitching nervously, tapping her fingers on the table. The door at the far end of the room creaked open. The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. All moisture evaporated from the air. A man walked in. He was tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a burnt orange vest and a massive fur coat draped over his shoulders like a king's mantle. A golden hook replaced his left hand. A scar ran horizontally across his face, bisecting his nose. He smoked a cigar that smelled of expensive tobacco and death. Sir Crocodile, warlord of the sea. Mr. Zero. He didn't say a word. He walked to the head of the table and sat down. The leather chair creaked. He looked at his agents. His eyes were shadowed, unreadable, and utterly terrifying. Mr. Zero. Miss Merry Christmas squeaked. Why have you summoned us all here? Is the plan moving to the final phase? Are we attacking Alabasta? Crocodile took a long drag of his cigar. He exhaled a cloud of gray smoke that drifted over the table. The plan, Crocodile rasped, his voice deep and gravelly, has hit a snag. A snag? Mr. 1 asked, his voice low. The rebel army, Crocodile said, looking at the ceiling. They were supposed to be marching on Alabasta by now. My spies in the field reported that they had successfully incited the final rage. But as of this morning, they have stopped. The agents looked at each other. Stopped? Miss Doublefinger frowned. Why? Did they lose their nerve? They didn't just stop, Crocodile growled, his golden hook scratching the arm of his chair. They began a purge. They are rooting out my millions. Someone told them. Someone exposed the game. The silence was deafening. But who? Mr. 2 asked, stopping his spinning. Who knows the plan besides us? Did a billions agent talk? Unlikely, Crocodile said. They don't know enough to stop a war. No, this smells of outside interference. And I have a good idea who the flies in my soup are. Crocodile threw a stack of wanted posters onto the table. Monkey D. Luffy, 30 million berries. The Straw Hat, Crocodile said with disdain. Rookie from the East Blue. I thought I had them killed at Little Garden. But it seems Mr. 3 was even more incompetent than I imagined. He looked at Mr. 1. Daz, what is the latest intel of them? Mr. 1 uncrossed his arms. My spies in Nanohana reported seeing them land. They caused a scene at a restaurant. Smoker was involved. Fire Fist Ace was involved. But after that, they vanished. Vanished. Crocodile's eye twitched. Yes. No ship leaving the harbor. No tracks in the desert. They were there, and then they were gone. It's as if they dissolved into the sand. Crocodile ground his cigar into the ashtray. Magic, he muttered. The wizard. I heard a rumor but assumed it was a nickname for a gadgeteer, but perhaps he has a devil fruit that facilitates movement. If they are the ones who stopped the rebellion in Kateria, they are dangerous. Not because of their strength, but because they are undoing my web. He stood up, towering over the table. I don't like complications. If they are in Alabasta, they are coming here. They will come for me. And when they do, I want them buried. He looked around the room. But there is another matter. A missing piece. Crocodile's gaze hardened. Miss All Sunday. The agents stayed silent. They knew Miss All Sunday, Nico Robin, was the vice president, the only one allowed to speak directly to the boss. Where is she? Crocodile asked Mr. 1. Mr. 1 shook his head slowly. No sightings. She hasn't checked in for weeks. Her personal transponder snail is dead. Crocodile's face remained impassive, but the sand around his feet began to swirl, eroding the expensive carpet. Inside, he was furious. Nico Robin, the demon child. He knew her history. She had betrayed every organization she had ever been a part of since she was 8 years old. Every partner she worked with ended up dead or arrested. He had thought he was different, that he had the power to keep her in line, that their goals aligned. She needs the Poneglyph. I need Pluton. It was a perfect transaction. But if she was gone, if she had ghosted him right at the climax of the operation, it meant she had found a better offer. Or she had realized he planned to kill her once she read the stone. She betrayed me, Crocodile thought, the conclusion settling in his mind with cold certainty. She ran. Or worse, she's working with the Straw Hats. Fine, Crocodile said aloud, his voice devoid of emotion. If she isn't here, she is a liability. If you see Miss All Sunday, kill her on sight. The agents gasped. Kill the vice president. Miss Merry Christmas yelled. Are you serious? I do not repeat myself, Crocodile snapped. The moisture was sucked out of a flower vase in the corner. The flowers turned to dust instantly. He walked to the window, looking out at the artificial lake, at the bridge where the Bananawani swam. We are moving the timetable up. We cannot rely on the rebel army to do our dirty work anymore. Operation Utopia begins tomorrow. We will detonate a bomb in the plaza. We will frame the king ourselves. He turned back to them, his hook glinting. Be ready. The rats are coming to rain base. I want you to slaughter them. 56. Sandora River. The Sandora River was a wide, sluggish artery of life cutting through the desolation of Alabasta. The Going Merry, restored to her full size, cut through the brown water, her white sails stark against the deep ochre of the desert banks. On the foredeck, the mood was no longer festive. The barbecue was over. The time for laughter had passed. Now, there was only the grim calculus of war. Ben stood by the main mast, a large map of the kingdom floating in mid-air. He tapped the map with his wand, highlighting two distinct locations, Rain Base in the north and Alabasta in the east. Listen up, Ben said, his voice carrying over the wind. We are approaching the critical juncture. The river forks ahead. One branch goes to the capital, the other to the warlord's lair. The crew gathered around giants, humans, reindeer, and duck. We cannot put all our eggs in one basket, Ben continued. If we all go to Rain Base, we leave the capital exposed. Crocodile isn't just sitting in his casino, he has agents everywhere. He has likely already rigged the capital to blow, or has spies embedded in the royal army ready to assassinate King Cobra the moment the rebel army stands down. Vivi gasped. My father. Exactly, Ben nodded. We need to secure the king. We need to purge the royal army of Baroque works agents just like we did with the rebels. And we need to ensure that when the truth comes out, the royal guards don't panic. Ben drew a line down the middle of the crew. Group Alpha, Destination Alabasta. Ben pointed to Vivi. You are the face. You need to take command of your father's army. He pointed to Sabo and Koala. You have political experience and stealth. You will act as Vivi's personal guard and counterintelligence. He pointed to Dory and Brogy. You are the muscle. If Baroque Works tries a siege, you are the walls. He pointed to Chopper. You're the doctor. The king might be hurt or poisoned. And finally, he pointed to Robin. And you know the city better than anyone. You know where the agents hide. Robin adjusted her disguised appearance, the illusion ring glinting. A logical choice. The Poneglyph is in the royal tomb, after all. I can secure the history while you secure the future. Group Bravo, Destination Rain Base. Ben thumped his chest. Me. He pointed to Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, and Nami. The core crew. We are going to walk into the lion's den. We are going to find Crocodile. And we are going to end this. Luffy punched his palm. I get to fight the crocodile guy. Good. Sabo stepped forward, his brow furrowed. He looked at Luffy, then at Ben. Ben, are you sure about this? About what? Crocodile, Sabo said, his voice low. He's a Logia. A sandman. Physical attacks don't work on him. Luffy hasn't mastered Armament Haki yet. He can't touch him. Sabo looked at his little brother with genuine worry. I've fought Logias in the New World. Without Haki, it's a death sentence. Maybe I should go to Rain Base. Luffy puffed out his cheeks. I can beat him. Ben gave me magic juice. I'm super strong now. Strength doesn't matter if you can't hit the target, Luffy, Sabo said gently. Ben stepped between them. He placed a hand on Sabo's shoulder. Trust our captain, Sabo-san. And trust me, every devil fruit has a weakness. Crocodile's weakness is elemental. We don't need Haki to beat him. We just need to be smart. Ben looked at Luffy. Captain, can you handle the warlord? Luffy adjusted his straw hat, shadowing his eyes. He stopped smiling. The goofy kid vanished, replaced by the man who would be king. He made Vivi cry, Luffy said simply. I'm gonna kick his ass. Sabo looked at Luffy's expression. He saw the same determination he saw when they were kids, the same unbreakable will. Sabo sighed, then smiled. All right, but if you die, I'm going to kill you myself. Shishishi. Deal. By late afternoon, the Going Merry pulled up to a dusty river port. This was the disembarkation point for the road to Alabasta. The gangplank was lowered. Group Alpha gathered their gear. Dory and Brogy stepped off first, their size now about 10 feet, the wooden dock groaning under their weight. Gabba Baba. We shall march to the capital. Little princess, you ride on my shoulder. Dory lifted Vivi up. She looked tiny perched on the giant's massive pauldron. Be careful, everyone, Nami called out. Don't let the king do anything stupid. I won't, Vivi promised. She looked down at the crew. Luffy, everyone, thank you. Please, be safe. We'll meet you at the palace. Luffy shouted, waving frantically. Have a big banquet ready. I will. Vivi wiped a tear. Sabo adjusted his pack. He looked at Ace's Vivre card in his pocket, then looked at Luffy. Go get M, brother. He turned and joined Koala. Let's move. We have a kingdom to save. Group Alpha departed, a strange but formidable army marching east into the desert sunset. Wo giants, a revolutionary chief, a fishman karate master, a disguised archaeologist, a reindeer, a duck, and a princess. They'll be fine, Zoro said, watching them go. With the giants and Sabo, Alabasta is the safest place on the planet right now. Yeah, Sanji lit a cigarette. Now let's go skin a reptile. Ben waved his wand at the ropes. Cast off. Full sail to Rain Base. We have a date with destiny. The Going Merry pushed off from the dock, picked up speed as it headed north, straight into the heart of the enemy's territory. Night had fallen by the time the Going Merry sailed into the massive artificial lake of Rain Base. The city was a jarring sight. Surrounded by miles of barren, starving desert, Rain Base was an explosion of neon lights, gold leaf, and water fountains. It was a monument to greed, built on the suffering of a nation. And sitting in the center of the lake, connected by a long stone bridge, was the Rain Dinners Casino. A massive pyramid topped with a golden crocodile statue. Tacky, Nami assessed, looking at the gold. Though I wouldn't mind stealing that statue. Focus, Nami, Usopp whispered, his knees shaking as he clutched his slingshot. That's where the monsters live. Ben steered the ship to a quiet dock on the edge of the city, using the Notice Me Not charm to keep the harbor master from asking questions. Let's walk, Ben said. They stepped off the ship. They walked through the streets of Rain Base. The citizens were happy here, ignorant of the war, gambling their berries away, praising Crocodile as a hero. Luffy ignored them. He walked with a singular purpose, his sandals slapping the stone pavement. The crew flanked him in a V formation. Inside Rain Dinners, Crocodile sat in his office, staring at a transponder snail. Sir, a voice crackled. A man with a straw hat and a few other people alongside him have just entered the Rain Base. Crocodile hung up. He didn't rage. He didn't shout. He simply smiled, a dry, cracking expression that reached nowhere near his eyes. So, the rats have walked into the trap. He pressed a button on his desk intercom. All agents. They are here. Assume battle positions. And let them come to me, Crocodile whispered to the empty room. I want them to see the hopelessness of their situation before I crush them. He stood up and walked to the secret entrance behind his bookshelf. Down below, in the basement, beneath the water where the Bananawani swam, was the cage. Made of sea prism stone, the Straw Hat stood before the massive double doors of the casino. Luffy stood in front of the doors. They were made of mahogany and reinforced with gold plating. He pushed open both the doors. Inside the casino, hundreds of people were laughing. Slot machines were ringing. Roulette wheels were spinning. Jazz music played softly. It was a cacophony of indulgence. Luffy stepped into the light. He looked furious. He looked dangerous. He looked like a pirate. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs to capacity. Crocodile. The scream was so loud it cracked the glass of the chandelier overhead. Get out here. I'm here to kick your ass. The patrons stopped doing what they were doing and looked at Luffy and the crew in silence. 57, Rain Base 1. The double mahogany doors of the Rain Dinners Casino were thrown open, and a young man in a straw hat stood silhouetted against the desert night, looking like a vengeful god of destruction. Crocodile. Luffy's voice was a sonic boom. It cut through the ambient jazz, the chime of slot machines, and the murmur of 1,000 conversations. I know you're here. Come out. I'm gonna kick your ass. For exactly 3 seconds, the casino froze. The roulette ball stopped rattling. The card dealers froze mid-shuffle. Every eye in the massive, gold-gilded pyramid turned to the entrance. The silence was absolute. It was the heavy, suffocating silence of a saloon right before a shootout. Luffy stood there, chest heaving, fists clenched, waiting for the warlord to descend from the ceiling or explode out of the floor. 1 second passed. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Then, a man at a nearby craps table shrugged, shook his dice, and yelled, "Baby needs a new pair of shoes." The roulette wheel spun up again. The jazz band resumed their tune, slightly faster this time. The waiter began filling up glasses. The ambient noise returned to a roar. Luffy blinked. He looked left. He looked right. Nobody cared. In a city like Rain Base, amidst the desperation of the desert, a crazy person screaming at the door wasn't an event, it was Tuesday. Luffy tilted his head, his intimidation aura deflating instantly. Usopp peeked out from behind Luffy's legs, his knees knocking together. And maybe he's not here, Luffy? Or maybe we should keep our voices down? This place looks expensive. If we break a vase, we'll be in debt for 3 lifetimes. But I want to fight the sand guy. Luffy whined. Ben stepped forward, he lit a cigarette, his eyes scanning the floor. He saw the layout, pit bosses watching from the shadows, cameras in the ceiling, and a general air of organized crime masked by luxury. He's here, Ben said calmly. But he's watching. He thinks we're just disorganized pests. He won't come down for a screening match. So what do we do? Nami hissed, clutching her Climatact. We can't just search the place. It's huge. Ben smirked, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Crocodile is a businessman, right? He runs a casino. Nothing hurts a casino owner more than losing money. If we cause a scene, security throws us out. But if we win so much that we empty the vault, he has to come down personally to stop the bleeding. Luffy's eyes turned into stars. So, we play games. We play games, Ben confirmed. We gamble until the house breaks. Nami's eyes narrowed. The berry symbols appeared, but they were guarded by suspicion. She grabbed Ben's collar. Hold on. You want us to gamble my treasure in the enemy's territory? The house always wins, Ben. That's the rule. Are you trying to make us broke before we die? Trust me, Ben tapped his temple. I have a system. Besides, look at the captain. Does he look like someone who follows the laws of probability? Nami looked at Luffy, who was currently trying to eat a poker chip he found on the floor. Fair point, Nami sighed. She reached into her cleavage and pulled out a heavy pouch of berries crew's allowance. She handed a small stack to Luffy, a stack to Usopp, and kept a large stack for herself. Listen to me. This is an investment. If you lose this money, I will charge you 300% interest. Do not lose. Sanji, Zoro, Ben turned to the fighters. You guys mingle. Keep an eye out for security. On it, Sanji said, his voice drifting. He was already floating away, hearts in his eyes. In the corner, near the VIP lounge, a beautiful waitress in a bunny outfit was waving a tray of cocktails. Mellow rind. Sanji squealed, turning into a noodle of love. Wait for me, my desert flower. I shall order every drink on the menu. Idiot cook, Zoro grumbled. I'm going to find something drink. Zoro looked around the confusing maze of flashing lights and spinning wheels. The bar should be that way. He pointed confidently at a wall of slot machines and began walking. Alright, Ben cracked his knuckles. Let's break the bank. Ben sat down at the High Rollers Texas Hold'em table. The buy-in was 500,000 berries. The other players were serious gamblers, a wealthy merchant from the Grand Line, a cowboy type chewing a toothpick, and a disguised Baroque Works Billions agent who was acting as the house cooler. New blood, the dealer said, shuffling the cards with fluid grace. Buy in. Ben tossed a stack of bills onto the felt. All of it. The game began. Ben didn't look at his cards. He sat back, his sunglasses reflecting the green felt. He didn't need to look at his cards. He needed to look at theirs. Legilimen's. He focused on the merchant. Image, pair of queens. Weak kicker. He's nervous about the cowboy. He focused on the cowboy. Image, 2 and 7 offsuit. He's bluffing. He's going to raise big to scare the table. He focused on the Billions agent. Image, ace and king of spades. A strong hand. He thinks, I'll trap this trench coat idiot. The flop came, queen of hearts, 5 of spades, 10 of spades. Raise, the cowboy grunted, pushing chips forward. Call, the merchant sweated. Raise, the agent smirked. Ben smiled. He hadn't checked his cards yet. He picked them up slowly. Jack of spades, 9 of spades. He had a straight draw and a flush draw. Re-raise, Ben said softly, pushing his entire stack forward. The table went quiet. The agent stared at Ben. Is he crazy? Or does he have the straight already? Ben projected a thought into the agent's mind. I have the king and queen. You're dead. The agent paled. He folded. The merchant folded. The cowboy, knowing he had nothing, folded angrily. Ben raked in the massive pot without showing his cards. Beginner's luck, Ben said dryly. 10 minutes later, Ben had cleared the table. He had a mountain of chips in front of him. The pit boss was watching him like a hawk, whispering into a transponder snail. Keep watching, Ben whispered to himself. Call your boss. Come on, come on, come on. Nami sat in front of the golden crocodile slot machine. Her eyes were spiraling. She pulled the lever. Whirr, click, 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 cherry, cherry, lemon, gah. Nami slammed her fist on the machine. So close. One more lemon and it would have been a jackpot. She fed another bill into the machine. It's rigorous statistics, Nami muttered, her navigator brain trying to justify her gambling addiction. The machine hasn't paid out in 4 hours. It's due. The probability curve has to spike. She pulled the lever. Whirr, click, 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 bar, bar, fishbone. Why is there a fishbone? Nami shrieked, shaking the heavy machine. That's not even on the pay table. This thing is rigged. A passing old lady pulled the lever on the machine next to Nami. Ding, 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 jackpot. Coins poured out in a waterfall of gold. Nami froze. She looked at the old lady. She looked at her own machine. A dark aura appeared around the navigator. Ben. She growled low in her throat. If I lose this money, I'm selling your organs on the black market. At the blackjack table, the situation was descending into madness. Usopp sat with his goggles down. He was sweating profusely. Okay, Usopp muttered. The deck has 52 cards. 3 face cards have passed. The probability of the next card being a 10 is 32.4%. My hand is 16. If I hit, the statistical likelihood of busting is high. Therefore, I stand. Stand, Usopp said firmly. The dealer revealed his card. 18. House wins. He swept Usopp's chips away. No. Usopp cried, clutching his head. Hit me. Luffy shouted. Luffy sat next to Usopp. He had a pile of chips so high he couldn't see over it. Luffy's hand was showing a king and a 6. That's 16. Sir, the dealer said, sweat dripping down his nose. You have 16. Are you sure you want to hit? Yeah. Luffy picked his nose. Give me the meat card. The dealer dealt a card. It was a 5. Total, 21. Blackjack. The dealer choked out. Yay. Luffy cheered. I win. Usopp stared at Luffy. Luffy, how? How do you keep winning? You don't even know the rules. I do too know the rules. Luffy insisted, stacking his chips into a tower. Okay, Usopp challenged. Explain them to me. Why did you hit on 16? Luffy looked at Usopp like he was stupid. Because of the colors, Usopp. See, the king is wearing a red coat, and the 6 is red, so they are friends. If I got a black card, they would fight and I would lose. Usopp's eyes popped out. That's not the rule. He screamed. Color has nothing to do with it. It's math. It's addition. No it's not, Luffy waved him off. And look, in the last hand, I had 2 queens. That's 20. You should stand. No, Luffy explained seriously. The queens are girls, and Sanji says we have to be nice to girls, so you can't leave them alone. You have to give them a friend. So I hit. You hit on 20. Usopp shrieked, attracting the attention of the pit boss. You're insane. You should have busted. But I got an ace, Luffy grinned. Which counts as 1 or 11. That makes 21. Usopp grabbed his own nose. You hit on 20 and got the 1 card that saves you because of chivalry. See? Luffy laughed. I'm good at this. Hit me again. Luffy shouted for the next hand. He had a jack and a king, 20. Sir, please. The dealer begged. Hit me. Card dealt, ace, 21. Gya-ah. Stop it. Usopp screamed. The math. The math is crying. Around the table, a crowd was gathering. They whispered in awe. Who is this guy? He plays like a madman but he can't lose. Is he a genius? No, look at his face. He's definitely an idiot. But a lucky idiot. Luffy's stack of chips was now taller than Chopper. He looked at the dealer. Hey, old guy, where's the crocodile? I'm winning all his money. Tell him to come down or I'll take the shiny statue too. Gary was trembling. He pressed the silent alarm under the table repeatedly. Boss, please come down. This kid is breaking reality. Sanji drifted through the crowd, a trail of hearts following him. The waitress, a woman named Cammy, not the mermaid, just a coincidental human Cammy, giggled as she led him toward the bar. Oh, sir, you're so gallant, she cooed, batting her eyelashes. Anything for a lady, Sanji swooned, lighting a cigarette with a flourish. This casino is a desert, but you are the oasis. Can I get you anything? A fruit platter? A perfectly roasted lamb shank? My heart on a silver platter. Just buy a drink, handsome, she winked. Sanji slapped a stack of Nami's money on the counter. Barkeep, the finest wine, and one for the lady, and one for every lady in this room. As Sanji engaged in aggressive philanthropy, he didn't notice the hulking men in suits slowly encircling him. He was too busy vibrating with joy. Best mission ever. Zoro walked with purpose. His mission, find a drink, maybe find a strong swordsman to fight, and keep an eye on Luffy. He turned left at the slot machines. Too loud, he grunted. He saw a sign that said restrooms bar. He looked at the arrow pointing right for the bar. He went left. He walked down a hallway lined with plush red carpet. This hallway is long, Zoro muttered. He turned right into a door marked authorized personnel only. Must be the VIP lounge, Zoro reasoned. He walked through a kitchen. Chefs shouted at him. Hey, you can't be in here. I'm just looking for the booze, Zoro replied, walking past a boiling pot of soup and exiting through the back delivery door. He stepped out. The air was hot. The ground was paved. The sky was dark and full of stars. Zoro looked around. He was in a dark alleyway behind the casino. A stray cat hissed at him. Zoro blinked. He looked back at the door he just came through. Huh, Zoro scratched his green head. This casino has a really open concept floor plan. Where did the slot machines go? He looked down the street. He saw a neon sign for a pub 3 blocks away. Ah, there's the bar, Zoro nodded, completely convinced he was still inside the Rain Dinners complex. They really make you walk for a drink in this place. He started walking down the street, away from the casino, away from his crew, and deeper into the city of Rainbase. Luffy better not get lost while I'm gone, Zoro grumbled. That guy has no sense of direction. 58, Rainbase 2. The chaotic symphony of the Rain Dinners casino floor was reaching a crescendo. The blackjack dealer had been carried away on a stretcher, mumbling about the heart of the cards and red kings. The pit boss was weeping into his communicator. And at the center of it all, Monkey D. Luffy sat atop a throne made entirely of poker chips, laughing with the pure, unadulterated joy of a man who doesn't understand probability but is conquering it anyway. Ben sat nearby, casually stacking his own winnings, a fortress of gold and crimson chips that represented the GDP of a small island. He lit a cigarette, his eyes scanning the perimeter. Here it comes, Ben thought. The bait. A man in a pristine white tuxedo, sweating so profusely that his collar was turning translucent, approached the group. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace of pain. Excuse me, the manager stammered, bowing low. Mr. Straw Hat. Yeah. Luffy chirped, stuffing a handful of peanuts into his mouth. You want chips? I have lots. Usopp said I broke the bank, but I didn't break anything. No, sir. The manager waved his hands. You are simply too good. Our current tables cannot contain your immense luck and skill. The owner, he wishes to invite you to the VIP lounge. VIP. Luffy tilted his head. Is there meat? The finest meats. And the steaks are unlimited. The manager's eyes darted nervously to Ben. It is a private room, for our most distinguished guests. Would you care to join us? Luffy jumped up, scattering a few million berries worth of chips. Meat and games? Let's go. Wait a minute, Luffy. Usopp grabbed the back of Luffy's vest, his legs trembling. Think about it. We just humiliated them. Why would they invite us to a special room? This screams trap. But Usopp, Luffy said seriously. He said unlimited steaks. That means unlimited meat. That's not what steaks means. Usopp cried. Nami stepped forward, her eyes narrowed. She clutched her bag of winnings to her chest. She looked at Ben. Her gaze was a silent question. Do we walk into the lion's mouth? Ben met her gaze. He didn't speak. He simply took a drag of his cigarette and gave a barely perceptible nod. His eyes were calm, calculating. Let them lead us, his expression said. It saves us the trouble of hunting. Fine, Nami sighed, trusting the wizard. We'll go. But if this is a trick, I'm charging you a life-threatening situation fee. Sanji materialized from the crowd, looking dejected. The bunny girl waitress said she had a boyfriend, he murmured, lighting a cigarette to match Ben's. My heart is shattered. I am ready for violence. Let us proceed. Right this way. The manager beamed, looking relieved that he didn't have to call security on the monsters. They followed the manager away from the noise of the main floor, through a pair of velvet curtains, and into a long, quiet corridor. The floor was covered in a plush red carpet that swallowed the sound of their footsteps. The walls were lined with expensive art paintings of oases, golden statues of crocodiles, and tapestries depicting the glory of Rainbase. They walked for a few minutes until the corridor forked. To the left, VIP guests. To the right, pirates. The crew stopped. Usopp stared at the signs. He adjusted his goggles. He rubbed his eyes. Okay, Usopp said flatly. This isn't even a trap anymore. It's an IQ test. We go left, right? Obviously, we go left. Luffy stared at the signs. He pointed to the right. It says pirates, Luffy read. I'm a pirate. Luffy, no. Usopp grabbed his arm. That is the come here to tunnel. It's obviously the trap. The VIP room is the other way. But I'm not a guest, Luffy argued, his logic impenetrable. I'm a pirate, so I go the pirate way. Come on. Luffy marched toward the pirate way, dragging a screaming Usopp across the red carpet. No, my I have weight is that a trap disease is acting up. Ben, Nami, stop him. Nami facepalmed. He's an idiot. A complete idiot. He's our captain, Sanji sighed, following them. Ladies first, Nami swung. Ben chuckled softly, bringing up the rear. At least he's honest. They entered the pirate corridor. As soon as the last member of the crew stepped past the archway, click! Suddenly, the floor beneath them vanished. It was a trapdoor dropping out from under their feet. Ga-a-a-a-a-a-a. Usopp screamed. Wa-a-ah-huo. Luffy cheered. Damn it. Nami shrieked. They fell. They slid down a slick, polished stone chute, tumbling over each other in a tangle of limbs. They slid for 10 seconds, picking up speed, spiraling down into the bowels of the pyramid. Then, the chute ended. They were ejected into mid-air. Thud. Crash. Oof. They landed in a heap on a hard stone floor. Ouch. Nami groaned, pushing Usopp's foot off her face. I'm increasing the fee. Definitely increasing the fee. Where are we? Sanji asked, jumping up and dusting off his suit instantly. He looked around. They were in a large, dimly lit room. But they weren't free. They were inside a massive cage. The bars were thick, dark gray, and exuded a cold, metallic aura. Beyond the bars, the room was furnished like a high-end office. There was a long banquet table, comfortable leather chairs, and a large aquarium built into the wall. And sitting at the head of the table, looking utterly bored, was Sir Crocodile. Welcome, the warlord rasped, his voice deep and scratching like sand against stone. I must say, you made that easy. Most rats try to scurry to the VIP room before I drop them. Crocodile. Luffy saw him. The man who made Vivi cry. The man who dried up the country. Reason left Luffy's brain. Rage took over. Luffy launched himself at the bars of the cage. I'm gonna kick your. Luffy's hands grabbed the thick gray bars to rip them apart. Zap. It wasn't electricity. It was an instant, overwhelming drain. Luffy's eyes rolled back. His rubbery strength evaporated instantly. His knees buckled. Ugh. He collapsed against the bars, sliding down to the floor like a wet towel. He panted heavily, unable to lift his finger. Luffy. Nami cried, rushing to him. What's wrong? Strength, gone. Luffy wheezed. Can't move. Sanji rushed forward and kicked the bars. Clang. His leg vibrated from the impact. The bars didn't even dent. These things are hard. Harder than steel. Of course they are, Crocodile sneered, taking a sip of his wine. He stood up slowly, his fur coat swaying. You are rookies, but surely you recognize Karosky. See Prism Stone. See Prism Stone. Usopp squeaked, hiding behind Ben. It emits the same energy as the sea, Crocodile explained, walking closer to the cage, looking down at the paralyzed Luffy with contempt. For a devil fruit user, touching these bars is no different than drowning in the ocean. You are powerless, Straw Hat. Just a rubber toy with no bounce. Luffy gritted his teeth, trying to stand, but his limbs wouldn't obey. You, cheater. It's not cheating, Crocodile laughed darkly. It's preparation. I knew you were coming. Did you really think you could just waltz into my base and challenge me? Crocodile turned his back on them, walking toward the aquarium where massive Banana Wani swam hungrily. You are trapped, and in a few hours, this room will be submerged in water, and you will be nothing more than crocodile food. He turned back, a cruel glint in his eyes. But, since you have front row seats to the end of the world, I suppose I can tell you, you tried so hard to stop the rebellion in Kateria. A valiant effort, but it doesn't matter. What do you mean? Nami asked, her voice trembling. Operation Utopia. Crocodile spread his arms wide. It begins tomorrow. While the rebel army is confused and stalling, my billion agents are already in Alabasta. They won't incite a riot. No, they will trigger a catastrophe. A massive cannon, Crocodile continued, enjoying the look of horror on their faces. Hidden in the clock tower plaza. It will fire a shell into the marketplace. Hundreds will die. And who will they blame? The king. The confusion will reignite the war instantly. The rebels will charge. The royal army will fire back. And in the chaos, I will kill King Cobra and take the throne as the savior. You're a monster. Nami shouted. I am a visionary, Crocodile corrected. This country is weak. It needs a strong hand. It needs me. He looked at his pocket watch. You have about 1 hour before the room fills with water. I'd say get comfortable, but... He chuckled. You're about to die. Throughout the entire monologue, Ben had been leaning against the back wall of the cage. He hadn't touched the bars. He hadn't screamed. He had simply watched Crocodile with a look of mild interest, like a professor listening to a student's thesis defense. As Crocodile finished his speech and turned to leave the room, Ben cleared his throat. Hey, Croc boy. Crocodile stopped. He turned his head, his single eye narrowing. You have any last words? Not last words, Ben said, pushing off the wall and stepping toward the front of the cage. He stepped over the groaning form of Luffy. Just a critique. Your plan is solid. The cannon, the framing, the sea stone cage, it's all very classic villain stuff. Solid B+ work. Critique. Crocodile turned fully around, amused. You are locked in an unbreakable cage, about to drown, and you are grading me. I am, Ben nodded. But you made one calculation error. A variable you couldn't account for because it doesn't exist in your world. And what is that? Crocodile scoffed. I know about devil fruits, boy. Whatever paramecia trick you have, it won't work on sea stone. That cage neutralizes powers. You can't break it. Ben stopped inches from the bars. He looked Crocodile dead in the eye. That's the error, Ben said softly. You think I'm a devil fruit user? Ben reached into his trench coat. Crocodile tensed, expecting a gun. Ben pulled out a sleek, polished wooden stick. I'm not a rubber man, Ben said, and I'm not a fruit user. He twirled the wand in his fingers. I'm a wizard. Ben tapped the thick, prism stone bars with the tip of his wand. He visualized the molecular structure of the stone at density, the mineral composition, and then, he visualized hemp, fibers, softness, duromutare, funiculus. A violet spark jumped from the wand to the cage. Crocodile's eye widened. What? The change was instant and horrifyingly silent. The impenetrable, diamond-hard prism stone bars didn't explode. They didn't melt. They simply wilted. The gray stone rippled and transformed into thick, coarse, hempen ropes. Gravity took over. The bars went limp, collapsing from the ceiling and piling onto the floor like dead snakes. The cage was wide open. What? Crocodile took a step back, genuine shock cracking his composure for the first time. Impossible. Sea stone is indestructible. It cancels powers. It cancels your powers, Ben corrected, stepping out of the cage over the pile of ropes. Not mine. Behind Ben, Luffy gasped. The moment the stone turned to rope, the energy flooded back into Luffy's body like a dam breaking. The rubber snapped back. Shishishi. Luffy sprang up. He crouched low, steam rising from his skin. He looked at the open cage. He looked at Ben. And then he looked at the warlord. Thanks, Ben. Luffy grinned. He punched his palm. Hey, Crocodile. Crocodile stared at the ropes, his mind trying to process the impossibility of what just happened. Luffy didn't give him time to process. GOMU no. Luffy launched himself out of the cage, a rubber bullet aiming straight for the warlord's face. Rocket. 59, Rain Base 3. The impact of the punch echoed through the large stone chamber, a sharp thwack that sounded promising. Luffy's fist, traveling at the speed of a rocket, collided squarely with Sir Crocodile's face. The warlord's head snapped back violently, but there was no crunch of bone. There was no spray of blood. Instead, Crocodile's head simply exploded into a dry, swirling cloud of sand. The grains scattered into the air, drifting lazily before swirling back together. Luffy's fist had passed clean through the space where the warlord's brain should have been, stretching out behind him, vibrating from the force of the missed connection. Luffy retracted his arm, the rubber snapping back with a zwing. He blinked, tilting his head. Ha! I hit him. Why didn't he go flying? You idiot! Two voices screamed in unison from behind him. Nami and Usopp were clutching their heads, their faces twisted in a mix of terror and frustration. He's a Logia. Usopp shrieked, pointing at the reforming Sandman. We talked about this on the ship. Sabo talked about this. Ben talked about this. Physical attacks don't work unless you use Haki or his weakness. Did you listen to anything? Oh, right, Luffy punched his palm, his face lighting up with realization. He's the sand guy. I forgot. How do you forget the main villain's power 5 seconds into the fight? Nami yelled, her voice reaching a pitch that could shatter glass. Crocodile's face finished reforming. He looked utterly unimpressed. He dusted off his fur collar, his golden hook glinting in the dim light of the aquarium room. I expected a challenge, Crocodile sighed, the smoke from his cigar swirling around his scarred face. But it seems I overestimated. You are just a monkey flailing in the desert. He snapped his fingers. The sound was sharp and commanding. I have no time to play with vermin personally. Kill them. From the shadows of the room, doors hidden in the stone walls slid open. The clicking of heels, the heavy thud of boots, and the frantic digging of claws filled the air. The officer agents of Baroque Works had arrived. They had been waiting in the wings, the elite guard of rain dinners, ready to dispose of any VIPs who got too lucky. First came Mr. Toubon Clay, pirouetting into the room with swans mounted on his back. En deux trois, the Okama way never stops. Oh look, it's the Straw Boys. Next was a massive, slow-moving giant of a man, Mr. 4, dragging a 4-ton baseball bat. Beside him, his gundog Lassa sneezed, launching an explosive baseball that cratered the floor. Then, bursting from the ground itself, came the frantic, mole woman Miss Merry Christmas, adjusting her thick glasses. Hurry up! Hurry up! The boss is waiting. Kill them quick! And finally, walking with a swaying, hypnotic rhythm, came Miss Doublefinger, the partner of Mr. 1. She wore a revealing blue outfit, smoking a pipe, her blue hair styled in fierce spikes. She looked at the straw hats as if they were dirt on her shoe. Where is Mr. 1? Crocodile asked, annoyed. He is securing the perimeter outside, Miss Doublefinger replied, her voice smooth and dangerous. He said if the swordsman is worthy, he will find him. Until then, we are enough. Fine, Crocodile waved his hand dismissively. Slaughter them. The Straw Hat crew didn't flinch. They naturally fell into a formation, a line of defense forged through battles in the East Blue and the Grand Line. Sanji stepped forward, his eyes locking onto the spinning ballerina. A twisted ballet dancer? I suppose I can teach you some footwork. Oh, a handsome blonde. Bon Clay squealed, striking a pose. Come dance with me. Usopp gulped, looking at the massive Mr. Four. I get the big guy. Why do I always get the big guy? He pulled out his slingshot, his knees shaking but his feet planted. Alright, you tub of lard. Prepare to face the wrath of Captain Usopp. Ben stepped calmly toward the center, his wand tapping against his leg. He looked at the frantic mole woman and the dozens of millions agents pouring in through the back. I'll handle crowd control, Ben said calmly. And the mole. I hate pests in the garden. That left Nami standing opposite Miss Doublyfinger. The Baroque Works agent looked at the orange-haired girl and smirked. The navigator, Doublyfinger chuckled. The weak link. This will take 3 seconds. Nami didn't tremble. She didn't hide behind Luffy. She simply adjusted her grip on the staff in her hand. 3 seconds. Nami smiled, a confident, predatory smile that looked suspiciously like Ben's. You might want to budget a little more time than that, lady. Luffy stepped forward to face Crocodile. He reached for water nearby, the weakness Ben had told him about. Luffy, stop. Ben's voice cut through the noise. It wasn't a shout, but it carried an absolute weight. Luffy froze. Don't use the water, Ben said. Ha! Luffy blinked. But you said water makes him hideable. If I don't use it, my punches go whoosh. Exactly, Ben said, his eyes hidden behind his sunglasses, his tone serious. Luffy, you want to be the Pirate King, right? In the New World, there are monsters far scarier than a Sandman. You can't always rely on finding a convenient weakness. You need to overpower them. Ben pointed a finger at Luffy's chest. Armament Haki. You've sparked it a few times. But it's weak. It's inconsistent. Haki blooms in the heat of extreme danger. If you use the water, you win a tactical victory, but you learn nothing. If you fight him without it, if you force your will to bypass his logic, you will evolve. Ben lowered his hand. Throw away the crutch, Captain. Fight him with your spirit. The room went silent. Even Crocodile looked intrigued by the audacity of the suggestion. Luffy stared at Ben. Then, he looked at his hands. He clenched them into fists. The rubber skin stretched tight. He grinned. A wide, reckless grin. Shishishi. You're right, Ben. Hey, Crocodile. Luffy shouted, cracking his knuckles. I'm gonna beat you up. And I don't need water to do it. Crocodile stared at the barrel rolling away. His eye twitched. A vein pulsed in his forehead. Arrogance, Crocodile hissed, the sand around him turning into jagged spikes. Sheer, unadulterated arrogance. You think you can touch a Logia with nothing but spirit. You are spitting in the face of a god. I'm not spitting. Luffy crouched low, steam rising from his skin as he pumped his blood, activating Gear Second unconsciously in flashes. I'm fighting. Kill them all. Crocodile roared, launching a massive sand blade at Luffy. I will grind your bones to dust. The room exploded into chaos. Sanji clashed with Bon Clay, legs meeting in a flurry of kicks. Usopp fired an exploding star at Mr. Four. Ben began turning the floor into quicksand to trap the millions. And in the center of the storm, Nami walked toward Miss Doublyfinger. Miss Doublyfinger watched Nami approach, amused by the girl's lack of fear. You have a lot of confidence for a girl with a toy stick, Doublyfinger said, taking a drag from her pipe. I am a user of the Tij no Mi. I can turn any part of my body into spikes that can pierce stone. You are just flesh and blood. I'm a little more than that, Nami said, spinning the tempest tact in her fingers. The metal hummed with a low, electrical buzz. Die. Doublyfinger moved. She was fast an assassin trained to kill. Stinger Hedgehog. She lunged, her hair turning into 1,000 needle-sharp spikes, aiming to impale Nami like a pincushion. In the old timeline, Nami would have run. She would have screamed and looked for a place to hide. But this Nami had drunk the super soldier serum. Her biology had been rewritten. Her perception of time slowed. She saw the spikes coming. She saw the shift in Doublefinger's weight. Nami didn't run. She stepped in. With a burst of speed that cracked the stone floor beneath her sandals, Nami sidestepped the lunge. The movement was a blur, faster than the eye could track. She appeared beside Doublefinger. Too slow, Nami whispered. Before Doublefinger could react, Nami swung the tact. It wasn't a magical attack yet, it was a blunt force strike. The weighted metal staff slammed into Doublefinger's ribs. Crack! The sound of a rib fracturing echoed. Doublefinger gasped, her eyes bulging, and was sent skidding 10 meters across the floor. Doublefinger recovered, clutching her side, coughing. She looked at Nami with genuine shock. What are you? She wheezed. That strength, you're barely 100 pounds. I've been working out, Nami winked. She pressed a button on the tact. Now, let's try the fun stuff. The Tempest tact extended. The tip glowed with a violent, crackling blue light. Nami flicked her wrist. Unlike the old Climatact which required bubbles to float slowly, this weapon fired compressed rounds of thermal energy. Bang! Bang! 2 orbs of energy collided instantly above Doublefinger's head. The atmospheric pressure dropped in a millisecond. A localized storm front formed inside the room. Double stinger. Doublefinger screamed, turning both her arms into massive lances and charging. I don't care about your magic tricks. I'll skewer you. She thrust her spike arms forward. Nami stood her ground. She held the tact horizontally. Wind barrier. A sudden, violent gust of wind erupted from the staff, forming a solid wall of air. Doublefinger's spikes hit the wind and were deflected upward, her momentum leaving her chest exposed. Nami grabbed Doublefinger's spiked arm with her bare hand. Normally, the spikes would tear flesh, but Nami's skin was denser, tougher. She gripped the spike, ignoring the stinging pain, and pulled the assassin close. You said I was the weak link, Nami said, her eyes glowing with a faint blue hue as the serum reacted to her adrenaline. She jammed the tip of the sorcery tack directly into Doublefinger's stomach. Thunderbolt tempo, railgun. She didn't summon a cloud. She discharged the stored electricity directly through the staff. Kaa boom. A beam of pure blue lightning erupted point-blank. The force of the blast blew out the windows of the VIP room. Miss Doublefinger didn't even scream. Her eyes rolled back into her head, her body convulsing as thousands of volts surged through her system. She was launched backward like a ragdoll, smashing through a stone pillar and embedding herself into the far wall. Smoke rose from her unconscious body. Her hair, once spiked and styled, was now a frizzy, charred mess. Nami stood amidst the crackling electricity, twirling her staff before holstering it on her hip. She brushed a speck of dust off her shoulder. 3 seconds, Nami checked her imaginary watch. Actually, that took 4. I need to work on my efficiency. She looked over at the rest of the battlefield. All right boys. Nami shouted, her voice brimming with command. I'm done, don't slack off. Ben, who was currently holding Miss Merry Christmas upside down by her ankles with a levitation charm, smirked. Atta girl, he muttered. He looked toward the center of the room. The real test was just beginning. Luffy stood before Crocodile, his fists blackening slightly, then fading, then blackening again. He was struggling, failing, and trying again. The rubber man launched himself into the sandstorm. No water, no tricks, just raw will. 60, rain base 4. The air in the VIP aquarium room was thick with ozone and dust. Nami's victory had been absolute, a thunderclap that signaled the shifting tides of the battle. Miss Doublefinger, the second strongest female agent of Baroque works, was embedded in a stone pillar, smoking and unconscious. But the battle wasn't over. While Sanji was engaging in a whirlwind kickboxing match with Bon Clay, and Luffy was throwing himself at Crocodile with reckless abandon, a quieter, stranger confrontation was taking place near the overturned banquet table. Usopp stood facing Mr. 4 and his gundog, Lasso. In any other timeline, Usopp's legs would be vibrating at a frequency capable of shattering glass. He would be sprinting for the nearest exit, calculating the trajectory of a smoke bomb, and preparing a lie about having a contagious disease that makes his skin poisonous. And to be fair, inside his head, Usopp was doing exactly that. Oh god, oh god, oh god, Usopp's inner monologue screamed. Look at him, he's huge, he's round, he looks like a sumo wrestler who ate another sumo wrestler, and the dog is a gun. Nature shouldn't allow that. Mr. 4, a man of few words and slow processing speed, slowly lifted his massive, 4-ton baseball bat. He breathed in deeply, his chest expanding like a bellows. 4. Mr. 4 grunted, holding up 4 fingers. Ton. Woof. Lasso barked. The dog sneezed. 2. A baseball shot out of the dog's mouth. It wasn't a normal ball. It was a ticking time bomb, hurtling toward Usopp at the speed of a pitcher's fastball. Usopp's eyes widened. Ball. Bomb ball. Dodge. His brain sent the signal to his legs. Move. In the past, this would have been a desperate scramble, a dive into the dirt. But today, something was different. The super soldier serum flowing through Usopp's veins reacted to the cortisol spike. His perception of time dilated. To Usopp, the baseball seemed to be moving underwater. He could see the stitches on the leather. He could see the fuse burning down. It's slow, Usopp thought, confused. He didn't dive. He simply leaned to the left. The explosive ball whizzed past his ear, missing him by an inch, and detonated against the far wall. Boom. Usopp blinked. He looked at his hands. I didn't even fall down. Batter. Mr. 4 rumbled. He stepped forward. The floor tiles cracked under his weight. He gripped the 4-ton bat with both hands. Wait. Usopp yelled, holding up a hand. Let's talk about this. I have a condition. It's called allergic to giant metal batsitis. If you hit me, I might explode. Mr. 4 did not care about Usopp's medical history. He swung. 4-ton batter. The swing was a force of nature. It generated wind pressure that tore the tablecloths off the nearby tables. It was a blow meant to crush tanks, shatter castle walls, and turn human beings into paste. It moved with terrifying speed for something so heavy. Usopp saw it coming. His sniper instincts tracked the arc. It's going to hit me, Usopp realized. I can't dodge this one. It's too wide. Panic surged. He reached for his slingshot, but he realized he wouldn't have time to load a star. Do something. Block it. His body moved on autopilot. The instincts implanted by the serum took over the driver's seat. Usopp stepped into the swing. He planted his feet, his sandals gripping the stone floor. He raised his left hand, just his bare hand palm open. Usopp, catch! He screamed, closing his eyes. Wham! The sound was like a car crashing into a bank vault. A deep, resonant thud that shook the entire room. Dust billowed up from the impact point. The floor beneath Usopp's feet shattered, creating a spiderweb of cracks spanning 5 meters. Silence fell over the corner of the battlefield. Mr. 4 blinked. His eyes, usually small and dull, popped open wide. The dust settled. Usopp was standing there. He hadn't been turned into paste. He hadn't been launched into the stratosphere. His left hand was raised, his fingers wrapped firmly around the barrel of the 4-ton bat. The bat had stopped dead. Usopp opened one eye, then the other. He looked at the bat in his hand. He looked at Mr. 4, who was sweating profusely, straining with all his might to push the bat forward. The bat didn't move a millimeter. Usopp shrieked, looking at his own arm. I caught it. I caught the 4-ton thingy. He squeezed. The metal of the bat groaned. Usopp's grip left deep indentations in the solid steel. It feels light, Usopp whispered, a grin slowly spreading across his face. A dangerous, arrogant grin. Impossible. Mr. Four grunted, veins popping in his neck as he tried to pull the bat back. He couldn't. Usopp's grip was like an iron vice. Is that all you got, Tubby? Usopp laughed. It was a manic laugh, born of sudden, absolute power. I thought you were strong, but you're just playing t-ball. Usopp yanked the bat. With a casual flick of his wrist, he ripped the 4-ton weapon out of Mr. Four's hands. He tossed the massive weapon aside over his shoulder. It crashed into the wall with a deafening clang, embedding itself in the stone. Mr. Four stood empty-handed, trembling. My bat. You don't need the bat, Usopp said, clenching his right fist. He looked at his knuckles. I am the great Captain Usopp, he declared, striking a pose. Warrior of the sea, and I have been training. He had not been training, he drank a potion, but the details didn't matter. Usopp. Usopp wound up his arm. He didn't use a technique. He didn't use a weapon. He just threw a punch. Mr. Four tried to cross his arms to block. It didn't matter. Hammer buster. Usopp's fist connected with Mr. Four's crossed arms. The impact created a visible shockwave. Crack. Mr. Four's radius and ulna snapped like dry twigs. The fist continued through the block, burying itself into Mr. Four's gut. The giant man's eyes rolled back instantly. He folded around Usopp's fist. Then, physics caught up. Mr. Four was launched. He flew backward as if he had been shot out of a cannon. He flew across the room, past the fighting Sanji, past the fighting Luffy, and slammed into the far wall next to Miss Doublefinger. The wall exploded. Mr. Four was buried 10 feet deep in the rubble. He didn't move. Usopp stood there, his fist extended, smoke rising from his knuckles. Lasso, the gun dog, looked at his master, then at Usopp. The dog whimpered, tucked its tail between its legs, and played dead. Usopp blew on his knuckles. Humph, he sniffed, adjusting his goggles. I didn't even need my slingshot. I guess I'm just too strong for this island. Inside, Usopp was screaming, holy crap, I'm a monster. I'm a literal monster. I punched the fat guy into orbit. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Wizard Juice. While Usopp was discovering his newfound godhood, the center of the room was a chaotic mosh pit of millions the lower-ranked agents of Baroque works. There were 50 of them, swarming like angry ants, brandishing swords, axes, and guns. Standing calmly in the middle of the swarm was Ben. He held his wand in his right hand, his movements fluid and lazy. He wasn't fighting, he was conducting an orchestra of pain. Get him! A group of 10 agents yelled, charging with scimitars. Ben didn't look up from his watch. He flicked his wand in a horizontal slash. Depulso. A invisible wall of kinetic force slammed into the group. The 10 men were blasted backward, knocking over the 20 men behind them like bowling pins. They groaned, tangling in a heap of limbs. Shoot him! Another group shouted from the balcony, raising muskets. Ben twirled his wand. Protogo. A translucent, shimmering shield materialized around him. The musket balls hit the barrier and flared out, dissolving into harmless sparks. Ben pointed his wand at the balcony. Expelliarmus. A red flash. Every rifle was yanked from the agent's hands by an unseen force, flying through the air and gathering in a pile at Ben's feet. Guns are dangerous, Ben chided. You could hurt yourselves. Rictus Empra. A jet of silver light hit the lead agent. He collapsed to the floor, laughing uncontrollably, unable to breathe. Tarrant Legra. Another agent began tap dancing furiously against his will, kicking his own allies in the shins. It wasn't a battle. It was humiliation. Die. A screeching voice cut through the noise. Miss Merry Christmas broke through the line of agents. She had transformed into her hybrid form, a human-sized mole with massive claws and thick glasses. She was fast, scurrying on all fours, darting in a zigzag pattern to avoid Ben's aim. You think you're funny, wizard boy? She shrieked. You think magic scares me? I'm a digging human. I own the ground. She leaped into the air and dove nose first toward the stone floor. Mole banana, diggy diggy. Her claws shredded the stone like it was wet paper. She vanished underground in a spray of gravel, leaving a hole behind. The floor began to rumble. A bulge in the stone moved rapidly toward Ben, circling him like a shark in water. I'm gonna get you from below. Her voice echoed from beneath the floorboards. You can't shield your feet. I'll drag you down and suffocate you. Ben sighed. He looked down at the moving bump in the floor. Why do they always want to go underground? Ben muttered. It's so dirty down there. He watched the trail. She was circling, building up speed for a surprise upward strike. Ben raised his wand. He didn't aim at the mole. He aimed at the floor itself. The bump in the floor was rushing straight toward Ben's feet. She was 2 meters away. 1 meter. Die. She screamed from below. Ben tapped the floor. Duro mutere, ferrum solidus. A metallic sheen rippled out from Ben's wand tip, spreading across the floor faster than the eye could follow. The gray limestone turned to cold, gleaming silver. In an instant, the entire floor of the aquarium room was transmuted into a single, solid sheet of high-grade industrial steel, 3 feet thick. Miss Merry Christmas, currently tunneling at high speed through what she thought was soft rock, didn't realize the change until it was too late. Clay-a-a-a-ah. The sound was deafening. It was the sound of a high-speed car hitting a solid steel bunker. The entire room vibrated. The bump in the floor stopped instantly. From beneath the steel, a muffled, pained groan echoed up. Ow! Ben tapped the steel floor with his heel. Solid, he noted. Good quality. He knelt down near the spot where she had hit the ceiling of the underground tunnel. He placed the tip of his wand against the steel. She's probably concussed, Ben mused. But let's be sure. Bomb Arda. He cast a localized blasting curse through the metal. The shockwave traveled through the steel and detonated in the small tunnel space directly onto the mole woman's head. Thump. The ground shook one last time. Then, silence from below. You monster. A remaining millions agent stammered, dropping his sword. Ben stood up and looked at the remaining agents. There were maybe 10 left standing. They looked at Miss Dalbliefinger, embedded in a wall, Mr. 4, embedded in a wall, and the spot where Miss Merry Christmas was buried under solid steel. Ben raised his wand. Soper. A sleeping fog charm. A thick, purple mist erupted from his wand, rolling over the remaining agents. As soon as the mist touched them, they yawned, their eyes drooped, and they collapsed to the floor in a deep, magical slumber. Ben dusted off his trench coat. He hadn't broken a sweat. He looked over at Nami, who was looting Miss Doublefinger's unconscious body for cash. He looked at Usopp, who was currently posing on top of Mr. 4's unconscious body. Clean sweep, Ben said. 61, Rain Base 5. While Nami was conducting a symphony of lightning and Usopp was discovering the joys of becoming a physical juggernaut, the battle between the cook and the ballerina raged on the other side of the aquarium room. To the untrained eye, it looked like a blur of black and pink. To a martial artist, it was a high-speed collision of two distinct kicking styles. Sanji, the master of the black leg style, moved with hands in his pockets, his body a fluid line of aggression. Bon Clay, Mr. 2, the master of Okama Kenpo, moved with frantic, dizzying energy, spinning like a top and striking with the grace of a swan and the impact of a bullet. Swan arabesque. Bon Clay shouted, launching a high kick that aimed to decapitate the cook. Sanji didn't even take his cigarette out of his mouth. He leaned back, the heel of the ballet slipper missing his nose by a millimeter. Too wide, Sanji critiqued. He planted his hand on the floor and pivoted. Apple shoot. Sanji's heel drove downward like a piledriver, slamming into Bon Clay's shoulder. Crack! The stone floor beneath Bon Clay shattered. The Okama agent grunted, his knees buckling under the sheer weight of the attack. Gay. Bon Clay shrieked, backflipping away to create distance. He rubbed his shoulder, grimacing. You kick like a mule. A very stylish, well-dressed mule. But you cannot defeat the beauty of the Okama way. Sanji exhaled a stream of smoke. He adjusted his tie. You're annoying, Sanji said flatly. And your kicks are light. Are you sure you're an officer agent? Because I've fought appetizers tougher than you. Bon Clay's eyes narrowed. He was losing. He knew it. Every time their legs clashed, his shins screamed in protest. This blonde pirate wasn't just fast, his bones felt like they were made of iron. I can't beat him with strength, Bon Clay realized, pirouetting nervously. He's faster. He's harder. I need a trick. Bon Clay smiled. A wide, devious grin painted with thick lipstick. Oh, Mr. Prince. You are strong, but do you have the heart to crush a flower? I stomp on weeds, Sanji said, stepping forward. Ready for the main course. Wait. Bon Clay waved his hands. Look closely. Look at my face. Sanji frowned. I'm looking. It's covered in makeup. Bon Clay slapped his right hand against his cheek. Slap. His bone structure shifted. His hair shortened. His nose grew. He transformed into a random, burly man Sanji had never seen. I ate the main no me, Bon Clay explained, his voice changing to match the face. I can become anyone I have touched. So. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Now you're an ugly guy. I have no problem kicking ugly guys. Oh, really? Bon Clay giggled. Then what about this? Bon Clay slapped his face again. Poof. The burly man vanished. In his place stood a woman with short orange hair, large brown eyes, and a familiar, mischievous smile. Nami. Sanji froze mid-step. His heart stopped. His eyes turned into literal hearts. Nami Swayayayayan. Sanji noodle danced, floating into the air. Oh, Nami-san. You're here. Did you come to give me a kiss for good luck? The Nami smiled sweetly. Yes, Sanji-kun. Come closer. I'm coming, my love. Sanji sprinted forward, arms open for a hug. Memoirs of Winter, throat chop. The Nami face vanished instantly, replaced by Bon Clay's grinning visage. Wham! Bon Clay's stiffened hand slammed into Sanji's throat. Gah! Sanji choked, clutching his neck. He stumbled back, wheezing. Joking. Bon Clay pirouetted away, laughing. En deux trois, you have a weakness. A big, heart-shaped weakness. Sanji coughed, massaging his throat. He glared at the Okama. That was cheap. Don't use her face. Oh, does it bother you? Bon Clay slapped his face again. Nami reappeared. She looked at Sanji with teary eyes. Sanji, why do you want to kick me? Do you hate me? Sanji's leg, which had been raised for a collier strike, froze in midair. He trembled. I can't. Sanji stammered. I can't kick Nami-san, even if it's fake. The silhouette is sacred. Prima donna kick. Bon Clay reverted instantly and slammed a heel into Sanji's ribs. Crunch. Sanji went flying, crashing into a stack of overturned chairs. The fight shifted dramatically. It wasn't a battle of skill anymore, it was a torture session. Every time Sanji wound up for an attack, Bon Clay turned into Nami. Sanji would freeze. The chivalry drilled into him by Zeph, combined with his hopeless romanticism, acted like a physical kill switch. He physically could not follow through. Bam! A kick to the face. Smack! A chop to the kidneys. Thud! A knee to the stomach. Sanji lay on the ground, bleeding from his nose and mouth. He pushed himself up shakily. Stop it! Sanji wheezed. Bon Clay stood over him, wearing Nami's face. What's the matter, Mr. Prince? Can't hit a lady? You are a fool. In a pirate fight, you use every advantage. If you don't fight back, you die. Sanji wiped the blood from his chin. He stood up, swaying slightly. I don't care if I die, Sanji muttered, lighting a fresh cigarette with shaking hands. I was taught never to kick a woman. That is the law of the universe. If I break that, I'm not a man anymore. Then die as a man. Bon Clay reverted to his true form, wound up his leg, and launched a massive, spinning kick. Bombardier arabesque. Sanji watched the kick coming. He knew he could dodge it, but he also knew Bon Clay would just shift again. I can't look, Sanji realized. My eyes are betraying me. The image stops my leg. Sanji took a deep breath of nicotine. He closed his eyes. The world went dark. Giving up. Bon Clay shouted, his leg inches from Sanji's head. In the darkness, Sanji didn't see Nami. He didn't see a woman. He felt intent. He felt a spike of aggressive energy. He felt the rush of wind. He felt the malicious, masculine spirit of the Okama aiming to break his skull. There, Sanji thought. Sanji ducked. He didn't see the kick, but he moved perfectly under it. Bon Clay's leg swept through empty air. What? Bon Clay gasped. Sanji kept his eyes closed. In the void, he could sense Bon Clay's presence like a burning fire. You can change your face, Sanji said softly, his voice calm, but you can't change your soul. And your soul smells like cheap cologne and sweat. Bon Clay landed and backflipped. Lucky dodge. Take this. He slapped his face. Nami appeared again. Sanji-kun, help me. The fake Nami cried, rushing forward. Sanji didn't flinch. With his eyes closed, the visual trick was useless. He didn't see the teary eyes or the trembling lip. He only felt the attack coming. He felt the muscle tension in Bon Clay's leg preparing for a sucker punch. Sanji vanished. He moved so fast he left an afterimage. Collier. Sanji reappeared in midair, right above the fake Nami. Bon Clay looked up, shocked. He's not stopping, but I'm Nami. Sanji's leg came down like the axe of a guillotine. Shoot. Slam. His heel connected with the top of Bon Clay's head, who frantically reverted to his normal face at the last second to harden his defense. The impact drove Bon Clay face first into the floor. The stone erupted upward. Bon Clay bounced off the ground, stunned, blood pouring from his forehead. He staggered back, his vision blurry. How? Bon Clay stammered. You kept your eyes closed. How did you know where I was? Sanji landed softly, his back to the enemy. He exhaled a long cloud of smoke. He opened his eyes, which were cold and blue. I stopped looking at the illusion, Sanji said, and I started looking at the trash. Trash. Bon Clay raged. I am a swan. Memoirs of Winter, Final Dance. Bon Clay poured every ounce of his remaining strength into one final attack. He spun rapidly, generating enough wind to cut skin. He launched himself at Sanji like a human drill. Sanji didn't turn around. He simply waited. He sensed the approach, the screaming intent. Right there. Sanji spun on his heel. His leg caught fire, the friction of his speed igniting the air. Diable jam. Flambeage shot. Sanji's flaming leg collided with Bon Clay's face. The heat seared through the makeup. The force rearranged the bone structure. Bon Clay was launched like a meteor. He flew across the room, smashing through 3 pillars, skipping off the ceiling, and finally embedding himself into the far wall, forming a star-shaped crater. Bon Clay hung there for a moment, smoking. The Okama way never dies. He mumbled. Then his eyes rolled back, and he slumped forward, unconscious. Sanji lowered his leg. The flames died down. He patted the dust off his suit. Using a lady's face for a cheap shot, Sanji muttered, looking at the defeated agent. That's a flavor I can't forgive. He looked around the room. Nami was counting money. Usopp was flexing. Looks like we're done here, Sanji said. Outside the casino. While the interior of Rain Dinners was a cacophony of destruction, the street directly behind the casino was eerily silent. The wind blew gently, carrying grains of sand down the cobblestones. The moonlight cast long, sharp shadows. The street, however, looked like a natural disaster had passed through it. Buildings on either side were sliced cleanly in half. Some cuts were diagonal, some horizontal. The cuts were smooth, polished, as if a laser had severed the stone. A lamppost slid slowly off its base, cut at a perfect 45-degree angle, and clattered to the ground. In the middle of the street lay a man. Mr. 1, Des Bones. The assassin. The dice human. A man who could turn his entire body into steel blades. He was lying on his back, staring up at the moon. His trench coat was in ribbons. His steel-bodied body he prided himself on, the body that was supposed to be invincible, was covered in a single, terrifyingly deep slash mark across his chest. Blood pooled beneath him, dark and viscous. Monster. Mr. 1 wheezed, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. You are a monster. Standing 10 feet away was Roronoa Zoro. The pirate hunter was perfectly calm. He wasn't panting. He wasn't bleeding. There wasn't a speck of dust on his clothes. He held Wado Ikimonji in his right hand. The white blade gleamed under the streetlights. Zoro looked down at the defeated assassin with a look of mild disappointment. Is that it? Zoro asked, his voice low and raspy. I thought this would take longer. He flicked Wado Ikimonji to the side, clearing the blood from the blade. The fight had been short. Brutally short. Mr. 1 had arrived, confident, turning his arms into rotating buzzsaws. He had attacked with the intent to mince Zoro into ribbons. Zoro had simply walked through it. He had parried the steel blades as if they were made of tin. And then, with a single, decisive strike Lion Song, he had cut through Mr. One's strongest defense like it was butter. It wasn't a duel. It was an execution. Straw Hat. Mr. One gritted his teeth, his consciousness fading. What kind of crew are you people? Zoro slowly guided Wado Ikimonji back into its white scabbard. Click! The sound of the sword locking home echoed in the silent street. We're the crew that's going to the top, Zoro said, turning his back on the fallen agent. You were just a stepping stone, and a small one at that. Zoro looked at the massive pyramid of rain dinners. He could hear explosions coming from inside. He could feel Luffy's chaotic energy spiking. Looks like the cook and the others are having fun, Zoro yawned, stretching his arms. I guess I should go in. Maybe there's a liquor store in the lobby. He began to walk toward the casino entrance, stepping over the unconscious body of Mr. One without a second glance. The strongest agent of Baroque works, the man who was supposed to be Crocodile's right hand, had been neutralized before the main party even started. 62, Rain Base 6. The interior of the Rain Dinners casino had transformed from a palace of greed into a gladiatorial arena of shifting sand and shattered steel. The air was hot, dry, and thick with the tension of a stalemate that defied the laws of physics. Monkey D. Luffy, the man who would be king of the pirates, was moving like a rubber bullet ricocheting inside a metal box. He bounced off walls, vaulted over pillars, and twisted his body in mid-air with impossible flexibility. Opposite him, Sir Crocodile, the warlord of the sea, was a storm of frustration. Desert Spada. Crocodile roared, swinging his arm. A blade of compressed sand, sharp enough to cut a galleon in half, tore through the air. Luffy didn't panic. With the power of observation Haki, he saw the intent before the sand even moved. He tilted his head to the left. Whoosh! The sand blade missed his ear by a millimeter, slicing a stone pillar behind him cleanly in two. Too slow. Luffy shouted, using his momentum to snap back. Gomu Gomu no. Pistol. His fist flew forward, stretching 20 meters in a heartbeat, aiming directly for Crocodile's solar plexus. Crocodile didn't bother to dodge. He stood his ground, a sneer on his face. Splats. Luffy's fist connected, but it felt like punching a cloud of dust. Crocodile's torso dissipated into swirling grains of sand on impact, the rubber fist passing harmlessly through his body. Luffy retracted his arm, frustrated. Damn it, he's still doing the sand thing. It's called a logia, you insolent brat. Crocodile reformed his body, looking bored. How many times must we do this? You can dodge my attacks, yes. You are surprisingly slippery, but you cannot hurt me. I am the desert itself. You can't punch a desert. I'll figure it out. Luffy yelled, preparing to launch himself again. The crew Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Nami, and Ben stood near the ruined entrance, watching the spectacle. They had cleared their respective opponents, but they knew better than to interfere in a duel of this magnitude. This was the captain's fight. This is bad, Sanji murmured, lighting a cigarette. Luffy has the speed advantage, but without a way to touch Crocodile, he's just burning energy. He needs water, Nami said, biting her lip. He needs Haki, Zoro corrected, his eyes glued to the fight. Real armament Haki. If he doesn't unlock it, he dies. Back in the arena, the stalemate broke. Luffy, growing impatient, decided to try a larger attack. He leaped high into the air, spinning his body like a corkscrew. Gomu Gomu no. Spear. He drove his feet together, launching a piercing kick downward. Crocodile dissolved into sand to let the attack pass through. Luffy's feet slammed into the floor. Crunch. The force was so great that Luffy's sandals and feet punched straight through the ground, burying themselves deep in the ground. Oh, Luffy said, trying to pull his legs out. I'm stuck. Crocodile reformed instantly beside the trapped rubber man. A cruel, predatory grin stretched across his scarred face. A fatal error, Crocodile rasped. He reached out with his right hand. Ground death. He grabbed Luffy's arm. The effect was instantaneous and horrifying. Gya-ah! Luffy screamed, a sound of pure agony. The crew watched in horror as the vitality was sucked out of their captain. Luffy's arm turned gray and withered within a second. The effect spread to his chest, his face, his legs. His rubber skin lost its elasticity, becoming brittle and dry. His eyes sunk into his skull. In moments, the vibrant, energetic boy was reduced to a shriveled, mummified husk. He slumped forward, his trapped legs the only thing keeping him upright. Luffy! Nami shrieked. Game over, Crocodile scoffed, tossing Luffy's withered arm aside. Just another dried-up corpse in the dunes. Crocodile turned to walk away, confident in his victory. But he heard a whistle. A sharp, piercing whistle from the sidelines. Crocodile turned. He saw the man in the trench coat Ben casually toss a small, blue, glowing sphere through the air. Open wide, Captain. Ben shouted. The mummified Luffy, seemingly driven by pure instinct at the sound of Ben's command, cracked his dry jaw open. The blue pill arced perfectly through the air and landed in Luffy's mouth. He swallowed. Gulp. For a second, nothing happened. Then, a sound like a rushing river echoed from inside Luffy's stomach. Glug glug glug. Steam erupted from Luffy's pores. His skin flushed pink. His muscles inflated. His eyes popped back out. In the blink of an eye, Luffy was back. Fully hydrated. Fully energized. Puha! Luffy gasped, spitting out a fountain of water. That was refreshing. I feel like a water balloon. Crocodile's cigar fell out of his mouth. What was that? Usopp asked, his eyes bugging out. Hydro pill, Ben explained calmly, taking another drag of his cigarette. Compressed water. One pill contains about 2 gallons. Useful for desert travel. or for fighting sandmen? Luffy ripped his feet out of the steel floor with a grunt. Thanks, Ben, that tasted like blueberries. You. Crocodile trembled with rage. You dare make a mockery of my power. I'm not mocking, Luffy grinned, bouncing on his toes. I'm fighting. Round 2. The fight resumed, but the dynamic had shifted. It became a bizarre, high-stakes game of whack-a-mole. Luffy would attack. Crocodile would dodge. Luffy would get tagged by a sand attack. Crocodile would grab him. Suck. Luffy turns into a mummy. Throw. Ben tosses a pill. Gulp. Luffy pops back to normal. Stop healing him. Crocodile screamed after the 5th time, veins popping in his forehead. Stop drying him, Ben retorted from the sidelines. Fine. Crocodile roared. I'll kill the healer first. He turned away from Luffy, focusing his murderous intent on the crew standing by the entrance. Sables. He whipped up a massive tornado of sand, sending it tearing across the room toward Ben, Nami, and the others. The storm was strong enough to strip flesh from bone. Ben. Nami cried, raising her tact, though she knew wind wouldn't stop sand. Ben didn't flinch. He raised his wand. He didn't shout. He simply slashed the air in a protective arc. Protogo Maxima. A shimmering, translucent blue dome erupted around the crew. The sandstorm slammed into the barrier with the force of a freight train. Roar. The sand hissed and ground against the magic, but the dome held firm. It was an immovable object against an unstoppable force. The sand flowed harmlessly around the dome, dissipating into the corners of the room. Inside the dome, Sanji whistled. Handy. Crocodile stared at the barrier, dumbfounded. Magic? Devil fruit? What kind of trickery is this? Pay attention to me. Luffy shouted, slamming a foot into the side of Crocodile's head, which turned to sand again. The battle dragged on. 30 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. The underground casino was in ruins. The walls were gone. Luffy was panting heavily. Even with the hydro pills keeping him hydrated, his physical stamina was draining. He was covered in cuts and bruises from the sand blades. Crocodile was also slowing down. Reforming his body constantly and using massive sand attacks was taking a toll on his energy. He was sweating, his breathing ragged. Just, die. Crocodile wheezed. Why won't you, die? Luffy stood up, wiping blood from his cheek. Because. I haven't kicked your ass yet. Ben watched closely. He saw the change in Luffy. The desperation was gone, replaced by a hyper-focused trance. The constant dodging, the constant failure to connect, it was pushing Luffy's spirit to evolve. Luffy looked at his hands. I can see him, Luffy thought. I know where he is, but my hand goes through. Ben said. Will. Armor. Don't hit the sand. Hit the man. Luffy charged again. Gomu Gomu no. Crocodile didn't bother to dodge. He was too tired. It's useless. Crocodile yelled. Luffy didn't listen. He focused. He didn't think about rubber. He didn't think about water. He thought about hitting. He poured his anger, his determination, and his sheer willpower into his right fist. For a fleeting second, the skin on his knuckles darkened. It wasn't just shadow. It was a metallic, obsidian sheen. Pistol. The fist struck Crocodile's chest. Crocodile expected the whoosh of air. Instead, he felt pain. Thwack. The sound of meat hitting meat echoed through the ruins. Luffy's fist didn't pass through. It dug into Crocodile's sternum. The force of the blow folded the warlord in half. Guh. Crocodile's eyes bulged. He coughed up a spray of blood. He was launched backward, his feet skidding across the floor, until he slammed into a pile of rubble. Silence. Absolute silence. Crocodile sat up, clutching his chest. He looked at the blood on his hand. He looked at Luffy. You. Crocodile whispered, his voice trembling with genuine shock. You hit me. Without water. Luffy looked at his own fist, eyes wide. I touched him. That's it. Zoro shouted from the dome. He did it. Luffy grinned. Okay, I got it. I'm gonna do it again. He rushed forward, cocking his arm back. Gomu Gomu no bullet. He swung. Crocodile flinched. Whoosh. The punch passed straight through Crocodile's shoulder, dissolving into sand. Luffy stumbled, off balance. Ha! Luffy blinked. It didn't work. Crocodile seized the opening, turning his arm into a sand blade and slashing Luffy across the chest. Luck! Crocodile roared, backing away. It was just a fluke. Luffy fell back, rolling to his feet. He looked at Ben. Ben, it stopped working. Why? Ben stepped out of the protective dome. The danger was high, but the lesson was critical. It wasn't luck, Luffy, Ben called out, his voice cutting through the wind. You lost the feeling because you got excited. You tried to force it. Force it. Haki is spirit, Ben explained, tapping his own chest. It flows. When you hit him just now, you weren't thinking about winning or losing. You were just focused on hitting. Recall that feeling. The weight. The hardness. Imagine your skin isn't rubber anymore. Imagine it's invisible steel. Luffy closed his eyes. Crocodile charged. Die. Desert Girasol. A massive sinkhole of sand opened beneath Luffy. Luffy didn't move. He stood on the edge of the sinkhole. Steel, Luffy thought. Not rubber. Armor. Spirit. He felt the presence of Crocodile approaching. He felt the malice. Luffy opened his eyes. They were calm. He raised his arm to block a sand sword strike. His forearm turned black. Clang. The sand blade shattered against Luffy's arm as if it had hit a diamond wall. Crocodile froze. What? Luffy didn't smile. He stepped in. Gomu Gomu no. Whip. His leg turned black. Wham! He kicked Crocodile in the side. Ribs cracked. Crocodile was sent spiraling into a wall. I remember it now, Luffy said, clenching his fists. The black coating flickered, fading in and out, but it was there. The gate was open. The fight that followed was a brutal deconstruction of a warlord. Luffy launched a barrage of attacks. Pistol, miss, stamp, hit, bazooka, miss, Gatling, hit, miss, hit. The percentage of connection was rising. At first, it was 1 in 10, then 1 in 5. Then every other punch was landing with the weight of a cannonball. Crocodile was terrified. For the first time in decades, he was in a physical brawl. His Logia intangibility, his greatest shield, was failing him. He was being beaten bloody by a rookie. I am a warlord. Crocodile screamed, desperate. He unleashed his awakening, turning the entire remaining structure into sand. The ground, the walls, everything became a swirling death trap. Ground death. Cycle of erosion. The world turned to dust around them. Luffy leaped into the air, using Jeppo to stay above the decay. It doesn't matter who you are. Luffy shouted from the sky. He bit his thumb. He blew air into his muscles, expanding his chest, but this wasn't Gear 3rd. This was pure adrenaline and Haki. He twisted his body into a tight coil. The air around him seemed to vibrate. You messed with my friends. His arms stretched back, coated in the deepest, darkest shade of armament Haki he had managed yet. You made Vivi cry. Crocodile looked up. He gathered every grain of sand he could control into a massive, jagged sword pointing at the heavens. Desert La Spada. I'm gonna surpass you. Luffy unleashed the coil. GOMU no. He spun. The centrifugal force added to the rubber tension added to the Haki weight. Storm. Luffy descended like a furious tornado. A barrage of thousands of punches rained down. Da 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 da. Crocodile thrust his sand sword up. Luffy's Haki-coated fist shattered the sand sword instantly. The barrage didn't stop. It continued downward, smashing into Crocodile's face, his chest, his shoulders. Impossible. Crocodile thought, as his vision went white. He's stronger. Crash. With a final, earth-shattering boom, the massive pyramid of rain dinners seemed to jump into the air. A plume of dust erupted from the center of the room. The crew shielded their eyes from the shockwave. When the dust finally settled, the silence returned. In the center of a massive crater, Sir Crocodile lay unconscious. His golden hook was shattered. His coat was in tatters. He was beaten, broken, and stripped of his divinity. Standing over him, panting, bleeding, but standing tall, was Monkey D. Luffy. He raised a fist to the sky. It wasn't black anymore, but it was the hand of a winner. I-wee-e-e-a-n. Luffy screamed. Ben smiled, extinguishing his cigarette on the sole of his shoe. Lesson learned, Ben whispered. Welcome to the big leagues, Captain. 63, Rain Base 7. The silence that followed the collapse of rain dinners was heavy, but it was a comfortable silence, the kind that follows a decisive victory. The dust was beginning to settle, coating the ruins of the basement room in a fine layer of pulverized stone and sand. Ben walked calmly through the debris, stepping over shattered pillars and cracks in the foundation. He stopped in front of the unconscious form of Sir Crocodile. The former warlord lay in a heap, his expensive suit tattered, his golden hook snapped in half, and his face bruised and swollen. He looked less like a desert god and more like a man who had been introduced to the wrong end of a freight train. Well fought, Crocboy, Ben murmured, looking down at the fallen villain. But you picked the wrong generation to mess with. Ben turned his attention to the pile of ropes that used to be the sea stone cage. He needed to secure the prisoner, and standard rope wouldn't hold a Logia once he woke up, regardless of how beaten he was. Ben waved his wand. Revertus. The hempen ropes shimmered. The molecular structure tightened, densified, and hardened. The soft fibers turned back into cold, dark gray sea prism stone, but instead of reforming into a cage, Ben manipulated the shape with a flick of his wrist. The metal flowed like liquid mercury for a split second before snapping solid into the shape of heavy, unbreakable handcuffs. Ben clamped them onto Crocodile's wrists. Click! The connection was absolute. With the sea stone touching his skin, Crocodile's ability to turn into sand was completely nullified. He was now just a regular, unconscious human. Now for transport, Ben said, reaching into the deep pockets of his trench coat. He pulled out a small, matchbox-sized suitcase. It looked like a toy. He placed it on a flat piece of rubble and tapped it with his wand. Ingorjo. The suitcase expanded rapidly, growing until it was a large, vintage leather trunk with brass fittings. Ben clicked the latches open and lifted the lid. Inside, instead of clothes or travel gear, there was a ladder leading down into a dark, expansive space that defied the laws of physics. In you go, Ben said. He pointed his wand at Crocodile. The warlord's body floated into the air, drifted over the suitcase, and was gently lowered into the magical depths. Collection time, Ben sighed, cracking his neck. He walked around the battlefield like a janitor cleaning up after a rowdy party. He found Mr. 1 outside, bleeding and unconscious. Handcuff. Float. Suitcase. He found Mr. 4 embedded in a wall. Float. Suitcase. He found Miss Daublefinger and Miss Merry Christmas. Float. Suitcase. He even scooped up Bon Clay, who was still muttering about swans in his sleep. Once the entire officer corps of Baroque works was safely stored in the magical trunk, Ben slammed the lid shut and shrank it back down to the size of a matchbox. He slipped it back into his pocket. Prison transport complete. Impel down has nothing on me. Ben turned back to the crew. They were gathered near the center of the ruins. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by the aches and pains of the brawl. So, Ben announced, his voice carrying over the wind. The landlord is evicted. The guards are packed away. We are currently standing in the center of the richest casino in the Grand Line. He paused for effect. Shall we loot the place? The reaction was instantaneous. Loot. Nami, who had been checking her Tempest tact for scratches, whipped her head around so fast her neck cracked. Her eyes, usually a lovely shade of brown, had literally transformed into sparkling belly symbols, $. Her tongue lolled out slightly. She looked like a wolf that had just spotted a particularly fat sheep. Did you say loot? Nami shrieked, sprinting over to Ben and grabbing his lapels. Ben, you genius, you magnificent wizard. Of course, we defeated the owner. By pirate law, everything here belongs to us. I suppose it does, Ben chuckled. She looked at Ben with puppy dog eyes. Ben, do you have the thing? The thing. You know. Nami made a gesture of a bag. The magic bag. Like your suitcase but for money. Please tell me you have one. Ben smiled. He reached into his coat and pulled out a simple-looking velvet pouch with a drawstring. It looked small enough to hold maybe a handful of coins. Undetectable extension charm, Ben explained, tossing it to her. It's not infinite, but it can hold the contents of a vault without gaining any weight. Nami caught the pouch as if it were a holy relic. She pressed it to her cheek. I love magic. I love magic so much. She spun around, her demeanor shifting instantly from adoring Fant ruthless commander. All right, listen up. Nami barked, pointing a finger at Usopp and Sanji. You two are with me. We are going to the treasury. If I see a single gold coin left on the floor, I'm increasing your debt interest rates by 30%. Yes, Nami swun. Sanji swooned, hearts in his eyes. I will carry every gold bar with love. Why do I have to go? Usopp complained, his legs shaking. I just punched a 4-ton man. My arms are tired. I can't carry heavy golditis. Cure it, Nami hissed, dragging Usopp by his long nose. We're rich, Usopp. Rich. As the trio vanished into the depths of the casino to hunt for the vault, Ben turned his attention to his captain. Luffy was sitting on the ground, slumped against a piece of broken wall. The fight had taken everything out of him. Even with the water pills, the physical toll of using Haki in fighting a warlord was immense. His stomach gave a low, mournful growl that sounded like a dying whale. Neat. Luffy whispered, his eyes unfocused. Neat. Ben smiled warmly. This was the routine. Fight, win, eat, sleep. He reached into his pocket, same pocket that held a prison for supervillains, and pulled out a stack of 3 large, wooden bento boxes. He set them down in front of Luffy. Sanji prepared these this morning, Ben said. I put a stasis charm and a warming charm on them. They should be just as hot as when they left the skillet. The smell wafted out of the boxes. The aroma of grilled pork, spicy Sea King sausages, and sticky rice hit Luffy's nose. The effect was magical in itself. Luffy's eyes snapped open. The drool started instantly. He didn't use chopsticks. He didn't use hands. He practically unhinged his jaw. Luffy dove into the bento boxes like a feral animal, devouring the food at a speed that blurred the vision. Munch munch gulp. Ben, you're the best. Munch munch. So good. Gulp. Slow down, Captain, Ben laughed, sitting down on a piece of rubble next to him. Nobody's going to steal it. Ben looked around. Hey, Zoro, you want some? Ben stopped. He looked to his left. He looked to his right. He looked behind the pile of rubble. Zoro. The spot where the swordsman had been standing just moments ago cleaning his sword and looking bored was empty. There was no trace of him. No footprints leading away. No note. Just a Zoro-shaped void in the universe. Ben sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Every time I take my eyes off him for 10 seconds, and he vanishes into the shadow realm. How does he do it in a one-room ruin? Ben shook his head. Well, he's probably fine. He's Zoro. Deep in the bowels of the Rain Dinners casino, behind a massive steel door that Sanji had kicked off its hinges, lay the hoard of Sir Crocodile. It was staggering. Piles of gold bars stacked like firewood. Chests overflowing with pearls and diamonds. Stacks of cash belly notes bound in rubber bands reaching the ceiling. Artifacts stolen from Alabasta's tombs. The room glittered so brightly it hurt to look at. K-A-A-A-A-A. Nami let out a scream of pure ecstasy. She dove into a pile of gold coins, swimming in them like Scrooge McDuck. It's beautiful. It's glorious. It's mine. All mine. She began shoveling handfuls of jewels into Ben's magical pouch. Look at this, Sanji. Look at this ruby. It's the size of my fist. You shine brighter than any ruby, Nami-san. Sanji complimented, carefully stacking gold bars into a neat pile for her. Usopp stood by the door, his jaw on the floor. He picked up a golden chalice encrusted with emeralds. This is insane, Usopp whispered. Crocodile really was stripping this country dry. There must be billions here. He looked at Nami, who was currently hugging a golden statue of a cat. Usopp scratched his head. A dangerous, moral thought crept into his mind. Hey, Nami. Usopp asked tentatively. What is it? Nami asked, not looking up, busy stuffing a diamond necklace into the pouch. Keep packing. The bag isn't even half full. Well, Usopp started, sweating slightly. I was thinking, you know how Vivi is fighting to save her country? And how are the people starving here? And how the drought ruined their economy? Nami paused. She slowly lowered the golden cat. She turned to face Usopp. Her expression was unreadable. Go on. Maybe. Usopp gulped. Maybe we should leave some of this? Or give it to Vivi, you know, to help stabilize the kingdom? A stimulus package. It would really help them rebuild after the war. Silence descended on the treasury. The only sound was the clinking of a coin dropping from Sanji's hand. Sanji stepped back, shaking his head at Usopp. Don't do it, Longnose. You're walking into the dragon's den. Nami stared at Usopp. Her eyes were shadowed. A dark aura began to emanate from her body. Give it to Vivi. Nami repeated slowly. Just some of it. Usopp backpedaled, holding up his hands. Like, half. It is their money, technically. Stolen from them. Nami closed her eyes. She took a deep breath. She seemed to be having a violent internal debate. Her love for her friend Vivi was wrestling with her primal, genetic need to hoard wealth. It was the immovable object meeting the unstoppable force. Finally, Nami opened her eyes. She looked pained. She looked like she was passing a kidney stone. Fine, Nami gritted out. You're right. Vivi needs help. Usopp sighed in relief. Oh, good. I knew you had a heart. I'll give her 5%, Nami stated firmly. 5%. Usopp shouted. That's it. That's a tip. That's not a stimulus package, that's a coupon. This is millions of belly. 5% is generous. Nami snapped, clutching the pouch protectively. We did the work. We beat the warlord. This is the pirate fee. Mercenaries charge way more. 5% is the friends and family discount. You're a demon, Usopp deadpanned. A literal demon. He turned away, picking up another stack of coins. Under his breath, barely a whisper, he muttered. Stingy, money-grubbing, belly-sucking witch. The air in the room froze. The temperature dropped 10 degrees. Usopp froze. He felt a presence behind him. A terrifying, predatory presence. He slowly turned around. Nami was standing right there. She hadn't been there a second ago. Her enhanced physique courtesy of Ben's serum gave her speed and senses far beyond a normal human. And her hearing? It picked up everything. Nami was smiling. But it wasn't a nice smile. It was the smile of a shark that had just smelled blood. What was that? Usopp. She whispered sweetly. Usopp trembled. I said, you're a belly-plucking, rich person. Whack. Nami's fist, hardened by anger and serum, descended on Usopp's head with the force of a meteor. A massive, cartoonish bump erupted instantly on Usopp's skull, steam rising from it. Ow! Usopp crumpled to the floor, holding his head. Nami stood over him, blowing on her fist. Because of that little comment, Nami said coldly, your share of the treasure is reduced by 50%. 50%. Usopp cried through his tears. I didn't even get a share yet. Wait, 50% of 0 is still 0. Then you owe me money, Nami declared, turning back to the gold. Keep packing. She's a tyrant, Usopp wept into the stone floor. Sanji, who had watched the whole exchange with a dreamy expression, sighed. Nami Swan looks so cute when she asserts dominance, Sanji swooned, swaying back and forth. Her fiscal responsibility is so sexy. You're both crazy. Usopp yelled. Meanwhile, the great sandy desert of Alabasta. Night had fallen completely. In the desert, devoid of the sun's heat, the temperature plummeted rapidly. The scorching sands of the day turned into a freezing landscape of ice-cold dunes and biting wind. In the middle of nowhere, miles away from Rainbase, miles away from civilization, a lone figure walked. Roronoa Zoro shivered, wrapping his arms around himself. His teeth chattered loudly. Damn, it's CC cold. He stopped and looked around. To his left, sand. To his right, sand. Behind him, sand. In front of him, more sand. Weird, Zoro muttered, squinting into the darkness. I swear the lobby was right here. I just walked down the hallway, turned right at the cactus, and walked through the door. He looked back at his footprints. They didn't move in a straight line. They moved in circles, loops, and zigzags, as if he had been drunk, which he wasn't, yet. Where did the casino go? Zoro grumbled, kicking a rock. Stupid building. It must have moved. Buildings in the Grand Line are tricky like that. He adjusted his swords on his hip. Ben said something about a bomb in Alabasta. Maybe I'm already there. He looked at a scorpion skittering across the sand. Hey, you, is this the capital? The scorpion hissed and ran away. Rude, Zoro scoffed. He picked a direction completely at random south, though he thought it was north and started walking again. I'll just keep walking straight. I'm bound to hit a liquor store eventually. The wind howled, blowing sand into his face. Hey, Luffy, Sanji, Usopp. Zoro shouted into the void. Quit hiding, it's not funny. No one answered, just the empty, freezing silence of the desert night. Zoro sighed. I can't believe they got lost. Hopeless. The whole crew is hopeless without me to guide them. If this goes on, I will be the one to lead the crew to one piece. He trudged on, walking deeper into the wasteland, confident that he was going the right way, while in reality, he was heading toward a cliff edge 20 miles in the wrong direction. At least it can't get any worse, Zoro muttered. A giant desert lizard, the size of a bus, rose up from the sand behind him, drooling. Zoro didn't even turn around. He just sensed it. Shing! A flash of steel in the moonlight. The lizard fell in 2 pieces. Zoro sheathed Wado Ikimonji. Not edible, he critiqued. I want booze. He continued his lonely trek, the future king of hell lost in a sandbox, waiting for his crew to inevitably come find him and apologize for leaving him behind. 64, Rain Base 8. The wind howled through the skeletal remains of the Rain Dinners casino. What had once been a pristine pyramid of avarice and vice was now a broken shell, its innards exposed to the cold desert night. The primary threat, Sir Crocodile, was safely tucked away in Ben's suitcase, and the officer agents were enjoying a similar, albeit cramped, accommodation. The crew stood outside the entrance, ready to leave. Or at least, most of them were. Ben adjusted his collar, looking up at the roof of the casino. Or rather, what was left of the roof. Perched precariously on the apex of the structure was the casino's crowning jewel, a gargantuan, solid gold statue of a banana-agatorth symbol of Crocodile's dominance. It glinted under the moonlight, massive, tacky, and undeniably valuable. Ben, Nami's voice was low, trembling with a mixture of lust and menace. She was tugging on the sleeve of his trench coat. Ben, look at it. I see it, Nami, Ben sighed, already knowing where this was going. It's a very large, very tacky statue. It's solid gold, Ben, Nami whispered, her eyes physically throbbing with belly symbols. Do you know how much gold is in that? That's not just a statue. That's a retirement plan. That's a small island. That's beautiful. Nami, we have the contents of the treasury, Ben reasoned, gesturing to the magical pouch hanging at her hip. We have millions. That thing weighs at least 20 tons. It's structural damage waiting to happen. Nami turned to him, clutching his lapels with surprising strength. Ben, we are pirates. We don't leave our loot behind. If we leave it there, the Marines will take it. Do you want the Marines to have my gold? Do you want Smoker to buy a new bike with our funds? Ben looked at the desperate hunger in her eyes. He looked at the massive crocodile statue. He looked at the rest of the crew. Luffy was picking his nose. Usopp was trying to calculate the weight. Sanji was swooning over Nami's fiscal passion. Fine, Ben relented. Yasso. Nami shrieked, holding open the magical pouch. Put it in. Put it in now. Ben raised his wand. He aimed it at the roof of the pyramid. Wingardium Leviosa. A hum of magic vibrated through the air. The 20-ton golden reptile shuddered. Then, with a groan of metal and stone, it lifted. The statue floated gracefully into the air, hovering like a golden cloud. Ben flicked his wrist. The massive object drifted downward, shrinking rapidly as it approached the mouth of the pouch due to the extension charm's proximity field. Zip! The giant crocodile vanished into the small velvet bag. Nami immediately cinched the drawstring tight. She hugged the pouch to her chest, nuzzling it with her cheek, letting out a giddy, high-pitched giggle that was both adorable and slightly terrifying. I love you, Goldchan. You're safe with Mama now. She's lost it, Usopp whispered to Sanji. She's found paradise, Sanji corrected, heart eyes pulsing. Alright, Ben clapped his hands, breaking the trance. We have the villain. We have the loot. We have the food. The rebellion is still raging in Alabasta, and there's a massive bomb ticking down. We need to move. Luffy punched his palm. Right, let's go kick some more butt. To Alabasta. The crew gathered their things, ready to march. Ben did a quick head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ben stopped. He frowned. He looked left. He looked right. Where is Zoro? The question hung in the cold night air. The crew froze. They slowly turned their heads to scan the surrounding desert. Silence. Just the whistling wind and the chirping of crickets. Oh, come on. Usopp threw his hands in the air. Again. We were all standing right here. How does he do it? He was right next to me when I was eating the bento, Luffy said, scratching his head. I blinked and he was gone. I thought he went to the bathroom. The desert is a bathroom, Luffy. Sanji yelled. You don't need to walk away to find a toilet. That mosshead probably saw a tumbleweed and decided to duel it. This is bad, Nami said, clutching her gold. Ben pinched the bridge of his nose. I should have put a leash on him. Or a bell. He reached up to his wrist and tapped the Kamoyo beads. Mary, Ben said, his voice calm but authoritative. Locate Roronoa Zoro. The beads hummed. A soft, holographic light projected from the necklace, forming the avatar of a small, cheerful girl spirit of the going Mary. Ben. Mary's voice chimed, cheerful and robotic. Scanning biometric signature. Roronoa Zoro located. Display map, Ben ordered. A holographic map of the Alabasta desert materialized in the air in front of the crew. It showed Rainbase, Alabasta, and the vast dunes in between. A glowing green dot represented Zoro. Nami leaned in, squinting. What is he doing? The green dot wasn't moving in a straight line. It wasn't even moving in a logical curve. Zoro was walking in a perfect, tight spiral. He would walk 10 paces north, stop, turn west, walk 10 paces, turn south, and repeat, slowly drifting further and further away from any known landmark. He's walking in circles, Usopp said, dumbfounded. He's literally creating a crop circle in the sand. Connect me, Ben groaned. Mary chirped. Establishing visual link. The hologram shifted. The map shrank to the corner, and a live video feed appeared in the air. It showed Zoro. He was tramping through the sand, looking furious. He was shivering slightly from the cold, his arms crossed, his swords clanking against his hip. Zoro, Ben said. In the hologram, Zoro stopped. He looked around wildly, hand going to his sword hilt. Who's there? Show yourself, ghost. It's Ben, Ben said. Look at your wrist, the bead I gave you. Zoro looked at his wrist, where a Kamoyo beads was tied into a bracelet. He lifted it up, glaring at the projection of the crew that appeared above it. Oh, it's you guys, Zoro grunted. He looked angry. Where the hell are you? I've been looking everywhere. We are where you left us. Sanji, Nami, and Usopp screamed in unison. Bullshit. Zoro yelled back at his wrist. I walked straight. I turned right at the big rock, then I went straight again. You guys moved the casino. I bet it was Ben's magic. Why did you hide the building? Nami's left eye began to twitch violently. A vein popped in her forehead. He thinks we hit a pyramid, Nami whispered, her voice trembling with suppressed rage. He thinks we moved a massive stone structure just to prank him. Zoro, Ben said, cutting off the impending argument. Listen to me. We are heading to Alabasta. You are currently walking into the deep desert. If you keep going, you will die of dehydration or stupidity. I'm fine, Zoro insisted, though his teeth chattered. I just need to find the road. There are no roads, you idiot. Sanji shouted. It's a desert. Stay where you are, Ben commanded. Do not move, do not walk, do not try to find a shortcut. Just sit down, we are coming to pick you up. Zoro huffed, crossing his arms. Fine, but hurry up, and try not to get lost on your way here. The video feed cut out. The crew stood in silence for a solid 10 seconds. Luffy burst out laughing. Shishishi, he told us not to get lost. I'm going to charge him, Nami declared, her eyes glowing red. I'm going to charge him a rescue fee. 1 million berries for every mile we have to travel. We don't have time to walk, Ben said, looking at the map. He's managed to travel 20 miles in the wrong direction in under 30 minutes. His speed is impressive, even if his navigation is tragic. Right. Usopp stepped forward. He cracked his neck. Rip. 2 magnificent, feathery wings erupted from Usopp's back. The great Tengu Usopp takes flight. He struck a pose. Fwoosh. Then, for Nami, from her back pair of wings erupt. She hovered off the ground, her hair floating as if underwater. Let's get this over with, Nami said, checking her compass. Then Ben pulled a rug from his enchanted pocket. Hop on, Ben said. Ben threw it into the air. It didn't fall. It hovered at waist height, rippling gently. Ben sat cross-legged on the front. Luffy immediately vaulted onto the back, cheering. Magic carpet. Awesome. Sanji stepped onto the carpet, smoothing his suit. A gentleman travels in style, I suppose. Let's move, Ben ordered. Follow the green dot. The group launched into the night sky. Nami and Usopp flanked the carpet, their wings beating against the cold air. Ben steered the carpet through the dunes, banking sharply to follow the erratic path Zoro had taken. Below them, the desert was a sea of silver and black. The wind whipped past them, but Ben cast a bubblehead charm around the group to block the wind chill and sand. Look at the map, Ben pointed. He's right below us. They descended. The coordinates on the Kamoyo map were precise. The green dot was pulsing steadily. They landed on a flat stretch of hard-packed sand, surrounded by jagged rock formations. Zoro! Luffy shouted, jumping off the carpet. We're here. Silence. The desert was empty. There was no Zoro. There were no footprints, the wind had likely covered them. There was just sand. Where is he? Nami asked, landing gracefully and retracting her lightning wings. The map says he's right here. Maybe the map is broken? Sanji suggested, lighting a cigarette. Mary is never wrong, Ben said, frowning. He looked at the hologram again. Target, Roronoa Zoro. Location, current coordinates. Elevation, -50 meters. Ben blinked. -50. He looked down at his feet. He's not lost, Ben realized. He's buried. Buried. Usopp shrieked. Did he die? Is this his grave? No, Ben tapped his chin. His vitals are stable. He's just underground. How in the name of Merlin did he manage to get 50 meters underground while walking on flat sand? He's Zoro, Sanji exhaled smoke. The man defies physics. Stand back, Ben ordered. He pointed his wand at the ground directly above the signal. Depulso. A blast of kinetic energy slammed into the sand. It didn't just scatter the dust, it cracked the bedrock beneath. The sand drained away like water in a bathtub, revealing a hole. A dark, jagged hole that looked like the roof of a cavern had collapsed or perhaps had been sliced open. Ben walked to the edge and peered down. It was pitch black. Lumos Maxima. He flicked a ball of light into the hole. It fell, illuminating the depths. Down, down, down it went. Finally, it hit the bottom, revealing a stone floor. And sitting there, cross-legged, leaning against a pillar, was a green-haired swordsman. Zoro looked up, squinting at the light. Oh, Zoro's voice echoed up from the abyss. You guys finally came. Took you long enough. I was getting tired of waiting in this lobby. Lobby. Nami screamed down the hole. You fell into a hole, you idiot. It's not a hole, Zoro shouted back. It's a shortcut. I found some stairs. There were no stairs. Let's go, Ben sighed. Everyone, jump. I'll slow the fall. Luffy didn't wait. He dove in headfirst. Sanji, Nami, and Usopp followed. Ben cast arresto momentum on the group as they neared the bottom, allowing them to land as light as feathers. They touched down on the cold stone floor. The air down here was stale and ancient. Zoro stood up, dusting off his pants. About time. I was just about to take a nap. Zoro, Ben said, ignoring the swordsman's attitude. He lifted his wand higher, the light expanding to fill the chamber. For the first time, the crew looked around. They weren't in a natural cave. They were standing in a massive, sprawling hall. Immune columns, carved from solid sandstone, stretched up into the darkness. The walls were covered in intricate reliefs, depictions of kings, battles, and strange creatures. Hieroglyphs covered every inch of surface. Statues of jackal-headed gods stood guard at massive archways. It was a ruin. A magnificent, untouched ruin hidden beneath the sands of Alabasta. Whoa, Luffy whispered, his voice echoing. It's a castle. It's not just a castle, Nami said, her eyes widening as she walked up to a wall covered in writing. These markings, they're ancient. Older than the kingdom above. This is pre-dynastic Alabasta. Why is there a castle underground? Usopp asked, hiding behind Sanji. Is it haunted? It feels haunted. I told you, Zoro grunted, pointing his thumb behind him. I was walking, and the ground just opened. I fell in. I figured this was the basement of the casino. The casino is 20 miles that way, Sanji pointed. You fell into an archaeological discovery. Ben walked toward the center of the hall. He sensed something here. A hum. Not just the hum of history, but the hum of something powerful. In the center of the room, half buried in rubble, was a massive stone slab. It was dark blue, almost black, and etched with square text. 65, Rain Dinner 9. The underground chamber hummed with the weight of centuries. The air was cool and stagnant, a stark contrast to the biting wind of the desert surface 50 meters above. The straw hat stood in the center of the antechamber, surrounded by statues of jackal-headed gods and walls covered in hieroglyphs that seemed to dance in the light of Ben's wand. Ben stood before the massive, dark blue stone slab poneglyph. It radiated a silent, imposing history. It was a message from the void century, an indestructible record of truth. To most, it was a holy relic. To Ben, it was loot. He tapped the Kimoyo beads on his wrist. Mary, Ben said, his voice echoing in the vast hall. Full scan. I want a complete topographical map of this complex, structural integrity analysis. Ben. The cheerful, synthesized voice of the going Mary chirped. The black beads flared. A grid of blue laser light exploded outward from Ben's wrist. It moved like a wave, washing over the stone floor, climbing the pillars, and passing through the walls. The light mapped every crack, every carving, and every hidden void. The crew watched in awe. A few seconds later, the light retracted. A detailed, 3D holographic projection materialized in the air above Ben's wrist. It showed the room they were in, a long corridor leading deeper, and several collapsed side chambers. Scan complete. Mary announced. Structure analysis indicates this is a lost palace from 1,000 years in the past. It appears to be a vault. A vault. Nami's ears perked up. Does vault mean treasure? Usually, Ben grinned. He turned his attention back to the massive poneglyph. We can't leave this here, Ben noted. Robin would kill me if I told her I found a poneglyph and didn't bring it back. Plus, I don't want the world government stumbling over it. Ben raised his right hand, fingers splayed. Command T, shrink. A ripple of distortion surrounded the massive cubic stone. The air warped. With a sound like a deflating balloon, 20-ton indestructible block of history instantly compressed. In the blink of an eye, the massive slab was reduced to the size of a dice. It fell through the air. Ben caught it casually with 2 fingers. He held it up. The ancient text was still there, just microscopic. There, Ben said, dropping the tiny poneglyph into his pocket alongside the shrunken prison suitcase containing Crocodile. Pocket-sized history. The crew moved deeper into the ruins, following the holographic map Mary projected. Ben kept the recording function active. Mary, record everything, Ben ordered. Every carving, every statue. We'll analyze it later. Recording started, Mary confirmed. They walked down a long hallway lined with statues of warriors holding spears. The atmosphere was heavy. I don't like this place, Usopp whispered, clutching his slingshot. It feels, watching. It's just rocks, Longnose, Zoro grunted, hand on Wado Ikimonji. If a ghost shows up, I'll cut it. You can't cut ghosts. Usopp shrieked. We're here, Ben announced, stopping in front of a massive set of double doors. Unlike the sandstone of the rest of the ruins, these doors were made of a dull, gray metal. They were seamless, lacking handles or hinges. A large, complex sigil was carved into the center. The treasure room, Nami declared, pushing to the front. I can smell it. The smell of ancient gold. She tried to push the door. It didn't budge. Locked. Zoro, cut it down. Zoro stepped forward, cracking his neck. Finally, something to do. He drew Sande Kaititsa. The cursed blade hummed in the low light. Zoro assumed a stance, his breathing shifting to a focused rhythm. Itaryu, Iai. Lion's song. Shing. He moved faster than the eye could track. The blade struck the metal door with the force to slice through steel. Clang. Sparks flew. The sound was deafening. Zoro rebounded, his arm vibrating from the impact. He looked at the door. There wasn't even a scratch. Not a dent. The metal was pristine. What? Zoro frowned, looking at his sword. It's harder than steel? Is it sea stone? Move aside, Zoro. Luffy shouted, stepping up. You just didn't hit it hard enough. Luffy bit his thumb. Gear third. He blew air into his skeletal structure. His arm inflated rapidly, growing to the size of a giant's limb. The sheer mass was intimidating. But Luffy didn't stop there. He recalled the feeling from the fight with Crocodile. The black armor. He concentrated. Armament Haki spread over his giant fist, turning it a glossy, metallic black. Gomu Gomu no. Elephant gun. Luffy swung the gargantuan, haki-clad fist. Boom. The impact shook the entire underground complex. Dust fell from the ceiling. The ground trembled. But when Luffy retracted his arm, shrinking back to normal size, the door remained. Unbroken. Unmoved. Mocking them. Luffy cried. It didn't break. That was my super punch. It's an alloy from the ancient kingdom, Ben observed, examining the door. Physical force won't work unless you can crack a continent. So we can't get in. Nami wailed. The treasure is right there. I didn't say that, Ben smiled. He pulled out his wand. Magic didn't care about tensile strength. Magic cared about concepts. A lock is a lock, no matter how strong the door is. Ben pointed the wand at the center sigil. Alohomora. Click. A sound came from deep within the metal. Then the grinding of gears. The seamless metal split down the middle. The massive doors slowly, heavily, swung inward. Open sesame, Ben quipped. Gold. Nami screamed, sprinting into the room before the doors were even fully open. The crew followed her in. It was a small, circular chamber. There were no piles of coins, no statues, no jewels. In the center of the room, on a solitary stone pedestal, sat a single, small chest. Nami skidded to a halt. She looked around frantically. She checked the corners. She checked the ceiling. Where is it? Nami asked, her voice trembling. Where is the loot? Where is the mountain of jewels? She ran to the small chest. It was the size of a lunchbox. Is this it? Nami cried, shaking the chest. A box. I came all this way for a box. Maybe the treasure is inside. Usopp suggested. Like, a really big diamond. It better be the Hope Diamond times 10, Nami growled. Ben walked up to the chest. It was locked with a similar mechanism to the door. Alohomora. The lid clicked open. Nami threw the lid back. Everyone leaned in. Inside, resting on a bed of velvet, was a fruit. It was shaped like a melon, but it was a deep, swirling violet color. The skin was covered in intricate, spiral patterns that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. The stem was jagged, looking like a lightning bolt. A fruit. Nami slumped, defeated. It's just a fruit. I can't pay off a debt with a fruit. That's not just a fruit, Nami, Sanji said, his eye visible through his hair narrowing. Look at the swirls. That's a devil fruit. A devil fruit. Usopp gasped. Like Luffy's? And Chopper's. Yeah, Ben nodded, picking it up. He examined it. I don't recognize the pattern from the encyclopedia. It's not a standard Zoan or Paramecia pattern. Can I eat it? Luffy asked, drooling. It looks like a grape. If you eat another fruit, you will die, idiot, Sanji scolded. Don't eat it. We don't know what power it holds, Ben said, turning the fruit over in his hand. It could be something useless like the jacket fruit, or something catastrophic like an admiral's power. It was locked behind an indestructible door in a lost palace. Whatever this is, it was meant to be hidden. So it's valuable? Nami asked, perking up slightly. Like, 100 million belly valuable. Easily, Ben assured her. But we're not selling it. Not yet. We need to identify it. He placed the devil fruit back in the chest, locked it, shrank the chest, and put it in his pocket. Another souvenir, Ben said. Let's go. We're done here. Getting out of the ruins was easier than getting in. Ben simply cast Ascendio, launching the crew up through the hole and back onto the desert sands. Once they were topside, the cold night air hit them again. Alright, Ben said, checking the map. Zoro's little detour cost us time. The sun will be rising soon. The final battle in Alabasta is starting. We need to get there fast. Nami felt the urgency. Vivi is waiting. We're not walking, Ben said. Gather round. The crew huddled together. Apparate. Crack. The sound was like a gunshot. The desert, the ruins, and the night sky vanished. The world swirled into a vortex of color and pressure. It felt like their insides were being rearranged. Pop. They reappeared instantly. Stumbling, coughing, and disoriented, the Straw Hats landed on a rocky outcrop overlooking a vast canyon. Blurg. Usopp gagged, falling to his knees. I think I left my stomach in the ruins. That was terrible, Nami groaned, holding her head. Never do that again. Efficient though, Ben shrugged. 66, Alabasta 1. Ben checked the horizon. Alabasta was still a distant silhouette, a crown upon the plateau. Even with the magical shortcut, they were on foot now, and the capital was miles away. We won't make it tonight, Ben decided. We rest here. We enter the city tomorrow at full strength. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bundle of canvas that looked no bigger than a folded handkerchief. He tossed it onto a flat patch of sand. Erecto. The canvas unfurled, poles snapped into place, and ropes staked themselves into the hard earth. In seconds, a small, unassuming beige tent stood before them. It looked barely large enough for 2 people to sit in, let alone 6 people to sleep. A pup tent. Nami raised an eyebrow, hugging her arms for warmth. Ben, I appreciate the magic, but unless that's like your pouch, we're going to be sleeping in a pile. After you, Ben gestured to the flap. Luffy didn't hesitate. Yay, camping. He crawled inside. A second later, his voice echoed out not muffled, but booming and cavernous. Whoa, it's huge. Nami blinked. She went in after him. Her jaw dropped. The interior was not a tent. It was a fully furnished, 3-bedroom apartment with Persian rugs, mahogany furniture, a roaring fireplace, and a kitchen that smelled of lavender and cedar. The ceiling mimicked a clear night sky, but the air was warm and conditioned. Undetectable extension charm, Ben explained as he stepped in, closing the flap behind him and shutting out the howling desert wind. Standard issue for the magical traveler. The night that followed was a stark contrast to the violence of the day. Sanji whipped up a desert stew rich, spicy, and enticing meat from the Sandora dragon they had killed earlier, which Ben had also stored, and fresh vegetables from the tent's stasis pantry. The crew sat around a large oak dining table. Luffy ate with his usual ferocity, but there was a relaxed air about him. He had won. Crocodile was gone. So, Zoro asked, taking a swig of beer from a magically chilled tankard. The plan is to walk in, find Vivi, and then what? Fight the army. Hopefully not, Ben said, wiping his mouth. If Sabo and the others did their job, the fighting should be contained. We're going in for the cleanup. I hope Vivi is okay, Nami said softly, swirling her tea. She's been fighting this war alone for so long. She's not alone anymore, Usopp said, puffing out his chest. Captain Usopp and his Avengers are here. You screamed when you saw a lizard earlier, Sanji deadpanned. Laughter filled the tent. For a few hours, they weren't wanted criminals or saviors of a kingdom. They were just a family having dinner. Eventually, the fatigue won. One by one, they drifted off to the plush bedrooms. Ben stayed up a little longer, checking and extracting devil fruits from Crocodile and others, except Bonplay. The next morning, the crew emerged from the tent, refreshed and well-fed. Ben packed the magical dwelling back into his pocket with a flick of his wand, and they set off. The journey to Alabasta took the better part of the day. The sun beat down on them, but they moved with purpose. By late afternoon, the rocky terrain gave way to the massive, sloping path leading up to the Great Plateau. Alabasta loomed above them. The white stone walls were high and imposing. It's quiet, Zoro noted, his hand resting on his sword. Too quiet. If there were a war against the rebel army, shouldn't there be smoke? Screaming? Cannon fire. Luffy tilted his head, listening. I don't hear fighting. I smell cooking. Ben stopped. He tapped the Kamoyo beads on his wrist. Vivi, Ben said clearly. Status. A moment later, Vivi's voice came through, sounding breathless but ecstatic. Ben, you're here. We saw you on the sensors approaching the south gate. We're at the base of the stairs, Ben said. The city looks intact. Did we miss the party? The party is over, Ben, Vivi laughed, a sound of pure relief. But you can't come in the front gate. The royal guard is still processing the prisoners, and it's a bit chaotic. There's a secret entrance on the west side, near the old tombs. I'll meet you in the courtyard. Understood. Ben led the crew around the base of the plateau. They found the entrance a disguised stone slab covered in vines. With a little push, the stone slid aside. They walked through a cool, torchlit tunnel that wound its way up through the bedrock of the city. Finally, the tunnel ended at a heavy wooden door. Ben pushed it open. They stepped out into the blinding late afternoon sun. They were in the royal palace courtyard. It was a beautiful space, filled with fountains and lush greenery, a paradise compared to the desert outside. And waiting for them was a welcoming committee that could only be described as eclectic. Luffy. A small, furry reindeer in heavy point form came barreling toward them. Chopper. Luffy grinned, catching the doctor in a hug. Behind Chopper stood the rest of the alliance. Sabo and Koala, looking dusty but accomplished. Nico Robin, leaning against a pillar with a mysterious smile, holding a book. Vivi, dressed not in her pirate outfit, but in the fine silks of a princess, yet with her hair tied back for action. Karo, the spot-billed duck, saluting with his wing. And towering over them all, laughing heartily, were the two giants of Elbafdori and Brogy. Gahahaha, the little leader returns. Brogy bellowed, his voice shaking the leaves off the trees. Welcome back, Sabo stepped forward, shaking Ben's hand. You cut it close. We almost started the banquet without you. What happened? Nami asked, looking around. Vivi stepped forward. She was smiling brighter than they had ever seen. A lot happened, Vivi said, her voice trembling with emotion. The group gathered in the shade of the palace veranda. Servants brought trays of iced tea and fruit as Vivi and Sabo explained the events of the last few days' events that had completely diverged from the timeline Ben knew. When we arrived at Alabasta yesterday, we went straight to my father, Vivi said, her voice softening. I told him about Crocodile's plot. I told him about the organization. King Cobra is a good man, Sabo interjected smoothly, but he was blind to the rot inside his own house. Once Vivi opened his eyes, he acted immediately. We cross-referenced the orders given to the army with the movements of Baroque works, Sabo explained. We found that the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Supply, and nearly a quarter of the Royal Guard officers were on Crocodile's payroll. Vivi confirmed darkly. Last night, while you were fighting Crocodile and his men, the loyal Royal Guards, Sabo, the Giants, and I swept through the palace and the barracks. We arrested the corrupt ministers in their beds. We disarmed the traitorous captains before they could mobilize their squads. It was a purge, Dory laughed. Quick, quiet, efficient, like hunting rabbits. And during the interrogation of the Minister of Defense, Sabo added, he cracked. He revealed the final contingency plan. Crocodile didn't trust the war to destroy the city fully. He wanted to be sure. The bomb we were going to tell you about that Crocodile mentioned about it before he was defeated, Ben said. It was hidden in the clock tower, Koala nodded. Time to fire into the market square today at noon. It would have killed thousands and triggered the war regardless of Koza's orders. But since we controlled the palace, Sabo smiled, finding it was easy. We dismantled it hours ago. The gunpowder is currently at the bottom of the oasis. When Koza sent a message that the traitors were arrested and the rain powder was found, Vivi finished, tears pricking her eyes again. We are waiting for the news of the official disbanding of the rebel army. The drought is still a problem, but the war is likely over. So, Luffy scratched his head. I don't get to punch anyone else. You defeated the warlord, Luffy, Sabo laughed, patting his brother on the back. You cut off the head of the snake. Vivi just made sure the body stopped thrashing. The king is currently in the throne room, Vivi said, bowing her head to the crew. He wants to meet you. He wants to thank the pirates who saved his country. The sun had set, and the royal palace of Alabasta was alive with light and music. The threat of civil war had vanished like a mirage. The city below was celebrating the news. Baroque works was exposed, the king was innocent, and the rain was beginning to fall. Don't know how, anime logic for you. King Cobra, a man who looked aged by the stress of the past year but relieved beyond measure, sat at the head of a massive banquet table. But he wasn't sitting with dignity. He was bowing so low his forehead was mashed against the tablecloth. "Thank you." The king wept openly, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you for bringing my daughter home. Thank you for exposing the vipers in my court. Alabasta is in your debt forever. Lift your head, old man." Luffy shouted, his mouth full of a whole turkey leg. "You're getting snot on the food. It's gross. Luffy, show some respect." Nami hissed, whacking him on the head. She turned to the king with a dazzling, predatory smile. "Think nothing of it, your majesty. We did it out of the kindness of our hearts. Though, of course, pirating is an expensive hobby." "Nami," Ben warned gently, sipping his wine. "We have the casino gold. Don't be greedy." "Casino." King Cobra blinked, wiping his eyes. "Ah, Crocodile's funds? Rain dinners? Keep it. Take it all. It is dirty money extracted from the suffering of my people. I want nothing to do with it. If you take it away, you are doing us a favor." Nami froze. She dropped her fork. She turned to Ben slowly, her eyes wide. "Did you hear that, Ben? He said keep it. It's legal now. I'm legally rich." She slumped back in her chair, fanning herself, overwhelmed by the sheer joy of solvent finances. The feast was legendary. Sanji was in the royal kitchens, trading recipes with the head chef of Alabasta. They were sending out platters of grilled scorpion, desert salads, spiced lamb, and endless jugs of wine. Dory and Brogy chugging entire barrels of ale and laughing at Usopp's exaggerated stories of bravery. And then, Usopp shouted, standing on the railing. I stared the warlord in the eye, and I said, "Crocodile, you may be made of sand, but I am made of bravery. Ga ha ha ha, a true warrior of the sea." Dory cheered, slamming a fist down that shook the palace foundation. Zoro was in a drinking contest with the captain of the royal guard, Shaka. Shaka was already swaying, while Zoro was calmly opening his 30th bottle. "Is that all?" Zoro muttered. "I thought jackals were tougher." Robin sat quietly on the balcony, watching the crew. She held a glass of wine, her expression unreadable. Ben walked up to her, leaning on the railing next to her. "So," Ben said, "Miss All Sunday is dead." "She died in the desert," Robin smiled, a small, genuine thing. "I am just an archaeologist looking for a ride. The revolutionaries offered me a position, but..." She glanced at Luffy, who was trying to eat a melon whole. "This seems more interesting. The poneglyph in the royal treasury, do you want to see it?" Ben said quietly, lowering his voice so only she could hear. Robin's eyes widened slightly. She turned to him. "Can I?" "I will ask the king for permission." Ben tapped his pocket. "I also want to hear of Void Century." "History is a puzzle," Robin said, looking up at the stars. "I suppose I have more searching to do." "Welcome aboard, Robin," Ben said. "Try not to kill the cook. He's useful." "I make no promises," she chuckled. As the night deepened, the adrenaline finally faded. Vivi, looking exhausted but lighter than she had been in years, clapped her hands. "The maids have prepared the guest wing," she announced. "The finest beds in Alabasta. Please, rest. You have done enough." The crew stumbled toward their rooms. Luffy had to be rolled by Sanji because his stomach was so distended he resembled a beach ball. "So full." Luffy mumbled happily. "So much meat." Nami was sleepwalking, clutching her bag of gold like a teddy bear, muttering about interest rates. Zoro had fallen asleep standing up in the hallway, snoring loudly, clutching his sake bottle. Ben walked into his room. It was opulent, with silk curtains and a balcony overlooking the sleeping city. He walked out onto the balcony. The desert wind was cool. He looked down at the city of Alabasta. Lights flickered in the windows. Families were sleeping safely. The bomb hadn't gone off. The war hadn't happened. There were no bodies in the square. He had changed the story. He had saved Alabasta without the bloodshed of the original timeline, and he had strengthened the crew, but he knew this was just the beginning. The world government would not ignore the defeat of a warlord and the dismantling of a criminal syndicate. A new bounty was coming. A new threat was approaching. He turned and walked back into the room, collapsing onto the bed. For the first time since arriving in this world, Ben felt a true sense of accomplishment. The first major saga was over. 67, Alabasta 2. The golden light of the Alabasta sunrise filtered through the ornate arched windows of Ben's guest chambers. It was a peaceful morning, but Ben's mind was already buzzing with future plans. He sat on the edge of his bed, the air around him shimmering with the blue light of his system panel. In his hand, he held two devil fruits. The first was the Inu Inu no Mi model, Dachshund, which had been fused with the doggun lasso. The second was the Mogu Mogu no Mi, the Mole Mole fruit taken from Miss Merry Christmas. "System," Ben whispered. "Consume." The fruits dissolved into pixels of light, absorbed into the interface. System notification, 2 devil fruits consumed. Processing. Reward, 2 golden lottery tickets. Ben leaned back. He took a deep breath. Spin the first one. The digital wheel blurred. Icons of 1,000 worlds flickered by Shinobi, Avengers, Seans. Finally, it slowed to a crawl and landed on a trident icon dripping with seawater. Lottery result, Aquaman, DC movie verse. Template unlocked, Arthur Curry. Abilities, Atlantean physiology, hydrokinesis, telepathic marine communication. Ben felt a surge of vitality hit his bone marrow. His muscles densified, and his senses sharpened as if the very humidity in the air was now a map he could read. In a world that was 80% ocean, being the king of the 7 seas was more than just a power, it was a cheat code. "Not bad," Ben murmured. "Again. Spin the second." the wheel roared to life once more. This time, the icons felt heavier, darker. When it stopped, the screen flashed a brilliant gold, and a silhouette of a man with golden hair and an aura of overwhelming pressure appeared. Lottery result, Thomas Andre, solo leveling. Template unlocked, the Goliath. Abilities, ruler's authority, reinforcement, power of the fragment of luminosity. A cold, heavy pressure settled in the room. Ben's shadow seemed to flicker and grow. Thomas Andre was a national-level hunter, a man who could trade blows with monarchs. His strength was absolute. Combined with his magic and his new Atlantean body, Ben felt like he was becoming a living god among men. Satisfied, he dismissed the system. He dressed in his signature trench coat, checked his wand, and stepped out into the hall. It was time for politics. The meeting room of the Alabasta Palace was a masterwork of marble and gold. Sabo and Koala were already there, standing near a balcony. They looked out over the city, which was finally waking up to a day without the shadow of war. "You're late, Ben," Sabo said, turning around with a grin. "A magician is never late, Sabo," Ben replied, pulling out a chair. "He arrives precisely when he means to." Koala laughed, always with the lines, "You ready? This isn't going to be an easy conversation." "The truth rarely is," Ben said, sitting down. A moment later, the heavy oak doors groaned open. King Nefertari Cobra and Princess Vivi entered. Cobra looked tired but regal, his eyes reflecting the weight of a crown that had nearly been shattered. "I hope the arrangements were to your satisfaction," Cobra said, his voice deep and gravelly. "Alabasta owes you more than a comfortable bed, Ben Dano." "They were perfect, Your Majesty," Ben said politely. He then looked at the line of royal guards standing at the door. "However, before we begin, I must request that only the 5 of us remain. What we are about to discuss involves secrets, fewer the years, the better." Cobra's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed a shift in the air. With a slow nod, Cobra gestured to Shaka and Pell. "Leave us. Secure the perimeter. No one enters this wing until I say otherwise." The guards bowed and exited, the doors clicking shut with a heavy thud. Ben turned to Sabo and Koala. "You can take them off now." Sabo and Koala reached for the rings on their fingers. With a soft shimmer of light, their disguises dissolved. Sabo's blonde hair and scarred eye became visible, and Koala's true features returned. Cobra's breath hitched. He was a king of the Grand Line. He kept up with the news. He recognized the young man. "Sabo," Cobra whispered, "the chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army, and Koala, the high-ranking officer." He looked at Ben, shock written across his face. You brought the revolutionaries into my palace." "Calm down, Cobra-san," Ben said calmly, leaning forward. "No one knows they are affiliated with the Straw Hat Pirates. To the world, they were never here. There is no trail for the world government to follow. You aren't being recruited into a rebellion, you are being protected by a shadow alliance." Cobra took a shaky seat. "The world government would erase Alabasta from the map if they knew I was hosting the man who directly opposes the celestial dragons." "Then we make sure they never know," Sabo said firmly. "We are here because Crocodile was just a symptom. The world is changing, King Cobra. We want to ensure Alabasta survives the storm." Cobra sighed, rubbing his temples. "I appreciate the sentiment, but right now, my people are my only concern. The drought. Crocodile's dance powder has ruined the soil. The oases are dry. Even with peace, my people will starve without water." Vivi nodded, her expression pained. "The rebellion was stopped, but the hunger remains." "I can help with that," Ben said. The room went silent. "How?" Vivi asked. "You're a magician, Ben, but can you make it rain for an entire continent?" "I have my ways," Ben said. Cobra looked at him with a mixture of hope and suspicion. "And what do you want in exchange for this miracle? Gold? Political favor?" Ben's expression turned serious. "I want to read the poneglyph in the royal treasury." The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Cobra froze. Vivi gasped, her hand going to her mouth. "How do you know of that?" Cobra's voice was a low growl. "That is a secret passed only from king to heir. If the world government knew we still possessed a poneglyph, it would be the end of the Nefertari line." "I am a magician, Cobra," Ben said, his eyes glowing with a faint, otherworldly blue light. "Sometimes, I see glimpses of the past and the future. I know what is written on that stone. I know it tells the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton." Cobra slammed his hands on the table, standing abruptly. His chair clattered to the floor. "You speak of forbidden things. This knowledge is a curse." "Knowledge is only a curse to those who are afraid to use it," Ben said, his voice echoing his power. The walls of the room seemed to tremble. "If the world government knew the things I know, they would be after me 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Your little stone in the basement is a footnote in the library of secrets I carry." Ben stood up, meeting the king's gaze. A faint smile played on his lips. "So, don't worry about the stone, Nefertari D. Cobra." Cobra's face went pale. He stumbled back as if he had been struck. That middle initial D was a secret so deep that even he barely understood its significance. It was the secret name, the mark of the natural enemies of the gods. "How?" Cobra stammered, his voice trembling. "How do you know that name? Even Vivi doesn't know." Ben smiled, a calm, terrifyingly knowing smile. "I told you, Your Majesty, I am a seer. And in the future, I see, Alabasta doesn't just survive, it leads." Vivi looked between Ben and her father, her head spinning. "Father? What is he talking about? What is the D?" Cobra didn't answer. He slumped back into his chair, looking like a man who had just seen a ghost. He looked at Sabo, who remained calm, and then back at Ben. "You are a dangerous man, Ben," Cobra said. "I'm a helpful one," Ben corrected. I saved your daughter. I defeated the man who tried to steal your throne, and now, I am offering to bring water back to your lands. All I ask is to see the history you were sworn to protect." Cobra was silent for a long time. The only sound was the distant chirping of desert birds outside. Finally, he looked up. "If you truly are a seer," Cobra said, "then you know that my family, we stayed behind 800 years ago. We chose the world of men over the world of the gods in Mary Gosa." "I know," Ben said. "The Nefertari family was the only one out of the 20 founding families that didn't move to the Holy Land. You chose to stay with your people." Cobra nodded slowly. "The poneglyph is our burden. It is our apology for the past. If you wish to read it, I cannot stop you. Not after everything you have done." "Thank you," Ben said. 68 AUDIOBOOK 3. The atmosphere in the private council chamber shifted. The morning sun, previously warm and inviting, now seemed to cast long, sharp shadows across the marble floor as Ben leaned forward. "King Cobra," Ben said, his voice dropping an octave, resonating with a frequency that seemed to vibrate in the listener's chest. "Now, we need to discuss the reality of the world you live in." Cobra swallowed hard, his hands gripping the armrests of his chair. "Speak plainly, Ben Dano." "There is a war coming," Ben declared. He didn't speak it like a prediction, he spoke it like a historian reading a text that had already been written. "It won't be a skirmish like the one with Crocodile. It won't be a pirate raid. It will be a global cataclysm that will shatter the red line and turn the seas upside down." Sabo and Koala exchanged a glance. Even they, revolutionaries dedicated to the cause, were unsettled by the absolute certainty in Ben's tone. "The celestial dragons," Ben continued, his eyes glowing faintly blue, "the gods of this world, they will be removed. The world government, as you know it, will be overthrown. It is inevitable. The gears have already started turning, and no amount of marine admirals or buster calls can stop it." The room was deadly silent. To speak of overthrowing the world government was treason. To speak of it with such assurance was something else entirely. It was a prophecy. "So," Ben said, locking eyes with the king of Alabasta, "you need to make yourself clear, Nefertari D. Cobra. When that war comes knocking at your door, will you need to know which side you stand on. The middle ground is dissolving. You can no longer be a benevolent king under a tyrannical system. You will have to choose the safety of your chains, or the danger of freedom." Cobra closed his eyes. He thought of his ancestors who refused to ascend to Mary Gosa. He thought of the poneglyph hidden in his basement. I understand," Cobra whispered. "The Nefertari family chose humanity over godhood 800 years ago. I suspect our choice has always been made." "Good," Ben nodded. "But be careful, because your neutrality is already compromised." "What do you mean?" Vivi asked. "The poneglyph," Ben stated bluntly. "You guard it as a supreme secret. But think about it, Cobra. Crocodile knew it was here. A warlord of the sea, a man who operates in the shadows, knew exactly where Pluton's history was hidden." "Crocodile isn't that smart," Ben interrupted. "If a pirate knew, do you really think the cipher pole doesn't? Do you think the 5 elders don't know exactly what is buried beneath your palace?" Cobra slumped. The realization hit him like a physical blow. They know. "They've likely known for generations," Ben said mercilessly. "They tolerate it because you've been loyal. But now that a warlord nearly seized it, they will be watching. The next reverie is approaching, Cobra. You need to be incredibly careful. One wrong word, one slip up, and Alabasta becomes the next O'Hara." Cobra let out a long, shuddering sigh. "I had an idea. A fear, really, that they allowed me to keep it only as long as I was useful. To hear you say it out loud." He looked at his hands. "It confirms my worst nightmares." Ben nodded. "Forewarned is forearmed. Act like the loyal king. Play their game, but sharpen your knives in the dark." The tension in the room was thick enough to cut. Ben decided to shift the focus. He looked at Sabo. "Cobra," Ben said, softening his tone, "the revolutionaries helped save your city. They disarmed the bomb. They purged your army of traitors. They acted where the Marines failed." Cobra straightened up, looking at the blonde chief of staff. "You are right, Sabo Dano, Koala Dano. I cannot thank you publicly without endangering my people. But privately, what can I do? Name your price. Gold? Supplies? Safe harbor?" Sabo smiled, adjusting his gloves. "We didn't do it for a reward, King Cobra. We saw people suffering under a system manipulated by a warlord, and we acted. We wanted to help the common people. That is the core of the Revolutionary Army." "Noble," Cobra murmured. "Rarely do I meet men who turn down gold." "However," Sabo added, his expression turning serious, "the war Ben speaks of, it will require allies. Strong allies. If the day comes," Cobra said solemnly, placing a hand over his heart, "when the Revolutionary Army needs aid, be it resources, information, or shelteria, may ask it of me. Alabasta pays its debts." Sabo nodded respectfully. "That is more than enough, Your Majesty." The heavy political talk wound down. They spent the next hour discussing logistics show to distribute the water Ben would summon, how to rebuild the destroyed towns of Nanohana and Kataria, and how to spin the narrative to keep the world government off their backs. Finally, as the clock chimed noon, the meeting adjourned. "Now," Ben stood up, stretching his arms. "The payment for the magician." Cobra nodded. He stood up, gesturing for Vivi to join them. "Come, we go to the tombs." The descent into the royal treasury was a journey through time. The air grew cooler and smelled of ancient dust and dry stone. Torches flickered to life as they passed, illuminating murals that depicted the earliest days of the Alabasta kingdom. Ben walked alongside Cobra and Vivi. Sabo and Koala had remained above to coordinate their departure. This part of the journey was for the seer alone. They reached the final chamber. It was a vast, domed room filled with the treasures of the Nefertari dynasty, urns of gold, jewelry, ancient weapons. But in the center, dominating the space, was the poneglyph. The massive blue cube sat in silence, its message from the void century etched into its indestructible surface. There it is, Cobra said softly. The history of Pluton. Ben walked up to it. He didn't touch it with reverence, he approached it with the efficiency of a scholar. Ben pulled out a small camera from his pocket and snapped a few photos for good measure. Thank you, Cobra-san, Ben said, pocketing the camera. This confirms what I needed to know. Is that all? Vivi asked, looking at the stone. You don't want to take it. It belongs here, Ben said. For now. He turned to look at the rest of the treasury. It was impressive, but Ben knew the state of the country outside. The drought had destroyed crops. The people were poor. Rebuilding would cost billions of berries. Cobra-san, Ben said. You're broke. Cobra winced. Direct, aren't you? Yes, the treasury is depleted. Crocodile's manipulation of the economy, combined with the lack of trade due to the civil unrest, we have very little liquid capital. I figured, Ben said. He stepped back into the center of the room, away from the poneglyph. He raised his right hand. A glow surrounded Ben's hand. From his palm, a small, perfectly cut diamond, the size of a marble, materialized. Next to it, a small gold ingot appeared. It wasn't much, just a few thousand berries worth. Then, Ben's eyes flashed green. Brandish, Command T, enlarge. Vroom. The air displaced violently. The marble-sized diamond instantly expanded, ballooning until it was the size of a beach ball. It hit the stone floor with a heavy thud, catching the torchlight and scattering rainbows across the walls. The gold ingot expanded next, growing until it was a solid brick the size of a coffin. Cobra's jaw dropped so low it nearly unhinged. Vivi's eyes popped out of her head. Ben wasn't done. He repeated the process 3 more times. Thud, thud, thud. In seconds, a pile of wealth worth easily 5 billion berries sat on the floor of the treasury. Massive diamonds the size of boulders. Gold bars so large they would need a crane to move. There, Ben dusted off his hands. That should cover the infrastructure costs, import of food, and tax relief for the next 5 years. Cobra stared at the pile. He stuttered. Ben, what, how? Alchemy? Magic? Ben shrugged. Call it what you want. Sell those. Buy food for your people. I cannot accept this. Cobra finally found his voice. We owe you our lives. We cannot take your conjured fortune as well. This is too much. It's not charity, Ben argued, crossing his arms. Look, we raided rain dinners. We have Crocodile's treasure. That money was stolen from your people. Think of this as me paying it back with interest. I'm just returning what was lost. But this is newly created. Cobra protested, gesturing to the beach ball diamond. This isn't Crocodile's money. This is godlike power. No, I refuse. A king has pride. Fine, Ben rolled his eyes. He turned and started walking toward the exit. Leave it there. Throw it in the ocean. Use it as a doorstop. I don't care. It's yours now. I'm leaving. Wait. Cobra chased after him. Ben Dono. Ben didn't stop. He walked out of the heavy doors, his trench coat swishing behind him. Cobra scrambled to catch up, glancing back one last time at the absurd amount of wealth sitting casually on his floor. As they walked up the long stone corridor back toward the surface, Cobra calmed down slightly, though he kept glancing at Ben with a mixture of awe and confusion. He stroked his goatee, his brow furrowed. Ben Dono, Cobra asked quietly. Yes, King. If. Cobra hesitated. If you have the ability to create gold and diamonds that easily, literally out of thin air, why did you steal the gold from the casino? Why did you make such a big deal about Nami getting the treasury? Ben stopped walking. He looked left and right, checking for spies, even though they were alone. Because, Ben whispered conspiratorially, I didn't want to reveal my ability to create gold to my crewmates. Cobra frowned, looking offended on their behalf. Do you not trust them? They seem like loyal, good-hearted people. Surely you don't think they would sell you out for money? Sell me out. Ben laughed, a genuine, hearty sound that echoed in the tunnel. No, Cobra. I trust them with my life. I would die for them, and they would die for me. That's not the problem. Then why the secrecy? Cobra asked. Why hide such a useful gift? Ben sighed. A look of genuine, primal fear crossed his face. He shuddered visibly. Because, Cobra-san, there is a certain orange-haired witch on my ship. Cobra blinked. The navigator? Nami-san. Yes, Ben whispered, his eyes widening in terror. She loves money more than she loves oxygen. If she found out I could snap my fingers and make diamonds. Ben hugged himself, shivering. She wouldn't sell me out. Oh no, that would be too easy. She would enslave me. Ben stared into the middle distance, lost in a horrifying hallucination. I can see it, he muttered. Me, chained in the brig. Nami sitting on a throne made of cash, holding a whip. More, she would scream. Make me a ruby the size of an island, Ben. No sleep until I have a golden swimming pool. She would suck me dry until I was nothing but a husk, a dried-up husk unable to produce even a single coin. Cobra stared at the powerful magic Ianthe man who commanded water, predicted the future, and defeated armies shaking in fear of a teenage girl. Surely, Cobra's sweat dropped. You are exaggerating. I am under-exaggerating. Ben hissed. You saw her eyes when you told her to keep the casino money. They turned into belly symbols. Actual symbols, Cobra. That's not normal biology. Behind them, Vivi, who had been listening quietly, let out a snort. She clamped her hand over her mouth, but it was too late. She started to giggle. Then she started to shake. Finally, she burst into uncontrollable laughter. Vivi. Cobra looked at his daughter, concerned. Are you all right? Vivi gasped for air, tears of mirth streaming down her face. I can see it. I can see it so clearly. Vivi leaned against the wall, sliding down as she laughed. She had traveled with Nami. She knew Nami. She remembered the debt Nami charged Zoro just for waking him up. She would. Vivi wheezed. She would definitely charge you a creation fee for letting you use your own powers. She would make you mint coins with her face on them. See? Ben pointed at Vivi vindictively. She knows. It's a fate worse than death. Cobra looked from the terrified magician to his hysterical daughter. He shook his head, a small smile finally breaking through his confusion. Pirates, Cobra muttered. Truly, you are a chaotic bunch. Just, don't tell her, Ben pleaded, fixing his collar. Let her think I'm just a really good thief. It's safer for everyone. My lips are sealed, Cobra promised, chuckling, though I cannot promise Vivi will keep it together. Vivi wiped her eyes, standing up and taking a deep breath to compose herself. I promise, Ben, your secret is safe. I don't want to be an accessory to your slavery. Thank you, Ben exhaled in relief. Now, let's get out of here. I think Sanji is making lunch, and if Luffy gets there first, the famine will start all over again. The three of them walked toward the light of the surface, the weight of the poneglyph and the impending war momentarily forgotten, replaced by the laughter of friends and the shared fear of a navigator's wrath. 69 Alabasta 4. The midday sun hung high over Alabasta, baking the sandstone walls of the palace, but inside Ben's mind, the gears of industry were turning at a frantic pace. Lunch had been a lively affair, mostly Luffy stealing meat from Usopp's plate, but as the crew dispersed to nap or explore the capital, Ben slipped away. He walked out to a secluded, high-walled courtyard on the eastern wing of the palace. It was empty, save for a few potted palms wilting in the heat. Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out the Going Merry and enlarged it. Merry, Ben says. I need the fabrication workshop. Full power. Ben. Minnie Mary chirped. What are we building today? Cannons? Jet skis? Bigger, Ben grinned. I need miniature models of 10 heavy-duty desalination plants. Industrial scale. They need to be able to intake seawater, filter it at a molecular level, and output fresh, mineralized drinking water. Mary titled her head. That requires a lot of energy. I know, Ben said. That's why we're using arc reactors. I can do that. Get to it, Ben ordered. I need them ready by sunrise. Leave it to me. Mary saluted. Machinery inside the ship began to whir, the sounds of futuristic 3D printing and metal fabrication echoing softly within the magical vessel. Leaving Mary to her work, Ben headed straight for the royal study. He found King Cobra and Vivi poring over old, crumbling parchment maps of the kingdom, tracing the dried-up riverbeds. Your Majesty, Vivi, Ben announced, striding in. Put the paper away. It's outdated. Cobra looked up, rubbing his tired eyes. Ben Dono, we were trying to identify the regions most critically in need of the water you promised. I can do better than that, Ben said. He tapped the black vibranium beads on his wrist. Kamoyo beads. Real-time topography. Alabasta region. A low vibration filled the room. From Ben's wrist, a burst of hard light particles exploded outward. They coalesced in the center of the room, forming a stunning, three-dimensional, photorealistic map of the entire Alabasta kingdom. It hovered in the air, spinning slowly. Every dune, every dried oasis, every city was rendered in perfect, glowing detail. Cobra gasped, reaching out but stopping just short of touching the light. Is this our country? It's accurate down to the meter, Ben explained. He manipulated the hologram with his fingers, zooming in on the coastline. Now, here is the plan. I'm not just digging holes. I'm creating a circulatory system for the country. He drew a line with his finger in the air. A blue glowing path appeared on the map. We will place the desalination plants here, and here along the coast where the seawater is accessible. Then, I will carve artificial rivers canals that flow inward, connecting to the existing dry riverbeds of the Sandora River. Cobra stepped closer, his eyes scanning the proposed routes with the sharp gaze of a ruler. This route, it passes through the Yuba fault line. The ground is too hard there. It would take 10,000 men a year to dig a trench. It will take me about 10 minutes, Ben corrected gently. Focus on the logistics, King Cobra. Where do the people need the water most? Where should the tributaries flow? Cobra nodded, understanding that normal rules didn't apply to Ben. He pointed to a desolate region in the northwest. The villages here have been abandoned for 2 years. If you bring water here, we can resettle 50,000 people. Done, Ben swiped his hand, and the blue line adjusted instantly. Vivi pointed to the south. Nanohana needs a direct line to flush out the stagnant water in the port. Added, Ben said. For the next hour, they worked in perfect sync. The king and princess provided the knowledge of the land and its people, and Ben provided the engineering solutions. By the time they were finished, the map was crisscrossed with a glowing web of blue, a promise of life returning to the desert. It is a masterpiece, Cobra whispered, looking at the glowing hologram. If this works, Alabasta will never fear drought again. It will work, Ben assured him. Ben stood on the palace balcony. He summoned his magic carpet and stepped onto it. Let's ride, he muttered. The carpet shot off into the sky, breaking the sound barrier with a sonic boom that was silenced by a muffled charm. Ben flew to the northern coast first. He hovered 100 feet above the rocky shoreline. He looked down at the hard, unforgiving earth. He cracked his neck. It was time to work. He extended both hands. Magic, Command T shape. The earth groaned. It wasn't a violent earthquake, it was a fluid transformation. The solid bedrock seemed to turn into clay. Ben swept his hands apart, and the ground obeyed. A massive trench, 50 feet wide and 30 feet deep, parted in the earth. It was perfectly smooth, the walls compressed and reinforced by the magic to prevent collapse. He flew forward, and the trench followed him, unzipping the desert floor mile after mile. Ben waved his wand. The bottom of the trench shimmered. He turned the porous sandstone into a lining of reinforced, non-porous silica. This would ensure the water didn't just seep back into the ground before reaching the cities. It was a massive aqueduct, built to last 1,000 years. He moved fast. The carpet blurred across the landscape. Ben was a conductor, and the desert was his orchestra. He carved through mountains. He bridged canyons using Momo's Creation Corp to generate massive steel pipes where open canals weren't feasible. As he passed over small, starving villages, Ben slowed down. He saw the emaciated cattle. He saw the empty granaries. He reached into his pocket dimension and pulled out a single apple. Magic, Command T, enlarge. Zwoom. The apple grew until it was the size of a carriage. He gently lowered it into the village square. He did the same with sacks of grain, enlarging them until a single sack could feed a family for a month. He didn't stop to take credit. He didn't wait for thanks. He just dropped the supplies and flew on, a streak of light in the night sky. Hour after hour, he worked. He felt the exhilaration of pure creation. He was rewriting the geography of an island. By the time the first rays of dawn touched the horizon, Ben was hovering back over the coastline. The network was complete. Hundreds of miles of canals, lined and ready, waiting for the blood of the earth. He checked his comms. Mary. Status. Finished, Ben. Mary's voice was chipper. 10 units, fully charged arc reactors, ready for deployment. Good girl, Ben praised. He teleported back to the palace courtyard, picked up the 10 miniature units Mary had fabricated, and vanished again. He reappeared at the headwaters, the massive intake facility he had carved out of the cliffs near the sea. He placed the 10 small, metallic boxes in a row. Magic, Command T, enlarge. Boom, boom, boom. The small boxes exploded in size. They grew until they were the size of small fortresses, gleaming white metal, humming with the soft blue glow of the arc reactors. They looked like something out of a sci-fi movie, starkly contrasting with the ancient desert. Ben quickly connected the intake pipes to the sea and the output pipes to his new canal system. Finally, he raised his wand. He wove a complex web of wards around the facility. No one could enter without his permission. To an outsider, this place would just look like a shimmering heat haze. Done, Ben exhaled, dusting off his hands. The sun was fully up. Ben teleported directly into the palace dining hall. The scene was chaotic. Luffy was stretching his arm across the table to steal a sausage from Zoro. Sanji was swooning over Nami while serving her pancakes. Usopp was telling Chopper a lie about how he once drank 10 barrels of wine. King Cobra was laughing, looking 10 years younger. Ben materialized in his chair, picking up a piece of toast as if he had been there the whole time. Morning, Ben said, taking a bite. Gah! Usopp jumped, choking on his milk. Ben, don't do that. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Where have you been? Nami asked, eyeing him suspiciously. You disappeared right after lunch yesterday. I bet you were looking for more treasure. Did you find meat? Luffy asked, his mouth full. Ben smiled, pouring himself some coffee. No treasure, Nami. No meat, Luffy. I was just doing some landscaping. Fixing a few leaks. Landscaping. Zoro raised an eyebrow. You were gone all night gardening. Something like that, Ben winked. Eat up. We have a field trip after breakfast. A field trip. Chopper's eyes lit up. Is it an adventure? You could say that, Ben nodded. Once everyone was fed and gathered in the courtyard, Ben rounded them up. Hold on tight, Ben warned. He gathered everyone, the Straw Hats, Cobra, Vivi, Sabo, Koala, Robin, Dory, Brogy, and even Kara. Apparate. Crack. The sensation of being squeezed through a straw hit them. They reappeared instantly on a high cliff overlooking the sea. The wind whipped at their clothes. Erg. King Cobra doubled over, his face turning green. I will never get used to that. Breathe through the nose, Your Majesty, Ben advised, patting his back. The rest of the crew looked around. They saw the ocean. They saw the desert. It looked normal. What are we doing here, Ben? Luffy asked, picking his nose. There's nothing here but sand and water. Yeah, Usopp adjusted his goggles. You said you did landscaping? It looks the same. Ben walked to the edge of the cliff. He raised his hand. I put a privacy filter on it so the locals wouldn't freak out before we were ready. Let me drop the curtain. He snapped his fingers. The air shimmered like a mirage dissolving. Suddenly, the empty stretch of coast was gone. In its place stood 10 colossal, gleaming white structures. They hummed with a low, powerful vibration that could be felt in the bones. Massive pipes, large enough for a giant to walk through, ran from the ocean into the machines, and even larger pipes ran out the back, feeding into a colossal, man-made riverbed that stretched endlessly into the horizon. What is that? Nami screamed, her eyes bugging out. It looks like a spaceship. Usopp trembled. Cobra and Vivi were frozen. They had seen the hologram, but the reality was overwhelming. The sheer scale of the machines dwarfed anything built by human hands in this era. Ben Dano. Cobra whispered. You built this, in one night. Mary built the machines, Ben said modestly. I just dug the ditch. Sabo and Koala were staring at the glowing blue cores of the reactors. What is the power source for something this big? Sabo asks. Arc reactors, Ben explained to the stunned group. Clean, limitless energy. These 10 plants suck in seawater, flashboil it, filter it, mineralize it, and pump it out. Each unit can produce enough fresh water for 100,000 people a day. 100,000. Vivi's knees gave way. She fell to the ground, staring at the white giants. You saved us. You truly saved us. Luffy looked at the machines, then at Ben. He tilted his head. So, it makes water. Yes, Luffy, Ben sighed. It makes water. Oh, cool, Luffy laughed. Can I climb it? No, Ben said firmly. Ben led them down a set of stairs he had carved into the cliff face, bringing them to the control platform of the central unit. The hum of the reactor was louder here, a comforting sound of power. He pointed to a console that looked far too advanced for this world, though he had simplified the interface. There was a single, large green button. This is the start sequence, Ben said. He looked at Vivi. Princess, do the honors. Vivi stood up. Her hands were shaking. She looked at her father, who nodded with pride. She looked at the Straw Hats, who were giving her thumbs up, except Zoro, who was napping against a railing, and Luffy, who was trying to poke the energy shield. She walked to the console. She took a deep breath. For Alabasta, she whispered. She pressed the button. Through M. The sound pitch of the machines rose. The blue light of the reactors flared brighter. Pumps the size of houses kicked into gear. Whoosh! They ran to the railing overlooking the output canal. At first, there was nothing. Then, a roar. A wall of crystal clear, sparkling blue water burst from the output pipes. It crashed into the canal, foaming and swirling. It surged forward, rushing down the artificial riverbed Ben had carved, racing toward the interior of the country. It's working. Nami cheered. Look at the volume. That's millions of gallons. It's rushing toward Kateria. Cobra cried out, tears streaming down his face. The river lives. Come on, Ben said. Let's go down. They went down to the banks of the canal. The mist from the rushing water was cool and refreshing against the desert heat. Ben dipped a cup into the flow and handed it to Cobra. The king took the cup. His hands trembled. He raised it to his lips and drank. He paused. Sweet, Cobra wept. It is the sweetest water I have ever tasted. Vivi drank next. Then the crew. Even Zoro took a sip and admitted, not bad. You did it, Ben, Sabo said, clapping him on the shoulder. The revolutionaries fight for freedom, but this is freedom from nature itself. Everyone. Ben shouted over the roar of the water. Group photo. To remember the day the drought ended. He pulled out his camera. He used the ruler's authority to make the camera float in the air, hovering at the perfect angle to catch the group, the massive white plants, and the rushing river in the background. Everyone get in. Ben yelled. They scrambled into position. Cobra and Vivi stood in the center, regal yet approachable. Luffy draped himself over Sabo's shoulders, stretching his rubber arms to pull Koala and Chopper in. Zoro and Sanji stood back to back, scowling at each other but clearly part of the unit. Nami posed with a peace sign. Usopp struck a hero pose. Robin stood gracefully at the edge, a small smile on her lips. The giants, Dory and Brogy, behind them, their massive grinning faces framing the shot like mountains. Karo quacked and posed next to Chopper. And Mary was sitting on Ben's shoulders. Say water. Ben called out, jumping into the frame next to Vivi. Neat. Luffy screamed. Water. Vivi yelled. Money. Nami shouted. Click. The camera flashed. The image froze a moment in time. A pirate king, a revolutionary chief, a wise king, a brave princess, and a magician who had turned a desert into an oasis, all smiling under the Alabasta sun. Ben caught the camera as it floated down. He looked at the digital display. It was perfect. Alright, Ben grinned, pocketing the memory. Who's hungry? I think Sanji mentioned something about desert scorpions. Let's go. Luffy cheered, already sprinting back toward the teleportation spot. As they walked away, the hum of the machines continued a new heartbeat for an ancient land. 70, Alabasta 5. The celebration was winding down. Luffy was currently snoring face down in a pile of empty dessert plates, while Zoro and Sanji were arguing in hushed tones about something petty. Ben caught King Cobra's eye. A subtle nod was exchanged. Leaving the Straw Hats to their post-food coma, Ben, King Cobra, and Princess Vivi quietly slipped out, making their way to a secluded room high in the water plant with a view of the newly flowing canal shimmering in the moonlight. The mood in the room was serious. The joy of the water was tempered by the terrifying reality of what Ben had actually built. 10 industrial desalination plants powered by miniature suns, Cobra murmured, closing the heavy curtains. Bendano, I am eternally thankful, but if the world government sees those machines, they will not see salvation. They will see weapons. They will see ancient technology akin to Pluton. Exactly, Ben said, leaning against a desk. Cypher Pole is likely already sniffing around. If they find out you have access to infinite energy and advanced fabrication, Alabasta becomes a target bigger than O'Hara. So, we hide them. Vivi asked. But they are the size of castles, Ben. And the water, people will ask where it comes from. People believe in what they can see, Ben replied calmly. And I am a master of making them see what I want. He walked to the window. First, the visual cover. I will layer a permanent, self-sustaining illusion over the plant site. To the naked eye, and even through binoculars, it will look like the water is erupting from natural fissures in the Red Rock Mountains, a result of the seismic activity caused by my earth-moving magic. A geological miracle, not a technological one. Cobra stroked his beard. A natural spring, that is plausible. But the canals? You carved rivers through solid bedrock in a single night. No amount of digging explains that speed. The world government knows human limits. They do, Ben smiled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. But they also know the limits of devil fruits. Or rather, the lack thereof. Ben reached into his pocket, and he pulled out a strange, swirling gray fruit. It looked like a melon made of dry, cracked earth. Cobra froze. His eyes widened in recognition. That. Vivi gasped, stepping back. That is. The Suna no Mi, Ben confirmed. The sand fruit. Logia type. Crocodile's power, Cobra whispered, his voice trembling with a mix of anger and fear. How? He is defeated, but, did you kill him? How do you have this? The methods of a magician are trade secrets, Ben said smoothly, placing the fruit on the table. It sat there, heavy with the history of the suffering it had caused. Let's just say I extracted the essence. Ben pushed the fruit toward the king. Eat it, Cobra. The king recoiled as if Ben had offered him a live viper. You want me to consume the power of the man who tried to destroy my country? The power that dried up our lands. Poetic justice, don't you think? Ben reasoned. Listen to the narrative, king. The world government needs an explanation for the canals. If you eat this, you become the explanation. You claim that during the crisis, you found the fruit. You claim that you used its power to move the sand and carve the path for the water. A Logia user carving the desert. Vivi realized. It fits. It explains the speed. It explains the precision. And it protects the secret of my magic and the technology, Ben added. Plus, Alabasta is a desert kingdom. Having a king who can control the sand? It ensures that no pirate or invader will ever underestimate the Nefertari family again. Cobra looked at the fruit. He looked at his shaking hands. He thought of the helplessness he felt when Crocodile dangled him from the palace walls. He thought of the feeling of failing to protect his people. He reached out. It tastes terrible, by the way, Ben warned. Like eating a dusty sponge. Cobra didn't hesitate. He took a massive bite. He gagged, his face turning blue, but he forced it down. He took another bite, and another, until the fruit was gone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, Cobra's arm dissolved into a swirl of fine, golden dust. It reformed instantly. The king looked at his hand in wonder. He waved it, and a small whirlwind of sand danced across the table, harmless and obedient. The weapon of the enemy, Cobra murmured, clenching his fist, turning it into a hardened blade of compacted sand. Now serves the people. Congratulations, Ben grinned. You are now a sand human. Just stay away from water. Well, stay away from deep water. You can still drink it. The physical cover is set, Ben said. But magic leaves traces. And people talk. We need absolute security for the water plants. Something that erases the knowledge from anyone who isn't authorized. Is such a thing possible? Vivi asked. With the Fideliu's charm, yes, Ben said. It is a complex spell. It hides a secret inside a single living soul. Unless the secret keeper voluntarily reveals the information, no one can find the location. They could walk right past the water plants and see nothing but empty desert. They could stare at a map with the coordinates marked and their brain would refuse to process it. Incredible, Cobra breathed. Who will be the keeper? You, me. Neither, Ben shook his head. I am a traveler. If I leave, the secret leaves with me. You are a king. You can be captured and tortured. We need someone who is always here, yet impossible to break. Ben tapped his wrist. Mary, are you there? Reporting for duty, Ben. Mary chirped, her voice clear and melodic. She curtsied to the king. Hello, King Cobra. Hello, Vivi. This is Mary, Ben introduced. She is the avatar of my ship. I've given her a remote body to act as a guardian. She doesn't sleep, she doesn't feel pain, and her mind is a fortress of magical encryption that no Haki or torture can breach. Cobra stared at the android girl. She is alive. I am the going Mary. She beamed. And I am very good at keeping secrets. Ben told me I can't tell anyone about his stash of candy under the floorboards, and I never have. Except just now, Ben sighed. But for the big stuff, she's perfect. Ben stood up. Grab on. We need to go back to the site to cast the ritual. Ben teleported the group Cobra, Vivi, and the android Mary back to the cliffside overlooking the 10 massive desalination plants. The moon was high, illuminating the white metal giants. The hum of the reactors was a low thrum in the night air. All right, Ben instructed. Mary, stand in the center. Cobra, Vivi, touch her shoulders. Ben stepped back. He drew his wand. It hummed with power, reacting to the ambient magic of the world. I am about to weave the secret of this location into Mary's very essence, Ben explained. Once I finish, she will be the only one who can perceive this place. To the rest of the world, it ceases to exist. He began to chant. The language was Latin, harsh and rhythmic. Fidelius occultatum, anima custos. A web of golden threads erupted from the tip of Ben's wand. They shot into the sky, expanding like a net over the entire coastline where the plants stood. The threads pulsed with light, then descended, wrapping around the buildings, the pipes, the cliffs. Then, the threads snapped inward, rushing toward Mary. Flash! A blinding white light engulfed them. When it faded, Cobra blinked. He looked forward. He saw nothing, just jagged cliffs and the empty ocean. Where are we? Vivi cried out. Why are we here? Ben pointed. Mary, tell them. Mary stepped forward. She took Vivi's hand in Cobra's hand. She whispered, the royal desalination plants are located at the northern cliffs of Alabasta. Pop. Instantly, the reality shifted. Like a curtain being pulled back, the 10 massive white buildings abruptly appeared in front of them, humming away as if they had never left. By the gods, Cobra staggered. It was as if my mind just skipped over it. That is the Fidelius, Ben nodded, holstering his wand. Now, I will layer the visual illusion for the public. He waved his wand again, casting a wide area hallucinatory terrain. Over the metal buildings, a shimmering image of rocky crags and waterfalls appeared. It looked perfectly natural. Cobra, Ben said. Use your fruit. Cobra nodded. He transformed his lower body into a whirlwind of sand. He rose into the air, instinctively grasping the power. He swirled the sand around the illusory mountains, blending the real sand with the magical image, making it tangible. Perfect, Ben observed. Now, to the world, the king broke the earth, and the water flowed. The machines are hidden in the soul of an unbreakable girl. Alabasta is safe. Cobra landed, reverting to human form. He looked at Ben with deep emotion. You have given us water, wealth, and now security. How does a king repay a debt that cannot be measured? Just be a good king, Ben said, and maybe keep an eye on Luffy. He tends to attract trouble. That, Vivi laughed, is an understatement. Once the security was finalized, Ben teleported them back to the palace. He said his goodnights, leaving the king and princess to process the incredible events of the night. Come on, Mary, time to go home. Aye, Captain. He grabbed her shoulder and apparat. Crack! They appeared on the deck of the Going Merry, which was docked at the courtyard. Ben walked down the stairs, past the sleeping quarters where the crew snored in harmony, and opened a door to his workshop. Blueprints floated in midair, held up by weak telekinesis. Tools from 3 different universe sketch from Wakanda, magical instruments from Harry Potter, and scraps of futuristic metal from the solo-leveling dungeons cluttered the workbenches. They were going to the Sky Islands next. Alabasta is saved, Ben whispered to the quiet room. Now, let's go punch a god in the face. He extinguished the lights, leaving the workshop to hum with the quiet potential of the future. 71, Alabasta 6. The morning sun over Alabasta was fierce, a reminder that despite the new water flowing through the canals, this was still a desert kingdom. Inside the guest wing of the palace, the air was filled with the chaotic energy of departure. The Straw Hat Pirates were packing. Well, Nami was packing. Sanji was preparing a travel lunch. Zoro was sleeping against a pillar with his swords. Usopp and Chopper were chasing each other around the room, and Luffy was trying to stuff a golden candlestick into his pocket before Nami slapped his hand away. Sabo and Koala stood by the balcony, watching the crew with amused expressions. They really are a hurricane, Koala laughed, adjusting her cap. I can't believe this is the crew that took down a warlord. That's Luffy for you, Sabo grinned, tilting his top hat. He creates chaos, but he leaves freedom in his wake. The heavy double doors creaked open. The room fell silent. Princess Vivi stood there. She was dressed not in the rugged traveler's clothes she had worn as Miss Wednesday, but in the fine, silk ceremonial robes of the Nefertari house. Her hair was pulled back in an intricate royal braid, and a golden circlet rested on her forehead. Kara, the spot-billed duck, stood beside her, wearing a sad expression and a small royal cape. Vivi looked at them, her friends, her nakama. Her eyes were shimmering with unshed tears. Everyone, she said, her voice trembling slightly. You're leaving. Vivi. Luffy grinned, stretching his arms out. You're ready, go get changed. Vivi didn't move. She clutched the fabric of her dress. I came to say goodbye. Luffy's smile vanished. He tilted his head, confusion clouding his face. Goodbye? What are you talking about? We're leaving. You're coming. I can't, Luffy, Vivi whispered, looking down at the floor. I love you all. I want to go to the sea more than anything. But, look at my country. The war is over, but the scars are deep. The people need their princess. My father is tired. I cannot abandon my duty. So what? Luffy shouted, his voice echoing off the high ceilings. It wasn't an angry shout, but a stubborn, childish refusal to accept reality. You're our friend. We're pirates. Who cares about being a princess? Just come. It's not that simple. Vivi cried back, tears finally spilling over. I love this country. I am Nefertari Vivi. If I leave now, I am turning my back on the people who suffered for me. I can't do that. You can. Luffy argued, stomping his foot. We'll just take you. I'll kidnap you if I have to. Luffy, Nami said softly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Stop. She's made her choice. I don't accept it. Luffy crossed his arms, pouting furiously. Vivi is crew. The atmosphere was thick with heartbreak. Usopp was sniffling, hiding his eyes behind his goggles. Chopper was openly bawling, clinging to Zoro's leg. Even Sanji looked devastatingly sad, his cigarette burning low. At that moment, the side door opened. Ben walked in. He looked refreshed, wearing his signature trench coat, looking like he hadn't just spent the last 48 hours terraforming a country and building who knows what. He scanned the room, noting the tears, the shouting captain, and the distraught princess. Well, Ben said, breaking the tension. This is a depressing packing party. Are we ready to move? We're not leaving. Luffy barked. Vivi says she's staying. Make her come, Ben. Use magic. Ben looked at Vivi. He saw the conflict in her heart's duty of a ruler warring with the spirit of an adventurer. Is that true, Vivi? Ben asked calmly. You're staying because of your duty. I have to, Ben, Vivi wiped her eyes. My father needs help. The restoration, the politics. I can't leave him alone to handle it. Ben hummed, scratching his chin. I see. So, if the administrative burden was handled, and the king had support, you would want to come. More than anything. Vivi admitted. Good, Ben smiled. Then go change your clothes. You're coming with us. The room froze. What? Vivi blinked. Ben, did you not hear me? I just said. I heard you, Ben interrupted. And I ignored it, because it's a non-issue. I've already taken care of the thing that's troubling you. I spoke to your father this morning. He doesn't just accept you leaving, he insists on it. What? Vivi looked stunned. But the kingdom is in good hands, Ben assured her. Better hands than yours, no offense. You're a great princess, Vivi, but you're 18. You have a lifetime to rule. Right now, you need to see the world. But how? Nami asked, stepping forward. Ben, you can't just magic away the responsibilities of a state government. Watch me, Ben winked. Luffy didn't need details. He heard Vivi is coming. Yosha! Luffy screamed, throwing his hands in the air. Vivi is coming. Camping. The princess is staying. Sanji twirled into a tornado of hearts. Oh, glorious day. My love remains. We're all together. Chopper and Usopp joined Luffy, the three of them locking arms and doing a can-can dance in the middle of the room. Idiots. Nami smacked all three of them on the head instantly. Don't celebrate yet. Listen to the explanation. Ben, what did you do? Did you brainwash the king? Sanji, calm down before you burst a blood vessel, Nami hissed, kicking the cook in the shin. Ben chuckled at the chaos. Follow me. All of you. King Cobra is waiting. The crew, along with Sabo and Koala, followed Ben through the winding corridors of the palace. They reached the king's private study, a heavy oak door guarded by Shaka and Pell. The guards nodded to Ben with immense respect. Evenan opened the doors. Inside, King Cobra was sitting at his desk. But he wasn't alone. Standing next to his chair, reviewing a stack of documents with precise, mechanical efficiency, was Vivi. The crew stopped dead in their tracks. They looked at the Vivi standing next to them, one with red, puffy eyes. Then they looked at the Vivi by the desk, one looking calm, composed, and wearing an identical royal outfit. H2 Vivis. Usopp screamed, grabbing his head. I'm hallucinating. The heat got to me. It's a clone. Chopper gasped, hiding behind Zoro. It's a mirror trick, Nami guessed, narrowing her eyes. The Vivi at the desk looked up. Her movements were smooth, but slightly too perfect. She smiled. Hello, everyone. Hello, original. Who are you? Real Vivi stammered, stepping forward. I am Unit N01, the doppelganger said, her voice identical to Vivi's. But Ben calls me Neo. I am a bioandroid construct designed to administer the kingdom of Alabasta in your absence. Ben walked over and patted the android on the shoulder. Remember, Mary? Same tech. I made a clone with Vivi's physical appearance. Then, I uploaded a high-level governance AI, overlaying it with Vivi's personality matrix. Personality matrix. Luffy tilted his head. Does she poop? Focus, Luffy, Ben sighed. She looks like Vivi. She talks like Vivi. But she has the processing power of a supercomputer. She can read trade agreements in seconds, calculate drought relief logistics instantly, and never gets tired. King Cobra stood up. He walked over to his real daughter. He looked aged, but his eyes were warm and full of love. Vivi, Cobra said softly. When Ben Dano proposed this, I was skeptical. It felt like replacing you. He looked at the android, who was currently cross-referencing grain import taxes with a smile. But then I realized, you have sacrificed your childhood for this country. You infiltrated a criminal organization. You fought a war. You almost died 100 times. You have done enough. Cobra placed his hands on Vivi's shoulders. The country needs a ruler, yes, and Neo can be that administrator. She is efficient, but the country also needs a spirit, and that spirit needs to be free. Father. Vivi's lip quivered. Go, Cobra commanded gently. Go with your friends. See the world. Find the answers you seek. And when you are ready, come home. Alabasta will be waiting. I will be waiting. Vivi couldn't hold it back anymore. She threw her arms around her father, burying her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Thank you, sniff, thank you, father. Cobra held her tight, tears streaming down his own face. My brave girl. My precious daughter. The room was silent, save for the sound of weeping. Nami wiped a tear from her eye. Ben, you really think of everything, don't you? I just hate bad endings, Ben murmured. Sabo watched the scene with a soft smile. Freedom, he whispered to Koala. That's what this is about. Not just liberating countries, but liberating people. Ben cleared his throat. We should give them a moment. He ushered the crew out of the room. Luffy, for once, didn't protest. He just grinned, adjusting his straw hat. His crew was complete. By early afternoon, the emotional heaviness had lifted, replaced by the rowdy celebration of the Straw Hats. The dining hall was packed. It wasn't a formal state dinner, it was a pirate banquet. Luffy was currently engaged in a meat-eating contest with Brogy the Giant. More. Luffy demanded, his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk. Sanji was running back and forth from the kitchen, bringing out platters of his own creation to challenge the royal chefs. Vivi-chan, try this desert parfait. It represents the sweetness of your freedom. Vivi changed into her casual pirate attire, a simple top and pantslot, and took the plate. She looked lighter, younger. The weight of the crown was gone, left in the hands of the capable machine upstairs. At the head of the table, Ben sat with Sabo and King Cobra. The Revolutionary Army will be moving as well, Sabo said, cutting a piece of steak. We have business in the North Blue. Dragon will be interested to hear about your innovations, Ben. Tell Dragon he owes me a drink, Ben replied, sipping his wine. And keep an eye on the world government's movements regarding the warlords. With Crocodile down, the balance of power is shifting. We know, Koala nodded. Cobra raised a glass. To the Straw Hat Pirates, the saviors of Alabasta. Cheers. The room erupted. The feast lasted for hours. Stories were swapped, promises were made. Finally, as the sun began to dip, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet, Ben checked his pocket watch. It's time, Ben announced. Let's go. The group moved to the massive palace courtyard. In the center sat the Going Merry. It looked out of place sitting on the stone pavement, miles from the nearest river. Ben raised his hand. His eyes flashed green. Magic, Command T, shrink. Swoop. The air rushed inward to fill the vacuum. The caravel, a ship capable of holding 10 people and tons of cargo, instantly compressed. It shrank down, until it was the size of a toy boat, small enough to fit in the palm of a hand. He placed the shrunken ship into his magically expanded coat pocket, right next to his wand and the infinite supply of snacks. King Cobra stood at the palace gates, flanked by Shaka, Pell, and the android Neo Vivi. So this is it, Cobra said, his voice thick with emotion. Vivi walked up to him one last time. She hugged him tight. I'll call, she promised. Every chance I get. Take care of yourself, Cobra whispered. He looked at Luffy. Take care of her, Captain Luffy. Shishishi. Don't worry, old man. Luffy gave a thumbs up. She's my crewmate. I'll protect her. And Bendano, Cobra looked at the magician. Thank you. For the water. For the truth. For my daughter. Don't mention it, Ben nodded. Just remember what we talked about. The war is coming. Be ready. We will be, Cobra vowed. Ben turned to the group. Alright, everyone. Gather round. Grab a shoulder, an arm, a leg, whatever. We're doing a long-distance jump. The Straw Hats huddled together. Dory and Brogy had a hand on Luffy's shoulder. Luffy grabbed Zoro and Sanji. Minnie Mary sat on Zoro's shoulder. Nami grabbed Vivi. Usopp and Chopper clung to Ben's legs. Robin stood calmly, placing a hand on Ben's shoulder. Sabo and Koala joined the circle, as they needed a lift to the coast. Next stop, Nanohana Port, Ben announced. Crack boom. The sound was like a cannon firing. A swirl of spacetime distorted the air. One moment, the courtyard was full of pirates and revolutionaries. The next moment, there was nothing but empty air and swirling dust. King Cobra stood alone in the silence of the courtyard. He looked at the empty space, then at the android daughter standing beside him. Well, Cobra smiled, a tear tracing a path through the dust on his cheek. It seems life is going to be very quiet from now on. Inefficient use of tear ducts, father, Neo Vivi stated, handing him a handkerchief. Shall we review the budget proposals for the Northern Canal project? Cobra laughed aloud. Yes, let's do that. Pop. The air exploded on the docks of Nanohana. Passers-by screamed and dropped their crates of fish as 14 people suddenly materialized out of thin air in the middle of the pier. Oof. Usopp landed face-first on the wood. My hair. Nami complained, smoothing out the static. Ben stood tall, dusting off his coat. He checked the perimeter. The sea breeze was salty and fresh. The scent of spices and sea brine filled the air. Nanohana was recovering fast. The shops were open, and the people looked hopeful, no longer crushed by the drought. We're here. Luffy cheered, running to the edge of the dock and looking at the ocean. Alright, Ben said, reaching into his pocket. Let's get our ride back. He pulled out the tiny toy boat. Magic, Command T, restore. Vroom. He tossed the toy into the water. In midair, it expanded rapidly. By the time it hit the surface, it was the full-sized Going Merry, splashing down with a mighty wave that rocked the nearby fishing boats. 72, on the seas, 1. The sea breeze off the coast of Nanohana was crisp, carrying the scent of salt and the lingering spice of the desert. The Going Merry, recently restored to her full glory from the size of a bath toy, bobbed gently on the waves. Her white hull gleamed under the midday sun, a stark contrast to the deep blue of the Grand Line. Ben stood near the helm, looking at Sabo and Koala, who were leaning against the railing, watching the coastline fade. So, Ben started, his hands in his trench coat pockets. How are you two planning to get to your next destination? Sabo adjusted his top hat, grinning. We have a small vessel stashed in a cove about 3 miles north. It's a single-mast sloop developed by the Revolutionary Army's inventors. It's fast and discreet. Koala nodded, checking her log pose. We were going to hike there, but, well, teleportation was faster. We can just swim to the cove from here if needed. We're both decent swimmers. A sloop. Ben raised an eyebrow. For the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army? That seems a bit understated. Understated keeps us alive, Sabo shrugged. We don't exactly travel in convoys. True, Ben mused. But sometimes, you need more than just understated. Sometimes you need dominance. He gestured toward the open sea. Stay on board for a bit. We're going for a little ride. I have something to show you. Sabo and Koala exchanged a confused glance but shrugged. We're in no rush, Sabo said. Lead on. Ben turned to the figurehead. Or rather, the avatar sitting on it. Mary. Set a course due west. Full sail. Aye, Ben. The android avatar of Mary saluted, her holographic eyes flashing, deploying the mainsail. As the canvas caught the wind and the ship surged forward, Sabo leaned in, whispering to Koala. Talking ships. Android avatars. Giants. Magic. Enhancement serums. Enchanted rings. Every time I think I have a handle on Luffy's crew, they throw something else at me. Koala giggled. It's charming, isn't it? But also, terrifying. They sailed for about an hour, the laughter of the crew filling the air. Luffy was trying to climb Dory's back like a jungle gym, while Sanji was serving drinks, swooning over the fact that he now had Nami, Vivi, Robin, and Koala to serve. Suddenly, Mary's voice cut through the noise. Ben, alert! Mary chirped, her tone shifting from cheerful to professional. Satellite sweep detects 3 marine battleships on an intercept course, 10 kilometers to the north-northeast. They are flying vice-admiral flags. Satellite. Koala blinked. What is a satellite? Just a very high bird, Ben lied smoothly. Mary, adjust course. Heading southwest. Let's find a dead zone. Calculating route to avoid visual range. Course adjusted, Mary responded. The ship heeled sharply as the rudder turned, the precision of the turn unnatural for a wooden caravel. Sabo stared at the android girl. She can see 10 kilometers away? That's beyond the range of most observation Haki masters. Mary has good eyes, Ben said, checking his system panel. He needed privacy for what came next. The gift he had prepared was not something that could be handed over in a port. It was something that shifted the balance of global power. For the next 2 hours, Ben retreated to the lower deck, tinkering in his expanded workshop. He could hear the giants singing overhead, a deep, rhythmic thrumming that vibrated the hull. He finalized the programming on the gift, ensuring the biometric locks were keyed to Sabo's signature. Finally, the Mary entered a vast, empty stretch of ocean. The sky was clear, the water a calm, glassy mirror. All right, Ben shouted, emerging from the hatch. Everyone, eyes forward. Show and tell time. The crew gathered on the foredeck. Luffy sat on the figurehead. Is it neat? Is it a giant robot? Usopp adjusted his goggles. Is it a new weapon? Nami crossed her arms. Is it expensive? Ben walked to the railing. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, gray model. It looked like a toy ship, no bigger than a shoe. Sabo, Ben said, holding up the toy. The Revolutionary Army fights a war of information and guerrilla tactics. But eventually, you're going to have to hit the world government head-on. And when you do, a sloop isn't going to cut it. What is that? Sabo asked, squinting at the model. This, Ben grinned, is air superiority. He tossed the model over the side of the ship. It spun in the air, arcing toward the water. As it reached the apex of its arc, Ben's eyes flashed green. Magic, Command T, expand. Thrum, the air pressure dropped instantly. The tiny model began to expand. And expand. And expand. Whoa! Chopper screamed, holding onto his hat. The object grew exponentially. It eclipsed the sun. A shadow the size of an island fell over the Going Merry. It hit the water not with a splash, but with a displacement event that looked like a tsunami. Boom! The ocean roared as thousands of tons of gray metal slammed into it. A massive wave, 30 feet high, rolled outward from the impact point. Hang on, Mary said. Stabilizers deployed. The Going Merry rode the wave, tilting dangerously, sending Sanji sliding across the deck into Zoro. When the spray settled, the crew of the Straw Hats and the revolutionaries stood in stunned, absolute silence. Floating before them was a Leviathan. It was a SHIELD helicarrier. It was immense, easily 400 meters long. Four massive lift turbines, currently powered down, sat at the corners. 2 parallel runways stretched across the deck. A command tower filled with glass windows overlooked the flight deck. It looked like a floating fortress, a city of steel on the sea. Luffy's jaw unhinged. It literally hit the deck planking with a wooden thunk. Usopp's eyes popped out of his skull, extending a full foot from his face. Chopper fainted, foaming at the mouth. Even Zoro's eyes widened. That's a big ship. Sabo and Koala were frozen. Their brains simply refused to process the scale of the object. It dwarfed marine battleships. It made the Mary look like a splinter. Ben. Nami whispered, her voice trembling. What is that? That, Ben said, adjusting his collar, is the Liberator. And it's for Sabo. Snap out of it. Ben clapped his hands, the sound echoing in the silence. Luffy shook his head, physically grabbing his jaw and snapping it back into place. Suji. Ben. It's huge. It's so cool. How? Usopp grabbed Ben's coat. The metal alone. Where did you get the materials? That's enough steel to build 10 Buster Call fleets. I have my ways, Ben smiled mysteriously. Come on, let's go aboard. Ben grabbed the group Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Vivi, Sabo, Koala, and the giant sand teleported. Pop. They reappeared on the flight deck of the helicarrier. Up close, it was even more intimidating. The floor was a non-slip, high-grade polymer alloy. The wind whistled through the massive fan blades of the turbines. Welcome to the flight deck, Ben announced, playing the tour guide. Sabo walked around, his boots clanking on the metal. He ran a gloved hand over the hull of a parked jet. Ben, Sabo said, his voice serious. This is too much. This is a weapon of war that could conquer nations. The Revolutionary Army, we can't accept this. It's not just a ship, Sabo, Ben said, walking over to one of the chained aircraft. It's a mobile base. He patted the sleek, black wing of a Quinjet. These are Quinjets. VTOL capable, that means vertical takeoff and landing. 4 times the speed of sound. Stealth capability. They can drop a squad of revolutionaries into Mary Gosa and be gone before the guards even look up. Koala was inspecting the runway. What are the markings here? Sharp eye, Ben nodded. The entire carrier is equipped with PIM particle emitters. It would take a lot of time to explain what they are. Just know that you can shrink this entire fortress down to the size of a briefcase for transport, then deploy it instantly anywhere in the world. A briefcase. Koala looked like she might faint. A portable fortress. Exactly, Ben said. No more hiding in caves. No more running from Cipher Pole. You carry your base with you. Sabo looked torn. The sheer strategic advantage was undeniable. It would save thousands of lives. But the debt. Ben, I can't. I don't have the authority to accept something of this magnitude. Dragon-san. I already spoke to Dragon-san, Ben lied. He did it with such casual confidence that not even a lie detector could catch him. I already talked with him last night. He knows about the ship. He said, and I quote, if the winds of change offer you a ride, take it. Sabo blinked. He said that. Sounds like him, doesn't it? Ben smirked. Sabo sighed, a smile finally breaking onto his face. Yeah, it does. Okay, if Dragon-san approved it, then we accept. Good, Ben clapped. Now, let me introduce you to your helmsman. Helmsman? Koala asked. We don't have a crew for this yet. You don't need one, Ben said. Not for sailing. Red Queen. On the flight deck, a holographic projector whirred to life. A beam of red light shot up, forming the avatar of a woman. She was dressed in a red dress, her image flickering slightly with digital noise. She looked sharp, intelligent, and slightly dangerous. System online, the hologram spoke, her voice echoing through the ship's PA system. I am the Red Queen, awaiting orders. A ghost. Usopp screamed. It's an artificial intelligence, Ben explained. Meet the Red Queen. She controls every aspect of this ship. Navigation, propulsion, weapons systems, life support, stealth protocols. She can fly this ship with zero human crew, though she prefers having someone to talk to. Ben looked at the Red Queen. Queen, authorize new admin, Sabo. Secondary admin, Koala. Scanning. A red laser swept over Sabo and Koala. Biometrics confirmed. Welcome, Commander Sabo. Welcome, Officer Koala. The Liberator is yours. Sabo looked at the hologram, then at the massive ship around him. We have a mobile base, piloted by a ghost, that can shrink into a briefcase. He looked at Ben. You are one hell of a magician. Let's go to the bridge, Ben suggested. They walked into the command tower. It was like stepping into the future. Screens lined the walls, displaying global weather patterns, marine traffic, and thermal scans. The captain's chair sat in the center, looking more like a throne. Ben reached into his inventory and pulled out a heavy, leather pouch. The ship is the big gift, Ben said. But this is the personal touch. He handed the pouch to Sabo. Sabo opened it. It looked like a small bag, but inside, it was filled with items. What are these? Ben pointed to a few sets of Kinyo beads. Give these to your commanders. You'll never have to worry about the world government tapping your den moshis again. Next, Ben pointed to silver rings. Appearance alteration rings. Super soldier serum. You already know them, no need to explain. Then, Ben pulled out 3 fruits. The first was metallic gray with blades for a stem. The second was spiky and yellow. The third was shaped like a dachshund dog. The Supa no Mi, dice fruit, Ben listed. Mr. One's power. Turns the body into steel blades. The Tuj no Mi, spike fruit. Miss Double Finger's power. And the Inu no Mi, model, dachshund. That was, a gun. You extracted their devil fruits. Koala gasped. That's impossible. When a user dies, the fruit respawns elsewhere. Like I said, Ben winked. Magician. These are powerful fruits. Give the Supa no Mi to a swordsman, and they become a living blade. Give the spike fruit to an assassin. The dog fruit, well, maybe you have a lonely toaster that needs a friend. Sabo laughed nervously. We'll find a use for them. Ben, this is an arsenal. You've given us enough power to start a war tomorrow. Don't start it tomorrow, Ben advised. Prepare. Build. Wait for the signal. The dawn is coming, Sabo. I'm just making sure you have the ammo to greet it. Finally, Ben handed them 2 small, old-looking pocket watches. Port keys. 2-way. If you are ever in need of us or we need you, it will teleport you to me, and vice versa. Sabo gripped the pouch. His knuckles turned white. He looked at Ben, his eyes fierce with gratitude. I don't know how we can ever repay you. Just win, Ben said. Create a world where common people don't have to worry about celestial dragons. I promise, Sabo vowed. We will. Alright, Ben clapped his hands. Time to go. Farewells were exchanged on the flight deck. Luffy hugged Sabo so hard his neck stretched 3 times around him. Bye, Sabo. Bye, Luffy. Sabo laughed, hugging him back. Become the Pirate King. Koala hugged Robin. Take care, Robin. Find the history. I will, Robin smiled warmly. Dory and Brogy gave a giant, mini-giant, salute. Fair winds, little warriors. Ben gathered the crew, teleporting back to Mary in 3, 2, 1. Pop. The Straw Hats reappeared on the deck of the Going Merry. They looked up at the massive steel behemoth looming over them. Sabo stood on the edge of the flight deck, waving. Koala stood beside him. Red Queen. Sabo's voice was amplified by the ship's speakers. Take us up. Initiating vertical takeoff sequence, the Red Queen announced. Whirr. The sound began as a low hum, deep in the chest. Then, the 4 massive turbines on the corners of the carrier began to spin. Faster and faster. The water beneath the carrier began to churn. A whirlpool formed. The spray kicked up into a massive mist. Then, with a groan of defying gravity, the Liberator began to rise. Slowly at first, then gaining speed. Tons of water cascaded off its hull like waterfalls. It's flying. Luffy screamed, stars sparkling in his eyes. It's a flying ship. So cool. Usopp and Chopper wept, holding each other. It's the romance of men. Even Sanji looked impressed. That is, admittedly, spectacular. The helicarrier rose higher, 500 feet, 1,000 feet. It hovered there, a shadow against the sun. Luffy grabbed Ben's collar, shaking him. Ben, make Mary fly. Make Mary fly like that. Usopp joined in. Can we put turbines on Mary? Please Ben. Chopper jumped up and down. Flying Mary. Flying Mary. Ben laughed, looking at the eager faces of his captain and crew. Of course, Captain, Ben said, looking at the wooden ship. Mary will fly. Just, maybe with wings instead of turbines. More style. Wings. Luffy shouted. Even better. High above, Sabo looked down at the tiny speck of the Going Mary. Stealth mode, Sabo ordered. Engaging retroreflective panels, Red Queen acknowledged. From the bottom of the hull, the sky began to ripple. The blue of the atmosphere was projected onto the metal. In seconds, the massive ship didn't just fly away, it vanished. It was gone, completely invisible. They disappeared. Zoro noted, looking at the empty sky. Handy. Good luck, Sabo, Ben whispered. 73 on the seas too. The sky above the Grand Line was a canvas of deep indigo and fading orange, the sun having finally dipped below the horizon after the departure of the Liberator. The massive helicarrier had vanished into the clouds, leaving only the rippling wake of its ascent in a sudden, heavy silence on the deck of the Going Mary. The Straw Hat crew stood at the railing, necks still craned toward the empty air where the steel Leviathan had been just moments ago. The silence wasn't uncomfortable, but it was weighted. They had just saved a kingdom, bid farewell to a brother, and armed the revolution with the most advanced ship the world had ever seen. Ben stood by the mast, the sea breeze ruffling his trench coat. He looked at the faces around him. Luffy, with his eyes still sparkling, Nami, clutching her climate-enhanced staff, Usopp and Chopper, still vibrating with excitement, Vivi, looking out at the sea with a newfound freedom, and Robin, standing near the cabin door, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. Ben knew this moment was the pivot. The Alabasta saga was over, but the crew's internal structure was still in flux. Captain, Ben said, his voice cutting through the hum of the wind and the creak of the wood. The captain turned, his wide grin softening as he looked at his first mate. Yeah, Ben. We need to talk about Robin, Ben said plainly. The air on the deck shifted. Robin didn't flinch, but her eyes narrowed slightly, focusing on Ben. She was a woman who had spent 20 years waiting for the other shoe to drop, and she clearly expected it to drop now. What about her? Luffy tilted his head, his straw hat sliding back. Didn't she already join the crew? She's been here the whole time. Whack! Nami's fist collided with the top of Luffy's head. You absolute idiot. No, she didn't just join. She was a hostage. We were using her to get information, and she was using us to escape Crocodile. Luffy rubbed his growing bump, pouting. But she's been eating our food and sleeping in the cabin. That sounds like a crewmate to me. Usopp stepped forward, crossing his arms and looking at Robin with a mixture of fear and logic. Luffy, listen to Nami. Crocodile is defeated. Alabasta is safe. We don't have a reason to keep her here anymore. She was the partner of Crocodile. She's dangerous. Vivi looked at Robin, her emotions complicated. She remembered Miss Ulsundaith, woman who had allowed her to live, yet the woman who had stood by Crocodile's side. Usopp is right, Luffy. The war is over. Why should she stay with us? Nami nodded, though her gaze at Robin was less hostile than it had been a week ago. Ben watched the debate. He saw Robin's jaw tighten. She was waiting for the rejection. She was preparing her exit speech, the one she had practiced in a dozen different ports over 20 years. Ben stepped into the center of the deck, catching Robin's gaze. Luffy, Ben said, his voice projecting a quiet authority. I'm asking you to make it official. I want Nico Robin to permanently join the Straw Hat Pirates. Why? Usopp asked, his voice cracking. Ben, you're the smartest guy here. You know she's a risk. Ben smiled, a knowing, enigmatic look. Because, Usopp, Nami, without her, we can never reach the last island. We can never find the One Piece. He leaned back against the railing. The poneglyphs, the ancient stones like the one in Alabasta, are the map to Laugh-Tale. And in the entire world, Nico Robin is the only person left who can read the language carved into them. If we want to reach the end of the Grand Line, we don't just want her. We need her. Technically, Ben knew that Mary's advanced AI and his own system could eventually decipher the ancient text, but that wasn't the point. Robin needed a home, and the crew needed a soul that understood the weight of history. He wasn't just giving Luffy a reason, he was giving Robin a purpose. Luffy's eyes widened. He didn't look at the tactical risk. He didn't look at the bounty. He looked at the goal. The last island. Luffy asked. The last island, Ben confirmed. Luffy didn't hesitate. He didn't think for a single second. He burst into a wide, toothy grin and pointed a finger at Robin. Okay, she's joining. Robin, you're one of us. Luffy. Nami and Usopp screamed in unison. Think about it for 5 seconds. Usopp wailed, shaking the captain by his shoulders. She could kill us in our sleep. She has hands that come out of nowhere. Ben said she's important, Luffy said, his voice suddenly firm, the tone of a captain that brooked no argument. Ben doesn't lie about stuff like that, and I like her. She's quiet and she tells interesting stories. Nami sighed, her shoulders slumping. She looked at Ben, then at the grinning Luffy. She knew that once the captain made a decision, the matter was settled. She turned to Robin, her expression softening into a reluctant, but genuine, welcome. Well, Nami muttered, I guess welcome aboard the ship. Sanji, who had been listening from the galley door, suddenly launched himself across the deck like a pink-clouded missile. Robin Chuan, Vivi Chuan, a double celebration, my heart is overflowing with the sweet nectar of romance. He landed in a spinning pirouette near Robin, an official member. I shall prepare a feast that would make the gods weep with envy, a banquet for our new queens. Robin stood still for a long moment. She looked at Ben. He gave her a small, imperceptible nod. She looked at Luffy, who was already picking his nose and talking to Chopper about how many plates of meat they could eat. For the first time in 20 years, the cold, defensive wall around Nico Robin's heart felt a hairline fracture. Thank you, she said softly, her voice barely a whisper. I will do my best. YOSH. Luffy shouted, throwing his arms in the air. Banquet time. For Vivi. For Robin. For the duck. Karo quacked enthusiastically, flapping his wings. The sun had fully disappeared, leaving the Merry bathed in the silver light of the moon. But the deck was far from dark. Ben stood in the center of the main deck. He pulled out the Elder Wand, the dark, knobby wood thrumming with power. Incendio Glacialis. He flicked the wand toward the center of the deck. A burst of brilliant blue and gold sparks erupted. But instead of a roaring, dangerous fire, a controlled, magical bonfire materialized. It floated a few inches above the deck, contained within a magical barrier so it wouldn't scorch the wood. It emitted a warm, cozy glow and the faint scent of cedar and sea salt. Ooh ooh. Chopper and Usopp crowded around the magical fire. It's blue. Is it cold? Touch it and find out, Ben joked. It was perfectly warm, but he liked keeping them on their toes. From the galley, Sanji emerged, carrying a tray that seemed physically impossible for one man to balance. The first course, desert sandfruit salad and spiced sea king carpaccio. Chopper and Usopp helped him set up the folding tables. Nami brought out the fine glasses they had acquired from Crocodile's casino. Even the giants, Dory and Brogy, who were sitting on the aft deck, were handed massive barrels of ale and entire roasted cows. To the crew. Luffy roared, standing on a barrel with a giant turkey leg in one hand and a mug of juice in the other. To the crew. Everyone yelled back. The food was legendary. Sanji had outdone himself, pulling out all the stops for the homecoming of Vivi and the official arrival of Robin. There were spiced meats from the Alabasta markets, fresh seafood caught by the dugongs earlier that morning, and delicate pastries that melted on the tongue. As the first wave of hunger was satisfied, the atmosphere turned from ravenous to celebratory. The tension of the last few weeks was forgotten in the flow of drinks and laughter. Luffy wiped grease from his chin and looked at Ben. Hey, Ben, sing something, a pirate party needs music. Yeah. Usopp cheered, banging his fork on the table. Sing something new. Ben laughed, setting down his glass. He stood up and took out his wand again. He tapped the wand against a wine bottle, and a rhythmic, thumping beat began to echo from the air itself. Then, he tapped the railing, adding the sound of a fiddle and an accordion. Alright, Ben grinned, his eyes reflecting the blue bonfire. Let's start with a classic. If you know the words, shout 'em out. He started a fast, driving tempo. Ben's voice rang out, clear and powerful, catching the Irish lilt of the Rovers. What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? What shall we do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning. Luffy immediately started jumping up and down, his rubber body bouncing in time with the beat. Way hey and up she rises. He screamed at the top of his lungs. Ben pointed the wand at Usopp and Chopper, signaling them to join the chorus. Way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up she rises. Way hey and up she rises. Early in the morning. The giants, Dory and Brogy, began to thump their massive fists against their knees, the entire ship vibrating with the rhythm. Ge-ga-bega bega. Brogy roared in time with the beat. Ben continued, his voice full of mischief as he looked at Zoro, who was already 3 bottles deep into the ale. Sling him in the longboat till he's sober. Sling him in the longboat till he's sober. Sling him in the longboat till he's sober. Early in the morning. Zoro let out a huff of a laugh, raising his bottle toward Ben. The deck became a swirl of motion. Luffy grabbed Usopp and Chopper, and the 3 of them began a frantic, synchronized dance that involved a lot of spinning and falling over. Even Minnie Mary joined in, her metallic feet clicking a perfect tap dance on the deck. Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Shave his belly with a rusty razor. Early in the morning. Sanji, usually too cool to dance, found himself swept up as he served more drinks. He did a spinning kick step, balancing a tray of appetizers with practiced ease. Vivi, Nami, dance with us. Luffy yelled, grabbing Vivi's hands and spinning her around. Vivi laughed at a bright, genuine sound that hadn't been heard in months. She grabbed Nami's hand, and the 2 girls began to twirl around the blue fire, their hair flying in the wind. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Put him in the scuppers with a hose pipe on him. Early in the morning. The song reached a crescendo, the entire crew, and the giants, screaming the final chorus until their lungs burned. As the last notes of the fiddle faded, everyone collapsed into their chairs or onto the deck, panting and laughing. Luffy leaned back, looking up at the stars. That was great. But hey, Ben, sing that one. Ben didn't need to ask which one. In the world of pirates, there was only one song that truly mattered. The song of the past, the present, and the future. Binks sake? Ben asked quietly. Yeah, Luffy nodded, his expression uncharacteristically soft. Robin perked up at the mention of the song. Even in the dark corners of the world, she had heard the melody. It was an ancient tune, rumored to date back to the Void Century itself. Ben changed the magical accompaniment. The fast-paced accordion and fiddle faded, replaced by the soulful, haunting hum of a cello and the gentle strumming of a lute. He began the slow, rhythmic yo-ho-ho-ho that defined the anthem. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. Yo-ho-ho-ho, yo-ho-ho-ho. The crew fell silent. Even the giants stopped their boisterous laughter, leaning in to listen. Going to deliver Bink sake. Following the sea breeze. Riding on the waves. Far across the salty depths. The merry evening sun. The birds sing as they draw circles in the sky. Ben's voice took on a narrative quality, painting pictures of the endless blue. Farewell to the harbor, to my old hometown. Let's all sing out with a dawn. As the ship sets sail, waves of gold and silver dissolve to salty spray. As we all set out to the ends of the sea. Luffy began to hum along, his eyes closed, likely seeing the red force in the face of the man who gave him his hat. Going to deliver Bink sake. We are pirates, sailing through the sea. The waves are our pillows, the ship our sleeping bed. Flying our proud flag upon the fluttering sails. Robin watched Ben. She had heard this song sung by desperate men in taverns, by dying sailors on sinking wrecks. Now comes a storm through the far-off sky. Now the waves are dancing, beating out the drums. If you lose your nerve, this breath could be your last. But if you just hold on, the morning sun will rise. By the time the final yo-ho-ho-ho echoed across the dark water, there wasn't a dry eye on the deck. Even Zoro looked uncharacteristically contemplative, staring at the edge of his blade. One more. Usopp shouted, breaking the emotional spell. Sing Wellerman. All right, Ben said, the wand creating a heavy, percussive beat like the sound of boots on a wooden deck. Stomp stomp clap. Stomp stomp clap. There once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was the Billy of Tea. Her winds blew up, her bow dipped down. Oh blow, my bully boys, blow. The rhythm was infectious. Luffy and Chopper started stomping their feet in sync with the magical beat. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Ben pointed at Sanji for the next verse. She'd not been 2 weeks from shore. When down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. I'll cook that whale. Sanji yelled, getting into the spirit. The crew joined the chorus, their voices blending into a raucous, rhythmic chant. Soon may the Wellerman come, to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day, when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Dory and Brogy began to clap their hands, massive, thunderous claps that sent vibrations through the ocean, likely confusing every sea king for miles. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. They sang through the night. Ben led them through shanties of gold, songs of lost loves, and ballads of the high seas. He sang the last shanty, Bones in the Ocean, and even a few rowdy tavern songs he'd picked up from his system's database. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were the heart of the party. They invented a noodle dance that involved Luffy stretching his limbs around the entire mast. They pulled a laughing Vivi into the middle of the circle, making her wear Usopp's goggles and a makeshift cape. Nami, usually the voice of reason, found herself clinking glasses with Robin, the two of them sharing a quiet laugh over the absurdity of their male crewmates. Sanji kept the food-flowing midnight snacks of grilled skewers and sweet honey cakes. As the hours passed, the energy began to wind down. The boisterous dancing slowed to a gentle sway. The loud singing turned into quiet humming. The magical blue fire dimmed, casting long, peaceful shadows across the deck. One by one, the crew began to drift off. Chopper was the first, curled up in a ball near the warmth of the magic hearth. Usopp followed soon after, snoring loudly with his head resting on a bag of flour. Vivi and Nami leaned against each other by the railing, their eyes half closed as they watched the moon reflect in the water. Luffy was sprawled out in the center of the deck, his hat over his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face. Sanji finished cleaning the last of the plates, then slumped into a chair, his cigarette long extinguished. Ben stood at the helm, the elder wand finally tucked away. He looked out at the dark horizon. He felt the presence of Robin behind him. You didn't have to do that, she said, her voice soft in the stillness of the night. Tell them I was essential. Ben didn't turn around. I didn't lie, Robin. You are. But I also know what it's like to be a ghost. This crew, they don't care about ghosts. They only care about the person standing in front of them. He turned and looked at her. Welcome to the Straw Hats, Robin. Good night, Ben, she said. She walked toward the cabin, her steps light. Ben leaned against the wheel. The ship was quiet now, save for the rhythmic breathing of his friends and the gentle lap of the waves against the hull. He looked up at the stars, feeling the immense weight of the future and the light, beautiful simplicity of the present. He closed his eyes, let out a long, contented breath, and let the song of the sea carry him into a dreamless sleep. 74, On the Seas 3. The morning sun rose over the Grand Line, casting a golden hue across the deck of the Going Merry. The ship sailed smoothly, guided by Mary and the navigation of Nami. The smell of freshly baked bread and sizzling bacon drifted from the galley. Sanji's signature wake-up call. Ben sat at the small dining table, enjoying a breakfast of eggs Benedict and a cup of Earl Grey. The crew was slowly trickling in, Luffy already half asleep while inhaling a plate of sausages. But Ben had business to attend to. After finishing his tea, Ben stood up and went to his workshop. I will be busy for a while, Ben said to the groggy crew. I have some trash to take out. He stepped into his workshop and placed the suitcase on a table. With a click of the latches, he stepped inside. In the center of the room were the former top agents of Baroque Works, Sir Crocodile, Mr. 1, Desbonnet, Miss Dalblefinger, Mr. 2, Bon Clay, and several others. As Ben entered, the silence was shattered. "You!" Crocodile snarled, his golden hook scraping against the energy field. Even beaten and bloodied, the former warlord's eyes burned with a murderous rage. "Where have you taken us? This isn't impel down. Kill me now, magician, or I swear I will dry your very soul." "You're in my world now, Crocodile," Ben said, his voice cold and echoing. "And in my world, your threats have no weight." Mr. 1 glared in silence, while Miss Dalblefinger looked around with frantic eyes. Bon Clay, ever the eccentric, was crying about the unstylish nature of their prison. Ben didn't have time for a debate. He raised his elder wand. Stupefy. A bolt of brilliant red light erupted from the tip. It bounced between the prisoners with preternatural speed. One by one, their heads snapped back as they were plunged into a magical unconsciousness. Within seconds, the room was silent. Ben walked up to Crocodile first. He looked at the man who had nearly destroyed a kingdom for a weapon of mass destruction. "You have a great deal of talent, Crocodile," Ben whispered. "It's a shame it was wasted on megalomania." He pointed the wand at the warlord's temple. Obliviate. A swirling, silver mist began to pull from Crocodile's head. Ben wasn't just erasing a few hours, he was systematically deconstructing the man's identity. Every memory of being a pirate, every memory of Pluton, every memory of his hatred for the world government gone. Ben replaced the void with a single, overriding directive: serve Alabasta. Protect the king. Repay the debt. He repeated the process for Mr. 1 and Miss Dalblefinger. He erased their pasts and their loyalty to Baroque Works, weaving a new narrative into their subconscious. They were no longer assassins, they were now silent sentinels of the Nefertari family. Then, he looked at their faces. Even with no memories, they were still recognizable as criminals. "A little cosmetic surgery is in order," Ben muttered. Transfiguration. Under the influence of his magic, the prisoner's bone structures began to shift. Crocodile's rugged, scarred face smoothed out and whitened, his signature slicked back hair turned a dusty brown. Mr. 1's sharp features became more rounded and humble. Within minutes, they were completely different people, unrecognizable to any marine or bounty hunter. Finally, Ben turned to Mr. 2, Bon Clay. He paused. He remembered the future, how this man would eventually become Luffy's greatest ally and impel down, sacrificing himself for the come away. "You're different, Bentham," Ben said softly. "There's a spark of gold in that ridiculous heart of yours." He did not use Obliviate on Bon Clay. Instead, he simply kept him in a deep sleep. With a flick of his wand, Ben levitated the unconscious bodies and stepped back through the suitcase portal. He appeared in his workshop on the Mary, then immediately used apparition. Crack! Ben materialized in the private solar of King Cobra's palace in Alabasta. The king was there, sitting at a desk and reviewing reconstruction plans with Neo Vivi, the android Ben had created to manage the kingdom. Cobra jumped, his hand instinctively going to his hip before he realized who it was. "Ben Dono, you startled me. Is everything all right? Did you encounter trouble leaving the coast?" "No trouble, King," Ben said, stepping forward. "I just realized I left without giving you your reparations package." Ben tapped his suitcase, and 5 bodies materialized on the ornate rug. Cobra's eyes widened. He recognized the clothes, if not the faces. "Is that?" "This was Crocodile," Ben said, pointing to the man with the new, humble face. "This was his lead assassin. I have wiped their memories entirely. Their personalities are gone, replaced with a deep-seated urge to serve Alabasta. They are now your most powerful laborers and bodyguards." Cobra looked horrified for a moment. You erased their souls." "I erased the monsters they chose to be," Ben countered. "Now they can spend the rest of their lives building the kingdom they tried to burn down. No one will recognize them. To the world, Crocodile is dead or missing. To you, he is just a man named Suna who works the fields." Cobra sighed, looking at the sleeping men. "It is a heavy gift, Ben Dono, but given the state of our defenses, I accept." "Good," Ben said. He then pointed his wand at Bon Clay. "Enervat." Bon Clay gasped, bolting upright. He looked around, eyes bugging out. "Where? What? Royalty? King Cobra?" He tried to scream, but Ben made a sharp gesture. "Silencio." Bon Clay's mouth moved, but no sound came out. He looked at Ben with pure terror. "Listen to me, Bentham," Ben said, his voice stern. "I have erased the memories of your boss and your peers. They are now servants of this kingdom. I could have done the same to you, but I saw how you cried for your friends. I saw the honor you tried to hide behind your jokes." Ben stepped closer. "I am giving you a choice. You can stay here and help the people you hurt. You can use your Okama way to bring joy to Alabasta and protect the king. Or, I can wipe your mind like the others. Which will it be?" He removed the silence spell. Bon Clay trembled. He looked at the new faces of his former friends, then at the kind, tired face of King Cobra. He thought of Luffy boy who had fought so hard for what he believed in. "A man's way is his own," Bon Clay whispered, tears streaming down his face. "I have caused much pain. I have been an unflashy villain. If I can help the Strachon's friend, I will do it. I will work until my legs fall off. That is my Okama way." "I thought so," Ben smiled. He turned to Cobra. "He's yours, King. He's a good man at heart. Use him well." Cobra nodded, a look of profound respect in his eyes. "Thank you, Ben Dono, for everything." With a final nod, Ben vanished in a swirl of spacetime. Back on the Going Merry, the crew was busy with their daily chores. Ben, however, needed to calibrate his own power. He had integrated several high-level templates recently, including the powers of Thomas Andre, the Goliath, from solo leveling. He entered his virtual reality pod. "Mary," Ben commanded. "Initiate training protocol. Time dilation 110. Record all biometric data and note the power levels." "Recording initiated, Ben." Mary's voice chirped through the speakers. The world shifted. Ben stood in a vast, digital wasteland, an empty plain of gray dust under a black sky. In front of him sat a massive cube of indestructible metal, the size and density of a poneglyph. Ben took a deep breath. He didn't use magic. He didn't use Haki. He tapped into the raw, physical essence of a national-level hunter. "Reinforcement," Ben muttered. His muscles didn't bulge grotesquely, instead, they became dense, like cold-forged steel. His skin took on a faint, golden luster. He stepped forward and threw a simple straight punch. Boom! The shockwave from the impact cleared the dust for 300 meters. The metal cube groaned, a massive indentation appearing where his fist had landed. "Power output, Tier 2, Mary reported. "Let's turn it up," Ben said. He closed his eyes. From his back, a shimmering, translucent golden aura erupted. It took the shape of a massive golden armored spiritual body manifestation of Thomas Andre. Ben roared, and the spirit roared with him. He lunged at the cube, raining down a barrage of punches that sounded like atmospheric re-entry. The digital landscape began to crack under the sheer pressure of his existence. "Now, the gravity," Ben said, panting slightly. He reached out his hand toward a distant mountain range in the simulation. "Ruler's authority." The invisible force of the rulers obeyed his command. A boulder, weighing few of tons, was ripped from the earth as if it were a pebble. Ben hoisted it into the air, holding it steady with nothing but his will. He moved it left, then right, then crushed it into a sphere the size of a basketball. Ben spent what felt like hours, but was only minutes in the real world, testing his limits. He practiced the black hole pull, the collapsed stump, and the integration of his magic with his physical strikes. Ben now walked onto the deck, ignoring Usopp, who was busy painting a new Usopp orang. Ben stripped off his trench coat and shirt, revealing a physique that looked like it had been sculpted from marble. He dived over the railing. As soon as his skin hit the water, his Atlantean physiology, the Aquaman template, activated. He didn't feel the cold, he felt the embrace. His lungs ceased to function, and the microscopic slits behind his ears opened. He took a breath of the ocean, the oxygen-rich water invigorating his system. He kicked his legs, and with a single burst of speed, he shot downward like a torpedo. The light of the surface faded quickly. The turquoise turned to navy, then to a crushing, midnight black. Most humans and even most fishmen would feel the pressure starting to collapse their lungs at this depth. Ben felt nothing but a slight tightening of his skin. He kept going. 500 meters. 1,000 meters. 5,000 meters. Down here, in the Hadal zone, the pressure was over 8,000 pounds per square inch. It was enough to flatten a steel tank. Ben swam through it with the grace of a dolphin. He could see perfectly in the dark, his eyes picking up the bioluminescence of strange, prehistoric fish that had never seen the sun. He reached the sandy bottom of the trench. He stood there, miles beneath the going Mary, looking at the strange, silent world. He felt the pulse of the ocean currents, the migrations, the very heartbeat of the planet. "I could stay here," Ben thought, watching a giant squid drift past. "But I'd miss the chaos upstairs." He pushed off the bottom, his speed shattering the sound barrier underwater, creating a trail of bubbles known as supercavitation. Splash! Ben erupted from the sea like a breaching whale, soaring 30 feet into the air before landing perfectly on the deck of the Mary. "Gah!" Usopp screamed, dropping his paintbrush. "Ben, you nearly gave me a heart attack. Warn someone before you come back from the dead." "Sorry, Usopp," Ben chuckled. He stood there, water dripping from his hair, his skin steaming slightly as his body temperature regulated. He waved his hand, and instantly, the water was sucked off his body and evaporated into the air. He was bone dry in a second. He pulled his shirt back on and threw his trench coat over his shoulder. "Lunch is ready." Sanji's voice boomed from the galley. "Come and get it before the rubber monster eats the table." The crew didn't need a second invitation. They swarmed the dining room. The scene was pure, unadulterated straw hat chaos. A massive platter of roasted ribs was placed in the center of the table. "Meat!" Luffy shouted, his neck stretching out 3 feet to grab a bone before the plate even hit the wood. "Hey, that's mine." Zoro growled, his fork clashing with Sanji's foot as the cook tried to protect a plate of pasta for Nami. "Usopp, don't you dare take that shrimp." Chopper squeaked, his hooves transformed into heavy points to guard his side dish. Ben sat down calmly, using a small application of telekinesis to pull a sandwich toward him before Luffy's hand could sweep the area. He watched his friend's princess-turned-pirate Vivi laughing with Nami, the stoic Robin enjoying a cup of coffee amidst the shouting, and the giants Dory and Brogy raiding their portions while laughing. It was loud. It was violent. It was messy. Ben took a bite of his sandwich, a small smile playing on his lips. Luffy's hand was stretching toward Ben's plate. Ben didn't even look up. He just moved his plate an inch to the left, letting Luffy's hand slam into the table. "Eat your own food, Captain," Ben said. "Shishishi. Almost had it." The sun continued its journey across the sky, lighting the path toward their next adventure, while the Going Merry sailed on, fueled by laughter, meat, and the quiet protection of a magician. 75 on the seas. 4. The midday sun hung high over the shimmering dunes of Alabasta, casting a brilliant, golden glare across the deck of the ship. Lunch had been a lively affair, a whirlwind of clashing silverware, Luffy's boisterous laughter, and the rhythmic sound of Sanji's constant movements in the galley. But as the meal wound down, a different kind of energy took hold. Ben stood up, his gaze fixing on Nico Robin. The archaeologist was leaning back, a cup of coffee held delicately in her hands, her sharp eyes taking in the chaotic warmth of the crew she was still learning to call her own. "Robin," Ben said. "Follow me. It's time." Robin didn't ask for clarification. She simply offered a small, enigmatic nod, set her cup down, and rose from her seat. She followed him through the corridors of the ship, the transition from the sun-drenched deck to the cool, dimly lit interior marked by the soft hum of the ship's advanced systems. When they reached the heavy, reinforced door of the research room, Ben placed his hand on the scanner, and the door hissed open, revealing a sanctuary of high technology and ancient secrets. Inside the room, the air was crisp, smelling faintly of ozone and old paper. Ben walked over to a sleek, metallic case and opened it. Inside, nestled in padded slots, were several vials of a shimmering, translucent fluid-phase super soldier serum. Robin watched him with an analytical curiosity. She wasn't a stranger to the concept of power, but Ben's approach was different from anything she had encountered in the underworld or with Baroque works. This wasn't about a fruit's curse or a hidden weapon, it was the calculated evolution of the human form. "You've seen the others," Ben remarked, pulling a specialized injector from its sterile packaging. "Nami, Vivi, Usopp, Chopper, even Luffy. They've all undergone the integration. Only Zoro, Sanji, and the giants haven't taken this version for their own reasons." Robin nodded. Without a word, she rolled up the sleeve of her coat, exposing her pale, slender arm. Ben stepped forward. The injector hissed as it made contact with her skin. Robin didn't flinch. She felt a sudden, cooling sensation spread from the injection site, moving through her veins like a rushing mountain stream. It wasn't painful, but it was a feeling of every cell in her body suddenly waking up from a long slumber. "There will be changes, Robin," Ben said, stepping back to monitor her vitals on a nearby screen. "It's a gradual process. You'll notice a slight increase in your height, nothing dramatic, perhaps an inch or two, and your physical proportions will shift. Your bone density will increase, and your musculature will become more efficient and defined. Like the others, it's about reaching the peak of human potential." Robin looked down at her hands, flexing her fingers. She felt a strange, buzzing vitality under her skin. "I've seen the results," she murmured, her voice steady. "If I am to survive the journey to the true history, I cannot afford to be the weak link. I accept the change." Ben watched her for a moment, satisfied with her reaction. Then, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, metallic cube. It looked like a mere trinket, a child's toy, until he placed it on the floor and focused. Using the brandish magic, Ben willed the cube to expand. In a matter of seconds, the air groaned under the sudden displacement of mass. The tiny object surged in size, growing until a massive, weathered block of blue-green stone sat in the center of the room. Its surface was etched with the rigid, unmistakable script of the poneglyphs. Robin's breath caught in her throat. She moved toward it, her fingers trembling as she reached out to touch the ancient carvings. "Is this the poneglyph from the royal treasury of Alabasta?" Ben let out a dry chuckle. "Actually, no. This one is from an ancient ruin we found, an underground castle buried deep in the desert sands near Rain Dinners. It was quite the find." Robin blinked, looking from the stone to Ben in genuine confusion. "An underground castle? Near Rain Dinners? How did you discover such a site?" "I've studied the maps of this region extensively, and there were no records of such a structure." Ben's smirk widened. Zoro got lost. The silence that followed was brief. Robin stared at him, her mind trying to calculate the sheer impossibility of someone wandering away from a path and stumbling into a buried civilization. But then, she pictured the green-haired swordsman, a man whose sense of direction was so broken it bordered on the supernatural. "I see," Robin said, her expression softening into a look of amused resignation. "If it is Mr. Swordsman we are talking about, then falling through the roof of a lost civilization is perhaps the most logical thing he could have done. It is a talent of his." "Mary," Ben called out, looking toward the ceiling. "Display the scans of the royal treasury poneglyph on the main monitor." "Initiating display, Ben," the ship's AI replied. A massive, crystal-clear holographic screen flickered to life on the wall. It showed the poneglyph from the tomb of the Alabasta kings. Robin turned her attention to the screen, her eyes darting across the characters, her mind working with the speed of a master linguist. "Tell me what they say," Ben said, crossing his arms. "The full truth." Robin took a deep breath, her voice taking on a formal, almost reverent tone. "The poneglyph from the royal treasury, it is as I suspected. It contains the precise coordinates and the key to the location of the ancient weapon, Pluton. It describes a warship capable of erasing entire islands from the map with a single volley." She paused, turning her gaze back to the physical stone in the room one Zoro had found. "And this one, this is different. It isn't a map of destruction. It is a message addressed to the royal family of Alabasta. It speaks of a promise made in the Void Century. It says that in the future, when Joyboy returns, the Alabasta line must stand ready to assist him, and to do so, they are to use their guardian deity to pave the way." She finished and looked at Ben, expecting him to press her for the location of Pluton. She expected the hunger for power that she had seen in Crocodile's eyes, or the cold ambition of the world government. But Ben simply stood there, nodding thoughtfully. He didn't ask for the coordinates. He didn't ask how to find the ship. Confused, Robin stepped closer. "Ben, do you not want to know? The location of Pluton is right here, in my mind. With it, you could rule the seas. Why do you not ask?" Ben looked at her, and for a moment, Robin saw a spark in his eyes. He gave her a small, confident smile. "Robin, there's no need for that," Ben said simply. "Pluton is a relic. It's a piece of history, and I respect it as such, but I have no use for it. If I wanted to, I could build a weapon more powerful than Pluton from scratch. Between my magic and the technology I'm developing, old world warships are just obsolete. Robin recoiled slightly, her eyes wide with shock. More powerful than an ancient weapon? Ben, aren't you overestimating yourself? These are the weapons that the world government fears above all else. They are the reason the Void Century was erased. Ben walked over to her, his tone softening but remaining firm. Darling, you are underestimating me. The people who built Pluton were limited by the resources and the physics of their time. I am not. I can create anything I can think of. Why would I chase a ghost when I can build the future? He gestured to the poneglyph Zoro had found. As for that guardian deity mentioned in the text, we actually found a devil fruit in those same ruins. Given the context, it's almost certainly a mythical Zoan. That is the deity the prophecy refers to. It's not a machine, it's a power passed down or hidden away. Robin nodded slowly, processing the sheer scale of Ben's ambition. It was terrifying, in a way, but also strangely liberating. He didn't want to control the world through the shadows of the past, he wanted to outpace it. Robin's eyes drifted away from the poneglyph and toward the walls of the research room. For the first time, she truly noticed the sheer volume of books lining the shelves. There were thousands of them, their spines representing a dizzying array of subjects. She had stayed away from this room until now. Despite Ben's openness, she had felt like an outsider, a stowaway who hadn't yet earned the right to sit in the sanctum of the cruise leader. Ben, she said softly, her fingers trailing along the edge of a mahogany shelf. These books, would I be permitted to read them? I noticed some of these are from Drum Island, and many others appear to be from the Alabasta Royal Library. Ben turned to her, his expression warm. Robin, you don't have to ask. You're part of this crew. You can spend as much time in here as you want. Take whatever you like back to your quarters, too. I've already had Mary scan and upload every single one of them into the ship's servers, so the physical copies are mostly for the feel of the paper. A genuine, rare smile broke across Robin's face. Thank you, truly. She began to wander the aisles. It was a treasure trove. There were medical texts from Drum that were centuries ahead of the rest of the world, botanical studies from Alabasta that detailed plants she had only ever seen in legends, and technical manuals written in Ben's own hand that seemed to describe impossible machines. As she pulled a leather-bound volume on ancient flora from the shelf, the door hissed open again. Chopper trotted in, carrying a tray of small glass slides and a concentrated look of determination on his furry face. Ben, I've finished the cellular analysis of the latest batch. Chopper chirped, then paused when he saw Robin. Oh, hi Robin. Are you looking at the books? The one on the third shelf about medicinal herbs is really good. Robin chuckled. I'll be sure to check it out, Doctor. Ben checked a clock on the wall. All right, Chopper. Time is of the essence. We've reached a bottleneck in the synthesis process, and I want to try a new simulation. Ben and Chopper moved toward two sleek, reclining pods at the back of the Rumpf VR interface units. We're still working on the artificial devil fruit project, Ben explained to Robin as he climbed into his pod. The problem isn't the physical structure, it's the soul or the energy signature of the fruit. It keeps collapsing during the stabilization phase. Chopper hopped into his own pod, his little helmet fitting snugly over his ears. We're using a 1:5 time dilation today, the reindeer explained. For every hour that passes out here, we get 5 hours of research time in the virtual lab. We're going to stay in until tonight. Robin watched with fascination as the pods hissed shut. Mary, Ben's voice came over the intercom, sounding slightly distant. Initiate the dilation protocol. Load the devil fruit research workspace. Understood, Ben. Mary replied. The lights on the pods began to pulse with a soft blue glow. Inside the virtual world, Ben and Chopper were instantly transported to a vast, white laboratory that stretched into infinity. Here, they could manipulate atoms with their hands, slow down chemical reactions to a snail's pace, and run thousands of iterations of an experiment in the blink of an eye. Hours passed in the real world. Outside, the sun began its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the Alabasta sky in shades of violet and deep orange. Robin remained in the library, lost in the pages of history, occasionally looking up to see the steady pulsing of the VR pods. Inside the simulation, Ben and Chopper were exhausted. They had spent what felt like days hunched over holographic DNA strands. It's almost there, Ben. Chopper shouted, his virtual form glowing with excitement. The protein chains are holding. The mythical Zoan data we integrated from the ruins fruit is providing the stability we needed. Ben frowned, his eyes fixed on a hovering 3D model of a fruit that was flickering between a vibrant red and a dull gray. No, wait. Look at the base of the stem. The energy is leaking there. We're close, Chopper. We're right on the edge of a breakthrough, but there's one final obstacle. The sequence won't lock. It's like the fruit refuses to exist without a conscious spark. They continued to work, their minds linked through the ship's neural net, pushing against the boundaries of science and magic. They worked through the virtual night, through the frustration of 100 failed simulations, and through the exhaustion that even a digital mind can feel. By the time the pods finally hissed open in the real world, the research room was bathed in the cool light of the moon. Robin was still there, sitting in a comfortable chair with a stack of books beside her, a single reading lamp illuminating her workspace. Ben and Chopper climbed out of the pods, their movements heavy. They looked weary, but their eyes were bright with the thrill of the chase. Did you find what you were looking for? Robin asked softly, closing her book. Ben ran a hand through his hair, looking at the dark screen of the main terminal. Not quite. We're at the finish line, but the door is locked. We just need one more key. He looked at Robin, then at the ancient poneglyph still standing in the center of the room. The past and the future were sitting in the same room, separated only by the will of the people holding them. But we'll get there, Ben said, his voice returning to that steady, unshakable tone. Tomorrow is another day. 76, on the seas 5. The days that followed their departure from Alabasta were a blur of high-intensity research and the rhythmic swaying of the Going Merry as she cut through the Grand Line's unpredictable currents. For Ben, the schedule was grueling but rewarding. He split his time with clinical precision. Half his day was spent submerged in the VR world with Chopper, wrestling with the final sequences of the artificial devil fruit, and the other half was dedicated to his own secret projects refining the technology that would ensure the crew's survival in the tumultuous years to come. Inside the research room, the air was always thick with the hum of servers and the soft glow of holographic displays. Outside, the crew lived their lives with the boisterous, chaotic energy that defined them. But this morning, the atmosphere was different. Breakfast had been the usual battlefield. Luffy had tried to steal Sanji's bacon, resulting in a swift kick to the head. Usopp was regaling anyone who would listen with a heavily embellished tale of how he personally scouted the desert ruins, and Nami was obsessively checking the log pose. Once the plates were cleared, Ben stood up. Meeting room. Now, he said, his voice carrying a weight that silenced the table. We have things to discuss that concern the future of this crew. The crew filed into the ship's dedicated meeting room. It was a sleek, modern space that felt out of place on a wooden caravel, dominated by a long, polished glass table that seemed to float in the center of the room. One by one, they took their seats. Luffy, grinning with anticipation, perched on his chair like he was ready to spring into action. Usopp and Chopper, sitting side by side, looking a mix of nervous and curious. Nami and Robin, the intellectual pillars of the group, watched Ben with sharp, attentive eyes. Vivi and Kara, the former princess looking regal yet anxious, her faithful duck standing tall behind her. Minnie Mary, the small girl, sat near the head of the table. Sanji and Zoro, sitting as far apart as possible, though both were focused on Ben. Dory and Brogy, the giants, sat facing each other. Ben reached into a containment unit and pulled out the fruit they had recovered from the underground palace. It was a mesmerizing thing, swirling with colors that seemed to shift under the room's LED lighting, covered in the signature curly patterns of a devil fruit. For those who weren't there, Ben began, glancing at Vivi, Chopper, and the others. Zoro managed to get himself spectacularly lost in the desert near rain dinners. In doing so, he stumbled into a buried Palatian ancient ruin that predates the current Alabasta kingdom. Vivi leaned forward, her hands gripping the edge of the glass table. An ancient palace, beneath the sands? I've lived in Alabasta my entire life and never heard even a whisper of such a place. It was meant to stay hidden, Vivi, Ben explained. But more importantly, the poneglyph we found there F1 Robin translated gave us a name tied to the very dawn of history. Then Ben tells them all what Robin and he discussed. Joy boy, Robin whispered, her eyes dark with a hunger for knowledge. She turned to Ben. The poneglyph mentioned him specifically. Ben, you have abilities. You see things others cannot. Can your sight reach back into the past? Can you tell us who this man was? The room went silent. Even Luffy stopped fidgeting. Ben leaned back, his fingers interlaced. He looked at the ceiling for a long moment, as if reading invisible lines of code in the air. I don't have the full picture, Ben said slowly, his voice dropping an octave. My sight is more about trajectories where things are going based on where they've been. But I know this Joy Boy was a man born over 900 years ago. He came from a kingdom so advanced it would make our current world look like it's living in the Stone Age. He paused, letting the weight of the centuries settle on the crew. He was the first man in the history of the sea to be called a pirate. He was a man of absolute freedom, and he left a promise behind that the world is still waiting for him to fulfill. The crew was stunned. To think that the very concept of being a pirate started with a man from a lost, high-tech civilization 900 years ago was almost too much to process. Tell us more. Usopp leaned in, his eyes wide. What did he look like? Did he have a huge ship? Was he a giant? Ben shook his head with a small, knowing smile. That's all I'm giving you. If I tell you everything now, it'll be a spoiler for the journey ahead. Some things are meant to be discovered, not told. A collective groan went up from the table. Usopp pouted, crossing his arms. Ah, come on, Ben. Just a little more. No, Ben said firmly. Now, onto the matter at hand. This devil fruit. It was found in the Nefertari ancestral ruins. It belongs to the Alabasta royal family. Sanji exhaled a cloud of smoke. He's right. Since it's a legacy of the Nefertari line, Vivi-chan should be the one to decide its fate. The crew murmured in agreement. All eyes turned to Vivi. She looked at the fruit with a shimmering, mysterious power that her ancestors had guarded for nearly a millennium. Ben, Vivi said, her voice steady despite her nerves. You told us that something terrible is coming in 2 years. A storm that will swallow the world. Does this fruit, does it have a part to play in that? Ben nodded solemnly. It does. Its power is tied to the guardian deity mentioned in the texts. It's a mythical zoan, Vivi. A power of legend. Vivi took a deep breath. Then I'll eat it. I want to be strong enough to protect Alabasta and all of you. She paused, looking down at her hands. But Ben, the serum you gave me. I have wings now. I have increased strength and agility from the animal genes. Will the fruit conflict with that? Will it hurt me? I won't let that happen, Ben promised. I'll develop a neutralizing solution to safely extract the serum-based traits before you consume the fruit. It will be a clean slate for the transformation. I just need a little more time. Vivi nodded, a look of relief washing over her. I'll wait. I trust you, Ben. Meeting adjourned, Ben announced. The afternoon was peaceful. On the deck, a high-stakes card game was underway. Luffy, Usopp, Dory, Brogy, and Karoo were huddled around a crate, while Zoro leaned against the mast, occasionally throwing down a card with a bored expression. Suddenly, the light began to fade. It wasn't a cloud passing over the sun. It was a shadow vast, jagged, and terrifyingly fast. It started as a small blotch on the cards in the middle of the crate and expanded outward until the entire deck of the Mary was plunged into an artificial twilight. "Hey, who turned out the lights?" Luffy complained, looking up. His jaw dropped. His eyes literally bugged out of his head. Ding, ding, ding. The ship's bell chimed thrice Mary's automated warning system. Warning, massive object in vertical vicinity. Above them, a colossal galleon, its wood rotting and its sails tattered like the wings of a dying moth, was falling straight out of the sky. It was a ship from a bygone era, tumbling through the air with a deafening roar of rushing wind. "Scream!" Usopp shrieked, his face turning a ghostly shade of white. "Mary, accelerate! Full power! Move US out of the drop zone!" The Mary's engines roared to life. The ship jerked forward with such violent force that everyone on deck was sent sprawling. Nami, Sanji, and Robin, who had been coming up the hatch to see what the commotion was, were thrown sideways, tumbling into the railings. Boom! The falling ship missed the Mary by a mere 100 yards, crashing into the ocean with the force of a falling meteor. A massive wall of water erupted into the air, drenching the deck and tossing the Mary like a cork in a bathtub. Once the ship steadied, Nami scrambled to the railing, her face red with fury. "Which ship attacked us? Was it the Marines? A pirate ambush?" She looked over and saw Luffy, Usopp, and the giants staring over the side of the ship into the churning water where the wreckage was sinking. "Nami, look," Luffy said, pointing down. "What am I looking at?" Nami snapped. "It's a ship, it fell from the sky, Nami." Usopp wailed, clutching his head. "A giant ship just dropped out of the clouds." "Don't be ridiculous," Nami said, crossing her arms. "Ships don't fall from." "Actually, Nami-san," Mary's voice came over the speakers, sounding uncharacteristically somber. "My sensors confirm the object originated from an altitude of approximately 10,000 meters. It was indeed a falling vessel." Nami went pale. 10,000 meters. That's impossible. "I wanna go check it out," Luffy shouted, his excitement already overriding his shock. "There's gotta be treasure. Or mystery. Or sky meat." "No, absolutely not," Usopp yelled. "It's a ghost ship. It's cursed. We are staying right here on this nice, safe deck." Ben stepped onto the deck, a calm smile on his face. He had been expecting this. "Actually, Usopp, I think the captain has the right idea." Ben tapped a bead on his wrist. "Mary, bring out the toys." The deck plating near the main mast slid open with a mechanical hiss. From the depths of the ship, 5 metallic objects shot into the air, propelled by bright blue thrusters. They circled the ship once before hovering in a neat line above the deck. They were suits of armor, sleek, gold and red masterpieces of engineering that bore a striking resemblance to the Mark 42. They gleamed in the sunlight, their eyes unlit, waiting for their pilots. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Dory, and Brogy all froze. Their pupils dilated. Their mouths fell open. "Robots!" They screamed in unison, their eyes turning into literal stars. "Not just robots," Ben chuckled. "Deep-sea atmospheric exploration suits. Mary, initiate armor sequence for the captain." One of the suits flew toward Luffy. With a series of clicks and whirs, it began to disassemble in midair, the pieces flying toward Luffy and snapping onto his limbs. Within seconds, the rubber man was encased in a high-tech exoskeleton. The visor snapped shut, and the eyes glowed with a soft blue light. Usopp, Chopper, and the giants stared in absolute awe. It was the coolest thing they had ever seen. "I want one. I want one." Usopp jumped up and down, his fear of the ghost ship vanished in the face of giant robot suits. Ben shook a finger. "Now hold on, Usopp. You said you wanted to stay on the nice, safe deck, remember?" Usopp immediately puffed out his chest, striking a heroic pose. "Who said that?" "Certainly not the great Captain Usopp. I was merely testing the crew's resolve. Give me the armor." Ben grinned. "All right, Mary, suit them up." The remaining suits moved. One expanded to fit Chopper's heavy point form. 2 others, massive, custom-built versions that Ben had spent weeks designing, flew toward the giants. Dory and Brogy laughed like children as the massive plates of reinforced steel locked over their colossal frames. "Mary will assist with flight control and life support," Ben said, his expression becoming serious. "She'll guide you to the wreck and monitor the structural integrity of the area. If she says it's time to leave, you leave." "Understood." "Aye aye." The 5 armored explorers shouted. With a collective roar of repulsors, the 5 iron pirates blasted off the deck, leaving trails of white smoke in the sky as they dove toward the churning waters below. 77, on the seas, 6. The sky above the Grand Line was a canvas of piercing blue, broken only by the streaks of white vapor trailing behind 5 golden red figures. The roar of repulsors cut through the wind as Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and the 2 giants, Dory and Brogy, soared through the air in their Mark Series armors. "Yahoo-oh!" Luffy's scream of pure, unadulterated joy echoed inside his helmet and blasted out through the external speakers, startling a flock of passing news crews. He did a corkscrew spin, the thrusters on his palms flaring as he accelerated. "I'm flying. I'm really flying. Look at me, Luffy." Chopper squealed, his heavy point armor bulky and tank-like, yet moving with surprising grace thanks to the gravity stabilizers Ben had installed. "I'm a rocket reindeer. Gabba-ba-ba-ba-ba." Brogy's laughter was like thunder. The giant's armor was a marvel of engineering, a massive exosuite that made him look like a mechanical god of war. This magic is incredible, Ben. To think men of Elbaf could take to the skies like dragons. Indeed, brother. Dory roared, diving past them. The sea below looks like a mere puddle from this height. Down on the deck of the Going Merry, the scene was less chaotic but no less emotional. Ben stood near the railing, monitoring the flight telemetry on a holographic pad. Beside him, Kuro, the super spot-billed duck and faithful companion to Princess Vivi, was staring up at the sky with his beak wide open. Kuro looked at the flying figures, then looked at his own wings. He flapped them experimentally. Nothing happened. He looked at Ben. He looked back at his wings. Then he looked at Ben again, his large, round eyes shimmering with a heartbreaking mixture of anticipation and puppy dog pleading. Ben glanced down and chuckled. I know that look, Kuro. Kuro quacked loudly, pointing a wing at the sky and then puffing out his chest, as if to say, I am a warrior too. Where is my metal suit? Ben sighed, scratching the back of his head. Sorry, buddy. I don't have a suit designed for avian physiology ready right now. The aerodynamics for a duck are complicated. Kuro's face crumbled. The feathers on his head drooped. He let out a low, mournful quack, looking at the deck as if his entire world had collapsed. It was the picture of absolute despair. But, Ben added quickly, seeing the devastation he had caused. I've got some blueprints for a high-velocity deepbreaker armor. I'll make one for you in the future. Promise. Kuro's head snapped up so fast there was an audible crack. His eyes sparkled, beams of light practically shooting out of them. He saluted Ben with a wing, quacked a joyous affirmation, and began running in circles around the deck, training for his future life as a mecha duck. High above, the fun was about to turn into a mission. Alright, Iron Pirates, Ben's voice crackled over the comms system. Target acquired. The wreckage of the sunken ship that is directly below you. Initiate dive sequence. Roger that. Usopp shouted, trying to sound professional despite his heart hammering in his chest. The 5 armored figures tipped their bodies downward. Gravity took hold, and combined with the thrusters, they became missiles. They punched through the surface of the ocean with a synchronized splash, the impact absorbed instantly by the inertial dampeners. The world turned from bright blue to murky azure. Engage floodlights, Ben ordered. Beams of high-intensity light cut through the gloom. The massive, broken hull of the ship loomed before them, drifting slowly toward the dark depths. It was a ghostly sight, seaweed already clinging to its rotting wood, the shattered masts pointing like accusatory fingers. Let's go inside. Luffy yelled, his repulsors propelling him toward a hole in the hull. Wait for us, Captain. Chopper called out. Inside the ship, it was silent and eerie. Debris floated in the stagnant water, broken chairs, soggy books, and personal effects of a crew long dead. Search for anything valuable, Ben's voice guided them. Logs, maps, unique artifacts. Ignore the gold, we have enough money. We want information. Nami grabs Ben's wrists and shouts, no, do not ignore gold, bring them back. Usopp was hovering near the back, his head on a swivel. This place is creepy, he muttered. Why is it so creepy? It's just a ship. A dead, wet, dark ship. He turned a corner into what looked like the galley. His light swept across a table. Usopp screamed, his suit's thrusters firing in a panic, sending him slamming into the ceiling. There, floating near the table, was a skeleton. It was still wearing the tatters of a pirate uniform, its jaw hanging open in an eternal, silent scream. What is it? Dory's deep voice rumbled through the water. ASS skeleton. Usopp wailed. It looked at me. It's dead, Usopp, Zoro's voice cut in over the comms from the Merry. Stop being embarrassing. You try being down here in a tin can. Usopp shot back. Focus, Ben commanded. Luffy, check the captain's quarters. Giants, check the cargo hold. Luffy, unfazed by skeletons or ghosts, smashed through the door to the captain's cabin. He saw a chest bolted to the floor. Found a box. He announced, ripping the lid off. Inside wasn't gold, but a log posy and older modeland, several maps. Good, Ben said. Secure them. Merry, scan the cargo hold. Scanning, the AI responded. Detecting trace amounts of alloys. Dory, Brogy, grabbed the rusted weapons in the corner. While they worked, a shadow fell over the surface far above them. On the surface, the Going Merry was suddenly not alone. A massive ship, easily 3 times the size of the Merry, had pulled up alongside them. It was a bizarre vessel, painted in garish tropical colors, with huge pulleys and cranes dominating its deck. The figurehead was a giant, goofy-looking monkey. Oi, you there! A voice boomed across the water. Standing on the bow of the new ship was a man who matched his figurehead perfectly. He was huge, hairy, and wearing a jumpsuit that looked like a banana peel. I am Masura. The man shouted, striking a pose. The Salvage King. This is my territory. Anything that falls from the sky into these waters belongs to me. Nami, Sanji, Zoro, and Vivi tensed up. Sanji's cigarette shifted in his mouth. Trouble? He asked quietly. Ben stepped forward, raising a hand to signal the crew to stand down. He put on his best harmless traveler smile. Greetings. Ben called back. We're just passing through. We saw a big ship fall and we're just admiring the splash. Quite a sight, wasn't it? Masura squinted at them. Admiring? You aren't trying to steal my salvage. Steal? Ben laughed, waving a hand dismissively. We're just a humble crew. We wouldn't dream of interfering with a professional like you. While he spoke, Ben tapped a rhythm on his wrist console. Merry, patch me through to the underwater team. Ben didn't stop smiling at Masura, then he spoke to Luffy and the others below when Masura was ordering his crew. Listen up. We have company. A salvage pirate named Masura just showed up. He thinks the wreck is his. I need you to finish grabbing whatever you can in the next 60 seconds and get out. Below the waves, Luffy paused. A pirate? Can I fight him? No, Ben replied instantly. Not yet. We don't want a war over garbage. Just get the intel and get back to the ship unseen. Roger, the team replied. Back on the surface, Masara puffed out his chest. That's right. I am a professional. Men, prepare the buckets. We're going to pump air into the wreck and raise it. Aye aye, Boss Masara. His crew shouted, scrambling to man the massive air pumps on the deck. You see, Masara lectured Ben, salvage is an art. You have to respect the sea. Fascinating, Ben said, his eyes flicking to the sonar display on his wrist. Tell me more about your technique. While Ben kept Masara distracted with questions about air pressure and buoyancy, topics Masara barely understood but loved to brag about, the underwater team was moving. Mary, guide us in, Chopper whispered. Calculating blind spot, Mary's voice was cool and precise. The Victory Hunter Masara's ship is a visual obstruction on its port side due to the crane assembly. Approach from deep, come up directly under the Mary's starboard hull. The 5 iron pirates moved like shadows. They abandoned the wreck of the St. Brice just as Masara's divers began to splash into the water on the other side. Using their thrusters at low power to avoid surface turbulence, they glided beneath the Mary. Magnetic clamps engaging, Mary announced. Clang, clang, clang. The suits latched onto the hull of the Mary underwater. They climbed up the side of the ship opposite to where Masara was pontificating. As they crested the railing, the suits hissed. The back plating opened up, and Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Dory, and Brogy stepped out. Armor return protocol, Ben muttered under his breath. The 5 suits immediately disassembled into their component parts and flew, low and quiet, into the open hatch of the research lab, stacking themselves neatly in their charging bays. Luffy shook his head, spraying water everywhere. Even though he was dry, it was a habit. He grinned, holding the bundle of wet maps and the log pose. He saw the crew gathering near the port rail, talking to the monkey man. Hey! Luffy shouted, sprinting across the deck, waving the rusted log pose in the air. Guys, look what I found in the sunken ship. It's a mystery box and a cool compass. The silence on the deck was deafening. Ben closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Nami turned slowly. Her eyes were white with fury. Usopp, who had just managed to sneak back into the group, turned pale. You idiot. Wham! Nami's fist collided with the top of Luffy's head with the force of a meteor. Bonk! Usopp joined in, chopping Luffy. SHHHHH. We're supposed to be sneaky. Luffy rubbed the massive lump growing on his head. Ow, why did you hit me? We got the treasure. On the other ship, Masara froze. His ears twitched. He leaned over the railing, staring at the Straw Hats. Sunken ship. Masara asked, his voice low and suspicious. Did that Straw Hat guy just say he found something in the sunken ship? Nami stiffened. She grabbed Luffy's face, stretching his rubber cheeks into a grotesque smile. She turned to Masara, sweat dropping down her forehead. Ah ha ha ha. No, no, you misheard. Nami laughed nervously. He said, he found a bun in the ship. Yes, he found a potato chip bun. He's very hungry. You know how captains are. A potato chip bun. Masara scratched his head. That sounds delicious. But, I could have sworn he said sunken ship. He narrowed his eyes. You guys aren't trying to trick me, are you? I take salvage very seriously. The tension rose. The rest of Masara's crew stopped working and picked up their weapons. Luffy pushed Nami's hand away. He looked at Masara. He tilted his head to the side. He squinted. Hey, Luffy said bluntly. You look like a monkey. The entire Straw Hat crew stopped breathing. Sanji dropped his cigarette. Usopp began to recite his last will and testament. Nami looked ready to throw Luffy overboard. You don't just insult a pirate captain to his face, especially one who is clearly sensitive about his appearance. Masara stared at Luffy. His mouth hung open. The silence stretched for 5 agonizing seconds. Then, Masara blushed. He put his hands on his cheeks and wiggled his body shyly. Oh, stop it. Masara giggled. You're embarrassing me. There's no need for such high praise. The Straw Hats, except Luffy and Ben, jaw dropped. He took it as a compliment. Usopp shrieked. You really think I look like a monkey? Masara asked, batting his eyelashes. Like, a real, strong monkey. Yeah. Luffy gave a thumbs up. Totally. A big, funny monkey. Brother. Masara shouted, tears streaming down his face. I like you. You have a good eye for character. Men, stand down. These are friends of mine. Aye, boss. Ben chuckled, leaning back against the mast. Diplomacy, Luffy style. So, Masara wiped his eyes. Since we are friends, you can watch the master at work. Observe. I shall raise the ship. Masara turned back to the sea, ready to command his divers. But something was wrong. The water between the 2 ships began to bubble. It wasn't the bubbles from the air pumps. It was something else. The ocean surface began to dome upward, frothing white. Is that the ship coming up? Vivi asked, holding onto the railing. No, Ben said, his tone dropping instantly. He checked the sonar. A massive red blip had just appeared, eclipsing everything else. Back away from the rail. Now. What is it? Zoro asked, his hand going to his swords. Something big, Ben warned. Rumble. A deep, guttural vibration shook the hulls of both the Going Merry and the Victory Hunter. The sea seemed to boil. Then, the ocean exploded. A massive shape erupted from the depths, blocking out the sun. Water cascaded off a shell the size of an island. It was a sea turtle but of a magnitude that defied logic. Its mouth was a gaping cavern, and jagged teeth lined its jaw. And in its mouth, crunched like a toothpick, was the wreckage of the St. Brice. It ate the ship. Usopp screamed, clutching Chopper. The turtle continued to rise. It just kept going up. Its neck was thick as a tower, and its eyes were glazed over with predatory indifference. As it fully breached, the displacement of water created a massive wave that rocked the two pirate ships violently. The Going Merry and Masura's ship looked like bath toys next to this leviathan. That. Masura stammered, his monkey pride forgotten. That's not salvage. That's a monster. It's huge. Luffy shouted, his eyes sparkling again. Can we eat it? It will eat us first, you moron. Sanji yelled, kicking Luffy. The turtle let out a deafening roar, snapping the St. Brice in half with a sickening crunch of wood and metal. It turned its massive head slowly, its gaze falling upon the two tiny appetizers floating next to it. Ben. Nami shrieked, do something with your magic. Ben stood firm, his coat flapping in the wind generated by the beast's breathing. He raised a hand, his fingers glowing with a soft, arcane light. 78 on the seas. 7. The ocean was silent, save for the sloshing of water against the hulls of the Going Merry and the Victory Hunter. The colossal sea turtle, a beast so ancient its shell carried an ecosystem of its own, had just snapped the wreckage of the St. Brice in two like a dry twig. Now, its massive head turned. The water cascaded off its beak in waterfalls that could have drowned a small boat. Its eyes, milky with age but sharp with hunger, locked onto the two pirate ships floating in its shadow. It's looking at us. Usopp shrieked, clutching the railing so hard his knuckles turned white. It's deciding which one is the appetizer. Don't move, Sanji hissed, his leg trembling slightly despite his brave stance. Maybe its vision is based on movement, like a T-Rex. That is a myth, Cooksan, Robin noted calmly, though her eyes were narrowed. I hope we are not eaten alive. Don't say scary stuff, Robin, Usopp screams at Robin. Masura, on his ship, was shaking. I'm a monkey. Monkeys don't taste good. Eat the humans on the other ship. Hey! Nami yelled across the water. Don't sell us out, you traitor. The turtle opened its maw, a cavern of jagged teeth, and prepared to lunge. But then, the world stopped. It didn't stop because of time manipulation or magic. It stopped because the very atmosphere seemed to curdle. The bright sunlight that had been bathing the ocean suddenly vanished, not behind a cloud, but behind something far more substantial. A chill wind swept across the deck, carrying a smell that wasn't salt or sea. It smelled of thin air and ozone. Why is it getting dark? Chopper whispered, looking up. It's noon. Luffy, who had been ready to punch the turtle, froze. Slowly, the crew looked up. Piercing through the dense fog that had rolled in out of nowhere, three silhouettes appeared against the backdrop of the gray sky. They were not ships. They were not islands. They were people. But they were wrong. The scale was impossible. The giants, Dory and Brogy, were the largest living things the crew had ever seen, standing at nearly 20 meters tall. But these shadows, these figures loomed over the horizon, their heads piercing the clouds, their torsos obscuring the sun. They were miles high. They bore massive wings, and in their hands, they held spears that looked long enough to pierce the planet itself. What, in the world, is that? Zoro breathed, his hand gripping Wado Ikimonji but not drawing it. How do you cut a someone that size? Monsters. Brogy rumbled, his axe lowered. Even in Elbaf, we have no legends of titans this size. It's the Umabozu. Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face as he fell to his knees. The giant sea monks. We're all going to die. The ocean is cursed. Even the giant sea turtle, the apex predator of this region, was not immune. The beast looked up, saw the three-winged gods looking down at it, and visibly shuddered. Sweat-thick, oily beads of fear broke out on its scaly forehead. It whimpered, a sound like grinding rocks, and began to back away. Everyone was paralyzed. Their hearts hammered against their ribs like trapped birds. The sheer cosmic horror of the sight had stripped away their ability to scream. Everyone, that is, except Ben. Ben stood on the quarterdeck, his coat fluttering in the cold wind. He looked up at the shadows with a calm, analytical gaze. He knew what they were, a trick of the light, a projection from the sky island above onto the dense imperial cumulus clouds below. But knowing the science didn't make the sight any less imposing. Mary, Ben said, his voice cutting through the silence of the deck. Yes, Ben. The AI responded, her voice sounding slightly strained, as if even the ship's sensors were overwhelmed by the data. Get us out of here. Understood. Engaging emergency maneuver, flank speed. The sudden roar of the Mary's engines broke the trance. The crew finally found their voices, screaming in unison. Run! Run away! Luffy shouted. Those are ghosts. Big ghosts. Mary, go faster. Nami screeched, hugging the mast. I don't care where, just go. The turtle is diving. Sanji yelled. The sea turtle, terrified out of its mind, scrambled. It dove straight down, creating a whirlpool that threatened to suck the ships in. Masura didn't even say goodbye. Full sail. Row, you lazy monkeys. Row for your lives. The Victory Hunter turned tail and fled east, its paddles churning the water into white foam. Heading west-northwest. Ben commanded. Clear the blast zone. The Going Merry shot forward, her reinforced hull cutting through the waves. They didn't stop looking back until the fog swallowed the three-winged shadows, and the sun began to peek through the clouds again. 30 minutes later, the Going Merry was drifting in calm waters, miles away from the incident. The adrenaline crash had hit the crew hard. Usopp was lying flat on the deck, staring at the sky. Chopper was checking everyone's pulse, mostly to distract himself. Zoro was napping, or pretending to calm his nerves. Nami stood near the helm, staring at her wrist. She had been staring at it for 5 minutes straight. Nami Swan, Sanji-kun, floating over with a tray of iced tea. You look tense. Here, have a refreshing drink to soothe your beautiful soul after such a fright. Nami didn't respond. She just kept staring at the log pose. Nami. Luffy poked her cheek. Are you broken? It's broken, Nami whispered. Her voice trembled. You're broken. Luffy asked, confused. The log pose. Nami snapped, shoving her wrist in Luffy's face. Look at it. It's completely broken. The crew gathered around. Inside the small glass dome of the log pose, the needle which usually pointed steadily toward the next island's magnetic field was locked in a position that defied all navigational logic. It was pointing straight up, vertical, toward the sky. Maybe we shook it too hard. Usopp suggested, peering at it. Did you hit it against the railing when we ran? It's a high-precision instrument, Usopp, not a toy. Nami argued, panic rising in her voice. If the log pose is broken, we're stranded. We can't navigate the Grand Line without it. We have plenty of food, Luffy said, rubbing his stomach. Sanji bought lots. That's not the point. Nami yelled. The point is we have lost our path. Miss Navigator, Robin's voice came from the library doorway. She walked out, holding a book, her demeanor as unshakable as ever. May I see it? Nami held out her wrist. Robin examined the needle, tilting Nami's arm this way and that. The needle remained stubbornly fixed, pointing to the zenith. It is not broken, Robin stated simply. How can you be sure? Nami asked, desperate for reassurance. The first rule of the Grand Line, Robin quoted, closing her book. Never doubt the log pose. No matter how impossible the direction seems, the log pose is absolute. If it points north, there is an island north. If it points south, there is an island south. She looked up at the clouds drifting lazily overhead. And if it points up, then the destination is in the sky. Silence reigned on the deck. Sky Island. Luffy shouted, throwing his hands up. But. Nami grabbed her hair. Islands don't float. Gravity is a law, not a suggestion. Gravity is flexible, Ben said, stepping down from the helm. He walked over to the group. Especially here. The Grand Line is a convergence of magnetic anomalies. Why is it so hard to believe that there's a magnetic field strong enough to suspend landmass, or clouds dense enough to hold it? Nami looked at Ben, then at the log pose. She sighed, her shoulders slumping. So, we really have to go up? Unless you want to stay here forever, Ben shrugged. The log pose won't reset until we reach the destination it has locked onto. We are bound for the sky. Well, Ben clapped his hands, changing the subject. Since we are destined for the clouds, let's see what clues we have. Luffy, bring out the salvage. Luffy, cheered by the prospect of adventure, dragged the wet sacks and the rusted box they had recovered from the St. Brice to the center of the deck. Treasure time. Chopper cheered, hopping onto a barrel. They spread the items out on a tarp to dry. It wasn't a hoard of gold, but to an archaeologist and a tech wizard, it was better. There were cooking utensils, heavy, rusted iron pots and pans. Sanji picked one up, inspecting the craftsmanship. This alloy, it's lighter than iron but doesn't rust the same way. It's corroded by salt, but the core is intact. Interesting. There was armor gauntlets and breastplates that looked ceremonial. Zoro tapped the hilt of a rusted sword. Too light, he grunted. Then there were the books. They were waterlogged, swollen with seawater, but the ink was waterproof. Robin carefully peeled the pages apart using a pair of tweezers Ben handed her. It's a logbook, Robin read. From the St. Brice. Dated, 208 years ago. 200 years. Usopp gaped. That ship has been floating up there for 2 centuries. Listen to this, Robin continued. Day 4. The currents of the White Sea are treacherous. The fish here are flat and glide like birds. We have made contact with the angels. They are wary of our earth soil. They call it Verth. Angels. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts. Lovely angel ladies with wings? Oh, the sky is my paradise. Or terrifying birdmen with spears, Usopp muttered, thinking back to the giant shadows. Finally, Ben picked up the map. He unrolled it carefully on the table. It was a map of an island shaped like a crescent moon, with a massive beanstalk growing through the center. At the top, in elegant, archaic script, was the word, Skypia. Skypia. Luffy tested the word on his tongue. He grinned, a wide, declan smile. Suji. A whole island in the sky. We have to go see it. I want to see the angels. I want to eat the skyfish. I want to climb the beanstalk. He turned to Nami, eyes sparkling. Nami, make the ship go there. Set sail for the sky. Nami smacked him on the back of the head. Idiot. Don't just say make the ship go there like it's a trip to the store. How are we supposed to sail up? We need a ramp? A tornado? She looked at the Mary, then at the sky, calculating the logistics. It seemed impossible. Then, a thought struck her. She turned to Ben. Ben, Nami said slowly. Can you make the ship fly? The crew looked at Ben. They remembered the sleek, black vessel Ben had deployed for the Revolutionary Army agents. It had hovered effortlessly, defying gravity. Can you do that to the Mary? Like you gave one for the Revolutionary Army, Nami asked. Ben looked at the going Mary. He looked at the wooden hull, the sheep figurehead, and the masts. I can, Ben said, his voice confident. Really? Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper screamed. But, Ben raised a finger, it's not as simple as slapping a repulsor on the keel. The Mary is wood, held together by nails and tar. If I attach a high-output anti-gravity engine to her right now and turn it on, the engine will fly to the sky, and the ship will stay here in a million pieces. The structural integrity can't handle the G-force. Luffy frowned. So, no flying ship. I said I can do it, Ben corrected. I just need to make preparations. I need to reinforce the keel with an adamant alloy spine, install inertial dampeners throughout the lower deck to prevent the wood from splintering, and integrate the flight system into the helm so you can actually steer it. He looked at Nami. I can retrofit her, but I can't do it in the middle of the ocean. I need a dry dock, or at least a stable harbor where the water is calm and I can work on the hull. Nami nodded, her navigator brain taking over. Okay, that makes sense. We need an island. She turned to the mast. Mary. Yes, Nami-san. The ship's voice chimed. Is there an island nearby? Somewhere we can dock for a few days while Ben works his magic. There was a brief pause as the ship's long-range sensors swept the horizon. Scanning. Mary hummed. Triangle coordinates locked. Log pose vector analyzed. There is a large landmass approximately 40 nautical miles to the southwest. It appears to be a chaotic zone, heavily populated by pirates, but it has a harbor. What's it called? Nami asked. The charts identify it as Jaya Island, Mary replied. Specifically, Mott Town. Jaya, Nami repeated. She looked at the map. It was off course from the vertical indication of the log pose, but they couldn't go up without the upgrades. Alright, that's our next stop. We dock at Jaya, get supplies, and let Ben turn the Mary into a spaceship. YOSH. Luffy pumped his fist. To Jaya. And then, to the sky. Skypia. 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 Luffy grabbed Usopp and Chopper. The three of them linked arms, forming a kick line. They began to dance around the deck, kicking their legs high in the air. Oh, the island is in the sky. In the sky. The meat is flying high. Flying high. We're gonna fly, we're gonna soar. And knock on God's front door. They are idiots, Zoro muttered, leaning against the railing, but there was a smirk on his face. They are our idiots, Robin smiled. Ben walked over to the helm, taking the wheel. Mary, set course for Jaya. Flank speed. The sooner we get there, the sooner I can get to work. Aye, Ben. Course set for Mott Town. The Going Merry banked sharply, turning away from the open ocean and heading toward the dark silhouette of an island on the horizon. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of violent orange and purple colors that promised adventure, danger, and the unknown. 79 Around the world. The white soil land, Baltigo. It was a place that did not exist on any map, a ghost island wreathed in perpetual gales and blinding white dust. It was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, the only force in the world that dared to look the world government in the eye and spit. The sentries stationed on the jagged cliffs were used to the wind. They were used to the silence. But they were not used to the sky tearing open. High above the white crags, the air seemed to shimmer like a mirage. Inside the cockpit of the SHIELD helicarrier, Sabo sat in the commander's chair, feeling a giddy mixture of excitement and anxiety. Koala stood beside him, clutching the back of his chair. We're directly over the landing zone, Sabo noted, checking the holographic displays. Red Queen, disengage retroreflection panels. Deactivate stealth mode. Acknowledged, Chief of Staff. The cool, synthetic voice of the Red Queen echoed through the bridge. Deactivating optical camouflage. Lowering landing struts. To the sentries below, it looked as if a mountain had suddenly materialized from the ether. One moment, there was only gray sky. The next, a behemoth of steel and glass, sleek and predatory, hung suspended in the air. Four massive turbines hummed with a sound that vibrated deep in the chest, holding the thousands of tons of metal aloft with impossible grace. Enemy attack. The alarm shattered the peace of Baltigo. Red flares shot into the sky. Agents scrambled from their hidden bunkers, weapons drawn, looking up in absolute terror at the flying fortress that cast a shadow over their entire base. Hold fire. A voice commanded. Dragon stood on the highest balcony of the command center. His dark cloak whipped violently in the downdraft created by the turbines. His face was stoic, etched with the tattoo of his resolve, but his eyes were narrowed. He had felt them before he saw the ship. His observation Haki had swept the area the moment the air pressure changed. He sensed two presences on that ship, 12 voices that burned bright and familiar. Sabo, Koala. But he was confused. Where had they found a ship that flew? Stand down, Dragon ordered the panic-stricken troops. It is not the world government. Slowly, majestically, the helicarrier descended. The water in the bay churned as the massive vessel settled onto the sea surface, the turbines powering down to a low whine before rotating into a docked position. A ramp extended from the side of the ship with a hydraulic hiss. Sabo and Koala walked down, looking fresh and unharmed, contrasting sharply with the battle-ready revolutionaries waiting for them. Dragon walked forward to meet them, his boots crunching on the white soil. The wind died down as he approached, his sheer presence calming the storm. Dragon-san. Sabo saluted, a wide grin on his face. Dragon nodded, his gaze drifting past his second-in-command to the metallic leviathan floating behind him. Sabo, Koala, I am glad you have returned safely. However, he pointed at the helicarrier. Care to explain where you acquired a flying fortress? Sabo blinked, looking genuinely confused. But, Ben said he told you about it. Dragon's eyebrow twitched. Ben. Yeah, Ben, Sabo explained, gesturing enthusiastically to the ship. He said he contacted you and told you he was gifting this to the Revolutionary Army as a mobile base. That's the only reason we accepted it. I thought you approved it. Dragon stared at Sabo. Sabo stared at Dragon. The silence stretched, filled only by the confused murmurs of the surrounding soldiers. He told me no such thing, Dragon said flatly. Sabo's jaw dropped. Wait, what? But he was so convincing. He said, I've already cleared it with your boss, just take the keys. He even gave us the manual. Koala, who had been standing slightly behind Sabo, suddenly let out a heavy sigh. She slapped her forehead. I knew it. He played us. Played us. Sabo looked at her. He knew we wouldn't accept something this valuable without orders, Koala said, a mix of annoyance and admiration in her voice. So he lied to us to make us take it. He forced the gift into our hands. Sabo paused, processing this. That cheeky bastard. A smile slowly crept onto his face. Well, he got us. Koala stepped forward, her excitement bubbling over. Dragon-san, trickery aside, you have to see this. It's not just a ship. It represents a century of technological advancement. Dragon looked at the ship, then back at his subordinates. Lead the way. As Dragon and a select group of officers stepped onto the bridge of the heli-carrier, the lights flickered on automatically. Welcome aboard, the disembodied voice of Red Queen spoke. Biometric scan complete. Identity confirmed, Monkey D. a Dragon. Designation, Supreme Commander. Transferring primary command codes to you. The officers jumped, reaching for their weapons. It's okay. Koala waved her hands. That's Red Queen. She's the ship's artificial intelligence. She runs the systems. An artificial intelligence. Dragon murmured, watching the holographic avatar of the Red Queen materialize on the central table. Like a soul pocus od Big Mom. No souls, sir, Koala explained, beaming like a child in a candy store. Pure mathematics and logic. Look at this. For the next hour, Dragon was led through a world of wonders. Koala showed him the Quinjet sitting in the hangar bay's VTOL aircraft capable of speeds that made marine ships look like driftwood. She showed him the submarines, sleek and undetectable. She explained the force fields that could withstand buster call level bombardment. She pointed out the laser artillery that could snipe a target from miles away with pinpoint accuracy. And this, Sabo said, pressing a button on the console, is the stealth drive. It bends light around the hull. To the naked eye, we vanish. To radar, we are a cloud. Dragon ran a hand over the cold steel of the console. He was a man who rarely showed emotion, but his eyes were wide. This ship alone changed the balance of power. With this, they could move armies unseen. They could strike Marie-Joys and vanish before the admirals could respond. It is magnificent, Dragon admitted. We aren't done, Sabo grinned. Everyone, please exit the ship. We need to show you the storage mode. Once the group was back on the white soil of the shore, Sabo pulled out a small remote. Red Queen, initiate compression sequence. Affirmative. The air warped around the massive ship. With a sound like a zipper being pulled quickly, the colossal helicarrier, a vessel capable of housing hundreds, shrank. It collapsed in on itself, folding and reducing until it was no larger than a toy model. The Revolutionary Army officers stared. One of them fainted. Dragon looked at the toy-sized ship in Sabo's hand, then at Sabo. He gave you a pocket fortress? Convenient for parking, isn't it? Sabo laughed. Back in the command room, a traditional bunker carved into the rock, Dragon sat at the head of the stone table. The atmosphere was heavy, not with tension, but with shock. Koala placed a spatially expanded bag on the table. It looked like a small pouch, but she reached in and her arm disappeared up to the shoulder. There is more, Koala said seriously. Ben didn't just give us a ship. He gave us the means to win. She began pulling items out, laying them on the table one by one. Komoyo beads, she explained, holding up the black bracelets. Secure, instantaneous communication. No transponder snails needed. Impossible to intercept. Devil fruits, she said, placing 3 swirling fruits on the table. The room gasped. Super soldier serum, she placed a silver case down. It enhances human physiology to its peak. Strength, healing, stamina. He said it makes a normal soldier into a superhuman. Port keys for me and Sabo, she showed them 2 chains. Teleportation devices. And finally, these. Koala held up a small box of rings. Appearance alteration rings. Dragon picked up a ring. It was simple, silver. How does it work? Put it on and see the magic, Koala instructed. Dragon slid the ring onto his finger. He closed his eyes. A shimmer of light passed over him. When the light faded, Monkey D. Dragon was gone. In his place sat a nondescript, balding merchant with a kind face. Incredible, the intelligence officer breathed. With these, our spies could infiltrate the Garosei's own bathroom. Dragon removed the ring, reverting to his tattooed self. He looked at the pile of treasures. This wasn't just aid, this was an arsenal. Sabo, Dragon said, his voice grave. Connect me to him, now. Sabo tapped his Komoyo bead. A holographic interface sprang up, projecting a 3D image of Ben floating in the center of the dark room. Yo, Sabo. Ben's voice was clear as day. He looked relaxed, the ocean breeze visible in his hair. Is everything all right? Did the ship break already? Sabo smiled, leaning back in his chair. Everything is fine, Ben. I showed Dragon the helicarrier. And, funny thing, he told me that the ship was exactly as you described in your conversation with him. Ben's image froze for a second, then he burst out laughing. Bwahahaha. Caught me, did you? Let me guess, he was shocked speechless by the size, and if I hadn't lied, you 2 uptight freedom fighters would have refused it out of politeness. Damn right we would have, Sabo chuckled. You're a manipulative guy, Ben. I prefer results-oriented, Ben grinned. Ben, Dragon's deep voice cut in. He leaned into the frame. Ben's expression sobered slightly, offering a respectful nod. Dragon-san. Ben, Dragon said, looking at the hologram. You have armed us with swords we did not know existed. I do not know how to repay this debt. No debt, Ben waved his hand. Just make sure the dawn comes a little faster. Dragon nodded slowly. If in the future you require the aid of the Revolutionary Army, you have my word. We will answer. I'll keep that in mind, Ben said. Thanks, Dragon. Where are you now? Dragon asked. Just approaching Jaya, Ben replied, glancing off screen. Actually, I can see the island now. We've got some renovations to do. I have to go. Good luck with the revolution. The hologram fizzled out. The room was silent again. Dragon sat back, processing the interaction. A man of immense power, casual demeanor, and mysterious origins. A dangerous variable, but fortunately, a friendly one. So, Sabo broke the silence, a bright, nostalgic look in his eyes. Since we have some downtime, did I ever tell you about the time Luffy fought a tiger? Dragon blinked. Luffy. My brother. Your son. Sabo beamed. You know, seeing Ben reminded me of the adventures we used to have. Oh man, Luffy was such a crybaby back then, but he had spirit. Dragon felt a rare pang of fatherly curiosity. He had left Luffy young. I suppose I have not heard much of his childhood. Oh, you're going to love this. Sabo pulled out a chair and sat closer. So, there was this one time we were building a treehouse, right? And Ace, that's my other brother, he stole some sake from Dodden. 10 minutes later. Dragon was nodding politely. I see. He sounds resilient. 30 minutes later. And then the crocodile bit him, but Luffy just bit the crocodile back. Can you believe it? Sabo was animated, waving his hands. Koala quietly stood up. She signaled the other officers. Abort. Escape. She tiptoed out of the room, leaving her leader to his fate. 2 hours later. Dragon's eyes were glazed over. He had conquered nations. He had outsmarted admirals. He had endured torture and starvation, but he was currently losing the battle against Sabo's endless stream of Luffy trivia. And that's when he got his head stuck in a jar for 3 hours. Sabo laughed, slapping the table. Dragon-san, are you listening? Yes, Dragon rasped, his voice sounding incredibly tired. The jar. Fascinating. Dragon stared at the door Koala had escaped through, mentally calculating the quickest escape route, regretting everything. Marineford. The Fortress of Justice. In the office of the Fleet Admiral, the air was thick with the smell of green tea and stress. Sengoku sat at his desk, a mountain of paperwork threatening to avalanche onto him. His seagull hat was slightly askew. He stared at the report in his hand. Crocodile, missing, Sengoku muttered, his temple throbbing. Not defeated. Not captured. Just vanished. He looked up at the marine officer standing nervously before him. You're telling me that a warlord of the sea, the hero of Alabasta, simply packed his bags and left? He took his entire officer corps? He emptied the treasury. Why yes, Fleet Admiral. The officer stammered. Our agents in Alabasta report that the rain-based casino was completely cleared out. There was no sign of battle. Just an empty room. Sengoku rubbed his eyes. If he disappeared, it means he was planning something, or someone made him disappear. Get out. Leave me. Yes sir. The officer saluted and fled. Sengoku sighed, leaning back. He turned his head to the sofa where the legendary hero of the Marines, Monkey D. Garp, was happily crunching away. Crunch, 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 bwahahaha. Garp laughed, spraying crumbs everywhere. That crocodile. Always knew he was a slippery one. Probably went to start a circus. This isn't funny, Garp. Sengoku snapped. The balance of the three great powers is fragile. If a warlord goes rogue or disappears, it creates a vacuum. We look incompetent. We are incompetent, Garp said cheerfully, reaching into his bag of rice crackers. Want one? What now? Sengoku asked, ignoring the offer. He's technically still a warlord until we revoke the title, but we can't find him, and he has world government immunity. Who cares? Garp mumbled, mouth full. If he's gone, he's gone. Less paperwork for you. Sengoku's patience snapped. A vein popped on his forehead. He reached over and snatched the bag of rice crackers out of Garp's hand. Hey! Garp shouted, standing up. Give those back. That's the limited edition seaweed flavor. Confiscated. Sengoku yelled, clutching the bag like a war trophy. As penalty for your insubordination and your annoying chewing. He slammed the bag onto his desk. And speaking of annoyance, what are you going to do about your family, Garp? Garp sat back down, picking his nose. My family? They're fine. I'm talking about your grandson, Straw Hat Luffy. Sengoku waved another report. I got a report from Smoker. He spotted Straw Hat at Nanohana. And not just him. Fire Fist Ace was there too. Garp froze mid-nosepick. Ace too. Bwahahaha. Those brats are having a reunion. This is serious. Sengoku roared. The 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and a rookie with a 30 million berry bounty were in Alabasta right before Crocodile vanished. Smoker tried to pursue them, but they slipped away. Were they involved? Did they fight Crocodile? Who knows? Garp shrugged. Smoker said he couldn't find them afterwards. They vanished into the desert and then, nothing. Reports say they left the island. Sengoku glared at Garp. Your bloodline is a curse on the Marines, Garp. A revolutionary son and 2 pirate grandsons. What are you going to do about them? Garp's expression shifted. The goofy smile remained, but his eyes darkened slightly behind the facade. He crossed his massive arms. What can I do, Sengoku? Garp said, his voice dropping to a rumble. They chose their path. They hoisted their flags. They are men of the sea now. They will live by their choices, and they will die by them. He looked out the window toward the Grand Line. But Garp cracked his knuckles, the sound like gunshots in the office. If I run into them, I'll show them that freedom comes with a price. There is a hell waiting for them. A hell called Grandpa's love. Thousands of miles away. The Going Merry cut through the waves, the silhouette of Jaya growing larger on the horizon. The crew was in high spirits, the promise of a sky island filling them with wonder. Luffy was sitting on his special seat, he sheep's head figurehead. He was laughing at something Usopp was doing on the deck. Suddenly, Luffy froze. His eyes went wide. His pupils constricted to pinpricks. The hair on his arms stood straight up. A cold, terrifying shiver shot down his spine, rattling his very bones. It wasn't the fear of a monster or an enemy. It was a primal, instinctual fear that transcended logic. Gah! Luffy shrieked, clutching his shoulders and looking around frantically. Luffy! Nami looked up from her charts. What's wrong? Did you sense a Sea King? No. Luffy shuddered, rubbing his arms. Then what happened? I don't know, Luffy whispered, his face pale. I felt a chill run down my spine just now. Meanwhile, on a small striker boat powered by fire, Ace was cruising through the waves in a different part of the ocean. He suddenly sneezed violently, his flames flaring up and nearly scorching his hat. He rubbed the back of his neck, looking behind him with a paranoid expression. Someone's talking about me, Ace muttered. Back on the Merry, the moment passed. Luffy shook his head, slapping his cheeks. Whatever. Luffy shouted, pointing at the island ahead. Land ho! Jaya is here. Neat. Adventure. Sky Island prep. Ben stepped out onto the deck, his tools already strapped to his belt. He looked at the lawless island of Mott Town approaching. Alright everyone, Ben called out. Park the ship. I've got work to do. And Luffy, try not to punch anyone for at least 5 minutes. Luffy grinned, a promise he definitely couldn't keep written all over his face. Shishishi. No promises. 80, Jaya 1. The anchor of the Going Merry splashed into the murky waters of Mott Town's harbor. Unlike the pristine coasts of Alabasta or the welcoming shores of normal islands, Jaya smelled of stale rum, gunpowder, and rotting fish. It was a haven for the dregs of the Grand Line pirates who had failed to reach the top, bounty hunters with loose morals, and murderers hiding from the law. The town itself looked like a mouthful of broken teeth buildings piled haphazardly on top of each other, windows boarded up, and the constant sound of glass breaking and men shouting echoing from the streets. On the deck, Nami surveyed the scene with a critical eye. She tightened her grip on her Climatact, though with the serum coursing through her veins, she hardly needed a weapon to be dangerous anymore. Listen to me, Nami commanded, pointing a finger at Luffy and Zoro. This place is dangerous. We are here strictly for information on Sky Island and supplies. We are not here to start a war. Luffy was already vibrating with excitement, smelling the meat from the shore. I want to see the food. Zoro was checking his swords. I need sake. Did you hear me? Nami shouted, grabbing them both by the ears. You two are the biggest troublemakers. Do not fight. If someone picks a fight, you walk away. We keep a low profile. Got it. Ow, ow. Okay, no fighting. Luffy promised. Fine, which, Zoro grumbled. We won't draw our swords. Satisfied, Nami let them go. Good. I'll come with you to make sure you behave. Ben, what about you? Ben, who was leaning against the mast with a thoughtful expression, shook his head. I'll stay behind. I have the designs for the Mary's flight conversion in my head, but I need to physically manufacture the parts. It's going to take a few hours of concentrated alchemy and engineering. Alright, Nami nodded. We'll be back soon. Chopper, Usopp, Dory, and Brogy guard the ship with Ben. The trio of Luffy, Zoro, and Nami disembarked, walking into the chaotic streets of Mott Town, leaving Ben to his work. Once the loud members of the crew were gone, a heavy silence fell over the Merry. Ben descended into his workshop, the converted cargo hold that hummed with the energy of his previous inventions. He cracked his knuckles and pulled up a holographic schematic he had drafted earlier. Okay, Ben muttered to himself. To make a wooden caravel fly, we need to solve 3 problems: lift, structure, and atmosphere. He moved to his workbench. Ben picked up a block of high-grade titanium alloy he had synthesized during their journey. He began to sculpt it, not with a hammer, but with a laser cutter and his own telekinetic manipulation. He wasn't building the full-sized engine parts that would take days and fill the entire room. Instead, he was building a model. He crafted 4 intricate thrusters, each no larger than a soda can. They were masterpieces of miniaturization, containing complex repulsion coils and mana conduits. He soldered microscopic circuits with laser focus, his eyes glowing faintly as he imbued the metal with levitation properties. Repulsor stabilization, check. Vector control, check. Next, he built the spine. It looked like a small, metallic ribcage, designed to hug the keel of the Merry and distribute the g-force of flight so the wood wouldn't splinter. It was delicate, intricate work, requiring the steadiness of a surgeon. For 3 hours, Ben was in a trance. The world outside didn't exist. There was only the hum of the soldering iron, the smell of ozone, and the complex geometry of flight. Finally, on the table before him, sat a perfect, miniature conversion kit. It looked like a set of toys for a model ship. Done, Ben exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. Just need to expand and slap these on the hull, and the Merry becomes an airship. He packed the miniature parts into a small crate and headed for the deck, expecting to see his crewmates returning with full bellies and happy faces. Ben stepped out onto the sunny deck, stretching his back. Yo, Usopp, Chopper, are they back yet? They just walked up the gangplank. Chopper called out, peering over the railing. But, something's wrong. Ben walked to the railing and looked down. He raised an eyebrow. Luffy and Zoro were a mess. They were drenched from head to toe in cheap alcohol. Their clothes were stained, there were shards of glass in their hair, and they were covered in bruises and cuts. They looked like they had been dragged through a sewer. But strangely, they looked calm, stoic, even. Behind them walked Nami. Nami looked pristine, not a drop of alcohol on her clothes. Her hair was perfect, but her aura was terrifying. The air around her crackled with static electricity, and her eyes were shadowed by a rage so profound that even the seagulls were keeping their distance. Welcome back, Ben said, tentatively. Luffy sat down heavily on the deck, dripping rum onto the wood. Hey Ben. Zoro leaned against the wall, wringing out his bandana. Got any towels? What happened? Ben asked, looking at their injuries. I thought Nami told you not to fight. We didn't. Luffy said, wiping blood from his lip. We promised Nami we wouldn't fight, so we didn't. We let them beat us up. Yeah, Zoro grunted. Some loudmouth named Bellamy. He smashed bottles on our heads, poured drinks on us, kicked us around. We didn't lift a finger. Ben looked at Nami. So, you're mad because they got beat up? I'm mad because of what they said. Nami exploded. She stomped her foot, and a spider web of cracks appeared in the deck planks. Her eyes flashed with literal electricity. They laughed at us, Ben. They laughed at the Sky Island. They called it a fairy tale. They said the era of dreams is over. Nami paced back and forth, her hands clenching and unclenching. They called Luffy a delusional rookie. They called our map trash. So, Ben pieced it together. Luffy and Zoro took the high road. They realized fighting people with no dreams is pointless. That's actually very mature of. And then I broke their spines. Nami shrieked. Ben blinked. Come again. Zoro smirked, a rare expression of genuine amusement mixed with fear. We didn't fight back, but once we walked out, Nami went back in. Flashback, 10 minutes ago. The bar was filled with raucous laughter. Bellamy, the hyena, was howling, wiping tears from his eyes. His crew was jeering at the retreating backs of coward Luffy and Chicken Zoro. A Sky Island. Can you believe those idiots? Bellamy sneered, kicking a broken bottle. Pirates who dream. What a joke. The One Piece? A fantasy for children. I should have killed them just to clean the gene pool. The doors of the bar swung open. It wasn't Luffy. It wasn't Zoro. It was the orange-haired navigator. Bellamy smirked. Oh, came back for a kiss, sweetheart? Or did you want to join a real crew? Nami looked up. Her eyes were not the eyes of a navigator. They were the eyes of a predator. You can insult me, Nami said, her voice dropping to a low growl that vibrated the glasses on the tables. You can spill drinks on my clothes. You can even beat up my idiot captain because he promised not to fight. She took a step forward. The air pressure in the room dropped. Sparks began to dance along her skin. But nobody laughs at our dreams. Bellamy laughed. Ooh, scary. What are you gonna do, little girl? Map me to death. He launched himself at her, his legs transforming into springs. Spring hopper. He moved fast for a normal human to track. He was a supersonic bullet bouncing off the walls, aiming to take her head off. Nami didn't move. She didn't flinch. Her pupils constricted into vertical slits, eyes of a leopard. In a fraction of a second, the super soldier serum and the animal traits engaged. Her perception slowed time to a crawl. Bellamy looked like he was moving through molasses. She raised her hand. It wasn't just a hand, it was a claw wreathed in high-voltage electricity. Snap! Bellamy's face collided with Nami's palm. The impact created a shockwave that shattered every window in the bar. The electricity discharged instantly, frying Bellamy's nervous system. Thunder! Claw! Bellamy was blasted backward, crashing through 3 tables and embedding himself in the back wall. He twitched once, smoke rising from his chest, and then went limp. The room went silent. The other pirates stared, their jaws on the floor. Nami glared at them. She spread her arms, and massive, spectral wings of an albatross seemed to manifest in the wind pressure around her. Anyone else have an opinion on Sky Island? She roared. Big Knife Sarquis tried to draw his kukri. Nami was there in a blur of motion leopard speed. She kicked him in the chest with enough force to dent steel. Thunder lance, tempo. A bolt of lightning struck through the roof, incinerating the rest of the crew where they stood. Nami stood amidst the unconscious, smoking bodies of the Bellamy pirates. She adjusted her hair, stepped over Bellamy's body, and walked out. Ben stared at Nami. His mouth was slightly open. So, Ben clarified. Luffy and Zoro practiced pacifism to prove a philosophical point about dreams, and you just went in there and committed a massacre. They deserved it, Nami huffed, crossing her arms. I held back. I didn't kill them. They just have extensive nerve damage and complex fractures. They'll live. She looked scary, Ben, Chopper whispered, hiding behind Ben's leg. I think I'm in love, Sanji swooned, twirling onto the deck. Nami Swan defending our honor with such violence. Oh, the passion. Luffy laughed, wincing as the salt from the seawater stung his cuts. Shishishi. Nami is strong. I didn't even have to do anything. You're hopeless, Nami sighed, her anger finally draining away as she looked at her battered captain. She grabbed a towel and started wiping his face aggressively. Next time, just hit them, okay? I hate seeing you like this. But I promised. Luffy grinned. You're an idiot, she muttered, but there was affection in her voice. Suddenly, a pair of arms sprouted from the deck railing. Everyone jumped, except Ben and Luffy. Robin. Luffy cheered. Nico Robin climbed onto the deck, looking elegant as always. I see you've had an eventful afternoon, Robin smiled, glancing at the bruised trio. I have returned with information regarding the Sky Island. Tell us. Usopp shouted. Is it real? The people in this town mocked the idea, Robin explained. However, I found a lead. There is an outcast who lives on the other side of the island. A man named Mont Blanc Cricket. Cricket. Chopper tilted his head. He is a descendant of Mont Blanc Nolan Flyer from the storybooks, Robin continued. He was executed for claiming he saw a city of gold. His descendant lives here, searching for the truth. If anyone knows about Sky Island, that is him. Then we go see him. Luffy decided immediately. Nami, set sail. Wait, Ben interjected. He held up the crate of miniature parts. Before we go anywhere, I have good news. The flight conversion kit is ready. The crew's eyes widened. You finished it already. Usopp gasped. It's been like 3 hours. I'm efficient, Ben shrugged, but I can't install it here in the port. Too many eyes. And I need the ship to be dry docked or at least beached to attach the keel spine. Cricket's house is on a secluded part of the coast, Robin noted. It would be an ideal location for modifications. Perfect, Ben nodded. We sail to Cricket's place. We get the info on the Sky Island. And while you guys talk to him, I'll turn the Mary into a bird. All right. Luffy shouted, throwing his arms up. Let's go. To the Cricket guy. The Going Merry pulled away from the dock. As they sailed out, they could see smoke rising from the bar district. Ambulances were rushing toward the location where Nami had unleashed her fury. We probably shouldn't come back here, Usopp noted, watching the chaos. Good riddance, Nami said, flipping her hair. A town that laughs at dreams doesn't deserve our business. As they rounded the Cape of Jaya, the scenery changed. The squalor of the town gave way to lush, dangerous jungles. The trees were massive, and the sounds of giant insects echoed from the shore. This side of the island is untamed, Robin observed. The currents are stronger here. Ben, Luffy asked, sitting on the figurehead again. Can the Mary really fly? Like, really high? Ben walked up to the bow, leaning against the railing next to his captain. He looked at the wooden sheep, battered by storms and battles, yet still smiling. Luffy, Ben said softly. Ships are vessels of freedom. The ocean is vast, but it has boundaries. The sky is just another ocean. With these upgrades, the Mary won't just sail. She'll soar. She'll take you higher than any pirate has gone in centuries. Luffy looked at Ben, his eyes shining. You're the best, Ben. I know, Ben smirked. Now, get ready. Once we land at Cricket's, I'm going to need everyone's help. We're doing a full overhaul. The Going Merry cut through the waves, heading toward the eastern coast of Jaya, toward the castle of a liar, the promise of gold, and the path to the heavens. And in the crate at Ben's feet, the miniature thrusters hummed, waiting to be unleashed. I didn't want to involve experiments on Blackbeard's bloodline because we don't know if he can eat 2 or 3 devil fruits, because of the devil fruit or his bloodline, because we know his bloodline is of a buccaneer. So I am not doing any experiments on him and his team. And as for devil fruit to marry, I am waiting for Oda to reveal Loki's devil fruit, to see what it is. Because there are few theories, it might be a mythical bird, so I am waiting for it. 81, Jaya 2. The Going Merry drifted away from the violent, rum-soaked docks of Mock Town, leaving the bruised egos of the Bellamy pirates behind. The ship hugged the coastline of Jaya, moving from the developed, rot-infested port into the wild, untamed embrace of the island's eastern shore. Here, the trees were ancient and gnarled, their roots twisting like petrified sea serpents into the water. The jungle hummed with the sound of insects the size of cats and birds that sounded like screaming women. It was a place where civilization had tried to take root and failed, choked out by the aggressive flora. Ben said he needs a quiet place to work, Nami muttered, consulting the map Robin had sketched. According to the intel, this Cricket guy lives on a cape just past those twin capes. Luffy, who had recovered remarkably fast from his acid beating, mostly thanks to a ham shank Sanji had provided, was perched on the figurehead, shielding his eyes against the setting sun. I see something. Luffy shouted, pointing a rubbery finger. Whoa, Nami, look. It's huge. Usopp scrambled up to the crow's nest, adjusting his goggles. By the great seas. Luffy's right. It's a castle. A castle. Chopper gasped, running to the railing, his hooves clattering on the deck. Like a real castle? With knights and a king. It's massive. Usopp reported, his voice trembling with excitement. It's got turrets. It's got battlements. It looks like a fortress of solitude. This Cricket guy must be a legendary warrior to live in a place like that. The mist cleared slightly, revealing the silhouette of a grand stone structure rising from the beach. It had high towers, waving flags, and an imposing gate. Suji! Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper screamed in unison. Their eyes sparkled with the universal love for cool architecture. We're gonna explore it. Luffy declared. Adventure in the castle. Hold on, Ben said. Guys, don't get your hopes up. Why? Luffy asked, drooling slightly. Is it haunted? Even better. Look closer, Nami sighed. You idiots. As the Mary drew nearer, the illusion began to shatter. The stone walls didn't have the depth of real rock, the towers looked strangely flat, and as the wind shifted, the entire castle seemed to wobble precariously. It's flat. Chopper whispered, heartbroken. It's a cutout, Zoro grunted, leaning against the mast. It's a piece of painted wood. The ship dropped anchor a few meters from the shore. The castle was revealed for what it truly was, a massive plywood facade painted to look like a fortress. Behind the majestic front lay a small, humble, slightly run-down brick house. It was like seeing a movie set from the wrong angle prop, no substance. My dreams. Usopp fell to his knees. It's a lie. It's all a lie. A liar's house, Robin mused, a small smile playing on her lips. How fitting for the descendant of Nolan. The crew disembarked, wading through the shallow surf to the sandy beach. The air here was heavy and humid. Ben stayed near the ship, already eyeing the hull and preparing his tools for the expansion work, but he waved them on. Go check it out. I'll start prepping the Mary. Luffy, Nami, Zoro, Sanji, Vivi, Karo, Dory, Brogy, Usopp, Robin, and Chopper walked up to the small house hidden behind the fake castle. Hello. Luffy shouted, banging on the wooden door. Is the cricket guy home? We want to ask about the sky. No answer. The door creaked open under Luffy's fist. It wasn't locked. Intruding is rude, Luffy, Sanji chided, lighting a cigarette. It's fine, it's fine. Luffy walked in. The interior was dim and dusty. It smelled of old paper, tobacco, and loneliness. There was no furniture to speak of, just a hammock, a desk covered in charts, and piles of gold bullion thrown carelessly in the corner as if it were trash. Whoa, look at the gold. Nami's eyes turned into berry symbols for a second, but she shook it off. Focus, Nami. Sky Island first. Robin walked to a bookshelf that was overflowing with journals, but on the center of the desk, lying open, was a large, colorful picture book. This is. Robin picked it up. The cover showed a cartoonish man with a chestnut on his head, grinning stupidly. Oh, Sanji said, stepping up beside her. He blew a plume of smoke, his expression turning nostalgic. I know this book. It's Liar Nolan. Liar Nolan. Chopper asked, tilting his head. Is he a bad guy? It's a fairy tale, Sanji explained, leaning against the desk. Or rather, a cautionary tale. Everyone born in the North Blue knows it. I heard it 1,000 times when I was a kid. Read it to us. Luffy demanded, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Sanji sighed, picked up the book, and began to read, his voice taking on a storytelling cadence. Once upon a time, there was a man named Mont Blanc Nolan. He was an explorer who traveled the great seas. One day, he returned from his voyages and told the king a magnificent story. Sanji turned the page, showing a picture of Nolan gesturing wildly to a skeptical king. I found a golden city. Nolan claimed. A city where the bell towers are made of gold, and jewels line the streets. It is a paradise of wealth across the sea. The king, greedy for treasure, took 2,000 soldiers and sailed with Nolan to find this paradise. They braved storms and monsters, but when they finally arrived at the island Nolan spoke of, Sanji paused for dramatic effect. The crew leaned in. There was nothing. No city. No gold. Just a dense jungle. The king was furious. You have made a fool of me, he roared. Nolan was arrested and sentenced to death for his deception. But even as the executioner's blade fell, Nolan cried out. Sanji pointed to the illustration of Nolan crying on the scaffold. It was there. The city of gold sank into the ocean. I am not lying. But nobody believed him, Sanji finished, closing the book. And so, Nolan died a liar. And to this day, in the North Blue, when a child tells a lie, we say, don't be a Nolan. He is the greatest liar in history. The room was silent. That's kinda sad, Usopp muttered. To die screaming the truth and no one believing you. But he was lying, right? Nami asked. If the king went there and saw nothing. Who knows? Robin said softly. History is often written by the victors, or in this case, the survivors. But this man, Cricket, if he is Nolan's descendant, living here in this mock castle, he's carrying the weight of that lie, Zoro finished, trying to prove a dead man right. The man from the depths. Splash. A loud sound from outside broke the somber mood. It sounded like a whale breaching. Something came out of the water. Vivi said. The crew ran out of the house. On the beach, a figure was emerging from the ocean. He was a hulking man, shirtless, with a muscular build that spoke of years of hard labor. But the most striking feature was his head. He had a chestnut-shaped growth on top of his skull, exactly like the cartoon Nolan in the picture book. Ha, ha. The man wheezed, dropping the net. He looked up and saw the straw hat standing in front of his house. His eyes narrowed. A vein popped on his forehead. More of them. The man growled, his voice raspy. You rats, came to steal the gold, didn't you? Wait, we just want to talk. Nami shouted, raising her hands. I don't talk to thieves. The man, Mont Blanc Cricket, lunged. Despite his exhaustion, he moved with the speed of a seasoned fighter. He aimed a kick at Sanji, who blocked it with his shin. Clang. He's heavy, Sanji noted, surprised by the weight behind the blow. But he's sluggish. Get out of my house. Cricket roared. He swung a fist at Luffy. Luffy sidestepped easily. Hey, Chestnut-san, we aren't thieves. We're pirates. Same thing. Cricket yelled. He prepared for another attack, his chest heaving violently. I won't let you mock me. Suddenly, Cricket's eyes rolled back in his head. He clutched his chest, a gurgling sound escaping his throat. Gah! He collapsed face-first into the sand, twitching. Asan. Luffy poked him. He stopped moving. Usopp panicked. Did we kill him with our aura? Idiot. Chopper ran forward, activating his scope. He placed a hoof on Cricket's neck and listened to his breathing. His pulse is irregular. His breathing is shallow. And look at his skin, nitrogen bubbles are forming in his capillaries. What is it? Nami asked, worried. Decompression sickness. Chopper diagnosed instantly. The bends. He dove too deep and came up too fast. If we don't treat him, the nitrogen in his blood will kill him. Do it, doctor. Zoro ordered. I need to stabilize him. Bring him inside. I need hot water and blankets. Don't shake him. Sanji and Zoro carefully lifted the unconscious giant and carried him into the house. Chopper went into full doctor mode, barking orders, mixing herbs, and regulating the man's temperature. Ben, who had been watching from the Mary, walked up the beach. Case on disease, he noted, looking at the man. He's been doing this for years. His body is a wreck. He's diving deeper than a human should without a pressurized suit. An hour passed. The sun had fully set, casting long shadows over the fake castle. Inside the house, Cricket's breathing had stabilized. Chopper wiped sweat from his brow. He's going to be okay. He just needs rest. He's pushing himself too hard. Why does he do it? Nami wondered, looking at the piles of gold in the corner. He has the gold. Why keep diving? Maybe he's not looking for gold, Robin suggested. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise erupted from the sea. Horns blared, drums beat, and a sound that could only be described as monkey screeching echoed through the night. Boss. Hey boss. We're here. Did you find the city of gold today, boss? The Straw Hats ran outside. Two massive ships were approaching the shore. One was the Victory Hunter they had seen earlier, captained by Masura. The other was a ship that looked like a floating jungle, captained by an even stranger individual. It's the monkey guy from before. Luffy pointed. Masura leaped off his ship, landing on the beach with a thud. Beside him landed another manner. Was he a monkey, with long green hair that dragged on the ground and a sonar dish apparatus in his hands? This was Xiao Zhao, the sonar king. Boss Cricket. Masura shouted, marching toward the house. We brought dinner, bananas and... Hey! Masura froze. He saw Luffy. He saw Zoro. He saw the Straw Hat crew standing in front of Cricket's door. Then, he looked past them and saw Cricket lying motionless on the bed inside. Masura's eyes popped out of his head. Xiao Zhao's jaw hit the sand. Boos! Masura and Xiao Zhao screamed in unison, a sound so loud it knocked the leaves off the nearby trees. They killed him. Masura wailed, tears streaming down his face like waterfalls. They killed the boss. Oh, the humanity. Curse you, pirates. Xiao Zhao roared, activating his sonar microphone. You murdered our best friend. Prepare to have your eardrums exploded. Wait, you idiots. Nami yelled. He's not dead. He's sleeping. Don't lie to me. Masura sobbed. I can see the light leaving his body. Boss, don't go into the light. The bananas aren't ripe yet. Masura charged, winding up a massive punch. Monkey, punch. Luffy sighed. He stepped forward, caught Masura's giant fist with one hand, and stopped him dead in his tracks. He is sleeping, Luffy said firmly. Chopper fixed him. If you wake him up, I'll kick your ass. Masura blinked. He looked at Luffy. He looked at Cricket, who was snoring softly. He's snoring. Masura whispered. Yes, Chopper squeaked, stepping out with a stethoscope. He had the bends. I treated him. He needs rest. Please be quiet. Masura and Xiao Zhao looked at each other. The rage vanished instantly, replaced by blubbering gratitude. Oh, thank you. Masura grabbed Chopper and hugged him, nearly crushing the reindeer. You saved the boss. You are a good raccoon dog. I'm a reindeer. Chopper yelled, though he was blushing. And your compliments don't make me happy, you jerk. He. So, Xiao Zhao wiped his nose. You guys are friends. We just met, Usopp said, relaxing his slingshot. But we helped him. Then you are friends of the Saruyama Alliance. Masura declared, striking a pose. We are the disciples of Mont Blanc Cricket. We help him search for the romance of the sea. The commotion finally roused the man inside. Cricket groaned, sitting up and clutching his head. So noisy. He grumbled. He looked around, his vision clearing. He saw the Straw Hats, saw Masura and Xiao Zhao crying with joy, and saw the medical supplies next to him. He looked at his arm, seeing the foredrip Chopper had set up. You. Cricket looked at Chopper. You treated me. You were in bad shape, old man, Sanji said, leaning against the doorframe. You shouldn't dive like that. Cricket swung his legs off the bed. He looked at Luffy. I attacked you, and yet you saved me. We aren't here for the gold, Luffy said simply. We want to go to the sky. Cricket froze. He stared at Luffy for a long moment. Then, he let out a short, rasping laugh. He reached for a pack of cigarettes on his desk, lit one, and took a deep drag. The sky, huh? Cricket exhaled a cloud of smoke. You're a rare breed, kid. Everyone else comes here to laugh at the liar's descendant or steal the gold. But you want to chase a ghost even bigger than mine. He stood up, shaky but standing tall. He walked over to the picture book of Nolan and closed it. I don't know if the Sky Island exists, Cricket said, his voice gruff but not unkind. But I know this, my ancestor, Nolan, was not a liar. He was the most honest man in the world. And if he said there was a city, then there was a city. He looked at the Straw Hats, a grin forming on his face, a grin that matched the golden statues of Nolan. Masura, Xiao Zhao. Cricket barked. Yes boss. Bring out the good booze. Tonight, we drink with these idiots. And tomorrow, we help them with anything we can. Yeah. As the celebration began, Ben watched from the deck of the Mary. He held a glowing blue crystal in his hand, core of the flight system. Looks like they made friends, Ben smiled. Time to get to work. He turned back to the ship, the sound of laughter and monkey screeches echoing into the jungle night. The stage was set, the ship would be ready, and soon, the liar's legend would be vindicated in the clouds. AD2, Jaya 3. The morning sun over the eastern coast of Jaya was humid and heavy, cutting through the jungle canopy in thick beams of gold. The sea was calm, lapping gently against the hull of the Going Merry. Ben stood on the sandy beach, finishing his coffee. He looked at the ship, then at the spot of cleared land further up the beach where he had set up his temporary workshop. Alright, Ben cracked his neck. Let's move her to the garage. Cricket, who was smoking a cigarette nearby, looked confused. Move her? You mean drag her? We'll need the Giants and the Salvage King's pulleys for that. The keel will drag in the sand. No need for pulleys, Ben said calmly. I prefer a more direct approach. Ben extended his right hand toward the ship. His eyes glowed with a faint, regal purple light. He didn't chant a spell, he simply exerted his will upon the world. Ruler's authority. The air around the Going Merry warped. The water beneath the hull was pressed down by an invisible force. Then, with a groan of timber settling into a new equilibrium, the entire caravel weighing tons lifted out of the water. Cricket's cigarette fell out of his mouth. What in the blue hell? The ship floated through the air, water dripping from its underside like rain. It moved smoothly, controlled by Ben's telekinetic grip, and drifted over the beach. Gently, with the precision of a feather landing on a pillow, Ben lowered the Merry onto the wooden scaffolding he had prepared. Thud. Alright, Ben clapped his hands, turning to a petrified Cricket. Let's get to work. I need to install the repulsor spines along the keel and mount the thrusters. Mind handing me that wrench? Cricket blinked, shook his head to clear the shock, and picked up the tool. Devil fruit user, Cricket thought, exhaling smoke. Has to be. Some kind of float fruit? Doesn't matter. If this kid says he can make a ship fly, I'm starting to believe him. While Ben and Cricket began the surgical operation on the ship's hull, the rest of the Alliance was engaging in their usual chaotic routine. On the beach, a strange game of tag was taking place. The participants were a rubber man, a reindeer, a long-nosed sniper, a super spot-billed duck, 2 giants from Elbath, and 2 monkey men salvagers. I'm gonna get you. Luffy roared, his arms stretching 50 feet to snatch Masura. Eek, the rubber monkey is fast. Masura shrieked, diving into the sand. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy laughed, the sound shaking the trees. He was sitting down, letting Chopper use his helmet as a jungle gym. Little one, you have the spirit of a warrior. I'm a doctor, not a warrior. Chopper yelled, looking delighted as he transformed into Heavy Point to wrestle with Kuro. Kuro, seeing the chaos, quacked a battle cry and charged at Usopp, who was trying to explain the concept of Usopp hammer to Xiaojiao. You see, Usopp lectured, holding a squeaky toy hammer. It's all about the psychological impact. You have to believe it weighs 5 tons. Fascinating. Xiaojiao nodded, his long green hair dragging in the sand. Does it work on Sea Kings? Absolutely. Usopp lied through his teeth. Meanwhile, inside the Mary's galley, which was currently tilted slightly due to the work outside, a culinary lesson was in progress. Sanji-san, Vivi asked, holding a kitchen knife with intense concentration. Is the onion supposed to be diced this fine? Sanji was vibrating. He was floating a few inches off the floor, hearts replacing his eyes. Oh, Vivi-chuan, the way you hold that knife. It is poetry. It is art. You could stab me right now and I would thank you. Vivi giggled, used to his antics by now. Sanji-san, the onions. Yes, the onions. Sanji spun around, landing gracefully. Treat the onion like a delicate flower. You must slice it with love, not aggression. Like this. He demonstrated a flurry of cuts, so fast the blade was invisible. See, this helps release the flavor without bruising the layers. This is essential for the soup we are making for the banquet. I see, Vivi nodded, mimicking the motion. Like this. Perfect. Sanji swooned, grabbing the counter to steady himself. You are a natural, a goddess of the kitchen. In the ship's library, the atmosphere was far more serious. The room was filled with the smell of old paper. This logbook, Nami murmured, tracing a line of faded text. It confirms the vertical current, the knock-up stream, but the timing. The timing is cyclical, Robin noted, cross-referencing with a star chart. The St. Brice encountered it during a cumulus accumulation. Look here. She pointed to a sketch in the 200-year-old book. They mentioned the cloud ocean. The density of the clouds above Jaya is unique. It contains island cloud particles pyrobloin ejected from volcanoes. Pyrobloin, Nami tested the word. That's what creates the solid clouds. Correct, Robin smiled. It seems Skypia isn't just floating on air. It's floating on a sea of hardened volcanic ash. Navigating it will require more than just wind. It will require understanding a 3-dimensional ocean. Nami sighed, rubbing her temples. And Ben is strapping rockets to our ship. I guess traditional navigation is going out the window anyway. Outside, the work was nearing completion. Ben held the Valkyrie thrusters, the 4 massive, turbine-like devices he had enlarged with his magic. Cricket, secure the bolts on the port side. Ben shouted, sliding under the hull. Got it. Cricket grunted, wrenching the bolts tight. These alloys, they're lighter than wood. Where did you get this metal? Trade secret, Ben called back, welding the connection with a spark of mana. They attached the thrusters to the underside of the Mary, hidden behind retractable wooden panels so the ship would look normal when sailing on water. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the Going Merry had evolved. It looked the same on the surface, but underneath, it was a machine capable of defying gravity. System check, Ben commanded, tapping the hull. A low hum, barely audible, vibrated through the ship. The repulsor nodes glowed soft blue for a second before fading. Everything is working perfectly, Ben, Mary chimed. It's done, Ben wiped grease from his cheek. Lunch was a feast, thanks to Sanji and his new apprentice, Vivi. The crew ate on the beach, surrounding a massive bonfire. It's time, Luffy announced, swallowing a chunk of meat whole. He stood up, looking at the Mary. We're going to the sky. The crew began to pack up. Dory and Brogy carried the heavy supplies on board, but as they prepared to leave, Mont Blanc, Cricket, Masura, and Xiaojiao stood by the tree line, arms crossed. Well, Cricket said, lighting a fresh cigarette. Looks like you're all set. The sky is waiting. Get on, Luffy said. Cricket blinked. Ha! Get on the ship, Luffy repeated, pointing at the gangplank. You, the monkey guys, and the bird. Kid, Cricket shook his head, a sad smile on his face. I told you. I'm staying here. My fight is with the ocean floor. I've spent 10 years diving for evidence of Nolan's city. I can't just leave my post. Why not? Usopp asked. Don't you want to know if it's up there? Of course I do. Cricket snapped. But, what if it's not? As long as I'm here looking, the dream is alive. If I go up there and find nothing, then Nolan really was just a liar. And I. You're scared, Ben's voice cut through the air. Cricket stiffened. Ben walked down the gangplank, standing in front of the older man. You're scared that the answer isn't what you want. You're scared that you wasted your life, so you'd rather keep looking in the mud than look at the stars. Watch your mouth, brat, Masura growled. Come with us, Ben said, his voice softening. The ship has plenty of room. We added quarters in the expansion. And listen to me, Cricket. Ben leaned in. This ship moves fast, faster than anything in this world. If we go up there, and we find the city, you see it with your own eyes. You ring the bell, and then, I can fly you back down to this exact spot in an instant. It won't hinder our journey. We can drop you off on our way to the next island. Cricket's eyes widened. You'd bring me back. I promise, Ben nodded. You aren't abandoning your post. You're just taking a field trip to the attic. Cricket looked at the ground. He looked at his hands, scarred from nitrogen bubbles and deep diving. He looked at the golden city he had failed to find underwater. Awesome! Luffy shouted from the deck. Let's go. It's an adventure. Nolan wants you to see it. Cricket's lip trembled. He looked at Masura and Xiaojiao. Boss. Masura sniffled. Let's go. We want to see the sky too. Yeah. Xiaojiao cried. We want to see the city of gold. Cricket took a deep breath. He dropped his cigarette and stomped it out. Alright, Cricket grinned, a wild, adventurous look returning to his eyes. If you insist, I guess I have to supervise you lot. Don't blame me if we fall to our deaths. Yahoo! Luffy cheered. The Saruyama Alliance boarded the Going Merry. Wait. Cricket suddenly realized something as he stepped on deck. We need a south bird. The magnetic fields in the sky are chaotic. Without a south bird to orient us, we'll get lost in the clouds. No need, Ben said, walking to the helm. What? Cricket panicked. You don't understand. In the cloud ocean, there are no landmarks. We need a magnetic constant. We have a compass, Ben tapped the side of his head, and not a magnetic one. It doesn't care about magnetic interference. It knows where down is, and it knows where north is, based on the rotation of the planet. Cricket stared at Ben. What language are you speaking? The language of we aren't getting lost, Ben smiled. Trust me. The gangplank was retracted. The chrono expanded by 3 weirdos took their stations. Everyone, hold on to something. Ben commanded from the helm. He wasn't using the wooden wheel, he was typing on a holographic keyboard that hovered above it. Engaging Valkyrie thrusters. Anti-gravity output, 40%. VRMMMMMMMMMMMM. A sound like a deep, vibrating hum resonated through the ship. The sand around the Merry began to dance. The palm trees on the shore bent away as if a giant wind was pushing them. We're moving. Chopper squealed, hugging the mast. Slowly, smoothly, the Going Merry rose straight up. No run up, no ramp, no geyser. It simply rejected gravity. 10 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. The jungle of Jaya shrank beneath them. The ocean became a vast, glittering tapestry. Incredible. Cricket whispered, looking over the side. We're flying, we're actually flying. Higher. Luffy shouted. Go to the clouds. Increasing thrust, Ben said, locking vector to the log pose altitude. The ship accelerated, pushing them slightly into the deck. The wind rushed past, but Ben raised a hand. Shield, dome. A translucent, shimmering barrier appeared over the deck of the Merry, blocking the wind. The roar of the air became a whisper. It's so quiet, Vivi marveled. I can see everything. As the Merry ascended past the tree line and began to drift out over the bay, a shadow emerged from the dense jungle below. A group of men walked onto the beach where the Merry had just been. Leading them was a massive man with a thick black beard, missing teeth, and a presence that felt like a void. Marshal D. Teach. Blackbeard. Zay ha 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 ha. His laughter boomed, surprisingly loud even from this distance. Luffy looked down. Oh, it's the cherry pie guy. Cherry pie guy? Vivi asked, looking over the railing. Who is he? Just some weirdo we met in Mott Town. Luffy picked his nose. He talks a lot about dreams, but he has bad taste in food. Blackbeard looked up at the floating ship, his eyes narrowing. He held a wanted poster in his hand. Luffy's poster. Straw Hat Luffy. Blackbeard shouted, his voice amplified by raw lung power. Don't think you can run. Your head is worth 30 million. That's my ticket to the warlord position. He's a pirate hunter. Usopp shrieked. And he wants Luffy. Zay ha ha ha. A flying ship? Interesting. Blackbeard grinned, darkness swirling around his hand. But gravity pulls everything down eventually. Black vortex. He raised his hand. A swirling vortex of darkness formed, trying to suck the ship back down. The Mary shuddered slightly. Ben. Nami yelled. He's doing something. Gravity manipulation, Ben noted, unimpressed. Cute. But we have our own gravity. Ben ramped up the thrusters. The Mary surged upward, fighting the pull of the darkness. Captain, a calm, chilling voice spoke from beside Blackbeard. It was Van Augur, the supersonic sniper. He raised his long rifle, Senraku. Fate has determined their course, Van Augur said softly. Let us see if they are lucky. Bang. He fired. The bullet moved faster than sound. It was aimed perfectly at Luffy's head. At this range, normal observation Haki might have missed it until it was too late. But the Mary was no longer just a ship. It was a fortress. Ping. A ripple of blue light flared on the underside of the ship, just below the figurehead. The bullet, capable of piercing steel at 3 miles, stopped dead in the air, flattened against the invisible force field Ben had erected. What? Van Augur lowered his rifle, his monocle glinting. It hit a barrier. A force field, Ben said, glancing at the readout. Kinetic dampening engaged. On the ground, Blackbeard's eyes widened. Oh ho, they have some toys. Zay ha 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 ha. Run, Straw Hat. Run to the sky. But remember this. Blackbeard pointed a finger at the retreating speck of the ship. A man's dream will never die. Let them go to the sky. If they survive, I'll be waiting right here to drag them down to hell. His laughter echoed across the bay, a chilling promise of future conflict. High above, the Going Merry broke through the cloud layer. The darkness of Blackbeard was left far below, replaced by a blinding, brilliant white. We're safe, Ben announced, stabilizing the ship. 83, Skypia 1. The Going Merry hovered. The thrusters underneath the hull hummed with a low, steady vibration, maintaining their altitude at exactly 7,000 meters above sea level. Below them, the blue world they knew had vanished. Above them, the sky was a piercing, crystalline azure. But all around them, stretching to the horizon in every direction, was a sea of blinding white. It was not mist. It was not fog. It was a rolling, physical ocean of clouds. The waves moved with a sluggish, dreamlike quality, foaming and cresting just like water, but silent and soft. Unbelievable. Vivi whispered, gripping the railing. She reached out a hand, her fingers brushing the top of a passing cloud wave. It feels wet, but also fluffy. It's the White Sea, Mont Blanc Cricket said, his voice thick with emotion. He was leaning against the mast, tears streaming down his rugged face. It's real. The ocean in the sky. It's actually real. Boss, we made it. Masara and Xiao Zhao were hugging each other, sobbing loudly. We didn't die. And it's so fluffy. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy laughed, the sound booming in the thin air. I have climbed the highest mountains in Elbaf, but never have I sailed on clouds. This is a tale for the ages, Dory. Ge-jaya-jaya-jaya. Indeed, brother. Dory agreed, poking a cloud with his massive sword. Look, there are fish. Luffy's head snapped around. Fish? Where? Sure enough, swimming through the clouds as if they were water, were strange, flat fish with balloon-like bodies and wing-like fins. They glided effortlessly through the vaporous ocean. Sky fish. Sanji identified them immediately, his chef instincts kicking in. I wonder what the texture is like. Do they taste like clouds? Or fish? Meat is meat, Luffy declared, drooling. While the crew marveled at the ecosystem, Usopp was standing on the gunwale, staring at the cloud ocean with a contemplative expression. He adjusted his goggles, struck a pose, and looked back at the crew. Listen up, men. Usopp announced, puffing out his chest. We have conquered the Blue Sea. Now, great Captain Usopp shall conquer the White Sea. I wonder, can a brave warrior swim in this fluff? Don't do it, Usopp, Sanji warned, looking at him. We don't know much about these clouds. Ha! Usopp waved her off. Foolish navigator. I am a master of buoyancy. Watch and learn. He began to stretch. Left arm, right arm. He did a few deep squats. Go Usopp. Chopper cheered, waving his hooves. Show us the swimming style of a brave warrior. You can do it, Long Nose. Masara cheered. Yeah, show the sky who's boss. Xiao Zhao added. Fed by the praise, Usopp's ego expanded to the size of a weather balloon. Behold, the legendary North Blue backstroke. Splash. Usopp jumped. He hit the cloud sea. Unlike water, there was no hard impact. It was like jumping into a pile of very wet cotton balls. He sank for a second, then bobbed back up to the surface. Ooh. Usopp spat out a mouthful of cloud. It's lighter than water. But I'm floating. I'm doing it. Look at me. He began to paddle. It took more effort than usual because the resistance was lower, but he was indeed moving. He switched to a butterfly stroke, kicking up sprays of white mist. So gee. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Usopp is swimming in the sky. He is truly a man of the sea. Brogy clapped. Hey, cook. Usopp shouted back at the ship, treading water. You said we don't know anything about this sea? Well, I know it's easy. You worry too much. A real man takes on new challenges head-on. Sanji lit a cigarette, leaning over the rail. I'm just saying, idiot. If that's not water, then what happens if you stop kicking? Details, details. Usopp scoffed. I'm going to dive. Usopp took a deep breath, flipped over, and dove beneath the surface of the clouds. Under the surface, the world was a hazy white twilight. Usopp opened his eyes, protected by his goggles. It was hard to see, but he could make out schools of skyfish darting around him. This is amazing, Usopp thought, kicking deeper. I'm the first sniper to swim in the sky. I'll find a sky shell and give it to Nami, maybe she'll lower my debt. He kicked deeper, and deeper. Suddenly, the resistance around him changed. The White Sea was a layer of island clouds, dense pyrobloin, resting on top of sea clouds. But the density wasn't uniform. There were pockets, thin spots. Usopp kicked down, expecting to hit a sandbar or a reef. Instead, his hand brushed against nothing. The clouds suddenly thinned out. The white haze cleared. Usopp looked down. He expected to see the bottom. What he saw was the blue sea, 10,000 meters below. Tiny specks of islands. The vast, terrifying blue ocean. And between him and that ocean was absolutely nothing. No water. No clouds. Just empty air and gravity. Usopp's brain short-circuit. There's no bottom. Gravity, realizing Usopp was no longer supported by the cloud density, took hold. Whoosh! Usopp fell. He slipped right through the bottom of the White Sea like a coin dropping through a hole in a pocket. His scream was muffled by the clouds as he plummeted out of the White Sea and into the open air beneath it. On the Mary, a minute had passed. He's been down there a while, Chopper said, his ears twitching. Usopp, come up. The spot where Usopp had dove was still. Vivi frowned, a cold thought entering her mind. Wait, we are in the sky. If this sea is just a layer of clouds, does it have a sea floor? The crew froze. Robin turned a page of her book, her face perfectly calm. Logic dictates that if the density creates a fluid dynamic, there must be a threshold where the density fails. If he passes that threshold. She looked at the spot. He would fall. From 10,000 meters. When a human body hits the ocean from that height, the surface tension of the water acts like concrete. He won't just splash. He will turn into a fine red paste. Robin! Chopper screamed, crying rivers of tears. Don't say scary stuff. Usopp is paste. He fell. Luffy panicked, stretching his neck over the side. Usopp! Idiot! Sanji grit his teeth, preparing to jump. I have to go get him. Blue walk might work. Stop! Ben's voice cut through the panic. Ben was sitting on a deck chair, monitoring a holographic screen projected from his wrist. He didn't look worried. He looked annoyed. Relax, Ben said, sipping his tea. Sanji, you can't catch a falling object that has a head start in thin air without expelling too much energy. And Chopper, stop crying. But Usopp is dying. Chopper wailed. He's not dying, Ben sighed. Did you forget? I gave him the serum. He has the DNA of a falcon. He has wings. The crew paused. Oh, right. Nami facepalmed. He can fly. That idiot. Mary, Ben commanded. Status report on unit, Long Nose. The ship's voice chimed in, sounding almost disappointed. Target, Usopp is currently in freefall. Altitude, 5,800 meters and dropping rapidly. Velocity, terminal velocity approaching. Tell him to open his wings, Ben ordered. I have attempted communication via the Komoyo beads, Mary replied. However, there is no response. Is the signal blocked? Nami asked. No, Mary clarified. Biometric scans indicate that target, Usopp has lost consciousness due to extreme terror. Heart rate was 200 beats per minute before syncope. Silence reigned on the deck. He passed out. Zoro muttered. From fear. So he has wings. Sanji massaged his temples, but he fainted before he could use them. What a useless superpower. The entire crew, including the giants and the monkeys, shouted in unison. He's actually going to die because he's a coward, Robin noted, fascinated. Ben. Luffy grabbed Ben's collar. Save him. He's dumb, but he's our sniper. I know, Ben stood up. Mary, deploy the Iron Legion, Mark 7. Search and rescue protocol. Ben. Deploying Iron Legion. A hatch on the side of the Going Merry hissed open. From the hatch, a humanoid figure shot out. It wasn't a person. It was a suit of armor, sleek and painted in metallic red and gold, but unmanned. The eyes of the helmet glowed blue. Boom. The armor broke the sound barrier instantly, diving into the cloud sea. It punched a hole through the white layer and vanished into the blue void below. Whoa. Luffy's eyes sparkled again. A robot. That's the Iron Man armor. Chopper gasped. So cool. 5 minutes passed. The crew waited anxiously. Then, a sonic boom echoed from below. The Iron Legion armor shot back up through the clouds, jets flaring as it slowed down. In its metal arms, held in a delicate princess carry, was Usopp. Usopp was soaking wet, limp, and drooling. The armor hovered over the deck and gently dropped Usopp onto the wooden planks. Then, with a mechanical whir, the armor flew back into its hatch and powered down. Usopp! Chopper ran over and slapped his face. Wake up! Usopp's eyes snapped open. He scrambled backward, screaming. Ah, the ground is gone. The sky is a lie. I saw him. I saw the Reaper. He had an afro. Shut up. Nami stomped on his head. Gah! Usopp froze, feeling the pain. Pain. I feel pain. I'm alive. You're alive because Ben's robot saved you. Sanji kicked him in the ribs. You moron. Why did you dive when you don't know the terrain? And why didn't you use your wings? Zoro barked. You have wings. Fly, you chicken. Usopp sat up, trembling. He looked at Ben. He prostrated himself on the deck, bowing so low his nose bent. I'm sorry. Usopp sobbed. I got cocky. The emptiness, it looked back at me. I thought I was a goner. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Robot-san. Next time, Ben said, sitting back down, check the depth before you leap. Or at least remember you're a birdman. Yes sir. With Usopp traumatized but safe, the journey continued. Nami-san, Robin called out. The log pose. Nami looked at her wrist. The needle was still pointing almost straight up, but slightly angled forward. We're at 7,000 meters, Nami analyzed. But the log pose is still pointing higher. We have to go higher. Vivi looked up. The air is already thin here. Mary can handle it, Ben assured them. The atmospheric dome is maintaining pressure. Mary, follow the log pose vector. Ben. The ship began to climb again, leaving the flat expanse of the White Sea and heading toward a massive towering formation of cumulus clouds that looked like a staircase to heaven. As they sailed, the peaceful silence was broken. Swish! A sound like a ski cutting through ice. Something is approaching, Zoro said, his hand instantly on his sword. Fast! From the starboard side. I see him. Usopp, safely tied to the mast by his own choice, shouted. It's a guy on a boat? No, he's skiing on the clouds. Emerging from the cloud vapor was a man. He was dark-skinned, covered in tribal tattoos, and wore a thick mask covering his face. He was riding a small, waver-like device that skimmed over the clouds without sails or paddles. This was Wiper, the berserker of the Shandia. He didn't speak. He didn't ask who they were. He simply raised a strange, bazooka-like weapon on his shoulder. Remove the intruders, the masked man muttered. Boom! A massive blast of white-hot flame erupted from the bazooka. It was a burn bazooka, powered by a breath dial. The fireball was huge, enough to engulf the entire deck of the Mary. Watch out! Luffy shouted, ready to inflate himself to block it. Hold, Ben said calmly. The fireball roared toward them, but 3 meters away from the railing, it hit an invisible wall. Whoosh! The fire splashed against the force field, spreading out harmlessly like water on glass. The heat didn't even reach the crew. The masked man's eyes widened behind his mask. What? He circled around, his waver moving with incredible agility. He aimed again. Boom, boom, boom. 3 more shots. All 3 were absorbed by the blue shimmering barrier. Impossible, Wiper hissed. Verth manipulation? No, this is something else. He revved his waver, accelerating to ramming speed. He pulled out a massive shield with a jagged edge, intending to slice through the ship's hull physically. He's coming in. Sanji prepared to jump. Sit down, Sanji, Ben ordered, watching the attacker with amusement. Let him try. Wiper slammed into the barrier at full speed. Clang! The sound was like a bell ringing. The waver stopped dead. Wiper was thrown forward by the inertia, slamming face first into the force field. He slid down the invisible wall like a cartoon character. Ouch, Chopper winced. Ben chuckled. He knew Wiper. He knew the Shandia's history. This attack was just a misunderstanding, a territorial defense mechanism. But watching the ferocious berserker bonk his head on a force field was objectively funny. Wiper recovered quickly, jumping back onto his waver. He stared at the ship, his breathing heavy. He realized his weapons were useless. You have strange magic, Wiper growled. But the sky is not safe for blue sea dwellers. Leave, or be eliminated. We're just tourists. Luffy yelled. We want to see the Angel Island. There are no angels here, Wiper spat. Only war. He prepared another attack, pulling out a reject Diala suicidal weapon. Ben's smile faded. Okay, that one might actually crack the shield if he uses that. Mary, prepare stun cannons. But before Ben could fire, a piercing whistle cut through the air. From above, a shadow descended. Halt, gorilla. An old man in full plate armor, carrying a lance and riding a pink, polka-dotted bird, dove from the sky. Gone fall. Wiper snarled, looking up. The old knight, Gone fall, leveled his lance. These are guests of the sky until proven otherwise. I will not let you slaughter them without cause. Wiper looked at the Mary, protected by its impregnable barrier. He looked at Gone fall. He looked at the reject dial in his hand. He knew he couldn't fight 2 unknown variables at once. TCH, Wiper scoffed. You protect them, God. Fine, let the sky judge them. With a sharp turn, Wiper accelerated his waver and vanished into the cloud fog. The crew let out a breath they didn't know they were holding. He's gone, Nami sighed. Who was that maniac? The old knight guided his strange steed down toward the Mary. He hovered just outside the barrier. I am Gone fall, the knight announced, his voice raspy but dignified. The knight of the sky. And this is my partner, Pierre. Bird. Luffy shouted. Wait, is it a horse? A Pegasus. Pierre ate the horse fruit, Gone fall explained seriously. He is a bird that can become a horse. Pierre transformed. He turned into a lanky, awkward, pink horse with wings. He looked absolutely nothing like a majestic Pegasus. He looked like a horse that had been drawn by a drunk toddler. It's ugly, Zoro bluntly stated. It's weird, Sanji agreed. I love him. Luffy declared. Ben deactivated the force field. Come aboard, knight. Thanks for the assist, though we had it covered. Gone fall landed Pierre on the deck. He looked around the ship, his eyes lingering on the metal thrusters and the glowing repulsor nodes. A flying ship, Gone fall mused. And a barrier that stops burn bazookas effortlessly. You blue sea dwellers are, well equipped. We have a good magician and mechanic, Luffy grinned, slapping Ben's back. I saw you were in trouble, Gone fall said, pulling a small whistle from his armor. I am a mercenary. I protect those who cannot protect themselves, for a price. Price. Nami's ears perked up. How much? 5 million extals, Gonfall said. Extals. Nami frowned. Is that berry? Sky currency, Gonfall explained. The exchange rate is roughly 10,000 extals to 1 berry. So, 500 berries. Nami calculated fast. That's cheap. Gonfall tossed the whistle to Nami. Blow this whistle if you are in danger. Pierre and I will come to your aid, anywhere in the sky. First time is free, after that I will charge money. Free. Nami's eyes turned into hearts. I like you, old man. Understood, Ben nodded. We appreciate it. With a flap of wings, Pierre launched into the air. Gonfall saluted them with his lance and flew off into the distance. Nice guy, Usopp said, finally unteeing himself from the mast. All right. Luffy pumped his fist. Mary, full speed ahead. To Skypia. Aye, Captain. Mary chirped. The ship surged forward, climbing the final stretch toward the massive white gate that loomed in the distance at entrance to the White Sea, and the domain of God. Ben looked at the gate, his eyes glowing faintly. Enel, Ben thought. The Logia of Lightning. This is going to be a fun experiment. 84, Skypia 2. The Going Merry glided smoothly along the milky Rhoda river of clouds that cut through the White Sea. The mist parted before them, revealing a massive structure that loomed like a tombstone against the bright blue sky. Heaven's Gate. Robin read the inscription carved into the archway. It was a grandiose checkpoint, flanked by massive waterfalls of clouds cascading into the abyss below. Sitting in a booth at the center of the gate was a tiny, wrinkled old woman with small wings on her back. She looked bored, holding a camera in her hand and staring at the approaching ship with eyes that had seen too many tourists and not enough excitement. This was Amazon, the gatekeeper. Halt, Amazon croaked, her voice dry as parchment. State your business. We're tourists. Luffy shouted from the figurehead, waving his rubber arms. We came from down below to have an adventure. Blue Sea people. Amazon scribbled something on a notepad. Rare these days. Usually, you lot fall off the knock-up stream and die. Very well. If you wish to pass into God's land, Skypia, you must pay the entrance fee. Fee. Nami's ears perked up, her internal calculator already whirring. She stepped up to the railing, putting on her best diplomatic smile. Of course, ma'am. How much is it? Amazon looked at the large ship, the giant brothers, the monkey men, the duck, and the strange assortment of pirates. 1 billion extals per person, Amazon said flatly. Silence descended on the deck. Nami blinked. Excuse me, did you say, billion? 1 billion extals, Amazon repeated. Per head. There are, let's see, about 15 of you, plus the bird. So, roughly 16 billion extals. Luffy, Zoro, Nami, Usopp, Sanji, Ben, Chopper, Robin, Dory, Brogy, Minnie Mary, Vivi, Karo, Cricket, Masura, Xiao Zhao. Nami's face turned pale, then red, then purple. Steam practically shot out of her ears. 16 billion. Nami shrieked, gripping the railing so hard the wood creaked. Are you insane? That's robbery. That's extortion. Even if the exchange rate is 10,000 to 1, that's still 100,000 berries per person. That's millions of berries total. Nami-san, calm down, Vivi tried to soothe her. Maybe we can negotiate. Nami leaned over the rail, channeling her inner market hag. Listen here, Granny. We just got here. We don't have local currency. And that price is ridiculous. How about a discount? A family discount? A we climb the waterfall discount? Amazon stared at her, blinking slowly. How about 90% off? Nami proposed shamelessly. No, Amazon said. Fine, we don't have the money. Nami crossed her arms. What are you going to do? Send us back. Amazon sighed. She looked at the crew. She looked at the flag. She didn't look angry. She looked indifferent. I do not care, Amazon said, stifling a yawn. Pay. Don't pay. Pass. Don't pass. It is all the same to me. I am just the gatekeeper. Whether you enter with a ticket or enter as intruders, is your choice. Wait, Usopp frowned. That sounds suspicious. If we don't pay, do we get arrested? I am not the police, Amazon mumbled, leaning back in her chair. I just watched the gate. You may proceed. Really? Luffy grinned. Awesome. Thanks, Granny. Full speed ahead, Mary. Wait, Luffy. Nami hesitated. She didn't say it was free, she just said she didn't care. It's fine, it's fine. Luffy laughed. She let us through. Let's go. Ben, who was at the helm, eyed the old woman. He saw her raise the camera as the ship passed. Click. She took a photo of the crew. Ben. Robin whispered, standing beside him. She took a picture. I know, Ben nodded, his face impassive. She's marking us. Illegal entry. We're about to become fugitives the moment we cross this threshold. Should we stop? No, Ben smirked, revving the thrusters. If the god of this land wants a fight, let him come. Besides, I refuse to pay 16 billion extals on principle. Let's go. The Going Merry sailed past the gate, leaving Amazon behind. Amazon watched them go, developing the photo in her hand. Class 11 criminals, she whispered into a small dial on her desk. Illegal entry. Heaven's judgment awaits. The ship traveled up a spiraling current of clouds, ascending another layer until they burst through into a blindingly bright paradise. Angel Island. It was breathtaking. Lush, green forests grew out of the clouds. Waterfalls cascaded from floating islands into a sparkling white lake. The air was sweet and fresh. And everywhere, the ground was made of fluffy, pure white clouds. The Merry drifted toward a stretch of beach. It wasn't sand. It was soft, compacted cloud material. We're here. Luffy shouted, leaping off the figurehead before the ship even stopped. Boing! Luffy landed on the beach, but instead of sinking or hitting hard ground, he bounced. Whoa! Luffy laughed, bouncing 5 feet into the air. It's bouncy. It's like a trampoline. Yahoo! Chopper jumped after him, bouncing around like a rubber ball. It's so soft. Quack! Kuro the duck leaped off, bouncing on his tail feathers, looking delighted. The ship docked, Ben, engaging the landing gears he had installed. The rest of the crew disembarked, stepping tentatively onto the strange terrain. It's weird, Sanji tapped the ground with his shoe. It feels like firm foam. This is Island Cloud, Robin explained, kneeling down to touch it. It has a different density than the sea clouds. It can support vegetation and structures. Mont Blanc Cricket walked slowly down the gangplank. He fell to his knees on the bouncy beach, grabbing a handful of the cloud soil. I'm fine, Cricket wiped his eyes, smiling. I'm just happy. Go play, you idiots. Yay! Masara and Xiaojiao joined Luffy in the bouncing game. I'm gonna build a castle, Usopp declared, gathering armfuls of loose cloud. The great Captain Usopp's cloud fortress. While the idiot trio plus the monkeys and the duck played, Luffy wandered toward the tree line. The trees here were strange, their leaves were thicker, and the fruits were massive. Luffy spotted a gourd-like fruit hanging from a low branch. It was green and the size of a watermelon. Food. Luffy drooled. He stretched his arm and plucked it. He sat down on a bouncy root. Itadakameso. Crunch. Ow. Luffy recoiled, clutching his jaw. It's hard. It's like a rock. He tapped the fruit. Clack. Clack. It sounded like stone. What kind of fruit is this? Luffy yelled. It looks delicious, but it's a trap. Hey Luffy. Usopp called out from the beach, where he was shaping a lump of cloud into a vague statue. Check out my cloud angel. It looks just like Kaya. I don't want this stupid rock fruit. Luffy pouted. He swung his arm and hurled the hard fruit toward the beach. The fruit sailed through the air like a cannonball. Bonk. It landed directly on top of Usopp's head. Gyah. Usopp collapsed, his face buried in his cloud angel, ruining the sculpture. Luffy. Usopp sprang up, a massive bump swelling on his head. Why did you do that? You ruined my art. And you gave me a concussion. Sorry. Luffy laughed. My hand slipped. You aimed it. I saw you. As Usopp chased Luffy around the beach, trying to hit him with a cloud ball, the rest of the crew, Vivi, Nami, Robin, Sanji, Zoro, Minnie, Mary, and Ben, were taking in the scenery. It's peaceful, Vivi smiled, the wind blowing through her blue hair. Peaceful is good, Zoro yawned, finding a comfortable cloud dune to nap on. Wake me up if God attacks. Listen, Sanji held up a hand. Do you hear that? Drifting on the wind was a soft, melodic sound. It sounded like a harp. Music. Nami turned. It's coming from over there. The crew, minus Zoro, who was already asleep, walked down the beach toward the source of the music. Sitting on a cloud bench near the water's edge was a young woman. She was beautiful, with short blonde hair and, most strikingly, a pair of small, white wings on her back. She was playing a golden harp, her eyes closed in concentration. Beside her sat a small, fluffy white fox, an angel. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts instantly. I have died and gone to heaven. Mellow Rhine. The girl stopped playing as she heard them approach. She opened her eyes and smiled warmly. Hesso. She greeted, holding up her hand in a strange two-finger salute. Hesso. Luffy tilted his head, mimicking the gesture. Hesso. Hello, Nami smiled. We're travelers. We just arrived. Travelers from the Blue Sea. The girl's eyes widened. Welcome to Skypia. My name is Konis, and this is Sue. Sue. The fox barked. I'm Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. I am Sanji, your humble servant slash slave slash chair. Sanji twirled over to her. Mademoiselle, your beauty outshines the sun. Konis giggled, a bit flustered. You are, very energetic. Are those real wings? Chopper asked, hiding behind Robin's leg. Oh, these. Konis touched her wings. Yes, all Skypians have them, though they are just ornaments, really. We cannot fly with them. That's a shame, Ben noted, scanning her. Vestigial traits? Or maybe decorative evolution? Before Konis could answer, a loud engine noise tore through the peaceful atmosphere. Frrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr was speeding across the white sea, heading straight for the beach. He was wearing a thick suit and goggles. Father. Konis gasped. The brake. Which one is the brake? The man yelled. He was heading straight for a massive tree near where the crew was standing. Look out. Usopp yelled. The man didn't stop. He hit the tree root at full speed. Crash. The vehicle flew one way. The man flew the other, tumbling through the air and landing face first in the sand. Dad. Konis ran over. The crew rushed to help. Chopper pulled out his medical kit. Doctor. We need a doctor. Oh wait, I'm the doctor. The man lay motionless for a second. Then, he suddenly sat up, adjusting his crooked glasses. I am fine, he said calmly. I appear to have forgotten how to stop. Hasso. Hasso. The crew replied, sweat dropping. He's tough. This is my father, Pagaya, Konis introduced him, dusting the sand off his coat. Apologies for the scare, Pagaya smiled, rubbing his bruised head. I was testing the new waiver repair, but it seems the breath dial is a bit too potent. Waiver? Vidi asked, looking at the wrecked vehicle. It looked like a jet ski with no propeller. Yes, Pagaya walked over to the machine. It is a vehicle of the sky. It uses a dial to propel itself across the cloud sea. A dial. Luffy poked the machine. Dials are shells from the White Sea, Konis explained. They store energy, wind, heat, sound, light. This waver uses a breath dial. It stores wind and releases it for thrust. Ben walked over to the waver. He crouched down, inspecting the engine. He placed a hand on the shell casing. Interesting, Ben muttered. Organic battery technology. High output, low weight. Primitive control interface, though. No stabilizers, no vectoring. Can I ride it? Luffy shouted, his eyes shining. It looks like fun. Luffy, Nami warned. You can't even ride a bicycle without crashing. Pegaya smiled. You are welcome to try, but it requires a certain knack for balance. The sea clouds provide no friction, so it is like sliding on ice. Luffy dragged the heavy waver into the water. He hopped on, gripping the handlebars. Okay, go. Luffy slammed his foot on the pedal. Whoosh, the waver shot forward. I'm doing it. Luffy yelled. For exactly 2 seconds. Then, the waver tilted slightly to the left. Luffy overcorrected. The waver spun out of control, doing a 360-degree spin. Whoa. Luffy flew off the handle, skipping across the water like a stone before sinking. Luffy. Chopper panicked. He can't swim. Ben sighed, lifting a finger. Ruler's authority. He levitated Luffy out of the water and dropped him on the sand. Luffy was coughing up cloud water. It's too slippery. Luffy complained. Stupid boat. I told you, Pegaya chuckled. It takes years to master. The wind is unpredictable. Let me try, Nami said, stepping forward. She walked into the water and mounted the waver. She didn't look nervous. She looked focused. Nami-san, be careful. Sanji called out. Nami gripped the handles. She closed her eyes for a split second, feeling the wind on her cheek. She felt the subtle current of the clouds beneath the hull. She pressed the pedal. The waver didn't jerk. It glided. Nami leaned into the turn before the waver even started to tilt. She accelerated, cutting a perfect arc through the water. She sped up, hair flying behind her, maneuvering the vehicle with the grace of a dolphin. She did a figure eight. She did a sharp turn, spraying a curtain of water. She rode it back to the shore, stopping exactly 1 inch from Luffy's nose. Easy, Nami smirked, flipping her wet hair. Nanny. Pegaya and Konis dropped their jaws. She mastered it instantly. How? Pegaya stammered. I've been riding for 10 years and I still crash. She's our navigator, Usopp bragged, thumbing his nose. She knows the wind and sea better than anyone, even Sky Sea. That was amazing. Luffy looked at Nami, then at the waver. He looked jealous. I want to ride it too, but it hates me. Ben walked up to Luffy. He patted the rubber man on the shoulder. Don't worry, Captain, Ben said, glancing at the waver with a critical eye. This design is flawed. It relies too much on the rider's weight distribution. It lacks gyroscopic stabilization. Yero what? Luffy picked his nose. I'll build you a better one, Ben promised. One that even you can drive. Maybe give it a steering wheel instead of handlebars. Really? Luffy beamed. A Ben special waver. Yeah, just give me some time. You are all very interesting people, Konis giggled. Would you like to come to our house? It's just up the lovely street. We can prepare some Sky Island cuisine and explain more about our country. Food. Luffy, Usopp, and Sanji shouted. We would be honored, Robin smiled. However, Nami stayed on the waver. I think I'm going to stay here for a bit. I want to practice more with this thing. It's really fun, and I want to check out the shoreline. Are you sure, Nami-san? Vivi asked. Yeah, I'll catch up with you guys later. Ben, you go ahead and learn about the tech. I'll just enjoy the ride. Suit yourself, Ben shrugged. Don't go too far. And watch out for, well, everything. I'll be fine. Nami revved the engine. See ya. She sped off along the coast, laughing as she cut through the waves. She is free-spirited, Pegaya noted. Well then, please follow us. Our house is this way. The group Luffy, Zoro, dragged by Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Robin, Minnie Mary, Vivi, Ben, Cricket, Masura, Xiaojiao, and Kara followed Konis and Pegaya away from the beach. As they walked, Ben hung back slightly, his eyes scanning the environment. Sky Islands, Ben thought. Isolated ecosystems. Unique technology. And a god with a logia fruit watching everything via mantra. This is going to be a complicated vacation. 85, Skypia 3. The lunch at Konis' house was a delightful affair. The Skypian cuisine was unique fruits that tasted like meat, cloudfox milk that was sweet and rich, and breads made from island grains. This is delicious. Luffy shouted, stuffing his face with a purple pumpkin. Sanji, learn how to make this. I'm already analyzing the texture, Captain, Sanji replied, sipping tea elegantly. It is a humble meal, Pegaya smiled, sipping his tea. We are glad you enjoy it. Suddenly, Konis froze. Her fork hovered halfway to her mouth. She looked around the table, counting heads. Wait, Konis whispered, her face draining of color. I forgot to tell something important to the navigator lady. Sanji blinked, looking around. Nami Swan? She said she should be nearby, although I haven't heard the engine in a while. Ben, who was leaning against the wall, tinkering with a small piece of machinery, looked up. She went east. She said she wanted to check out the shoreline. Oh no, Konis dropped her fork. Clatter. East is. Pegaya adjusted his glasses, sweat forming on his brow. Upper yard. Upper yard. Usopp swallowed a piece of bread. Is that a cool place? It is the forbidden land, Coney said, her voice trembling. It is the holy ground where God Enel resides. No Skypian is ever allowed to set foot there. If you step onto the land of God, you will face divine judgment. The room went silent. So, Luffy swallowed his food. It's a place where nobody goes? And God lives there. Yes, Coney's nodded. It is terrifying. Luffy's eyes began to sparkle. A grin stretched across his fast grin of a man who had just heard the words do not enter and interpreted them as welcome. We have to save Nami. Luffy shouted, jumping onto the table. She's in danger. We have to go to this upper yard immediately. To save her. Definitely not to explore the forbidden forest. Let's go. You just want to go look at the forbidden stuff. Usopp yelled, pointing an accusing finger. You're a terrible liar. Luffy-san, please be cautious, Vivi warned. If this is the home of their god, we shouldn't antagonize him. But Nami is there. Luffy argued, already running for the door. And she might be, eaten by a god monster. We have to go. Ben stood up, pocketing his device. He's not going to listen. You all signed for this the day you joined this crew. While the crew was realizing her location, Nami was already deep within the forbidden territory. She had ridden the waiver along a current that naturally pulled her toward a massive, imposing island. Unlike the fluffy white clouds of Angel Island, this place smelled of earth. Real, damp, glorious dirt. Enormous trees, larger than any she had seen on the Grand Line, pierced the sky. She had parked the waiver in a cove and wandered into the forest, drawn by the scent of ancient history and potential treasure. But now, she was hiding behind a massive root, her heart pounding in her chest. Through the dense foliage, she watched a clearing. A man, a rugged treasure hunter with a pickaxe, was running for his life. Get away! The man screamed, firing a pistol blindly behind him. I just wanted a little gold. Chasing him was not a human, but a blur of motion. There is no escape from the priests of Enel, a deep, gurgling voice echoed. From the shadows emerged a strange figure. He was tall, with a hairstyle that looked like spider legs, and he was biting his lower lip so hard his eyes were rolling back. This was Gidetsu, the priest of the swamp. Swamp cloud. Burger. Gidetsu shouted, internally, launching a cloud that looked like a marsh. He forgot to speak out loud. Nami whispered, terrified but confused. The treasure hunter scrambled up a tree. Please, I'll leave. I'll never come back. Suddenly, the air pressure dropped. The sky above turned a blinding, crackling white. The hair on Nami's arms stood up. Static electricity buzzed in her teeth. Oh. Gidetsu looked up. It seems he has noticed. The treasure hunter looked up. From the heavens, a column of blue-white lightning descended. It wasn't a bolt, it was a pillar of pure annihilation. God's judgment. Zayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayay instantly. The man didn't even scream, he was simply erased from existence. The ground where the tree stood was left smoking, a blackened crater in the sacred soil. Nami clamped her hands over her mouth to stop herself from screaming. What was that? She thought, that wasn't normal lightning. That was precise. That was aimed. Gidetsu looked at the smoking crater. He finally opened his mouth. Careless, Gidetsu grunted. Our time limit was up anyway. Ohm just contacted me. A new group has entered the country. He tapped a dial on his ear. Yes, 16 of them, 14 humans, 2 animals. They entered illegally through Heaven's Gate. They are to be purged. Nami's blood ran cold. 16, that's us. They know everything. Panic overrode her greed. Nami scrambled back to the waver, pushed it into the water, and gunned the engine. She had to get back to Angel Island. She had to warn them. They were being hunted by a literal force of nature. Back on the beach of Angel Island, the rest of the Straw Hats were preparing to board the Mary to go find Nami. Everyone on board. Luffy ordered. Operation Adventure. Rescue. Halt. A siren wailed. From the cloud forest, a strange troop of soldiers emerged. They were sliding on the clouds using skates, moving in a synchronized, crawling formation that looked utterly ridiculous. They wore white uniforms and berets that looked like puddings. Leading them was a stern-looking man with a majestic mustache. I am McKinley, captain of the White Berets. The man announced, sliding to a stop. We are the guardians of the law in Skypia. Who are these weirdos? Zoro asked, hand on his katana. They're crawling, Luffy observed. Are they worms? We are not worms. McKinley barked. We are humble servants of God. We move low to the ground to show our subservience. He pulled out a scroll. You are the Blue Sea dwellers who arrived recently. We have received a report from the gatekeeper Amazon. You passed Heaven's Gate without paying the toll. Oh, that, Sanji lit a cigarette. The old hag said she didn't care. Ignorance of the law is not an excuse. McKinley shouted. By entering without paying, you have committed the crime of illegal entry. This is a Class 11 crime. Class 11. Chopper hid behind Robin. Is that bad? It is the lowest class, McKinley sneered. However, you must now pay the penalty. The fine is 10 times the entrance fee. Ben raised an eyebrow. 10 times. That is correct, McKinley nodded. 10 billion extals, times 16 people. That is 160 billion extals. The crew stared at him. 160 billion. Usopp did the math. That's 16 million berries. Usopp screamed. We don't have that. Nami doesn't give money to the crew so easily. Then you are under arrest, McKinley declared. Wait, Sanji stepped forward. Can we talk about this? We didn't know. Silence. McKinley pointed a finger. Attempting to negotiate with an officer? That is obstruction of justice. Class 10 crime. What? Sanji blinked. Zoro yawned loudly. This is boring. Can I sleep? Sleeping in front of an officer. McKinley scribbled furiously. Disrespect of authority. Class 9 crime. Hey. Luffy laughed. This guy is funny. Look at his mustache. Mocking the mustache. McKinley's face turned red. Defamation of fashion. Class 8 crime. This is ridiculous. Ben sighed, leaning against a tree. There's a law for everything. Lean to tree crime. McKinley shouted at Ben. Damage to public property. Usopp was hyperventilating. Don't move. Don't breathe. Everything is a crime. Too loud. McKinley pointed at Usopp. Noise pollution. Class 7 crime. Robin smiled, amused. If we attack them, what class is that? Assault on a deity's servant, McKinley said gravely. Class 5 crime. Punishment is death by cloud drifting. Okay, Luffy picked his nose. So we just beat you up and leave. Picking your nose. McKinley shrieked. Improper hygiene in a holy zone. Class 6 crime. It was a bureaucratic nightmare. The White Berets weren't attacking, they were just aggressively listing things the crew was doing wrong. My existence is a crime. Chopper cried. Technically, yes, McKinley nodded. Being a monster is a class, well, we'll make one up. Just as McKinley was about to arrest them for thinking rebellious thoughts, the roar of an engine cut through the air. Nami-san. Sanji cheered. She's back. Nami came speeding across the white sea on the waver. She looked pale, her hair disheveled, her eyes wide with terror. Guys! Nami screamed as she approached the beach. We have to leave. Now. It's dangerous. There's a guy with lightning. He vaporized a person. We're all gonna die. She drifted the waver onto the sand, sliding to a halt in front of the crew. Nami. Luffy waved. You're just in time. These guys are charging us money. Nami froze. The terror in her eyes momentarily paused, replaced by a twitch in her left eye. Money? Nami asked slowly. Yes. McKinley stepped forward, adjusting his beret. You are the missing criminal. You have entered illegally. The fine for your crew is 160 billion XDOLs. Nami stared at him. 160 billion. Correct, McKinley smirked. Pay up, or face the wrath of God. Something snapped inside Nami. She had just seen a man disintegrated by a laser from the sky. She was terrified of the priests. She was terrified of Enel. But 160 billion XDOLs? That was a different kind of fear. That was financial ruin. And to Nami, losing money was worse than losing her life. The fear in her eyes vanished. It was replaced by the fires of hell. 160 billion. Nami screeched, her voice cracking the sound barrier. Yes, and if you shout, that is a noise crime. Shut up. Nami slammed her foot onto the waver's accelerator. Furum. Wait, what are you? McKinley's eyes widened. Nami didn't steer away. She steered into him. I don't have that kind of money. Crash. The waver slammed into McKinley's stomach. The captain of the White Berets folded like a lawn chair. He flew backward, knocking down 6 of his subordinates like bowling pins. Strike. Usopp yelled involuntarily. Ow. McKinley groaned, clutching his gut. Assault. Assault. Class 2 crime. You are now Class 2 criminals. I don't care what class I am. Nami jumped off the waver, grabbing her Climatact. She stood over the fallen captain like a demon. Do you think money grows on trees? Do you think we're made of gold? I'll give you a discount. 100% off. She's more scary than the god. A White Beret soldier whimpered. Get them. McKinley wheezed. Milky arrow. The White Berets scrambled to their feet. They drew small bows and fired arrows made of dense clouds. Oh, we're fighting now. Zoro grinned, waking up fully. Finally. Protect Nami Swan. Sanji twirled. Wait. Ben held up a hand. Let me test something. Ben walked forward. A White Beret fired a cloud arrow at him. Ben didn't dodge. He simply raised his hand. Ruler's authority. The arrow stopped in midair. Ben plucked it, squeezed it, and watched it turn into vapor. Cloud density is low, Ben analyzed. Velocity is subpar. These guys are glorified mall cops. He looked at Luffy. Captain, they're all yours. Gomu Gomu no. Luffy stretched his arms back. The White Berets looked at the stretching arms in horror. His arms. He is a monster. Gatling. Bam 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 bam. A flurry of punches rained down on the White Berets. They didn't stand a chance. Within 10 seconds, the entire squad was lying on the cloud sand, groaning in pain. McKinley struggled to sit up, his mustache crooked. He looked at the straw hats with genuine fear now. You fools, McKinley gasped. You have attacked the White Berets. You are now Class 2 criminals. This is beyond my jurisdiction. He pointed a shaking finger at them. The priests, the vassals of God, will come for you now. They will hunt you down. There is nowhere to hide in Skypia. Let them come. Luffy laughed. We're going to the upper yard anyway. No, we're not. Nami grabbed Luffy by the collar and shook him. Luffy, listen to me. I saw it. The lightning. It destroyed a person. We can't fight that. Lightning. Ben's ears perked up. Interesting. It's true, McKinley coughed, retreating with his men. God Enel sees all. He hears all. You have angered heaven. Prepare yourselves. The White Berets scurried away, sliding on their cloud skates as fast as they could. 86, Skypia 4. The encounter with the white berets had left the beach of Angel Island in a state of quiet tension. The local law enforcement had fled, leaving behind only the sound of the wind rustling through the cloud trees. Nami stood on the white sand, her knuckles white as she gripped her Climattact. She looked at Ben, her eyes pleading. "Ben," she hissed, her voice trembling. "We can still turn back. I saw the beam. You heard the old knight. This god isn't just a strong pirate. He's a force of nature. We are picking a fight with the sky itself." Ben looked at her, his expression calm and unyielding. He didn't offer empty platitudes. Instead, he simply pointed a thumb over his shoulder toward the Going Merry. "Look at him, Nami." Nami turned. On the deck of the ship, Luffy was bouncing. He wasn't just bouncing, he was vibrating. He was hanging off the rigging, looking toward the massive green beanstalk in the distance with a grin that threatened to split his face in half. Upper yard, we're gonna kick God's butt," Luffy chanted, punching the air. "Does that look like a man who is going to turn around?" Ben asked softly. "Once he smells adventure and fights a runaway train, you can either stand on the tracks and get run over, or you can get on board and help steer." Nami's shoulders slumped. She let out a long, defeated groan that sounded like a dying balloon. She started trudging toward the gangplank. "Be careful." Konis called out from the tree line, clutching her fox, Sue. "The upper yard is a place of no return. Please, survive." "Don't worry, Angel-chan." Sanji pirouetted onto the deck. "I will turn this god into a CRMEBRLE for you." "Set sail," Ben commanded, taking the helm. "Merry to the east. Maximum thrust." "Aye, Ben." The Going Merry lifted off the beach, the hum of the engine drowning out Nami's whimpering. The ship cut a path through the milky road, heading straight into the heart of the forbidden territory. As the white shoreline of Angel Island faded behind them, the atmosphere on the ship grew heavy. The massive silhouette of the giant jacked beanstalk that pierced the heavens loomed larger with every passing minute. Chopper was clinging to the railing, his little hoofs shaking. He looked at the beanstalk, then at the dark, foreboding forest at its base. "God," Chopper whispered, "we're really going to fight a god. What if he strikes us down?" He looked up at Zoro. The swordsman was sitting against the main mast, Wado Ikimonji across his lap. He was checking the edge of the blade, his face completely devoid of fear. In fact, he looked bored. "Zoro," Chopper squeaked, "aren't you scared?" Zoro didn't look up. "Of what?" "Of God." Chopper asks. "Konis says he's invincible. Shouldn't we, I don't know, pray or something? Maybe if we pray he won't kill us." Zoro paused. He slid the white sword back into its sheath with a sharp click. He looked at the reindeer, his single visible eye sharp as steel. "I don't pray," Zoro said, his voice a low rumble. I don't beg for miracles from some guy in the sky," Zoro continued, leaning his head back against the wood. "I believe in death. It's the only certainty. When my time comes, I'll be ready to embrace it. I'll greet the Reaper with a smile." Zoro grinned, a feral, predatory expression. "But that day is not today, and no self-proclaimed deity is going to decide when I die. Only I decide that." Chopper stared at him. The wind blew through Zoro's green hair. To the little reindeer, Zoro didn't look like a pirate. He looked like a demon who had crawled out of hell just to challenge heaven. "Suji!" Chopper yelled, stars shooting out of his eyes. "Zoro, you're so cool. You're so hardcore. I believe in death. I want to write that down." "He's just an emo marimo," Sanji muttered from the galley, though he smirked as he lit a cigarette. 30 minutes later, the scenery changed drastically. The pristine white clouds gave way to a dark, dense waterway. Trees massive, ancient trees that looked like they belonged in a prehistoric eras from the water. And the smell, it was the smell of damp earth, rotting leaves, and history. "We're here," Ben announced, cutting the engines. "Upper yard." The Merry drifted to a halt next to a massive root that curled out of the water like a sleeping dragon. Ben engaged the landing struts, locking the ship in place. "All right," Ben clapped his hands, gathering the crew on the central deck. "Listen closely. This is enemy territory. Enel knows we are here. He can hear us. He's listening right now." Luffy looked around at the empty forest. "So where is he? Why isn't he attacking?" "Because he's arrogant," Ben said, pulling a pouch of gray fluid from his belt. "He thinks we are insects. He won't bother coming down here personally unless we give him a reason." "A reason?" Usopp gulped. "We need to lure him out," Ben said, a wicked glint in his eyes. "I want you to insult him." "Insult God," Chopper whispered. Ben explained. "Attack his title. Call him names. The nastier, the better. I want you to make him so angry he can't see straight." Ben pointed to the loud squad: Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, Masura, and Xiaojiao. "You guys have the biggest mouths. Start talking." Wait. Usopp waved his hands frantically. "If we badmouth him, won't he strike us down instantly?" "That's the plan," Ben smiled. "Trust me. I don't want to die." Usopp cried. "I'll do it." Luffy grinned. He ran to the bow of the ship, cupped his hands around his mouth, and took a deep breath. "Hey, God!" Luffy screamed at the top of his lungs. "Are you there? You stupid idiot!" Silence. The forest echoed with "stupid idiot." "Is that it?" Ben asked dryly. "Luffy, you have the vocabulary of a toddler." "Sanji, Masura, step it up. Get dirty." Sanji stepped forward, adjusting his tie. He looked at the sky with disdain. "Hey, you invisible peeping Tom!" Sanji shouted. "I know you're listening. You sit up there watching everyone because you're a pervert, aren't you? You have no game. You probably have to force people to worship you because no woman would ever look at you voluntarily, you virgin freak." "Yeah. Masara roared, beating his chest. Come down here, you coward. I bet you smell worse than a rotting banana. You probably eat your own boogers. Luffy added helpfully. Xiao Zhao's sonar. Xiao Zhao screamed. I bet you're bald, and ugly, and you have a small dick. Keep going, Ben encouraged. Hey Enel. Luffy yelled. You aren't a god, you're just a scaredy cat hiding in the clouds. Fake, fake, fake. You bastard. Sanji lit up, getting into it. You spineless, gutless, voyeuristic piece of trash. Come down here so I can kick your teeth in. The insults were flying now, but Enel still hadn't shown. Usopp, Ben turned to the sniper. Your turn. No, no, no. Usopp shook his head. I'm good, I'm strictly an observer. Do it, Ben ordered, his voice dropping an octave. Or I'll tell everyone about the time you practiced kissing with a pillow, thinking of Kaya. Usopp froze. His eyes bulged. How do you know that? Insult the god, Usopp. Now. Usopp trembled. He looked at the sky. He looked at Ben. He realized he was trapped. Desperation turned into adrenaline. Usopp walked to the front. He put one foot on the railing. And then, something snapped in his brain. Alright, listen up you overgrown fluorescent lightbulb. Usopp screeched. The crew paused. Usopp was going in. Who do you think you are? God, don't make me laugh. I am Captain Usopp, and I have 8,000 men waiting to kick your ass. Usopp took a breath and pointed a shaking finger at the heavens. I bet you hide up there because you're a freak of nature. Yeah, I said it. You're probably some deformed, inbred skyrat with no friends. Oh, he's getting into it, Zoro smirked. And another thing. Usopp screamed, his face turning red. Stop listening to us, you creep. What kind of loser sits around eavesdropping on tourists? Do you have nothing better to do? Get a life, you shit for brains, pervert. Usopp was panting. He felt good. He felt brave. And I bet your mother was a dumpster fire and your father was a broken toaster. You pissant. You coward. Come down here and fight me like a man, you worthless sack of static. Usopp finished, throwing his hands up in the air. How do you like that? High above, in the sanctuary of God, Enel sat on his golden throne, his face a mask of absolute, frozen rage. He had been tolerating the stupid comments. He had ignored the pervert comments. But deformed inbred skyrat. Shit for brains. Small dick. Enel's hand gripped the armrest of his throne. The gold metal began to melt under his fingers. Sparks of blue electricity danced wildly around his body. He called me. Enel's voice was a low hiss, like a leaking steam pipe. Inbred sky rat. Enel stood up. The air pressure in the room dropped instantly. He dares? He dares. Enel raised his hand. He didn't just want to kill them. He wanted to obliterate them. He wanted to erase the very concept of them from history. I will vaporize that long-nosed insect first. Enel pointed his finger down. L. Thor. Back on the Mary, the atmosphere shifted instantly. It wasn't a sound. It was a feeling. The static in the air became so intense that Nami's hair stood straight up. The taste of ozone filled their mouths, sharp and metallic like sucking on a penny. Oh no, Usopp whispered, his bravery evaporating instantly. I went too far. I went way too far. He heard my comments. Here it comes, Ben said sharply. He didn't panic. He snapped the pouch on his belt open. The gray fluid inside surged out. Everyone, to the mast. Now. The crew scrambled. They huddled together in the center of the deck. Ben raised both hands, his eyes glowing with a regal purple light. Ruler's authority. The gray fluid exploded upward. It didn't just cover them, it formed a rapidly spinning, viscous dome. This was a non-Newtonian, hyper-insulating polymer Ben had synthesized specifically for this fight. Hold on. Crocodile. The sky tore open. A pillar of blue-white lightning, thick enough to swallow a house, slammed into the Going Merry. The sound was beyond deafening. It was a physical blow. The world outside the gray dome turned pure white. The heat was instantaneous. Tea water around the ship flashed into steam, and the trees on the bank burst into flames. Inside the dome, the air crackled, but the lightning did not penetrate. The current flowed over the gray sludge, searching for a path to the ground, and was diverted harmlessly into the water below. For 10 terrifying seconds, the wrath of God poured down upon them. Then, it stopped. Smoke billowed from the scorched Verth. The Mary was rocking violently, the wood groaning, but thanks to the targeted nature of the attack and the shield, the ship was intact. Ben exhaled, wiping sweat from his brow. He lowered his hands, and the gray fluid retreated back into his pouch. Is everyone alive? Nami squeaked, checking her limbs. I'm okay. Luffy laughed, patting his body. That tickled. Tickled. Usopp cried, checking his pulse. I saw my ancestors. I saw the river Styx. We survived, Robin noted, looking at the devastation around them. Ben, that barrier, remarkable. It's just science, Ben smirked. Now, don't stop. What? Usopp screamed. We just survived a nuke and you want us to talk more trash? He missed, Ben said loudly, looking at the sky. He thinks he hit us, but his mantra is telling him we are still here. He's confused. Confusion leads to anger. Anger makes him sloppy. Ben looked at Luffy. Laugh at him, Captain. Luffy grinned. He understood the assignment. Shishishishi. Luffy laughed, his voice echoing through the silent forest. Hey God, you missed. Your aim sucks. My grandpa hits harder than that. He actually does. Are you blind? Sanji yelled. You can't even hit a ship sitting still? You pathetic loser. You call that lightning? Zoro shouted, joining in. That was barely a spark. Come down here, you incompetent clown. Usopp screamed, hiding behind Brogy's leg but shouting loud enough to wake the dead. You failed. You're a failure of a god. Enel stared at the floor of his shrine. Alive. Enel whispered. They are, alive. His mantra felt them. Their voices were loud. They were mocking him. They were laughing at his judgment. Incompetent. Enel's eye twitched. Clown. Enel didn't walk. He didn't run. He simply dissolved. I will handle this trash personally. Zap. Back at the Mary, the air suddenly went cold. He's coming, Luffy said, his smile vanishing. His eyes sharpened. Fast. Faster than sound, Sanji muttered, his leg flaming up. Everyone, brace yourselves, Ben said, stepping back to let the heavy hitters take the front. There was no sound of approach. No wind. 1 millisecond, the space above the railing was empty. The next millisecond, a man was standing there. He was floating a few inches off the railing, looking down at them with eyes that held the cold indifference of a storm. Now, the crew saw him. He was tall, shirtless, and muscular. He wore baggy pants with a strange pattern. On his back was a ring of 4 tomo drums, but the most striking feature were his earlobes. They were stretched so long they reached his chest. Yahoo, Enel said. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a terrifying weight. You rats are certainly noisy. The crew froze. The pressure coming off him was immense. It was the presence of a predator who had never known fear. Enel took a bite of an apple he was holding. Crunch. He chewed slowly, looking at each of them. So, Enel swallowed. Which one of you called me inbred sky rat? Usopp stopped breathing. His soul left his body for a brief second. Enel's eyes scanned the crew. He looked at Luffy. He looked at Zoro. He looked at Sanji. You speak of God as if I am a peer, Enel said, tossing the apple core into the water. Disrespect to the divine carries a heavy price. The price is death. No trial. No jury. Death. Luffy stepped forward. He tilted his straw hat back. I've been waiting for you, earlobe guy. Enel looked at Luffy. Waiting? To beg. To kick your ass, Luffy grinned. Enel stared at Luffy for a moment. Then he chuckled. A low, mocking sound. Brave. Stupid. But brave. Enel pointed a finger at the crew. Electricity crackled around his hand. I will kill all of you. But. Enel's eyes locked onto Brogy's leg. Specifically, the trembling long nose poking out from behind it. You, Enel said softly. Usopp flinched. Me. Yes. The one with the nose, Enel smiled, a cruel, sadistic smile. You were the loudest. Inbred skyrat, was it? Sack of static. Enel floated closer. I'm going to start with you. I'm going to turn you into ash, slowly. Eek. Usopp shrieked. He scrambled backward, grabbing Luffy's vest. Luffy, help me. Usopp cried, tears streaming down his face like waterfalls. He remembered. He has a good memory. Beat him. Kick his ass. You want your captain to die first. Enel raised an eyebrow. No, I want you to die. Usopp yelled, hiding completely behind Luffy now. Get him, Luffy. Beat the electric pervert. Luffy chuckled. He stepped in front of Usopp, shielding his sniper. He cracked his knuckles, the sound loud in the quiet forest. Don't worry, Usopp, Luffy said, staring straight into Enel's eyes. He's not touching you. Enel looked at the rubber boy. He sensed no fear. It annoyed him. You think you can stop God? Enel asked, his body beginning to glow blue. I don't care if you're God. Luffy dropped into a combat stance. Ben leaned against the mast, crossing his arms. He watched the scene unfold. Here we go, Ben whispered. Physics versus ego. 87, Skypia 5. The atmosphere in the upper yard was heavy with the scent of ozone. Enel, the self-proclaimed god of Skypia, hovered in the air, his body glowing with a blinding blue-white intensity. His ego had been bruised, his authority questioned, and his patience exhausted. You insolent blue sea monkeys, Enel's voice boomed, vibrating through the trees. You question my divinity? You mock my power? Then witness true despair. I will turn you all to ash and scatter your atoms across the white sea. He raised his hands. The drums on his back began to spin. The sky above turned black as storm clouds gathered instantly, obeying his will. Maximum output, 200 million volts. Vari. He didn't hold back. He unleashed a current strong enough to power a city, condensed into a single, devastating beam aimed directly at Luffy. Die. Krayot Buum. The world turned white. The sound was so loud it wasn't heard, it was felt a pressure wave that rattled the teeth of everyone present. The crew covered their eyes, shielding themselves from the blinding luminance. The heat was intense, instantly vaporizing the moisture in the air. The beam engulfed Luffy completely. The ground beneath him melted into glass. The trees behind him burst into flames. Enel floated there, panting slightly, a cruel smirk on his face. Dust. He is nothing but D. The light faded. The smoke cleared. And there, standing in the middle of a crater of molten glass, was Luffy. He wasn't dead. He wasn't ash. He wasn't even singed. He was blinking, looking down at his clothes. Huh, Luffy said, brushing some dust off his shoulder. That was bright. Luffy looked up, tilting his head. Is that it? Are you joking? I thought you said you were gonna kill me. Enel's composure shattered. His eyes bulged out of his skull, the stalks extending a full 6 inches. His jaw unhinged and dropped to his chest. His nose ran. His tongue lolled out. It was a face of pure, unfiltered, biological confusion. Click! A flashbulb went off. Nice, Ben muttered. Hold that pose. Snap. Ben vanished. He reappeared instantly on Enel's right side. One more for the album. Say fraud. Snap. Ben vanished again, appearing below Enel, pointing the camera up. Chin down a bit. Perfect. That's the face of a man whose worldview just collapsed. Snap. 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 Ben teleported back to the deck of the Mary, shaking the instant photos to dry them. I'm framing these. WW, what are you? Enel shrieked, finally finding his voice. He pointed a trembling finger at Luffy. Why aren't you dead? That was 200 million volts. You should be plasma. I don't know. Luffy picked his nose. I'm made of rubber. Rubber. Enel blinked. What is rubber? It's an insulator. Vivi shouted from the deck, her voice filled with relief. In the blue sea, rubber is a material that doesn't conduct electricity. You can throw 1,000,000,000 volts at him, and it won't matter. He is your natural enemy. Natural enemy. Enel whispered. The words tasted like bile. Yeah. Luffy grinned, cracking his knuckles. So your zappy tricks won't work. Hit me with your best shot, or I'm gonna kick your butt. Enel's shock turned into fury. Don't get cocky. Even if lightning fails, I am still a god. I can read your movements. I have mantra. I have a weapon of gold. Enel reached behind him and grabbed his golden staff. He heated it with electricity until it was searing hot, then reshaped it into a trident. If I can't burn you, I'll stab you. I'll slice you. I'll melt you with heat. Enel lunged. He moved at the speed of lightning, thrusting the trident at Luffy's chest. Too slow, Luffy said. Luffy didn't even move his feet. He just leaned his upper body to the left. The trident passed harmlessly by his ear. Mantra. Luffy laughed. I have that too, and yours is noisy. Enel stabbed again, and again. A flurry of golden strikes. Luffy weaved through them like a leaf in the wind, his expression bored. Is that all? Luffy taunted. Ben, watching from the ship, checked his pocket watch. Luffy, Ben called out, his voice cutting through the fight. Stop playing. We have a schedule. We have an entire island to explore. Luffy paused. He looked at Ben, then back at Enel. Okay. Luffy nodded. Ben says playtime is over. Luffy widened his stance. He placed a hand on his knee. His legs began to pump like pistons. Gears second. Steam erupted from Luffy's skin. His skin turned a shade of pink. The air pressure around him shifted. Enel's eyes widened. His mantra screamed a warning danger. What is TH? Boom. Luffy vanished. He didn't move fast, he moved instantly. He appeared directly in front of Enel. So fast. Enel gasped. He tried to turn into lightning to escape. Too late, Luffy growled. His arm turned pitch black, hardening of Armament Haki. You can't run. Gomu Gomu no. Jet Gatling. It wasn't a punch. It was a wall of punches. Bam 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 bam. Fists moving faster than sound slammed into Enel's chest, his face, his stomach. Because of the Haki, Enel couldn't turn into electricity to disperse the damage. He took every single hit physically. Gah. Oof. Gyah. Enel spat blood, his ribs cracking. He was juggled in the air, helpless. And for the finish. Luffy shouted. He stopped the Gatling. He bit into his thumb. He blew air into his bones. Gear third. Luffy's arm expanded. It grew larger. And larger. Until it was the size of a giant's limno, bigger. It cast a shadow over the entire inlet. Enel looked up. He saw a fist the size of a house descending upon him. Wait. Enel whimpered, holding up a hand. Let's talk about TH. Gomu no. Gigant elephant pistol. Krwuyu. The giant black fist slammed into Enel. It drove him down from the sky, smashing him into the Verth. But it didn't stop there. It drove him through the Verth. The entire island shook. The milky road rippled. Luffy retracted his arm, shrinking back to normal size as he exhaled the excess air. In the crater, Enel lay spread-eagled. His eyes were white. His golden staff was bent. His drums were shattered. The god was out cold. Silence reigned over the upper yard. That, Usopp whispered, lowering his slingshot, was brutal. He didn't even have a chance. Sanji lit a cigarette, shaking his head. Some god he was. It's kind of pitiful, Nami said, looking at the unconscious form of Enel. The people of Skypia lived in fear of him? He was just a bully with a strong fruit. A frog in a well, Zoro grunted, sheathing his swords. He never knew how big the world was. Ben jumped down from the ship. He walked over to the crater. He grabbed Enel by his long earlobes and dragged him out. He's a valuable resource, Ben said, pulling a pair of handcuffs from his belt. These weren't ordinary cuffs, they were made of sea stone. He slapped them onto Enel's wrists. Sea stone? Robin asked. Always come prepared, Ben nodded. With these, he's just a regular human. I'm going to lock him in the brig. Ben threw Enel over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and walked back to the ship. He tossed the fallen god into the reinforced cell in the brig, locking the door with a complex code. I have plans for him, Ben muttered to himself. He walked back out to the deck. The crew was waiting. All right, Ben clapped his hands. The boss is down, but the level isn't cleared yet. We have exploring to do. But Ben, Chopper raised a hoof. We can't just leave the Mary here. What if the priests come, or wild animals? True, Ben smiled. Leaving the ship unguarded in hostile territory is a rookie mistake. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a sleek, metallic suitcase. He placed it on the ground. Ben turned to the Going Merry. He raised his hand. Command Magic T, minimize. A magical circle appeared under the ship. the going merry glowed with a soft light. Then, in a blink, the entire caravel masts, hull, figurehead and all shrunk rapidly. It shrank until it was the size of a toy boat, small enough to fit in a palm. Ben picked up the tiny Mary and placed it gently inside the suitcase, which had a special cushion slot for it. He closed the suitcase and secured it to his back. Now we are mobile. No anchors. Ben gathered everyone in the clearing. He projected a holographic map from his Kamoyo beads into the air. It showed a rough outline of Upper Yard, but most of it was shrouded in fog of war. We are going to map this island, Ben announced. To do this efficiently, we split up. He pointed to the crew members, sorting them into groups. Group 1, members, Luffy, Sanji, Usopp, Robin. Group 2, members, Zoro, Dory, Vivi, Kuro. Group 3, members, Nami, Brogy, Masura, Xiaojiao. Group 4, members, Ben, Chopper, Cricket, Minnie Mary. Listen up, Ben said to Robin, Vivi, and Nami. The mapping responsibility falls to you three, Ben said bluntly. Why us? Nami asked. Ben pointed at Luffy, who was trying to eat a rock. He pointed at Zoro, who was already looking in the wrong direction. He pointed at the giants, who were arguing about the size of a bug. Because, Ben sighed, if I let the guys map, Luffy will draw meat, Zoro will draw a straight line that goes off the map, and Usopp will draw lies. You three are the only adults here. Vivi, Nami, and Robin exchanged glances. They looked at the men in their respective groups. Understood, Robin smiled. I'll charge a fee for this, Nami grumbled. I'll do my best. Vivi nodded. One last warning, Ben's expression hardened. Enel is down, but his priests are still out there. They likely don't know Enel has fallen yet. They will attack on sight. Stay alert. Aye aye. The crew shouted. The groups prepared to head out in 4 cardinal directions. Group 1 headed south. Group 3 headed east. Group 4 headed north. Group 2 Zoro's group was heading west. Sanji, before leaving with Luffy, walked over to Vivi. He took her hands in his. Vivi-chan, Sanji said with grave seriousness. You have the most difficult task of all. The priests? Vivi asked, worried. No, Sanji pointed at the green-haired swordsman. Him. Sanji looked at his watch. Look at Zoro every 30 seconds. Do not blink. Do not look away. If you take your eyes off him for 31 seconds, he will vanish. He will end up in a different dimension. He will somehow get lost in a straight hallway. Oi, curly brows. Zoro barked, his hand on his sword. I heard that. I don't get lost. The world just moves around me. Yeah, Vivi. Usopp chimed in from Group 1, snickering. You better put a leash on him. Or maybe tie a bell around his neck like a cat. Jingle jingle, here comes the lost Marimo. I'll cut you, long nose. Zoro yelled. See. Sanji sighed. He's already confused. He thinks west is up. Good luck, Vivi-chan. I'll try my best, Vivi said nervously, grabbing the back of Zoro's coat just in case. Let's go, Dory. Zoro huffed, marching forward. The ruins are this way. Mr. Bushido, Vivi pulled him back. That's the direction we just came. I knew that, Zoro grunted, turning 90 degrees. I was testing you. Ben, Chopper tugged on Ben's pant leg as they watched the groups disperse. Will they be okay? Ben watched Zoro walk confidently toward a cliff edge before Vivi steered him away. They can fight, Ben said, adjusting his glasses. Survival isn't the issue. Navigation is the real enemy today. Ben turned to Cricket. The old man was staring at the soil of Upper Yard, tears in his eyes. Ready, Cricket? Ben asked softly. Let's go find the city of gold. Let's go clear Nolan's name. Mont Blanc Cricket took a deep breath of the damp, earthy air. He lit a cigarette to hide his trembling lips. Yeah, Cricket whispered. Let's go, boss. With that, the 4 teams vanished into the dense, ancient jungle of the Upper Yard. The hunt for history was on. Deep in the forest, far away from the landing site, Om, the priest of iron, sat on a giant rock with his dog, Holy. His dark sunglasses reflected the canopy above. His Eisen dial chimed. Gititsu here, the voice came through. I felt a massive disturbance. The god's lightning, it fired. But then, it vanished. And now, I cannot hear the god's voice. The mantra is silent from the shrine, Om said, frowning. Perhaps he is sleeping. Or perhaps, Shura's voice joined the channel. The intruders are more dangerous than we thought. It does not matter, Om stood up, drawing his iron cloud sword. They have entered the ordeal. The survival game has begun. If they cross our paths, they die. God or no god, we are the law of this forest. Agreed, Satori giggled over the line. I have my balls ready. Surprise, surprise. The priests began to move. They didn't know their god was currently handcuffed in a suitcase. They didn't know they were walking into a meat grinder led by a rubber man, a demon swordsman, and a mage with a plan. But they would find out soon enough. The true war for Skypia had just begun. 88, Skypia 6. The canopy of the Upper Yard was a sprawling emerald ceiling, thick with the weight of centuries. Below it, the 4 groups of the Straw Hat crew delved into the unknown, their footsteps muffled by the soft, ancient Verth. This was no longer a simple vacation, it was a treasure hunt across a landscape that defied every law of nature known to the Blue Sea. Deep in the southwestern sector, Group 1 moved with a mixture of scholarly intent and chaotic energy. Nico Robin walked with the grace of a woman who had finally found the missing page of her favorite book. She ran her hand over a moss-covered pillar, her fingers tracing the weathered carvings. The architecture, it's identical to the structures found in Jaya, Robin murmured, her eyes alight with academic fire. But these ruins are larger, more preserved. This entire island was once the center of a grand civilization. Luffy, meanwhile, was trying to see if he could stretch his neck far enough to see the top of a giant beanstalk, while Sanji kept a protective, and hard-eyed, radius around Robin. In the western sector, Group 2 was having a significantly harder time. Vivi was doing exactly what Sanji had instructed. She was checking on Zoro every 30 seconds. 30 seconds, he's there, Vivi whispered to herself, seeing the green-haired swordsman grumbling as he hacked through a thick vine. 30 seconds, he's still there, she noted again, as Zoro stopped to adjust his haramaki. Vivi turned for a moment to answer a question from Dory. Yes, Mr. Giant, the Kamoyo bead says we should head toward that ridge. She turned back. The space where Zoro had been standing was empty. A single, vibrating leaf was the only evidence he had ever existed in that spot. He's gone. Vivi shrieked, her hands flying to her head. I only looked away for 15 seconds. How is it possible? Dory let out a booming laugh that shook the nearby trees. Gabababa. Don't fret, little queen. The swordsman has the spirit of a wandering beast. He isn't lost, he's just taking a different path. He will eventually join us when the scent of blood or booze reaches him. I don't think that's a compliment. Vivi cried before ducking as a south bird's beak slammed into a tree trunk inches above her head. Karoo. Defensive maneuvers. Karoo let out a terrified quack and immediately buried his head in a pile of soft clouds, leaving his feathered rear end exposed to the elements. Zoro, meanwhile, was convinced he was going the right way. Stupid prince and her stupid giants, Zoro muttered, walking through a thicket of purple ferns, taking the long way around. If I just keep going straight, I'll find the center of the island. Zoro had turned left 3 times, right once, and somehow climbed a tree, which led him to a hidden trail obscured by hanging vines. He hacked through a final curtain of greenery and stepped out into a clearing. Before him stood a village. It wasn't made of clouds, but of wood, stone, and animal hides. It looked primitive yet fortified, hidden in a natural depression of the earth. Ha, Zoro grunted. Found a town. Maybe they have ale. At the same time, Group 3 was approaching from the opposite side. Nami, flanked by Brogy and the monkey brothers Masara and Xiaojiao, had been following her navigator's instinct toward the largest concentration of treasure scents. As they reached the stone archway that marked the entrance to the village, Nami spotted a familiar green head. Zoro! Nami's voice shrieked. Zoro blinked. Group 3 was standing there. Brogy, Masara, and Xiaojiao were all staring at him with varying levels of confusion. What are you doing here? Nami demanded, her eyes narrowing. You were supposed to be with Vivi and Dory on the other side of the island. Zoro crossed his arms, looking unfazed. The giants got lost. I tried to lead them, but they couldn't keep up with my pace. I figured I'd just find the village and wait for them to find me. Nami's left eye began to twitch. She let out a sigh so heavy it felt like she was exhaling her very soul. Zoro, you're on the opposite side of the map. You walked through the center and out the other side. You aren't a navigator, you're a spatial anomaly. Shut up, Zoro grunted. I found a village. Where's the ale? The group was about to enter the village when a small figure stepped out from behind a carved totem. It was a young girl with small wings and a large, floppy hat. Her eyes were wide, and she was trembling, but not with fear, with awe. This was Isa. She looked at them, her gaze lingering on Nami and Zoro. In the Shandia culture, she was a rare child born with an exceptionally powerful mantra, what the Blue Sea called observation Haki. For hours, she had felt the voices of the island. She had felt the terrifying, oppressive presence of Enel, and then, she had felt it vanish in a burst of overwhelming light and physical force. You! Isa whispered, her voice tiny. You're the ones, the voices said. The voice of God Enel was snuffed out. You defeated him, didn't you? Zoro scoffed, crossing his arms. Puny god. He wasn't much of a challenge for our captain. Nami rolled her eyes. I wouldn't call him a god, sweetie. He was just a jerk with a big ego. But yes, he's finished. He's currently a prisoner on our ship, locked in a suitcase. Isa's mouth fell open. A prisoner? In a suitcase. Nami nodded, then looked around at the village. Where are we? Who are you people? Isa began to explain, her words tumbling out in a rush. She spoke of the Shandia, the descendants of the great warriors of Jaya. She told them how their land had been launched into the sky 400 years ago, and how they had fought a holy war 4 centuries to reclaim their ancestral home from the sky people. As she spoke, a shadow fell over the group. Isa, get away from those blue sea dwellers. A man dropped from the sky, landing with a heavy thud. He held a massive burned bazooka, and his eyes were filled with a fierce, cold rage. This was Whipper, the berserker. Behind him, dozens of Shandia warriors emerged from the huts, their spears leveled at Nami and Zoro. Why are you bringing strangers to our hidden hearth? Whipper growled at Isa. Who are these people? Are they Enel's spies? No, Whipper. Isa shouted, standing her ground. They defeated him. The god is gone. I felt it. Whipper froze. The grip on his bazooka tightened until his knuckles turned white. Defeated? Impossible. No one defeats Enel. They did. Isa insisted. And right now, their other friend is fighting the 4 priests. Miles away, in the heart of the ordeal territory, the air was a chaotic mess of iron, fire, and swamp clouds. Group 4 had run into an ambush. Or rather, they had walked into a trap, and Ben had told Chopper and Cricket to sit back and watch. Ben stood in the center of a clearing, surrounded by Ohm, Satori, Gitetsu, and Shura. You are arrogant, Blue Sea man, Ohm said, his iron cloud sword shimmering. To face all 4 of us at once is a class 1 crime. I'm a busy man, Ben said, checking his watch. I have a map to finish. Let's make this quick. Satori giggled, launching a barrage of surprise balls. Ho ho, try to dodge these. Ben didn't move. He raised a hand, and a shimmering purple barrier of ruler's authority expanded around him. The balls hit the barrier and exploded in a shower of feathers, snakes, and fire, but Ben remained untouched. Shura dived from the sky on his giant bird, his fire spear thrusting forward. Burn in the holy flames. Ben looked up. His eyes glowed. With a flick of his wrist, gravity reversed in a localized pocket. Shura and his bird were slammed upward into the canopy, pinned against the giant leaves by 10 times their own weight. One down, Ben muttered. Gitetsu charged, his goggle eyes rolling back. Swamp Cloud Burger. Ben stepped to the side, his movements a blur of calculated efficiency. He grabbed Gitetsu by the collar and used the man's own momentum to hurl him into Satori. The two priests collided and tumbled into a pit of Satori's own trap balls. Ohm lunged, his sword stretching like a whip. Ben caught the blade with his bare handy's palm coated in a thin layer of Haki reinforced carbon. Your mantra is impressive, Ben told the shocked priest, but your output is too low. Ben squeezed. The iron cloud sword shattered into 1,000 pieces. While Ben was dismantling the priesthood, Group 1 was busy being themselves. Sanji, Luffy, and Usopp were walking through a particularly dense part of the forest when they found a strange, glowing fruit hanging from a vine. Ooh, mystery fruit. Luffy shouted, his neck stretching out 3 meters to grab it. Wait, Luffy, don't eat that. Usopp screamed, grabbing Luffy's legs. It might be poisonous, or it might turn you into a frog, or it might be a liar's fruit that makes your nose grow even longer. Your nose can't get any longer, Usopp, Sanji said, blowing a cloud of smoke. It's already a structural hazard. Hey! Luffy shoved the fruit into his mouth anyway. His face turned bright purple, his eyes popped out, and he started smoking from his ears. Gah! Spicy! Spicy! Luffy began running in circles, his feet moving so fast they blurred. He accidentally ran up a vertical tree trunk, across the bottom of a giant leaf, and slammed headfirst into a hive of sky bees. Great, Sanji sighed, watching a swarm of angry, glowing bees descend. Now we have to fight the local fauna because of Captain's stomach. Save me, Sanji. Usopp shrieked, already running in the opposite direction. I have can't fight bees in the sky disease. It's fatal. Sanji kicked a bee into the stratosphere. You just made that up. It's a very common ailment in the Blue Sea. Usopp wailed, tripping over a root and accidentally launching a firebird star into the air, which exploded and set Luffy's shorts on fire. Gah! My butt is on fire, and the bees are stinging my butt. Luffy screamed, jet propelling himself through the forest like a rubber rocket. Back at the Shandia village, Isa was relaying the carnage. Your friend. Isa whispered, her eyes wide. He just broke the iron sword with his fingers. The priests, they're all down. The voices are crying out in the forest. Whipper's bazooka lowered. His jaw tightened. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The god was gone. The priests were broken. The 400-year blockade of his home had been demolished by a group of idiots who were currently arguing about spicy fruit and flaming butts. Shandia. Whipper roared, his voice echoing through the village. The bell of Shandora is waiting. The path is clear. We reclaim the upper yard today. The warriors let out a cry that shook the trees. They ignited their skates and roared past Nami and Zoro. Hey, wait! Nami shouted, her eyes turning into berries. If there's a reclamation, there's a treasury. Zoro, move your mossy ass. We're following the war party. I'm going. Zoro yelled, turning 180 degrees and running directly into a hut. Damn it! Who put this house here? Nami grabbed him by the collar and dragged him toward the forest. This way, you idiot. As they ran, the Komoyo beads crackled. Nami-san, we've reached the central ruins. Robin's voice came through, calm as ever. The architecture here is fascinating. Also, Luffy is currently submerged in a lake trying to cool his flaming butt, as he puts it. Vivi here. The princess's voice added. We've cleared the south birds. Dory-san is using one as a pillow. We're heading to your coordinates. Sanji here, the cook's voice crackled. If I see that mosshead, tell him I'm going to cook him for getting Vivi-chan worried. Also, Usopp is currently stuck in a carnivorous plant. I'm leaving him there for a few minutes to think about his life choices. Let me out. Usopp's muffled voice echoed in the background. It tastes like kale in here. I hate kale. Nami laughed, running through the giant leaves with the Shandia warriors. Ben, are you there? I'm here, Ben's voice came through, sounding remarkably relaxed. The priests are dealt with. Everyone, converge on the giant beanstalk. Hell yeah! The crew shouted in unison, except for Usopp, who was still being digested by a plant. The great exploration had officially turned into a victory lap. The Sky Island would never be the same. 89, Skypia 7. The old jungle in Upper Yard was alive, buzzing with a raw, primal energy that you could practically feel vibrating in your teeth. Ben and his group were strolling through this potential death trap like he was window shopping on a Sunday afternoon. On his shoulder, Minnie Mary was swinging her legs rhythmically, her mechanical eyes whirring softly as she scanned every leaf and bug with intense curiosity. Behind them, you had Chopper, currently in his big, muscle-bound heavy point form, but mentally shrinking back to his small brain point because he was absolutely terrified. His blue nose twitched at every snapping twig, and his head swiveled like a radar dish. Next to him was Mont Blanc Cricket, clutching an unlit cigarette in his mouth so hard he was nearly chewing through the filter. He looked pretty anxious, which was fair considering he was walking through a forest of legends. They just finished mopping up the last of Enel's priests, and honestly, it was brutal. Ben didn't just beat them, he completely dismantled them, tossed them into portable spatial prisons, and called it a day. Ben-san, Chopper whispered, tugging at the back of Ben's coat. Are you sure this is the right way? It smells super scary. Like, really big predator scary. The navigation is spot on, Dr. Chopper, Minnie Mary chirped happily from Ben's shoulder, her voice cutting through the gloom. Sensors say the captain is about 3 kilometers that way. Also, detecting high kinetic energy signatures. Lots of fighting going on. Of course there is, Ben sighed, though a small smirk played on his lips. It wouldn't be us if there wasn't a brawl happening somewhere. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. This was a deep, rumbly vibration right under their feet, like the island itself was shivering. Hiss! A sound like a giant steam valve blew through the trees, loud enough to pop your ears. Then, crashing out of the bushes came something ridiculous. A snake. But calling it a snake was a massive insult. It was a titan, a living mountain of purple scales and muscle that towered over the ancient trees. Its golden eyes were huge, like size of a small house, huge, staring right at them with vertical pupils that screamed lunch. GGG giant snake. Chopper screamed, instantly fluffing up into a fur ball of terror and clinging to Ben's leg for dear life. Cricket froze, the unlit cigarette finally dropping from his mouth. What on earth is that? That's not a sea king, that's a monster of the sky. It's the size of a mountain. The master of the sky, Nola, reared back, casting a shadow over the entire group, and let out a roar that flattened the bushes and sent a gale force wind tearing through the clearing. While Cricket and Chopper looked ready to pass out from sheer terror, Ben just looked up, shielding his eyes from the sun with one hand. Impressive, Ben said casually, like he was critiquing a painting. Grand line animals always get huge due to the isolation, but this guy, he's ancient. You don't get that big without surviving a few centuries. Over 400 years old, to be precise, Minnie Mary added, zooming in with her camera eyes. Scales appear highly durable. Nice pigmentation too. Very shiny. Ben, Mary, stop admiring it. Chopper yelled, tears streaming down his face. It's gonna eat us. We're just appetizers. Right on cue, the giant snake lunged. It moved way too fast for something that size, diving down like a purple missile with its maw wide open, ready to swallow them whole. Cricket shut his eyes tight, bracing for the crunch. Well, at least I made it to the sky, he thought grimly. Proto go Maxima. Ben said it quietly, almost under his breath. He just raised one hand, palm up, lazy as you like. Boom. The snake's nose slammed into an invisible wall just 10 meters above them. The crash sounded like a thunderclap, shaking the whole forest and sending dust flying everywhere. The air shimmered, revealing a translucent, golden dome that covered Ben's group perfectly. The snake pulled back, hissing and shaking its head like it had just walked into a glass door. Confused and angry, it reared back and bashed the barrier again. And again. Bam! Bam! Each hit was heavy enough to smash a stone fortress to rubble, but Ben's shield didn't even flicker. It just hummed softly. Ben stood there, checking his fingernails for dirt, totally unbothered. He's stopping it with one hand, Cricket gasped, staring up at the golden light. Who are you guys? After a few minutes of furious headbanging, the snake finally got tired. It slowed down, panting heavily, huge gusts of wind blowing from its nostrils. Its rage faded into confusion, its golden eyes blinking slowly. Done throwing a tantrum? Ben asked, looking up. Seeing the snake calm down, Ben dropped the shield. The golden dome dissolved into sparkles of light that drifted away on the wind. The snake didn't attack. Instead, it lowered its massive head slowly, bringing it down to their level. Its giant pupils contracted, focusing not on Ben, but on the man standing beside him. Mont Blanc Cricket. The snake froze. It tilted its head, its forked tongue flickering out to taste the air. Then, it moved closer, sniffing. Back off. Cricket shouted, stumbling backward over a root. He landed on his butt, scrabbling away in the dirt. Don't eat me. I'm tough and chewy. I taste like cigarettes. But the snake ignored him. It put its snout mere inches from Cricket's face. It seemed to recognize something's chestnut-shaped hair, the skull, the jawline. It smelled the bloodline. It saw the silhouette of a man it had waited 400 long years to see again. Nolan? The snake let out a sad, low coo that vibrated in everyone's bones. Then, to everyone's shock and disgust, a massive, wet tongue extended and licked Cricket's entire face, drenching him in liters of snake saliva. Gah! Gross! Cricket sputtered, wiping sticky slime off his eyes. What is wrong with this thing? Is it tasting me before it swallows? Ben chuckled, stepping forward and placing a hand on the snake's massive snout. The creature didn't flinch. No, Cricket. It's not marinating you. It's saying hello. Hello. Cricket looked up, confused, slime dripping from his chin. Look around, Ben said, gesturing to the rich soil beneath their feet. This isn't Cloud. This is Verth. This forest is part of Jaya, your home. It got knocked up here by the stream 400 years ago. And this snake, it remembers. It remembers the man who used to visit. The man who promised to return. Cricket froze. His trembling hands lowered. He looked up at the giant serpent, really looked at it this time. He saw the intelligence in those golden eyes, the longing, the sadness. You mean? Cricket's voice shook, cracking with emotion. It thinks I'm Mont Blanc Nolan. Ben nodded, his voice soft. You're his descendant. You bear his face. To this snake, the waiting is finally over. Nolan finally came back. Tears welled up in Cricket's eyes, mixing with the snake slime. For a decade, he had been mocked. He had been the disgrace of the North Blue, the descendant of the liar Nolan. He had spent his life diving into the dark ocean, searching for a lie. But it wasn't a lie. It was here. And this creature, this living piece of history, remembered him. You knew him. Cricket asked the snake, his voice barely a whisper. You knew my ancestor. The snake blinked slowly and nodded its massive head. A tear, large as a bucket, pooled in the corner of its eye and splashed onto the ground. Cricket broke down. He fell to his knees, not in fear, but in pure relief, burying his face in his hands. He wasn't a liar, he sobbed. He really wasn't a liar. Chopper, who had been peeking out from behind Ben's leg, slowly stepped forward. His fear had vanished, replaced by pure, starry-eyed wonder. Su-yu-wu-ji. Chopper squealed, his eyes sparkling. It understands us. It's a nice snake. Ben, look. It's crying happy tears. It's so emotional. Yup, Ben smiled, patting the giant scales. Hey there, big guy. We're heading to the ruins of Chanderate's City of Gold. I know you know where it is. Do you mind giving us a lift? We have some friends to save and a bell to ring. The snake hissed a yes, the sound surprisingly gentle, and flattened its head against the ground like a living ramp. Hop on, Ben commanded, jumping lightly onto the space between the snake's eyes. Minnie Mary settled comfortably on his shoulder. We're traveling in style. Cricket wiped his eyes, stood up with a newfound resolve, and climbed onto the head of the creature that had once been his ancestor's friend. Chopper scrambled up last, his hooves clattering on the scales. Mush! Chopper yelled, pointing forward like a commander. The snake surged forward, not with violence, but with a smooth, purposeful speed, slithering through the forest of Upper Yard toward the center of the island. The ruins of Chandora. It was total chaos. The battlefield was a mess of dust and broken stone. On one side, Shandia warriors were blasting away with projectiles and bazookas, desperate to reclaim their land. On the other, Skypians and divine soldiers were fighting back just as hard. Right in the middle of it all stood the largest, weirdest gathering of pirates you'd ever see. Luffy stood with his arms crossed, watching the brawl. Zoro had his swords drawn but lowered, looking bored out of his mind. Sanji was smoking a cigarette, leaning against a pillar and critiquing the fighting styles. Nami and Vivi stood close by, with Kara the duck nervously hiding behind them. Robin was observing the ruins with a calm smile, while Usopp was shivering behind a rock. And towering over them all were Dory and Brogy, the two giants from Little Garden, along with the monkey salvage brothers Masura and Shoju, who were currently making monkey noises at the explosions. They just won't quit, Vivi sighed, gripping her peacock slashers tight. They've been fighting for centuries over this land. They don't know how to stop. It's a war of ideology, Robin observed calmly. Ancestral land versus holy land. Neither side can yield without losing their identity. It is quite tragic. Ideally, Usopp muttered, knees shaking, they would yield before I get blown up by a stray blast. Shouldn't we stop them? Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy laughed, leaning on his massive axe. This is a warrior's fight, long nose. We don't interfere in another warrior's duel unless asked. Besides, Dory added, Ben said to wait here. So we wait. Suddenly, the ground shook. The fighting faltered. Whipper spun around, his bazooka raised, eyes wild. What now? Trees at the edge of the clearing snapped like twigs. A massive shadow fell over the battlefield, blocking out the sun. With a roar that shook the clouds, the master of the sky burst into the clearing. It drifted into a massive skid, its body coiling around the ancient ruins, its head coming to a stop directly between the two armies. Silence. Absolute, terrified silence descended on the battlefield. The Shandia warriors froze, their eyes wide. To them, this snake was a deity, the grandfather snake. The Skypians were paralyzed with fear. However, the Straw Hat group had a different reaction. Whoa! Masura and Shoju screeched. Big snake! Big snake! Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Dory roared with laughter, slapping his thigh. Look at that, Brogy. It's a little garden worm. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy joined in, his laughter shaking the nearby ruins. It's barely a snack compared to the island eater. Maybe a good belt. While the giants laughed and the locals trembled, everyone noticed the figure standing atop the giant snake's head, arms crossed, coat fluttering in the wind. Yo, Ben said, his voice amplified by a subtle charm so it echoed across the entire clearing. Sorry we're late. Traffic was a nightmare. You wouldn't believe the potholes. Ben. The Straw Hats cheered, relief washing over them. Luffy's eyes, however, were locked on the massive reptile beneath him. Drool instantly began to pool at the corner of his mouth. Me-a-a-a-a-a-at. Luffy roared. Luffy launched himself into the air, his massive frame propelling him toward the snake's nose. It's huge. It looks delicious. I'm gonna eat it. Barbecue snake. The snake recoiled, sensing the predatory intent of the rubber man. Captain, halt, Minnie Mary's voice cut through the air, projected from a speaker on her chest. Luffy stopped mid-air, grabbing onto one of the snake's fangs and swinging there. Hey, Mary. Target designation, friend, Minnie Mary stated, pointing a small finger at the snake. Consumption of crew allies is prohibited by Bensama's protocols. Current hunger levels can be satisfied with emergency rations. Please do not eat the transport. Friend. Luffy blinked, looking at the snake, then at Ben. Oh, it's a mystery snake friend. It's a friend, Luffy, Ben confirmed, jumping down to the ground. The rest of his group slid down the snake's scales. Cricket landed on the dusty stones of Chandora. He looked around, his breath catching. This is it. The city. The Shandians and Skypians were staring at the group with intense wariness. Whipper stepped forward, his knuckles white on his bazooka. He looked from Ben to the giant snake, which was now nuzzling against Cricket like a giant puppy. Why is the master of the sky obeying you? Whipper demanded, his voice hostile. And who is that man? Why does the snake accept him? Because he is the descendant of the man your ancestor swore an oath to, Whipper, Ben said calmly, stepping between the two armies. Whipper froze. What? Mont Blanc Nolan, Ben said the name clearly. This man is Mont Blanc Cricket. He spent his life looking for this place to clear his ancestor's name. The snake recognizes him. The snake remembers the promise. Murmurs broke out among the Shandians. The legend of Nolan and Caldera was sacred to them. But that doesn't solve the problem, does it? Ben continued, his voice hardening. He looked at the Skypians, then at the Shandians. You're fighting over dirt. Valuable dirt, sure. But just dirt. This is our homeland. Whipper shouted. We fight to light the fire of Shandora, to let our ancestors know we are here. And we fight to protect God's land. A Skypian soldier yelled back. Enough, Ben's voice dropped an octave, radiating magical presence that forced everyone to silence. I have a solution. A simple one. You live together. Preposterous. Never. Then I have an alternative, Ben said, a cold smirk touching his lips. He pulled a small, silver briefcase. He tapped a button on the side, sliding open a small ventilation panel. Inside this spatial prison, I have Enel. I also have his priests. Ben held the briefcase up to his mouth like a microphone. Say hello, Enel. From inside the briefcase, a high-pitched, tinny voice shrieked out, amplified slightly by the box's acoustics. I am God. Release me, you blue sea monkey. I will rain judgment upon you all. My lightning will turn you to ash. Do you hear me? I am Enel. The voice sounded less like a terrifying deity and more like an angry chipmunk trapped in a tin can. The sheer absurdity of it made the crowd blink in confusion. Ben snapped the panel shut, cutting off the rant mid-scream with a sharp click. See? Ben said nonchalantly, tucking the briefcase back under his arm. Very grumpy. Very loud. If you prefer fighting so much, I can release him right now. I'm sure he'd love to resume his plan of destroying Skypia and everyone on it. You can fight him for your survival. We'll just leave. The color drained from every face on the battlefield. Even Whipper looked pale. The threat of Enel was absolute terror, but hearing him reduced to a squeaky toy in Ben's luggage made the situation surreal and terrifyingly final. Ben held their nightmare in a box. Cooperation, Ben said, or extinction. Choose. The silence stretched. Weapons lowered, inch by inch. The fight had gone out of them. The fear of Enel, combined with the awe of the giant snake accepting these strangers, broke the stalemate. Good choice, Ben nodded. He turned to Luffy. Luffy. Yeah, Ben. Luffy landed beside him, casually picking his nose. Go up there, Ben pointed a finger straight up, toward the massive, twisting stalk of the giant jack that pierced the clouds. At the very top, there is a golden bell. The light of Shandora. Whipper gasped, eyes widening. The bell, it's real. Ring it, Ben ordered. Ring it so loud that everyone hears it. Ring it for Cricket. Ring it for the Shandians. Let them know we're here. Luffy grinned, adjusting his straw hat. His eyes shadowed, a fierce determination replacing the hunger. Got it. Boom. Luffy vanished, the ground cracking where he stood as he rocketed up the beanstalk, a blur of red and rubber. For 15 minutes, the battlefield was silent. Everyone looked up, shielding their eyes against the sun. Cricket stood with tears streaming down his face, clutching his chest. Whipper fell to his knees, his eyes fixed on the clouds, waiting. The snake coiled up, looking upward, waiting. Ben stood with his arms crossed. 3, 2, 1. Duo-wung. The sound was not just a noise, it was a physical force. A deep, resonant, beautiful tone that washed over the island like a cleansing wave. It vibrated in the stones, in the trees, in the very souls of everyone present. It was the song of the island, a melody lost for 400 years. Duo-wung. Below, in the blue sea, the sound traveled. It reached the ears of those who had mocked the dreamers. It told the world, we are here. On the battlefield, the effect was instantaneous. For the Shandians, it was validation. The bell was real. Their ancestors' city was real. The vow Caldera made to Nolan that they would be here, waiting, was finally fulfilled. Whipper bowed his head, his shoulders shaking with silent sobs. The crushing burden of 400 years of war began to lift from his shoulders. For the Skypians and Gonfall, the sound brought a sudden clarity. It was a holy sound, one that spoke not of war, but of harmony. The island's song washed away the tension, the hatred. It was a sound too beautiful to fight over. Duo-wung. He hears it, Cricket whispered, looking at the sky, tears flowing freely down his rugged face. I know you hear it, old man. We found it. As the echoes of the bell faded, a profound stillness settled over Upper Yard. Ben looked around at the faces Shandians and Skypians alike, many weeping, some hugging, others simply sitting in stunned silence, overwhelmed by the history they were witnessing. The weapons lay forgotten on the ground. Peace, Ben stated, his voice carrying clearly in the quiet aftermath. It's settled. Whether you chose it because you wanted to, or because I threatened you with a lightning god in a box, the result is the same. He turned to his crew, who were smiling. Nami was already calculating the value of the gold with berry signs in her eyes, Sanji was lighting a fresh cigarette, and Zoro was finally sheathing his swords with a click. Now, Ben clapped his hands together. Let's have a banquet. I'm starving, and I believe we have a lot of gold to load onto the Mary. Aye. The crew shouted, the tension finally breaking into laughter. And thus, the war of 400 years ended not with a final battle, but with a snake, a threat, and a bell that sang of a promise kept. The sky island of Skypia entered a new era, one forged by the strange, terrifying, and miraculous Straw Hat Pirates. 90, Skypia 8. The sun began to dip below the horizon of the White Sea, painting the endless clouds in hues of burning orange, deep violet, and soft pink. It was that magical time of day when the world seemed to take a deep breath and relax. But in the ruins of Shandora, relaxing was taking on a very different, much louder meaning. The war was over. Just like that, 400 years of bloodshed, screaming matches, and dial blasting ended not with a bang, but with a bell. And now, as the adrenaline faded, a new, far more pressing instinct took over for everyone present. Hunger. And when you have Monkey D. Luffy as your captain, hunger isn't just a feeling, it's an emergency siren. Banquet. Luffy screamed, throwing his hands in the air, his voice echoing off the ancient golden city. I want meat. All the meat. Captain, Ben chuckled, watching the chaos unfold with a satisfied grin. The atmosphere in the ruins had shifted completely. Where there were once drawn weapons and hateful glares, there was now a confused but cooperative hustle. The Shandians and Skypians, who had been trying to kill each other just an hour ago, were now awkwardly looking at each other, realizing they had a common goal, building the biggest bonfire the sky had ever seen. Hey, you with the wings! A Shandia warrior shouted, pointing at a fallen tree. Grab the other end. We need more wood. My name is McKinley, the Skypian soldier grumbled, but he holstered his axe and grabbed the log. And lift with your knees, surface dweller. Slowly but surely, the tension melted away, replaced by the universal language of party prep. Over in what used to be a plaza, Sanji had declared martial law. I don't care if you're a divine soldier or a gorilla. Sanji roared, kicking a massive pot onto a makeshift stone stove. If you have hands, you are peeling potatoes. If you have wings, you are fanning the flames. Move, move, move. Yes, chef. A mixed group of terrifying warriors shouted back, terrified for a completely different reason now. Vivi-chan, Nami Swan. Sanji's voice instantly turned into liquid honey as he spun around. How are the spices coming along, my goddesses? We're good, Sanji-kun, Vivi laughed, tying an apron over her combat outfit. She was chopping vegetables with precision. But are we sure we have enough meat? This is a lot of people. Plus the giants. And Luffy, Nami added, counting on her fingers. Don't forget, he eats for 10 giants. Meat is not a problem, Ben said, strolling into the kitchen area. He patted the spatial pouch attached to his belt. I pick up a few souvenirs every time I go diving. Ben opened the pouch and started pulling things out. First, it was a massive shark, perfectly preserved in stasis. Then, a giant lobster. Then, chunks of sea king meat the size of small cars. He tossed them onto the prep tables with casual ease, thanks to his enhanced strength. Whoa, a Shandia cook stared, his eyes popping out. Where were you keeping that? Pocket, Ben winked. Magic, don't worry about it. Sanji, catch. Ben tossed a massive ribcage likely from some unfortunate deep-sea leviathan toward the cook. Sanji caught it with a kick, flipping it perfectly onto a cutting board. Beautiful marbling, Sanji grinned, lighting a fresh cigarette. Alright, boys. We're making a roast that'll make you forget 400 years of history. Get chopping. As the bonfire roared to life, sending sparks dancing up toward the stars, a small tragedy was unfolding near the edge of the clearing. The master of the sky, Nola, was sad. The giant snake was currently coiled up just outside the ruins, its massive head resting on a pile of rubble. It watched the tiny humans running around with sad, puppy dog eyes. It could smell the roasting meat. It could hear the laughter. It saw its favorite human, Cricket, or knew Nolan as the snake probably thought of him, sitting by the fire. Nola tried to slither forward, but its massive bulk knocked over a stone pillar with a loud crash. Watch it! Whipper yelled, jumping out of the way. The snake hissed an apology and shrank back, curling into a ball of depression. It was just too big. If it joined the party, it would crush the party. Literally. Cricket looked at the snake, feeling a pang of guilt. Hey, big guy, sorry. You don't fit. The snake let out a whimpering hiss that broke everyone's heart. Even Zoro looked up from his booze and frowned. Poor thing. Well, that won't do, Ben said, walking over with a drink in his hand. He looked up at the mountain of scales. It's a celebration. Everyone is invited. Even the scenery-crushing wildlife. Ben. Cricket looked at him hopefully. Do you have a gadget for this? Better, Ben smirked. Ben closed his eyes for a second, shifting his internal systems. He tapped into the Brandish template. The power of the Nation Destroyer, the ability to manipulate mass and size at will. Command T, shrink. Ben snapped his fingers. A ripple of magical energy distorted the air around the giant snake. It looked like looking through a heat haze. VOOM. In an instant, the titanic proportions of the master of the sky vanished. The mountain-sized serpent rapidly condensed, shrinking down, until it stopped. Nola blinked. It looked around. The trees were suddenly huge. The ruins were towering. It looked at Cricket, who was now, well, he wasn't exactly eye level, but he wasn't a speck of dust anymore. Nola was now roughly the size of Dorian Brogistill, a giant snake by normal standards, maybe 15 feet long, but small enough to slither through the plaza without destroying civilization. What? The Shandians and Skypians dropped their jaws. Did he just shrink the god of the forest? A warrior whispered, trembling. Nola seemed confused for a moment. It tested its body, wiggling its tail. It realized it wasn't knocking over buildings. It looked at Ben, then at Cricket. Hiss. Yippee. The snake did a happy little wiggle dance, which was adorable in a terrifying reptilian way, and slithered right over to Cricket. It coiled around him gently, resting its head on his lap like an oversized cat. Whoa, easy there. Cricket laughed, patting the smooth scales. You're still heavy, you know. Ben dusted off his hands. Problem solved. Sanji, send over a few roasted hogs for our scaly friend. Food is ready. Sanji's voice cut through the noise like a dinner bell. It wasn't a meal, it was an avalanche of flavor. Giant platters of roasted sky shark, seasoned with herbs Vivi had found in the jungle. Mountains of fruit salad made from sweet sky pumpkins and cloud berries. Sea king steaks grilled to perfection, dripping with savory juices. Barrels of Skypian alcohol were rolled out by the Shandians. Itadaka meso. Luffy didn't even use a plate. He just unhinged his jaw and inhaled a table's worth of food. So good. Shishishi. This is amazing. Whipper admitted, tearing into a drumstick. He looked at the Skypian sitting next to him. Pass the salt. McKinley. Here, McKinley grunted, passing it. While most were eating, a silent battle of titans was erupting near the booze supply. Zoro and Whipper sat across from each other over a massive barrel of Skypian alcohol. There were no words, only intense, manly eye contact and the aggressive slamming of tankards. Glug, glug, slam. Whipper wiped foam from his mouth, glaring fiercely. Zoro smirked back, challenging him with a raise of his brow. Glug, glug, slam. They both swayed dangerously, sweat beading on their foreheads. The rest of the party watched in awed silence. Not bad, Skyman, Zoro slurred, his eye twitching. You too, Blue Sea, Demon, Whipper muttered, gripping the table for stability. Then, with perfect synchronization, their eyes rolled back, and they both collapsed face first into the dirt, snoring loudly. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Dory roared, watching them fall. A tie, a warrior's tie. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy laughed, raising his own barrel. To the fallen warriors. Meanwhile, sitting atop a large rock like a king on his throne, Usopp held court. He was surrounded by a group of wide-eyed Shandia children, including the little girl Isa. And that, Usopp declared, gesturing dramatically with a skewer of meat, is how I, the great Captain Usopp, used my telepathic waves to calm the giant snake. Ben nearly finished the job with his magic, but the beast was already tamed by my Haki. Woo-oh-oh. The children gasped in unison. God Usopp! God Usopp! They chanted, their eyes sparkling with adoration. Nearby, Sanji rolled his eyes so hard it hurt. He's literally lying to toddlers. Let him have it, Cook-san, Robin chuckled softly, sipping her tea. Legends have to start somewhere. Masara and Shoujo were having a banana-eating contest with Karu, who was surprisingly winning. Chopper was in a sugar coma, covered in cloud cotton candy. As the eating slowed down and the bellies filled up, a comfortable warmth settled over the group. The bonfire crackled and popped, sending sparks into the dark sky. The stars above Skypia were brighter than anything on the blue sea, a canopy of diamonds watching over the piece. Luffy, currently shaped like a ball with thin limbs poking out, rolled over to Ben. Hey, Ben, Luffy patted his distended stomach. Yeah, Captain. Ben took a sip of his wine, leaning back against a fallen pillar. Music. Luffy said. A party needs music. Play something, Ben. Play something fun. Music, ha. Ben swirled his drink. He looked around. The Shandians had drums, but they were mostly for war. The Skypians had harps, but they were too quiet for this crowd. Captain, Ben said, setting his glass down. Music it is. The chatter died down as people saw Ben stand up. There was a natural charisma to Ben, an aura of authority that drew eyes to him. Ben reached into his coat and pulled out a long, knobby stick. The Elder Wand. He raised it high above his head. Orchestra Illusio. He waved the wand in a wide arc. From the tip of the wand, streams of golden and silver light poured out like liquid silk. They swirled around the bonfire, weaving together, forming shapes in the air. Gasps echoed around the clearing. Magic! Isa whispered, forgetting God Usopp for a moment as her eyes widened. The light solidified into translucent, ghostly instruments floating in mid-air. There were huge taiko drums made of starlight, ethereal flutes, shimmering guitars, and brass horns that glowed with a soft inner fire. They hovered in a circle around the fire, waiting for a conductor. The Straw Hats just grinned. They'd seen Ben's magic tricks before, but it never got old. Alright, Ben muttered, tapping the wand against his palm to set the tempo. Let's start with a heartbeat. He flicked the wand sharply. Boom! The first note hit the air like a cannonball. A deep, resonant bass drum that vibrated the very stones of Shandora. Boom! Boomda! It wasn't just a sound, it was a force. The spectral drummers slammed their sticks down, creating a rhythm that you felt in your teeth, in your bones. Doom-dut-da-da. Doom-dut-da-da. What is this rhythm? Gonfall asked, clutching his chest as the beat resonated inside his ribs. It feels wild, ancient. Ben didn't answer. He just added more layers. He slashed the wand through the air. Crash! Bada boom! The percussion section exploded. Congas, snares, and massive war drums joined the fray, weaving a complex, driving rhythm that was impossible to ignore. It was primal. It was the sound of a heart running free. Doom-dut-da-da. Doom-dut-da-da. Then, the melody kicked in. A playful, high-pitched flute melody that danced over the heavy, thundering drumbeat. It sounded like laughter turned into music. Doom-dut-da-da. Skibbidi-bop-bop. The music grew louder. Louder. The air itself seemed to vibrate with the sheer kinetic energy of the song. It demanded movement. It demanded joy. It grabbed you by the soul and shook you awake. Doom-dut-da-da. Boomda. Luffy, who had been lying on his back unable to move, suddenly sat up. His eyes went wide. Thump, thump, thump. His own heart was beating weirdly. It was syncing up. The drums of liberation were calling to something deep inside his rubber body. Doom-dut-da-da. Heh. Luffy let out a breathy chuckle. Luffy. Nami looked at him concerned, shouting over the roaring drums. You okay? I don't know. Luffy grabbed his chest, his grin widening until it stretched across his face. I feel weird, but good weird. Doom-dut-da-da. Doom dut da da. The music swelled to a deafening, glorious crescendo. The drums hit harder than cannon fire. I feel. Luffy stood up. The massive amount of food he had eaten seemed to digest instantly, his energy spiking through the roof. I feel like dancing. Shishi shishi. Bada bum bum bop. Luffy threw his head back and laughed at a pure, unadulterated sound of freedom that harmonized perfectly with the beat. He started to bounce on his feet. Then, he began to dance, but this was no ordinary jig. Doom dut da da. Doom dut da da. It was a wild, rubbery explosion of movement. Luffy's limbs seemed to lose all bone structure, snapping and stretching in impossible angles that defied physics. He pranced with a chaotic, loose-limbed grace, kicking his legs high into the air and spinning like a top. Bada bing bop pow. Ah ha 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 ha. Shishi shishi. His laughter rang out clearer than the bells, infectious and maniacal. He grabbed his knees and bounced, his body forming a perfect C-shape mid-air, silhouetted against the roaring bonfire. For a split second, the firelight caught him at the apex of his jump, arms loose, legs bent, head thrown back in pure ecstasy. The shadow he cast on the ruins wasn't just that of a pirate captain. It looked ancient. It looked like a warrior from a forgotten age, a trickster god come to life to liberate the night. Doom dut da da. Look at him go. Usopp cheered, clapping his hands to the intense beat. Clap, clap, clap. Go Luffy. Whatever he's doing, it looks fun. Chopper yelled, transforming into his heavy point to do a muscular version of the dance. Ga ba 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 ba. Dory stood up, the ground shaking with every step as he stomped to the beat. Thum, thum, doom dut da da. That is the dance of a warrior celebrating life. Come, Brogy. Right behind you, brother. Brogy joined in. The two giants started stomping around the fire, their massive movements syncing perfectly with Ben's drums. Thum, thum. Their footsteps added a literal bass line to the magical orchestra. Doom dut da da. Doom dut da da. Come on. Luffy shouted, grabbing a surprised Whipper by the arm. Dance. Bop bop da. I don't dance. Whipper protested, trying to pull away. You do now. Luffy laughed, spinning the fierce warrior around. Before Whipper knew it, he was moving. The rhythm was impossible to resist. The beat hammered away the anger, the stoicism, it all just felt heavy and useless in the face of this sound. Whipper cracked a smile, then a grin. Then he started stomping his feet to the driving percussion. Boomda, doom dut da da. Ya ha ha. Masura and Shoju joined the line, screeching in time with the music, grabbing Skypians and pulling them in. Soon, the entire clearing was a swirling vortex of joy. Concentric circles formed around the bonfire. In the center, Luffy danced like a maniac, his silhouette flickering in the flames. Around him, the Straw Hats. Around them, the Giants and the Monkey Brothers. And around them, a massive ring of Shangyans and Skypians, holding hands, linking arms, wings brushing against tattoos, all jumping and stomping to the overwhelming beat. Doom dut da da. Doom dut da da. They danced the same steps. They laughed at the same mistakes. Under the rhythm of the drums of liberation, there were no ancestors to avenge, no holy land to protect. There was just the fire, the food, and the beat. Boom, boom, clap, boom, boom, clap. Even Minnie Mary had joined the fray. The small, 10-year-old android girl was bouncing alongside Chopper, her mechanical joints whirring in perfect rhythm. Beep boop bopta. Analyzing dance patterns, Minnie Mary chirped happily, mimicking Luffy's rubbery movements with surprising grace. Fun levels exceeding 9,000. Initiating party protocol. She grabbed Chopper's hoof and spun him around, her eyes glowing with happy emoticons. Ben stood slightly to the side, maintaining the spell, his body swaying to the heavy rhythm as he conducted the ghostly orchestra. He watched the scene with a soft expression. This was what One Piece was about. He glanced to his left. Sitting on a piece of fallen masonry, away from the main circle, was Nico Robin. She was watching the fire, a small, polite smile on her face, but her eyes were distant. She was observing the happiness, not participating in it. Always the outsider. Always the demon child looking in. Doom dut da da. The beat thrummed in the background, a constant invitation. Ben lowered one hand, keeping the music hammering away with just a subtle movement of his wand, and walked over to her. Ms. Archaeologist, Ben extended a hand. You're sitting out the best part. Robin looked up, startled. Oh, Magician-san. I'm fine, just watching. I'm not really a dancer. Thump thump thump. The bass drum echoed her heart. Liar, Ben said casually. You have the dexterity to be a world-class dancer. You just don't think you're allowed to. Robin's smile faltered slightly. It's not about permission, Ben. It's just, this light. It's very bright. Sometimes, shadows prefer the edges. Not on this crew, Ben said firmly. On this ship, the shadows get dragged into the sun whether they like it or not. Come on. He wiggled his fingers in time with the music. Bada bop. Robin hesitated. She looked at Ben's hand. She looked at the bonfire where Luffy was laughing, where Nami was swinging Chopper around, where Zoro was drunkenly waltzing with a confused Skypian guard. Robin's voice was small. I might step on your toes. I have steel-toed boots and Haki, Ben grinned. I'll survive. Robin let out a short, genuine laugh. Slowly, she reached out. Her pale hand took his. Ben didn't just pull her up, he spun her right into the mix. Whoosh. Whoa. Robin gasped as she was suddenly in the middle of the third circle, the beat thumping against her chest like a second heart. Keep up. Ben laughed, swinging her around. Doom dut da da. Doom dut da da. The music reached its crescendo. The illusory brass section blared a triumphant fanfare. The drums thundered like a heartbeat of the world itself, loud enough to wake the dead and make them dance too. Doom dut da da, doom dut da da. Robin stumbled at first, feeling awkward and exposed, but Ben held her firm, guiding her, his confidence acting as an anchor. She looked at Luffy, who waved at her with a piece of meat in his mouth. She looked at Sanji, who swooned and pirouette past. She felt the heat of the fire. She heard the roar of the celebration. She felt the beat in her soul. Boom, boom, doom dut da da. I'm here, she thought. I'm really here. And they want me here. The icy wall around her heart, the one built by 20 years of betrayal and running, developed a small, hairline crack. She looked at Ben, who was grinning at her like a fool. See? Ben shouted over the music. Not so hard. Robin smiled. A real, dazzling smile that reached her eyes. No, she whispered, though no one but her could hear it over the drums. It's not. Tears pricked the corners of her eyes. Not tears of sadness, for once, but tears of relief. Tears of belonging. She wiped them away quickly before anyone could see, squeezed Ben's hand, and for the first time in her life, Nico Robin danced. She danced under the white moon of Skypia, surrounded by giants, sky people, and the craziest family on the seas, while the drums of liberation played on, promising a dawn that was just beginning to break. Doom dut da da, doom dut da da, bada bum. 91, Skypia 9. The sun rose over the white sea, casting a brilliant, blinding light that pierced through the cloud layer and slapped Ben right in the face. Ugh! Ben groaned, shielding his eyes with a forearm. He sat up, blinking away the sleep. The scene around him looked like the aftermath of a werewitch, ironically, it was, but the casualties were mostly from overeating and dancing rather than combat. The bonfire was now just a pile of smoldering white ash. Scattered around it were the sleeping forms of the Straw Hat Pirates, Shandians, and Skypians, all mixed together in a chaotic pile of limbs. They had danced until late into the night, collapsing where they stood. Luffy was snoring loudly, a snot bubble expanding and contracting with his breath, his arm draped protectively over a meat bone. Usopp was curled up using Masura's fur as a pillow, while Chopper was hugging Zoro's sword hilts. Zoro himself was sleeping sitting up, arms crossed, looking menacing even while unconscious. Shoju was hanging upside down from a nearby ruin, fast asleep. Ben stood up and stretched, his joints popping. He looked over to the makeshift kitchen area. Morning, Ben, Sanji said quietly. The cook was already up, fresh cigarette in mouth, looking remarkably pristine despite the night's revelry. He was currently whisking a massive bowl of eggs. Morning, Sanji, Ben yawned, walking over. Coffee. Brewing, Sanji pointed to a pot. The ladies are already up. They're by the edge of the ruins with the snake. Ben poured himself a cup of black coffee and looked where Sanji pointed. Sure enough, Nami, Vivi, and Robin were awake, looking fresh and talking to Mont Blanc, Cricket and Whipper. In the middle of the group was Nola, the master of the sky, coiled happily around Cricket, enjoying head scratches. Sizzle. Sanji threw a slab of bacon onto the hot pan. The scent of sizzling fat and salt wafted through the air, carried by the morning breeze. It traveled 5 meters, 10 meters. It hit a certain rubber nose. Pop. Luffy's snot bubble burst. His eyes snapped open. Breakfast. Luffy roared, rocketing from a prone position to a standing one in 0 seconds flat. He launched himself toward the kitchen. It's not ready yet, you bottomless pit. Sanji shouted, intercepting Luffy with a precision kick to the face that stopped his momentum but didn't hurt him. Here, eat this while you wait. Sanji tossed a loaf of bread into Luffy's mouth. Luffy swallowed it whole, chewed once, and grinned. Shishishi. Thanks, Sanji. Ben chuckled and finished his coffee. He set the cup down and looked at Robin, who was reading a book near the treeline. Robin, Ben called out. The archaeologist looked up, closing her book. She walked over, her movements graceful. Good morning, Mr. Magician. Did you sleep well? Like a rock, Ben nodded. Get ready. We've got a job to do. We're going, well, I don't know what to call it. Tomb raiding? Stomach raiding. Robin blinked, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Stomach raiding. Treasure. Luffy's ears twitched from 10 feet away. He appeared beside them instantly, breadcrumbs on his face. Are we going treasure hunting, Ben? Treasure. Zoom. Nami materialized out of thin air, berry symbols practically spinning in her eyes. Did someone say treasure? Where? Is it the city of gold? How much is there? What's my cut? Ben shrugged, amused by their predictability. Follow me. You'll see. He led the small group Luffy, Nami, Robin, and a curious Vivi over to where Cricket and Whipper were standing with Nola. Yo, Ben greeted. Ben. Cricket smiled, patting the snake's head. Sleep well? This guy sure did. Snored louder than the giants. Hiss. Nola denied it indignantly. Hey, Nola, Ben crouched down, looking the snake in the eye. I need to ask a favor. I need to revert you to your original size for a bit. Nola froze. The happy expression vanished, replaced by a drooping sadness. It looked at its small body, then at the ruins it hadn't crushed, then at Ben. It let out a sad, low whine. It liked being small. It liked fitting in. Don't worry, Ben promised, raising his hands. I have something to do inside, well, with you. After the work is finished, I promise I'll make you small again so you can hang out with Cricket. Okay. Nola hesitated, then looked at Cricket. Cricket nodded encouragingly. Trust him, big guy. He's a wizard. The snake sighed, a very strange sound for a reptile, and nodded. It uncoiled from Cricket and slithered into the open clearing, away from the ruins. Alright, stand back, Ben ordered. Command T, enlarge. VOOM. Space distorted. The small snake rapidly expanded, mass appearing out of nowhere. In seconds, the cute, dog-sized serpent was gone, replaced once again by the titanic, mountain-sized master of the sky that towered over the trees. Okay. Ben clapped his hands. Open wide, Nola. The giant snake lowered its head and opened its massive jaws. Its mouth was a cavern, lined with fangs the size of spears. A dark, damp tunnel led down into the abyss of its throat. Ben pulled out his wand. Bubblehead charm. Bubbles of fresh, filtered air formed around the heads of Ben, Luffy, Nami, Robin, and Vivi. Alright, Ben stepped onto the snake's lower jaw. Let's go inside. Luffy immediately started to follow, but Nami grabbed the back of Ben's coat and Luffy's vest, digging her heels in. Wait. Nami screamed. Are you crazy? Why are we walking into the snake's mouth? It's going to eat us. We're entering the dungeon, Ben said casually. Think about it, Nami. This snake has been living on Upper Yard for 400 years. It's been eating the ruins. It's been eating the ground. Ben pointed into the dark throat. Shandora was the city of gold. If the snake ate parts of the city, where do you think that gold is now? Nami froze. Her brain processed the logic at supercomputer speeds. Snake 400 years old. Diet ruins of a golden city. Stomach piggy bank. And besides, Ben added, we already went inside Laboon. Who knows how many animals' stomachs we'll end up in before we reach Laugh-Tail. It's practically a crew tradition. Nami released Ben's coat. Move it, people. Nami shouted, marching past Ben and straight into the snake's mouth. There's treasure to be rescued. Luffy, stop picking your nose and hurry up. Shishishi. Luffy laughed, running after her. Adventure in the snake. Ben shook his head and followed. Robin smiled, her eyes gleaming with curiosity, and Vivi followed nervously. We'll wait out here, Cricket called out, sitting down on a rock with Whipper. Have fun in there. Inside the beast. The throat was slippery and steep, like a fleshy water slide. They slid down for a solid minute before landing on a pile of something soft and mossy. Dark in here, Luffy noted, his voice echoing. Lumos Maxima, Ben cast. A ball of bright white light shot from his wand, floating up to the ceiling of the stomach chamber. The group gasped. It wasn't just a stomach. It was an archaeological dig site. The sheer size of Nola meant its stomach was like a massive cavern. And inside, embedded in the walls, sitting in pools of gastric acid, which luckily didn't seem to be active right now, were ruins. Stone pillars, broken archways, pieces of golden bells, and scattered everywhere, glinting in the magical light, was gold. Gold cups, gold plates, golden chunks of masonry. My precious. Nami shrieked. She didn't hesitate. She opened the spatial pouch Ben had given her, the one already loaded with Crocodile's million sand, started shoveling gold into it like a woman possessed. This is incredible, Robin whispered, walking toward a half-digested stone wall. She ran her hand over the carvings, which were surprisingly preserved. These markings, they date back to the Shandorian Golden Age. Ben walked beside her, looking at a large stone slab partially buried in the stomach lining. It depicted a carving of a warrior with a spear clashing against a man with a snake head. History preserved in a belly, Ben mused. That looks like Caldera's ancestors fighting the ancient inhabitants, maybe? Or a depiction of the snake god itself. Look at this. Luffy yelled. He had wandered over to the stomach wall. He poked the squishy, purple flesh. It's bouncy. Luffy, being Luffy, decided to test the elasticity. He grabbed a fold of the stomach lining and pulled it back like a slingshot. Snap. He started scratching the walls rapidly with both hands. Gomu gomu no. Tickle. Outside, the entire forest shook as Nola let out a weird, high-pitched laughing hiss, thrashing its body around. Inside, the world tilted violently. Gold coins rained from the ceiling. Nami fell over, burying her face in a pile of jewels. Luffy! Nami screamed, pulling herself out of the treasure. She marched over and smacked him on the back of the head. Whack! Stop tickling. You'll make it throw up on the gold. Sorry, Luffy rubbed his head, pouting. It was funny though. Ben walked over to the largest cluster of ruins section of a temple that had been swallowed whole. We can't study all of this here, Ben said. And we can't leave it inside Nola if we want to shrink her back down safely. It might cause indigestion. Command T, shrink. The massive stone ruins, the pillars, and the heavy golden artifacts that Nami hadn't grabbed yet began to shrink. Ben reduced them down until they were the size of dollhouse furniture. Whoa, Luffy picked up a tiny temple. It's a toy. Careful, Ben warned. It's still heavy if I release the magic. Nami, put these in the pouch. We can check them out on the ship later. You're the best, Ben. Nami cheered, scooping up the mini ruins and the mini gold. Alright, Ben checked his watch. We've got the loot. We've got the history. Now, let's get out of here before Nola gets hungry for breakfast. They made their way back up the throat. It was a steep climb, but Ben created a magical floating platform to carry them. As they neared the top of the throat, close to the opening of the mouth, Luffy looked up. Hanging from the roof of the snake's mouth was a large, pink, fleshy stalactite. The uvula. Ooh, Luffy's eyes sparkled, mischievous grin spreading across his face. It's a punching bag. Luffy, don't touch that. Nami warned, sensing impending disaster. Gomu gomu no. Luffy stretched his arm back, ignoring her completely. Bell ringer. He grabbed the uvula with both hands and yanked it down hard, treating it like a church bell rope. Boing! Outside, Nola's eyes went wide as saucers. A massive tickle started deep in her chest, building up like a volcanic eruption. Chew! Nola let out a sneeze that could have cleared a hurricane. Whoosh! Inside the throat, a gale force wind erupted from the lungs. Ben's magical platform was blown apart instantly. The group was launched out of the snake's mouth like cannonballs fired from a mortar, coated in a fine mist of snake saliva. Nami screamed. Shishi. Luffy laughed as he flew through the air. Splat. They landed in a heap of tangled limbs and slime right in front of Cricket and Whipper. Nami sat up, wiping snake saliva off her face. She glared daggers at the rubber man who was currently bouncing unharmed on the grass. Luffy! She roared, bonking him on the head with her baton. Bonk! I told you not to do anything stupid. Ben stood up, dusting himself off with a quick cleaning spell. He turned to the giant snake, wiping a bit of slime from his shoulder. Bless you, Nola. Command T, shrink. Nola shrank back down to her dog-sized form, looking visibly relieved but sniffing slightly. She slithered back to Cricket, happy to be small again. What's next? Luffy asked, picking his nose as if he hadn't just been sneezed out of a kaiju. Ben looked toward the center of the island, where the giant beanstalk pierced the heavens. Now, Ben said, we go to the city of gold in Skypia properly. And then, he pointed up, we go to the top of the beanstalk. There's a poneglyph up there near the golden bell that Robin needs to see. Then let's go. Luffy threw his fist in the air. To the sky beanstalk. 92, Skypia 10. The smell of Sanji's breakfast, a hearty, sizzling omelet stuffed with spicy sky sausage and a stack of cloud fluff pancakes that wobbled like jelly was still lingering in the air as the group assembled. It was a strange, eclectic mix of people that stood at the edge of the clearing, a gathering that would have been impossible just 24 hours ago. Straw Hat Pirates, looking energized and ready for trouble. Mont Blanc Cricket and the Saruyama Alliance brothers, Masura and Shoju, looking like they were about to embark on a holy pilgrimage, clutching their shovels like sacred relics. Whipper and the Shandia warriors, still gripping their bazookas and burn bazookas, but the tension in their shoulders had dropped, replaced by a burning curiosity. And finally, Gonfall and a handful of Skypians, looking around the ancient soil of their god's land with new eyes. Alright, Ben clapped his hands, the sharp sound drawing everyone's attention away from the last scraps of food. The stomach raid was fun and messy, but now it's time for the main event. We're going to find the rest of it. The part Nola didn't eat. The rest of what? Whipper asked, crossing his arms over his tattooed chest. He glanced around the dense jungle. We know every inch of Upper Yard. We have fought over every tree, every ruin, every stone for 400 years. There is nothing we haven't seen. You know the surface, Ben corrected with a grin, tapping the side of his head. But islands like this, they have layers, Whipper. Like an onion, or a very complicated cake. Mary. Minnie Mary, perched comfortably on Ben's shoulder, whirred to life. Her mechanical eyes shifted from their usual blue to a scanning red, projecting a grid of lasers that swept across the dense jungle floor, cutting through the foliage and mapping the cloud foundation beneath them. Initiating deep scan protocols, Mary chirped, her voice a mix of childlike wonder and cold calculation. Scanning topographic density. Detecting hollow resonance signatures approximately 50 meters below current sea level. Calculating structural integrity of the island cloud foundation. Analysis complete. There is a massive, artificially preserved subterranean cavity directly beneath the eastern sector of the ruins. Subterranean. Gonfall stroked his long white beard, his brow furrowed. We always assumed the island cloud was solid until it hit the White Sea. To think there was a pocket beneath us all this time. Let's find out, Ben said, adjusting his coat. Move out. The group trekked through the ancient jungle. It was a fascinating hike with the war officially over. The Shandians were actually pointing out traps rather than triggering them. Whipper warned Zoro away from a patch of explosive moss, and a Skypian child showed Chopper which bugs were tasty and which ones would melt his tongue. Eventually, they reached the far edge of the Shandora ruins, a place where the Verth, soil, ended abruptly, giving way to the pure, fluffy expanse of the white island cloud. Here, Mary pointed a small robotic finger down at the cloud floor. Target entry point. Structural weakness detected. But there is no hole, Usopp pointed out, tapping the cloud with his boot. It was solid as a rock, bouncing his foot back. Ben drew the Elder Wand from his coat. The wood hummed with power. Diff Indo. He slashed the wand downwards in a sharp, precise arc. A beam of violet light sliced through the cloud like a hot knife through butter. The cloud matter sizzled and parted, a perfect, circular hole about 20 feet wide opening up to reveal a dark drop into the whiteness below. After you, Ben gestured grandly to the abyss. Luffy didn't hesitate. Yahoo! He jumped in, laughing as he plummeted into the dark. Wait for me. Chopper squealed, shutting his eyes and jumping after him. One by one, the group leaped into the hole. The slide down was smooth, like a giant water slide made of cotton, thanks to Ben casting a cushioning charm at the bottom to catch everyone safely. They landed in a dimly lit, cavernous tunnel carved directly into the fossilized cloud foundation. This was here the whole time. Whipper ran his hand along the cool walls. Robin observed, holding up a lantern that cast dancing shadows on the walls. Very old, compressed over centuries to become as hard as granite. This passage predates the knock-up stream's arrival. They walked in silence, the anticipation building with every step. Cricket was breathing hard, his hands trembling. He knew what was coming. He could feel it in his blood, a resonance that went deeper than logic. After 10 minutes of walking through the damp, cool tunnel, the passage began to brighten. Natural sunlight poured in from a massive opening ahead, blinding them momentarily. Light. Nami blinked, shielding her eyes. But we're underground. How is there sun? We're under the island, Ben corrected. But we're still in the sky. Look. They stepped out of the tunnel and onto a wide ledge. And there, stretched out before them, hidden beneath the layer of upper yard like a secret kept by the gods themselves, was the truth. It was a city. But not just ruins. It was a sprawling, magnificent metropolis of white stone and ancient architecture that had been sheltered from the war above. Giant bells hung silent in towers, statues of winged humans stood guard over empty plazas, and massive temples stretched out as far as the eye could see. The sunlight filtered down through cracks in the cloud layer above, illuminating the city in shafts of divine light. The city of gold. Cricket whispered, falling to his knees. The strength left his legs, replaced by a wave of emotion so strong it shook him. Tears streamed down his face, cutting through the dust of the journey. It's here. It's really here. Old man, you weren't crazy. You never lied. Masara and Shoujo hugged their boss, bawling their eyes out, their wails echoing off the ancient walls. Boss, we found it. The romance is real. The Straw Hat stared in awe. Even Zoro looked impressed, resting a hand on his sword hilt. So this is what they were fighting for. Sanji lit a cigarette, the smoke curling up into the sunlight. It's beautiful. A city frozen in time. Ben took out a sleek, modern-looking camera, Stark Tech, obviously, and started snapping high-resolution photos. Evidence, he muttered. Big news, Morgan would kill for this. This changes history. Wait a minute, Nami's voice cut through the emotional moment like a jagged knife. She was looking around frantically, her eyes darting from building to building. Where is the gold? Everyone paused. It's called the City of Gold, right? Nami pointed at a massive pillar. That stone. That wall? Stone. That statue? Stone. Where is the shiny stuff? Ben shrugged, not looking up from his camera. Enel. What? Gold is one of the best conductors of electricity in the world, Ben explained casually. Enel is a lightning human. He probably stripped the city bare years ago to build something for himself, to make a really tacky throne room. He's got an ego the size of the moon, after all. Nami turned pale. She looked like she was about to have a stroke. Her knees knocked together. He took it? All of it. Probably most of it, Ben nodded. Maybe left a few scraps. That thief. Nami shrieked, fire burning in her eyes. We're going to his base. Right now. Ben, lead the way. We are raiding that lightning jerk's pantry. I don't care if he's God, he owes me interest. Relax, Nami, Ben laughed. We'll be climbing the giant Jack Beanstalk later anyway. Enel's shrine is up there. If there's any gold left, it'll be there. It better be, Nami growled, gripping her climate baton so hard it creaked. Or I'm turning him into a battery. Alright, let's split up, Ben suggested. We have a few hours before lunch. Explore, take pictures, don't break anything historic. And try not to get lost, Zoro. I wasn't going to. Zoro snapped, already walking in the wrong direction. The group dispersed. Luffy dragged Usopp and Zoro off to check the outskirts, muttering about adventure, while Nami went to hunt for loose change in the gutters. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the cavern. Oi, Nami! I found it! A huge chunk of gold. Nami, who was busy inspecting a wall for loose gems, froze. Her eyes instantly turned into berry symbols. A comically large dust cloud formed behind her as she dashed toward Luffy's voice at supersonic speed, knocking over a confused Sanji in the process. Move, cook, treasure calls. She shrieked, sliding to a halt next to Luffy, Usopp, and Zoro. Where? How big is it? Is it a statue? A pile of coins. Look. Luffy grinned, his eyes sparkling with pure adoration. He held out his hands, cupped gently together. It's shiny. It's cool. It's worth millions of meat. Resting in his palm was a beetle. A very large, very shiny, metallic gold Hercules beetle. It clicked its mandibles and waved a leg. It's the legendary golden Hercules. Usopp gasped, adjusting his goggles. I've only read about these in the Encyclopedia of Brave Warriors. They say it grants the owner eternal coolness. Luffy, you've found the ultimate treasure. So cool. Luffy cheered, eyes practically glowing. Nami stared at the bug. She stared at Luffy. She stared at the bug again. The vein in her forehead throbbed so hard it looked like it might burst. Whack! That is a bug, you idiot. Nami roared, sending Luffy face first into the stone floor with a steaming bump on his head. I thought you found actual gold. Don't call me for insects. But, it's golden. Luffy mumbled into the floor, carefully shielding the beetle. Not that kind. While Luffy recovered from his concussion, Usopp led the Saroyama Alliance brothers, Masara and Shoujo, into a quieter residential district. The houses here were well preserved, simple stone structures that spoke of a peaceful life. Meanwhile, Ben, Robin, Mary, and Chopper headed toward the center of the city, where a massive temple-like structure stood. It looked different from the other Salda, more primal, constructed from blocks of stone so large they defied explanation. They entered the main hall. It was cool and quiet, the air thick with history and a sense of reverence that hadn't faded in 4 centuries. This architecture, Robin whispered, her eyes scanning the walls. This place is religious, a place of deep worship. Look at the walls, Ben pointed. The temple had 4 main walls, each dominating a cardinal direction, and on each wall, a massive, intricate mural was carved into the white stone. Ben walked to the east wall. The carving depicted a blazing sun high in the sky, but it wasn't just a celestial body. The rays of the sun were shaped like outstretched hands, reaching down to the people below. Beneath the sun, a sea of people were carved into the stone, their hands clasped together, faces turned upward in fervent prayer and joyous dance, worshipping the source of their freedom. They held drums raised toward the light, caught in a moment of eternal celebration. Their mouths were open in song, their bodies loose and free. Ben took a picture, his face impassive. So it was recorded here too. Nika. The original concept of freedom. They moved to the west wall. This one was somber. Swirling clouds were carved so deeply into the stone that they seemed to have depth. Rain fell in sheets. Beneath the downpour, rows of figures stood with their heads bowed, hands cupped to catch the falling water, offering silent prayers of gratitude to the heavens for the gift of life. The carving captured the feeling of relief, of a drought ending, of survival. Next, the north wall. A colossal tree rose from the floor to the ceiling. Its roots were entangled with bones, broken swords, and ruins. But from the branches, new life sprouted. Strange faces peered from the bark guardians of the forest. Birds circled the crown. At the base of the tree, humans and animals alike were depicted kneeling side by side, placing offerings at the roots, united in their worship of the great guardian. It was a scene of harmony between man and nature. Finally, the south wall. The stone here was darker, almost stained. A massive serpent coiled around the land itself, its body forming mountains and valleys. Its scales were etched with the shapes of continents. Surrounding the coiled mountains, tiny figures were etched in deep kowtow, their foreheads touching the ground, trembling before the immense power of the land. But where they directed their prayers, head of the serpent was gone. The carving had been chipped away violently, leaving a jagged scar in the stone where the deity's face should have been. Why is the face broken? Mary asked, tilting her head. Perhaps the earth once had a god, Robin theorized, touching the broken stone, and someone wanted to make sure it was forgotten. Or perhaps, the god abandoned the earth. Ben didn't say anything. He just took more photos. The silence in the temple was heavy, filled with the weight of history that refused to stay buried. Robin noticed Ben's quiet demeanor. You know something about this, don't you, Magician-san? Ben smiled, putting the camera away. I know that history is written by the victors, Robin. But stone remembers what ink forgets. He handed her a spare camera. Take as many as you want. We'll need them. They spent the next hour documenting every inch of the temple. Robin was in paradise, deciphering texts that hadn't been read in 800 years. Chopper found a carving of a reindeer, or something close to it, and was excitedly showing Mary. By the time they stepped back out into the sunlight, the sun was high in the sky. Oi, food. Luffy's voice echoed from the entrance tunnel, shaking some dust loose from the ceiling. They made their way back to the regrouping point. Sanji had set up a portable kitchen on a flat stone plaza. Vivi was beside him, wearing an apron and chopping vegetables with expert speed. Welcome back, Sanji grinned, flipping a pan. Lunch is served. We have sky lobster thermidor and a special Verth vegetable salad seasoned with ancient spices we found in a pantry. And meat. Luffy shouted, already eating. As the crew sat down to eat in the middle of the lost city of gold, surrounded by the secrets of the world, Ben looked at the photos in his camera. The sun, the rain, the forest, the earth, the pieces were all there. And soon, the world would have to deal with the fact that the Straw Hats were putting them back together. 93, Skypia, 11. Lunch was allowed, happy affair, but as the plates were cleared away by Sanji and his sous chef Vivi, the mood shifted from relaxation to anticipation. They had explored the depths now, it was time to touch the sky. Alright, listen up. Ben stood on a large rock, dusting crumbs off his coat. Next stop, the giant jack. We're going to the very top. The golden belfry and Enel's personal playground. Finally. Nami pumped a fist, her eyes practically glowing gold. To the treasury. They moved out of the underground city and back to the surface of Upper Yard, standing at the base of the colossal beanstalk that pierced the clouds. Looking up, the top was lost in the white haze. It's a long way up, Masara, tilting his head back until his neck cracked. Do we have to climb? Nope, Ben grinned. We fly. He snapped his fingers. Oxio carpet. From his inventory, a rolled-up, ornate rug flew out and unrolled in mid-air. It was a standard-sized magic carpet, hovering gently a few feet off the ground. Ben. Whipper looked at the rug skeptically. That is, small. For all of us. Details, Ben waved his hand. Command T, enlarge. VOOM. The carpet expanded rapidly, stretching out until it was the size of a small tennis court. It hovered there, looking like a floating living room floor. All aboard the Magic Express. Ben announced. Cricket, Masara, Shoju, Whipper, Gonfal's men, and anyone who doesn't feel like jumping hop on. The Shandians and Skypians looked terrified but climbed onto the floating rug, holding onto the tassels for dear life. Gonfal opted to ride Pierre, his bird horse, flying alongside them. What about us? Nami asked, cracking her neck. You guys don't need gadgets, Ben reminded them. You've got the serums. Right, Vivi smiled confidently. She closed her eyes, focusing. Shing! From Vivi's back, a magnificent pair of golden-brown eagle wings burst forth, spanning nearly 3 meters. Her eyes sharpened, her pupils turning into predatory slits. Show off, Nami teased, but she grinned. Static electricity crackled around Nami's body as her skin took on a faint, sleek sheen of an electric eel. Then, from her shoulder blades, massive, elegant white wings resembling an albatross unfurled with a powerful gust of wind. Don't forget me. Usopp shouted. He puffed out his chest. Behold the great sky warrior. With a pop, Usopp's transformation kicked in. His back sprouted sleek, aerodynamic falcon wings. His eyes bulged slightly and moved independently for a second, chameleon trait, before locking onto the target above. And the rest of us? Zoro asked, hand on his sword. We walk on air, Sanji smirked, adjusting his tie. Luffy grinned. Let's go. Whoosh. The group launched into the sky. It was a spectacle. The magic carpet surged upward, carrying the cheering and screaming passengers. Flanking it were Nami, Vivi, and Usopp, their powerful wings beating against the thin air, soaring with the grace of apex predators. And darting between the vines like missiles were Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Ben, kicking the air with explosive force. Bam, bam, bam. However, about halfway up the beanstalk, a familiar problem arose. While Luffy, Sanji, and Ben were kicking straight up, following the vertical line of the stalk, Zoro was furiously kicking toward the horizon, moving horizontally away from the group. "Hey, Moss Head!" Sanji screamed, pointing. "Where are you going? The beanstalk is up." "I am going up." Zoro yelled back, kicking the air angrily. "The sky is just crooked. Why is the beanstalk moving away from me?" "You're moving away from it." Ben sighed, shaking his head. He flicked his wand. A magical rope shot out, lassoed Zoro around the waist, and dragged him back to the group like a wayward balloon. "Put me down," Zoro grumbled, dangling upside down as they continued their ascent. Finally, they broke through the highest cloud bank and saw it. Resting on a massive cloud foundation supported by the beanstalk was the golden belfry, and hanging in its center, gleaming with a brilliance that defied the ages, was the great golden bell of Shandora. "We're here!" Luffy shouted, landing on the cloud floor with a bounce. Nami landed gracefully, retracting her albatross wings, and immediately sprinted toward the bell. She stopped right in front of the massive gold structure, drooling. It's solid gold," she whispered, reaching out a trembling hand. "The whole thing, the pillar, the bell, the stand, it's worth billions." She spun around to Ben. "Ben, shrink it, put it in the suitcase. We're taking it." "No," Ben said flatly, landing beside her. "What?" Nami shrieked. "Why? You shrunk the snake, you shrunk the ruins, why not the giant pile of money?" "Cultural heritage, Nami," Ben said, crossing his arms. He nodded toward Whipper, who had just stepped off the carpet and was staring at the bell with tears in his eyes. "That bell isn't just gold, it's the soul of the Shandia people. It's the proof of their history. Taking that would be like stealing a gravestone." "But..." Nami looked at the bell, then at Whipper, then back at the bell. She bit her lip. "Can we take just a little piece? Like, the clapper?" "No," Ben laughed. "I am not helping you steal the national monument. Find your own gold." While Nami sulked, loudly, Robin had wandered to the base of the belfry. Her eyes locked onto a square stone block nestled in the gold framework. "A poneglyph," Robin whispered. She ran her fingers over the ancient text. The others quieted down, sensing the shift in atmosphere. "What does it say, Robin?" Ben asked, stepping up beside her. Minnie Mary hovered over his shoulder, her eyes recording everything in high-definition video. "It speaks of an ancient weapon," Robin said, her voice serious. "Poseidon. It locates it, on Fishman Island." "Another weapon." Zoro frowned. "Pluton in Alabasta, Poseidon in Fishman Island. Dangerous stuff." Ben took a picture of the poneglyph. "Good to know. But Robin, look at the side. You missed something." "The side." Robin blinked. She leaned around the golden pillar to look at the edge of the poneglyph stone. There, carved not in the ancient text but in a jagged, handwritten script, was a message. "I have come here and will lead this passage to the farthest ends of the world. Gold Roger." Robin gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "Roger, the Pirate King, he was here? He could read this." "He could hear the voice of all things," Ben explained softly. Robin paused, her fingers lingering on the jagged script. "The voice of all things." She repeated slowly, turning to Ben with a furrowed brow. "I have read theories in O'Hara's library about such a phenomenon, but what exactly is it, Ben? How can someone hear a voice from stone?" Ben leaned against the golden pillar, looking thoughtful. "It's not hearing with your ears, Robin. It's hearing with your spirit. Everything in this world, people, animals, even stones like this poneglyph, has a voice. A soul, if you want to call it that." He gestured to the massive bell above them. "Most people are deaf to it. Some can hear animals, like Chopper or that little girl Isa. But Roger, he could hear the world itself. He didn't need to decipher the ancient script letter by letter as you do. He just had to listen. The stone told him its story, its purpose, and its secrets." Robin looked back at the message, or replacing her shock. "He didn't read history, he conversed with it." "Exactly," Ben nodded. "It's a rare gift, maybe the rarest. But don't worry, you're still the only one who can truly understand the context. Roger heard the song, but you're the one writing the sheet music. He left his mark here," Ben continued, proving he found the history and carried it forward. Robin stared at the carving, a shiver running down her spine. The path she was walking, the king had walked it before her. "Whipper," Robin turned to the Shandia warrior. "There is a message here, not just from the ancients, but from a man who carried your history to the sea." She explained Roger's message. Whipper listened, his knuckles white as he gripped his bazooka. Tears streamed down his tattooed face, unashamed. "Our ancestors." Whipper choked out. "Their wish, it reached the seas. The promise is kept." He fell to his knees, bowing to the bell. The 400-year war, the burden of his ancestors, was all finally washed away. Clang! A deafening, vibrating noise shattered the solemn moment. Everyone jumped. "What was that?" Sanji yelled, covering his ears. They looked under the bell. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, Masura, and Shoujo were standing directly inside the massive golden bell. Usopp had just swung a hammer and hit the rim. "What?" Usopp yelled, clutching his ears. "I can't hear anything. My teeth are vibrating. It's so loud." Chopper screamed, vibrating like a blur. "Shishishi, do it again." Luffy laughed, though his eyes were spinning. "Get out of there, you idiots." Nami roared. You'll go deaf. Ben sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Alright, photo op. Everyone, get in front of the bell, before Luffy decides to eat it. They gathered in front of the legendary Golden Bell. The Straw Hats, the Saruyama Alliance, the Shandians, the Skypians. Former enemies standing shoulder to shoulder. Say gold. Ben held up the camera. Neat. Luffy shouted. Gold. Nami shouted. History. Robin smiled. Romance. Cricket yelled. Click. A moment frozen in time. The bell of Shandora, ringing silently in the background of a new era. A short flight away, on a separate cloud platform, stood Enel's personal shrine. If the belfry was a monument to history, this place was a monument to ego. It was a massive structure filled with dials, luxury furniture, and piles upon piles of loose gold. And sitting in the center of it all was a colossal, golden flying ship. The Arc Maxim. Gold. Nami screamed. This time, Ben didn't stop her. Gonfall, Whipper, Ben turned to the two leaders. We're going to liberate this treasury. You guys don't use gold as currency anyway, right? Verth is the only true treasure, Whipper grunted, eyeing the gold with disdain. Take the yellow metal. It brings nothing but trouble. Indeed, Gonfall nodded. The blue sea values it. Here, it is just soft stone. Take it as a reward for saving our home. You heard them. Nami yelled, diving into a pile of coins like a dolphin. Clean sweep, boys. Take everything that shines. As the looting began, a series of chaotic events unfolded simultaneously in the shrine. First, Luffy discovered a large fruit bowl on a pedestal. It was filled with perfectly sculpted, glistening apples. Ooh, apples. Luffy drooled. He picked up the largest, shiniest one and took a massive, jaw-unhinging bite. Crunch clang. Pya! Luffy dropped to his knees, clutching his jaw, tears streaming down his face. Luffy! Chopper ran over in panic. Did you break a tooth? Luffy wheezed, holding up the apple, which now had a perfect set of teeth marks dented into the metal. It tastes terrible. Nami appeared instantly, snatched the golden apple, and whacked Luffy on the head with her baton. Bonk! Don't eat the loot, you moron. That apple is worth 500,000 berries. Meanwhile, near the back of the room, Usopp had found Enel's massive golden throne. He looked left, looked right, and then climbed onto it, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand. Behold! Usopp declared to the empty corner of the room. I am the new god of Skypia. God Usopp. All shall tremble before my 80,000 followers and my... Ahem. Usopp froze. He slowly turned his head. Nami was standing there, holding a ledger and a pen, a demonic aura flaring around her. Rental fee for the golden throne is 50,000 berries per minute. Nami smiled sweetly. You've been sitting for 30 seconds. Pay up. I was just testing the ergonomics. Usopp shrieked, jumping off the throne and scrubbing it with his sleeve. I'm cleaning it. See? Cleaning. Nearby, Sanji kicked over a pile of junk and found a tone dial labeled Do Not Touch. Sanji raised an eyebrow. Let's see what kind of dolls this lightning freak had. He pressed the apex. A beat dropped. A heavy, aggressive beat that sounded like thunderclaps mixed with static electricity. Then, Enel's voice autotuned with lightning blasted through the shrine. Look, I was gonna go easy on you, you blue sea plebs. But I'm a god, I'm a rap god. Zap zap, watch me flow, watch the lightning go. I'm beginning to feel like a lightning god. All my priests from the upper yard nod. Now who thinks their arms are long enough to slapbox? They said I look like a rapper, so I zap like a rapper. Maxim is the ship, yeah, I'm taking a trip. Going to the moon, gonna see you all soon. Zap, zap, yeah. The crew stared at the dial in horrified silence. My ears. Zoro muttered, clutching his swords. They bleed. He actually recorded this. Nami looked disgusted. He rhymes God with God. Twice. Turn it off. Usopp begged. The cringe. It's too strong. Sanji calmly walked over to the dial, lifted his leg, and delivered a fiery kick that punted the recording device out of the shrine and into the stratosphere. Garbage disposed of, Sanji said, lighting a cigarette. While the chaos subsided, Ben walked over to the Arc Maxim. It was huge. A marvel of dial technology and gold conduction. Mini Mary, scan it, Ben ordered. Scanning, Mary chirped. Propulsion system, jet dials enhanced by electrical conduction. Hull composition, gold alloy. Energy source, external electrical input required. Design efficiency, 78%. Not bad for a megalomaniac, Ben mused. He walked up to the hull and placed his hand on it. This is too big to leave here. And way too dangerous if someone else finds it. Command T, shrink. VOOM. The massive flying arc shuddered. The air warped around it. In seconds, the colossal ship shrank down until it was the size of a model toy, sitting innocently on the cloud floor. Yoink, Ben picked it up and tossed it into his suitcase, right next to the compartment holding the Going Mary's main body. That's a nice project for a rainy day. Did he just pocket the ship of God? A Skypian soldier whispered, horrified. We are pirates, Zoro shrugged, walking by with a sack of gold. We take stuff. With the bell rung, the history found, the gold looted, the cringe rap destroyed, and the villain's ship stolen, Ben looked out over the sea of clouds. Mission complete, Ben smiled. 94, Skypia 12. The descent from the giant jack was considerably less chaotic than the ascent, mostly because everyone, except Zoro, had gotten the hang of flying. With their bags full of gold and their heads full of history, the crew touched down on the familiar soil of Upper Yard. The war was over. The treasure was secured. The history was recorded. It was time to pack up. Ben set his suitcase down in a clearing near the shore of the White Sea. He flipped the latches open. Axio Mary. A small, toy-sized ship floated out of the case. It looked like a pristine model, perfect in every detail. Ben set it gently on the milky white water. Command T, enlarge. VOOM. Space warped around the little ship. In a blink, the toy expanded, regaining its full, majestic size. The Going Merry bobbed gently on the cloud waves, its sheep figurehead looking as cheerful as ever. Home sweet home. Nami sighed, hugging the railing as she boarded. She immediately ran to the storage room to secure her newfound fortune. All right, Ben announced, stretching his arms. I've got some work to do. Don't disturb me. What is it? Usopp asked, leaning in with gleaming eyes. A lightning cannon? A weather machine? Secret, Ben winked. You'll see when it's ready. Don't disturb me unless the sky falls. Again. Ben retreated into his workshop, the do not disturb sign flipping onto the door. Inside, the hum of machinery and the glow of arc reactor blueprints filled the room, but what exactly he was building remained a mystery for another day. While Ben tinkered, the rest of the crew turned Upper Yard into a party zone one last time. Konis and her father, Pegaya, arrived from Angel Island on their waiver, bringing fresh skyfruit and news that the Skypian police force, the White Berets, was officially disbanding to form a joint peacekeeping unit with the Shandia Guards. It is truly a miracle, Pegaya said, adjusting his glasses. To think that we would see Shandians and Skypians sharing a meal in my lifetime. It's not a miracle, old man, Sanji said, placing a massive platter of pasta on the table. It's just what happens when you have a good meal together. And when you beat up the bad god. Luffy added with his mouth full. The night was filled with laughter, music, and the warmth of a bonfire. Even the wolves of the cloud forest came to the edge of the light, yipping playfully at Chopper. The next morning, the sun rose on a changed world. The straw hats were packed and ready. But before they left, Ben had one final piece of business. He stood at the edge of the upper yard, facing a gathered crowd of Whipper, Gonfall, the Shandia chiefs, and the Skypian elders. You guys have a problem, Ben stated bluntly. We have many, Whipper admitted, but Enel is gone. No, I mean space, Ben pointed at the jungle. Upper Yard is big, but now you have two populations trying to live on it. Verth is sacred to you. You fought over it because there wasn't enough of it. Gonfall nodded solemnly. It is true. The soil is our most precious resource. Sharing it will be a challenge. Well, Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, compressed cube of dirt from the ground. Problem solved. He tossed the cube onto a dense patch of island cloud about 100 meters offshore. Command T, enlarge. Rumble. The air cracked. The small cube didn't just grow, it exploded outwards. Soil, rock, and earth expanded exponentially. A massive land the size of a small town erupted from nothingness, settling heavily onto the cloud foundation. In under a minute, a brand new island of Verth sat next to Upper Yard. The Skypians and Shandians dropped their jaws. Some fell to their knees. To them, Verth was holy. Creating it was, beyond divine. A gift, Ben dusted off his hands. For the gold. And for putting up with my captain. Whipper stared at the new land, his eyes wide with shock. He walked slowly toward the edge of the cloud, stepping onto the fresh soil Ben had just created. He knelt down, digging his rough, calloused hands into the dirt. He lifted a handful, letting the rich, dark earth crumble through his fingers. It was real. It was Verth. To create Verth from nothing. Whipper looked up at Ben, a deep, newfound respect in his gaze. You are a terrifying man, Blue Sea Dweller. But, thank you. The war truly has no reason to exist now. Just use it well, Ben shrugged. Build houses, farm it, whatever. Just don't fight over this one, alright. We won't, Gonfall promised, placing a hand on Whipper's shoulder. We have learned our lesson. Ben turned to the Saroyama Alliance. Mont Blanc Cricket was standing by the railing of the Mary, looking at the sky one last time. Masara and Shoju were crying rivers of tears, hugging Chopper. It's time, old man, Ben said. Yeah, Cricket took a deep breath, lighting a cigarette. I need to get back. The boys back on Jaya will be wondering if we died. I can take you back, Ben said. Instant transmission. But before you go. Ben tossed a bag to Cricket. Inside were several breath dials and a rare jet dial salvaged from the Arc Maxim. What's this? Cricket asked. Engine parts, Ben grinned. For your ship. If you rig these up right, you won't need the knock-up stream to come visit. You can fly back up here whenever you want to see Nola. Cricket stared at the dials. He looked at the sky, then at Ben. A grin, wide and free, broke across his face. You really think of everything, don't you, kid? I try, Ben smirked. Say your goodbyes. Cricket turned to the Straw Hats. Luffy, you crazy rubber brat. You better become the Pirate King. Of course I will. Luffy shouted, waving. Nami, thanks for not charging us for the ride. First one's free. Nami winked. Boys. Cricket barked at his monkey brothers. Grab on. Masara and Shoju grabbed Cricket's shoulders. Ben placed a hand on Cricket's back. See you later, Sky Island. Cricket yelled. Crack. With the sharp sound of a whip crack, Ben and the Saroyama Alliance vanished instantly. Jaya. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed from white clouds to the blue ocean of Jaya. They stood on the shore near Cricket's castle. Whoa. Masara stumbled. We're back. Instant. Cricket touched the ground. He wasn't kidding. Ben appeared beside them. Safe and sound. Ben, Cricket extended a hand. Thank you. For everything. For the gold, for the bell, for clearing his name. Ben shook it firmly. That's what pirates do, right? We chase dreams. Go, Cricket nodded toward the sky. Your crew is waiting. Don't keep the king waiting. Ben smiled. Crack. Ben reappeared on the deck of the Going Merry amidst a puff of smoke. Welcome back. Robin smiled. Did they get home okay? Chopper asked. Safe and sound, Ben nodded. Now, let's get moving. The log pose is already pointing to the next island. All right. Luffy jumped onto the figurehead. Raise the anchor. Bring out the octopus. Ben paused. Octopus. Yeah. Luffy turned around, eyes sparkling. The old man said we need a balloon octopus to get down. Where is it? I want to see the balloon. Ben sighed, rubbing his temples. Luffy, we don't need a balloon. I installed Valkyrie thrusters. We can fly down using repulsor tech. It's faster, safer, and way cooler. Luffy's face fell. His lower lip jutted out in a massive pout. But it's a balloon octopus. I wanted to float down. The disappointment radiating off the captain was palpable. Even Minnie Mary beeped sadly. Ben looked at Luffy's puppy dog eyes. He looked at the high-tech console he had spent hours calibrating. He sighed again, defeated. Fine, Ben groaned. We'll use the balloon. Yay! Luffy cheered, instantly recovering. Balloon octopus. You spoil him, Nami muttered, though she was smiling. He's the captain, Ben grinned. If the captain wants a balloon, the captain gets a balloon. From the white sea below, a massive, purple balloon octopus floated up, summoned by conies. It tethered it to the Mary's mast. As the crew busied themselves with the ropes, Minnie Mary walked quietly to the very front of the ship, standing beside the wooden sheep figurehead. She placed a small, robotic hand on the railing, her camera eyes focusing on the endless sea of white clouds. Recording memory, the white sea, Minnie Mary chirped softly. Altitude, 10,000 meters. Status, beautiful. Ben walked up behind her. Everything okay, Mary? Minnie Mary turned her head, her mechanical face forming a warm, digital smile. Internal diagnostics indicate happiness, Ben. Flying felt like a wonderful dream. Ben smiled, resting a hand on the ship's railing. It was a good dream, but it's time to wake up and hit the real waves again. Understood, Minnie Mary nodded. The ship is ready to dive. Before they cast off, Ben spotted conies standing on the dock. He walked over to the railing and leaned down. Conies! Ben called out. Ben-san. Conies looked up. Ben tossed a small, intricately carved wooden box down to her. She caught it gently. A souvenir, Ben said with a gentle smile. To remember the pirates who crashed your beach. Conies opened the box. Inside was a tiny, automated dial mechanism. As the lid opened, a soft, beautiful melody Bing Sake began to play, accompanied by a small holographic projection of the Straw Hat crew waving. It's beautiful, Conies whispered, clutching it to her chest. Thank you, Ben-san. I'll treasure it. Goodbye, Sky People. Usopp yelled, waving down at the shrinking figures of Whipper, Gonfall, and Conies. Thanks for the meat. Luffy roared. Come back soon. Conies waved, tears in her eyes. The Mary, now suspended by the massive, goofy-looking balloon octopus, drifted away from the dock. Next stop. Nami checked the log pose. The blue sea. With the balloon acting as a parachute, the ship drifted off the edge of the Sky Island, diving into the clouds below, carrying the Straw Hat Pirates toward their next great adventure. 95 on the seas, 1. The Going Merry drifted through the sea of clouds, a tiny wooden speck against the vast, darkening canvas of the twilight sky. Above them, the massive purple balloon octopus bobbed rhythmically, its tentacles wrapped securely around the ship's hull, acting as a living parachute. They had dropped significantly from the white sea. The altimeter indicated they were now at an altitude of roughly 1,000 meters above the blue sea. It was peaceful. Too peaceful. Ben stood at the helm, his eyes locked on the display projected by Minnie Mary. Altitude, 1,000 meters, Minnie Mary chirped. Octopus structural integrity, failing. Failing. Nami looked up from her lounge chair, where she was counting gold coins. What do you mean failing? It means, Ben said, his hand hovering over a large red button on the console, that octopuses aren't meant to hold their breath forever. As if on cue, a loud, deflating sound echoed through the air. The massive purple balloon above them suddenly shriveled. The air rushed out of it like a whoopee cushion the size of a whale. The tension on the ropes vanished. The Mary dropped like a stone. Gya-ah! Usopp and Chopper screamed, clutching the railing as their stomachs floated up into their throats. We're falling. The balloon shrank. Luffy laughed, holding onto his hat. It's tiny now. The ship plummeted, the wind roaring past the sails. Below them, heavy clouds obscured the view of the ocean surface. Ben! Nami shrieked. Do something. Relax, Ben said calmly. Mary, now. Engaging Valkyrie thrusters, the ship's AI responded coolly. Through beneath the hull, blue repulsor light flared to life. The modified jet dials and Stark Tech stabilizers kicked in with a deep, resonant hum. The freefall arrested instantly, replaced by a smooth, controlled hover. The ship stabilized, floating gently in the air as if held by an invisible giant hand. We'll hold position here for the night, Ben announced, checking the radar. We don't know what's directly underneath us. Could be an open ocean or a marine base. I'd rather not drop into an admiral's lap in the middle of the night. Camping in the sky. Luffy cheered. Sanji, dinner. After a quick dinner, Ben gathered a specific group of people. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper, Dory, and Brogy. Ben listed them off. Meet me in the storage room below deck, the one next to the pantry. The group crowded into the hallway and followed Ben into the room. Usually reserved for bulk storage, the crates were gone. In the center stood a strange, metallic structure, a small white dome with a golden door, humming with a low, magical frequency. What is this? Zoro asked. This, Ben patted the dome, is the hyperbolic time chamber. Or at least, my version of it. Time chamber. Chopper tilted his head. I built this using a combination of magic and mechanics, Ben explained. Inside this dome is a pocket dimension. The time flow is different. 10 minutes outside equals 1 full day inside. We have roughly 8 hours before sunrise. That means we can get about 48 days worth of training done tonight. 48 days. Usopp's eyes popped out. In one night. Exactly, Ben nodded. We're entering the Grand Line's most dangerous waters soon. We need to get stronger. Get inside. Luffy walked right into the white light. The others followed through the magical doorway. The white void. Stepping through the door was like stepping onto another planet. The wooden floor of the Mary vanished. They stood on a white, tiled floor that seemed to stretch out into infinity. Above them was an endless white sky. The air was thin, the gravity slightly heavier than normal. Ben walked a few paces away and set down his silver suitcase. He clicked the latches open. Now, Ben turned to the crew. We need to talk about Haki. He looked at Zoro and Sanji. Luffy has already awakened Armament Haki during his fight with Crocodile. Zoro and Sanji nodded, their expressions serious. They remembered the fight well. But you too, Ben pointed at them. You haven't cracked it yet. If we run into another Logia or a Vice Admiral, you're at a disadvantage. Your goal here is to master Armament Haki. Ben reached into the suitcase and pulled out a small, glass cube containing a tiny, angry Enel. He released him. You. Enel pointed a finger at Ben. Insolent blue sea monkeys. How dare you imprison God? I will turn you all to ash. I am the almighty Dash. Ben waved his hand casually. Silencio. Enel's mouth vanished. Literally. The skin smoothed over where his lips should have been. MMMPH. MMMMPH. Enel grabbed his face, eyes widening in horror. Quiet, Ben said coldly. You're not a god here, Enel. You're a training dummy. Ben turned back to the crew. Armament Haki allows you to touch the substantial body of a Logia user. Without it, you can't hit smoke, fire, or lightning. He pointed at Zoro and Sanji. You too, Ben said. You're strong, but if you fought an admiral right now, you'd die. Your task in this chamber is to unlock Armament Haki. And how do we do that? Zoro asked, grinning as he tied his bandana. By hitting him, Ben pointed at Enel. Enel is made of lightning. Physical attacks pass right through him. If your sword or your kick makes contact with his actual body, that means you're using Haki. Ben walked over to Enel. He leaned in close, whispering so only the god could hear. Here's the deal, Sparky. I'm going to remove your seastone cuffs. You will fight the swordsman and the cook. If you can beat them so bad they say I quit, I'll let you go. But if you kill them, I will turn you into a glorified AA battery for my toaster. Do we understand each other? Enel glared at Ben with hate, but he nodded. He looked at Zoro and Sanji. His eyes narrowed. These two, they don't have the rubber boy's immunity. I can hurt them. Good. Ben waved his hand, and Enel's mouth reappeared. I will enjoy frying your friends, Enel hissed, electricity crackling around his shoulders. Don't hold back. Zoro drew his swords, a demonic aura flaring up. I've been wanting to cut a god. I'll mince you. Sanji lit his leg on fire, diable jam. Let's see how lightning tastes. Ben tossed 2 sashes to Zoro and Sanji. These contain vials of restorative fluid. If he shocks your heart to a stop or fries your nerves, drink one. It'll fix you up instantly so you can get back to fighting. No dying allowed. Heh, Zoro caught the sash. Won't need it. The observation class. Ben turned to Usopp and Chopper, who were watching Enel charge up. You two aren't fighting Enel, Ben said. They both sighed in relief. Yat. Usopp squeaked. Your task is observation Haki, Ben said. You need to learn to sense intent, to see attacks before they happen. Dory. Baba. Dory stepped forward, hefting his massive shield and sword. I shall be their instructor. Dory has centuries of combat experience, Ben said. He will attack you. You will dodge. You will be blindfolded. Blindfolded. Chopper screamed. Don't worry, Dory laughed. I will use, mostly flat sides of the blade. Baba. Go with him, Ben ordered. Don't come back until you can dodge a swing you can't see. Usopp and Chopper wept openly as they followed the giant into the distance. The heavyweights. Finally, Ben turned to Luffy. Luffy. Yeah. Luffy stepped forward. I already know the black armor stuff. I beat Crocodile and Enel with it. I know, Ben nodded, but you rely too much on your fruit. Ben snapped 2 heavy, dark metal bracelets onto Luffy's wrists. Luffy instantly sagged, his knees buckling. Ugh, heavy, weak. Seastone alloy, Ben explained. It won't paralyze you completely, but it shuts off your devil fruit. You are now just a normal human, Luffy. Luffy tried to stretch his cheek. It didn't move. I'm not rubber. No, Ben said. You need to learn to generate power without momentum and elasticity. You need to build resistance. Ben turned to Brogy. Command Magic T enlarge. VOOM. Brogy expanded, growing back to his original, titanic giant size. He towered over the group like a building. Baba. Brogy roared, shaking the white void. It feels good to be big again. Come, little captain. Let us see your spirit without your rubber tricks. I'll beat you. Luffy panted, forcing himself to stand despite the draining effects of the cuffs. Start! Ben yelled. As the chaos of training began, lightning flying, giants stomping, Ben exited out of the chamber. He reappeared in the Mary's kitchen. Vivi was there, cleaning up. Vivi, Ben said. We need meat. Lots of it. Roasted. On it. Vivi saluted, immediately firing up the ovens. An hour later, outside time, Vivi had prepared a massive feast of roasted meats. Ben took the platters into the time chamber. Inside, days had passed. The crew was exhausted. Break time. Ben announced. He set the platters down. Command T, enlarge. The roasted chickens and hams grew until they were the size of boulders. Food. Luffy screamed, diving face first into a giant turkey leg. They ate voraciously, refueling their bodies. Ben packed the leftovers into a stasis bag. We'll take breaks regularly. Eat, rest, then back to hell. Day 5, inside. Damn it! Luffy yelled. He tried to throw a punch at Brogy's massive shin. Instinctively, he threw his arm back, expecting it to stretch for extra momentum. It didn't stretch. His fist just stopped in the air behind him. He stumbled, losing his balance, and face-planted into the white tiles. Gabababa. You are fighting a ghost of yourself, Luffy. Brogy laughed. It's so weird. Luffy slammed his fist on the ground. My body feels stuck. Is this how normal people feel? It's so tight. Get used to it, Ben called out from his workbench. Find the power in your hips, not your rubber. Luffy gritted his teeth. He stood up, sweat pouring down his face. Okay, no stretching, just hitting. Day 48. The door to the storage room opened. 7 figures stumbled out into the hallway of the Going Merry. They looked ragged, their clothes torn, their eyes wild, but they radiated a power that felt denser, sharper. It had been 8 hours for the world. It had been nearly 2 months for them. Ben stood there, holding a fresh pot of coffee. Morning, Ben smiled. How was the camping trip? Zoro sheathed his sword, a dark, satisfied smirk on his face. Lightning is cuttable. Sanji lit a cigarette, his hand steady despite the burns on his suit. I need to cook something. I'm starving. Luffy groaned, lifting his arm. Ben unlocked the bracelets. Boing. Luffy's body snapped back to its rubbery glory. He bounced off the walls, energy exploding out of him. I feel so light. I can fly. Good, Ben nodded. Because we're landing. He looked into the time chamber. Enel was curled up in the fetal position in the corner, traumatized. Minnie Mary, put him back in the box. Aye, sir. Ben walked to the deck. The sun was rising, casting a golden glow over the water below. They had drifted far during the night. The ominous shadow of the G8 base was nowhere to be seen. Instead, an endless blue ocean stretched out in all directions. Open seas, Nami breathed in the salty air. We made it. All right, crew, Ben smiled. Set sail. The Grand Line isn't done with us yet. 96 on the seas too. The virtual laboratory. The world inside the simulation pod was a stark contrast to the wooden warmth of the Going Merry. Here, the laws of physics were merely suggestions, and the environment was a pristine, endless white void filled with floating holographic screens, cascading streams of blue data, and complex molecular models that spun in mid-air. Time moved differently here. While the ship sailed lazily across the Grand Line, inside this digital construct, Ben and Chopper had been working for what felt like weeks, stabilizing the lineage factor. Chopper muttered, his hooves flying across a holographic keyboard that Ben had designed specifically for reindeer anatomy. He adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowed in intense concentration. The bioetheric binding is holding this time. We're past the 98th percentile at same point where the matrix collapsed on us last week. Ben stood in the center of a swirling vortex of equations. He was utilizing the full processing power of his Tony Stark template, combined with the biological understanding of Momo Yaoyorozu and the magical alchemy of Dumbledore. We were so close, Ben muttered, his eyes darting across the data streams. But we were missing the catalyst. We tried to treat the devil as just a chemical reaction. But it's not. It's a will. We need to create a vessel that can hold a will without shattering. A vessel. Chopper paused. He looked at the molecular model of the Hito no myth human fruit. It was the fruit he had eaten, the fruit that gave him his humanity. Ben. Chopper realized something. The spiral energy. We're trying to force the spiral inwards, like a standard fruit. But the human fruit, humanity expands. We need to reverse the polarity of the binding agent. That was our mistake before. Ben's eyes widened. He grabbed a virtual stylus and slashed through the equation, rewriting the binding parameters in real time. Reverse polarity. Ben muttered. Of course. Humanity isn't contained, it's expressed. Chopper, you genius raccoon dog. I am a reindeer. Chopper shouted instinctively, but he was grinning. Ben initiated the simulation. The virtual model of the fruit began to coalesce. The chaotic energy that usually caused their experiments to explode suddenly harmonized. The spirals locked into place. The data turned green. Synthesis complete. Stability 100%. The silence in the virtual lab was deafening. Ben looked at Chopper. Chopper looked at Ben. We did it. Chopper whispered. We did it, Ben confirmed. A massive grin broke across his face. He swooped down, grabbed Chopper under the arms, and spun him around in the air. We did it, Doctor. We cracked the code. Artificial devil fruits are a go. Wah-ah. Ben, I'm dizzy. But yay. Chopper cheered, throwing his hooves up. We're scientists. Super scientists. Ben set Chopper down, both of them laughing. It was a monumental achievement. They hadn't copied anyone, they had built this from the ground up. Alright, Ben took a deep breath, calming down. Let's bring it into the real world. Mary. The voice of the ship's AI echoed in the virtual space. Ready for synthesis, Ben. The bioprinter is primed. Execute protocol, Adam, Ben commanded. Print the fruit. Acknowledged. Exiting virtual dive. The real world. The hiss of the pod doors opening sounded like a victory trumpet. Ben and Chopper stepped out of the white, egg-shaped machines in the laboratory room of the Mary. They stumbled. Slight life transition from virtual time to real time always messed with the inner ear, but their eyes were glued to the glass container in the corner of the room. Inside the reinforced cylinder, a robotic arm was weaving biological matter together, layer by layer. It looked like 3D printing, but with organic sludge that glowed with a faint, eerie light. It's happening. Chopper pressed his nose against the glass, fogging it up. They watched in silence for 30 minutes. Slowly, the sludge took form. It hardened, changed color, and developed the signature swirling patterns of a devil fruit. Hiss. The process finished. The glass container depressurized and lifted open. Sitting on the pedestal was a mushroom-shaped fruit. It was pink and white, with patterns that looked like tiny, smiling faces if you squinted hard enough. Ben reached out and picked it up. It felt heavy. Real. Scan, Ben muttered mentally, trying to put it into his system inventory. System alert, item rejected. Reason, anomaly detected. Item does not match database registry for Hito no Mi. Item is designated as artificial variant, type 01. Cannot store in template inventory. Humph, Ben smirked. Even the system is confused. Good. He handed the fruit to Chopper. Here, doctor. You're the expert. Does this look right? Chopper held the fruit reverently. He sniffed it. He tapped it. He examined the stem. It smells exactly like the one I ate, Chopper said, his eyes wide. It's the Hito no Mi. No doubt about it. We actually cloned a devil fruit. He looked up at Ben. But, who's going to eat it? We can't just give it to anyone. If a human eats it, well, they just become a human who can't swim, right? That's useless. True, Ben nodded, leaning against the workbench. For a human, it's the worst fruit imaginable. They just lose their ability to swim and gain enlightenment, maybe? But we aren't giving it to a human. Then who? Chopper asked. Ben smiled. I was thinking, Mary. Chopper blinked. He looked at the walls of the ship. The ship? But, ships can't eat. They are non-living things. You weren't there for Alabasta, were you? Ben recalled. Mr. 4 had a gun. A literal gun that ate the Inu no Mi model, Dachshund. It became a gun dog. If a piece of metal can eat a fruit, why can't a sentient android? Ben pointed to the door. Mini Mary. She's an extension of the ship. She has a mouth. She has a processing core that acts like a stomach for energy conversion. If she eats the human fruit. Chopper's jaw dropped. She could become a real human? Or something close to it, Ben said. A living ship. A true Clabotter man given flesh. Chopper looked at the fruit, then at the door. His eyes began to sparkle. That would be amazing. A robot becoming a real girl. It's like a fairy tale. Let's go tell the others, Ben said, taking the fruit back. The card game. On the sun-drenched deck of the Going Merry, a heated battle was taking place. Gotcha. Usopp slammed a card down on the barrel. Full house. Read M and weep, losers. Cheater, Zoro grumbled, tossing his cards away. You were hiding that ace in your afro. It's technique, Zoro. Technique. Usopp crowed. Nami sighed, scooping up the pile of berries in the center. Doesn't matter. I have a royal flush. Pay up. What? Usopp and Zoro screamed. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba. The navigator is ruthless. Dory laughed from where he sat near the mast. Brogy was napping beside him. Luffy was sitting on the figurehead, trying to fish, while Vivi and Kara watched the card game, amused. Attention, everyone. Ben called out, stepping onto the deck with Chopper. The crew looked up. There was something in Ben's voice, a mix of excitement and seriousness that made them pause. Even Sanji stopped flirting with Robin. What's up, Ben? Luffy asked, reeling in his empty line. Is it lunch? Better. Ben held up the pink, mushroom-shaped fruit. We did it. Chopper and we successfully created an artificial devil fruit. Silence. The wind blew through the sails. A seagull cawed. The collective scream of the crew shook the ocean. Artificial. Nami shrieked. You made a devil fruit. Those things are worth hundreds of millions. And you just cooked one up. You created a devil fruit. Robin lowered her book, her eyes wide with intellectual curiosity. That is, historically unprecedented. The implications are terrifying. Suyu-agi-e. Luffy's eyes turned into stars. Can I eat it? What does it do? Does it make me a robot man? You already ate one, idiot. Sanji lit a cigarette, though his hand was shaking slightly. You'd explode. But seriously, Ben, you played God. Just a little bit of science, Ben shrugged modestly. And me. Chopper jumped forward, doing his signature wiggly dance. Don't forget me. I did the DNA sequencing. Not that your praise makes me happy, you bastards. He. Yes, good job, Doctor. Robin smiled, patting Chopper's hat. So, Usopp adjusted his goggles, looking closely at the fruit. What power is it? Fire? Laser beams? The ability to summon 8,000 men? It's the Hito no Mi, Chopper announced proudly. The human fruit. My fruit. The crew paused. They looked at the fruit, then at Chopper, then back at the fruit. So, Vivi tilted her head, confused. It turns you into a human. Yes, Ben nodded. But. Vivi frowned. If a human eats it, they just become a human who can't swim? Isn't that useless? Totally useless for us, Nami agreed. Why did you make that one? Why not a gold fruit? Ben wagged his finger. You're thinking too small. The human fruit gives humanity, intelligence, enlightenment, walking on two legs, speech. He pointed at Kara, the spot-billed duck who was currently pecking at a crumb. If I gave this to Kara, Ben said, he would become a human-duck hybrid. He would be able to talk. He would have human intelligence. He could probably beat Sanji at chess. Quack. Kara looked up, terrified. A talking duck. Luffy imagined it. That would be awesome. But, Ben continued, his gaze shifting, there is another option. Someone who is already part of the crew, but lacks life. The door to the kitchen opened, and Minnie Mary stepped out, holding a tray of drinks. The small, android girl, built with stark tech and modeled after the ship's Klabauterman, tilted her head at the staring crew. Mary. Vivi gasped. You mean? If she eats it, Ben said quietly, she won't just be an AI anymore. The fruit grants humanity. It applies to anything. Animals, objects, androids. Whoa, Usopp whispered. You mean, she'd become real? She's already real to us. Luffy shouted, jumping down. But, she could be alive. That's the theory, Ben nodded. So, Ben looked at Vivi. You asked about Karo. I can give it to the duck if you want. But, this is an experimental fruit. If something goes wrong with Karo, I can't fix biology. But Minnie Mary, she's a machine. She's a part of the original ship. If the fruit reacts badly, I can rebuild her body. It's safer. Vivi looked at Karo, who was shaking his head frantically, hiding behind Zoro. I think Karo prefers being a duck, Vivi giggled. Give it to Mary. She deserves it. Agreed, Zoro said. The ship has saved us enough times. Let's see what happens. Ben beckoned Minnie Mary over. Mary, come here. The android walked over, the tray of drinks perfectly balanced. Yes, Ben. Ben picked up a glass of juice and set the devil fruit on the tray. Mary, Ben said gently, I want you to eat this. Analysis, Mary's eyes flashed with data streams. Object, artificial organic compound. Designation, devil fruit. Probability of system error upon consumption, 98%. Recommendation, do not consume. Override, Ben ordered softly. Trust me, Mary. This isn't an error. It's an upgrade. A big one. Mary paused. She looked at Ben. Her programming dictated she follow his orders, but her advanced learning AI also processed his tone. Trust. Acknowledged, Mary said. She picked up the pink fruit. Her small, metallic fingers held it delicately. Does it taste bad to robots? Luffy whispered to Usopp. Sure. Usopp hissed. Minnie Mary brought the fruit to her mouth and took a bite. Crunch. She chewed mechanically. She swallowed. She took another bite. The crew held their breath. 1 minute passed. Nothing happened. Did it work? Nami whispered. Maybe she needs to digest it. Sanji suggested. Suddenly, Minnie Mary dropped the tray. Clang. Glass shattered. Juice spilled on the deck. Mary stumbled back, clutching her chest. Her mechanical eyes flickered blue, then red, then a soft, glowing gold. System. Alert. Mary's voice glitched. It sounded less like a recording and more like a gasp. Internal, temperature, rising. Core, fluctuating. Mary. Chopper ran forward, pulling out his stethoscope. Ben, is she okay? Wait, Ben held up a hand. Let it happen. Steam began to rise from Minnie Mary's joints. Her skin, which was a high-grade synthetic polymer, began to change. It flushed. The cold, pale whiteness of the android shell softened, turning a warm, rosy peach. Her hair, usually stiff synthetic fibers, seemed to gain volume and shine, flowing in the wind. Mary fell to her knees, her hands gripping the fabric of her dress. She gasped a real, sharp intake of air. Ha! Ha! She looked at her hands. She flexed her fingers. They didn't make the whirring servo sound anymore. They moved silently, smoothly. Ben. Mary whispered. The crew froze. Her voice. It wasn't the synthesized melody anymore. It had texture. It had a timbre. It sounded human. Chopper rushed forward. He placed his stethoscope on her chest, right over where her power core used to be. Thump thump. Thump thump. Thump thump. Chopper's eyes went wide. He dropped the stethoscope. Tears instantly welled up in his eyes. It's beating, Chopper sobbed. She has a heartbeat. A real heartbeat. At that exact moment, a deep, resonant sound echoed from beneath their feet. Cree-a-a-ak. The wooden deck of the Going Merry groaned. But it wasn't the sound of strain or age. It sounded like a deep, contented sigh. The figurehead of the sheep seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, the paint looking instantly brighter, fresher. The ship itself seemed to shudder with joy, vibrating in harmony with the new heartbeat pulsing in Minnie Mary's chest. Did you feel that? Usopp grabbed the railing. The ship, it moved. It's happy. The spirit has a body, Robin noted, smiling. The ship and the avatar are one. What? Nami covered her mouth. No way, Usopp breathed. Minnie Mary slowly stood up. She felt the wind on her skin. She felt the warmth of the sun not just as data points of UV radiation, but as a sensation. Warmth. She looked at Ben. Her eyes were moist. Ben. She said, her voice trembling. She placed a hand over her heart. I feel loud. Inside. It's thumping. That's life, Mary, Ben smiled, feeling a lump in his own throat. That's you. She looked at Luffy. Captain, she said. Luffy stared at her. He sniffed. You don't smell like oil anymore. A smile broke across Mary's face. It wasn't a pre-programmed expression. It was genuine, crinkling the corners of her eyes. Tears spilled over, rolling down her cheeks. I'm crying. Mary touched the wetness. My optical sensors are leaking. Those are happy tears. Chopper wailed, hugging her legs. You're alive, Mary. You're really alive. I am alive, Mary repeated. She laughed. A bubbly, wet, wonderful laugh. She spread her arms and spun around, her dress fluttering. I can feel everything. The crew erupted. Yay. Luffy shouted, throwing his hat in the air. Mary is a human. Party. We need a party. A toast to the new lady. Sanji pirouette, hearts in his eyes. Mary Chuan is reborn. Unbelievable, Zoro shook his head, grinning. Only this crew. Welcome to the world of the living, Robin smiled warmly. Ben watched his creation, his crewmate dancing with Chopper and Luffy. He felt a sense of accomplishment that had nothing to do with systems or templates. He had given the ship a soul. And now, he had given the soul a life. Party time. Usopp grabbed a barrel of cola. Everyone grab a mug. As the music started and the celebration began, Mary stood in the center of it all, her heart beating in time with the drums. Finally, truly, one of them. 97, on the seas 3. The morning sun over the Grand Line was gentle, casting a warm, golden haze over the deck of the Going Merry. The ocean was calm, a flat sheet of sapphire that stretched endlessly in every direction. It was one of those rare, perfect days between islands where the world seemed to hold its breath, allowing the crew of the future Pirate King to simply exist. Ben sat at the small round table on the upper deck, a steaming cup of Earl Grey tea in his hand. He took a sip, savoring the bergamot notes, and leaned back in his chair. Peaceful, he noted. For now, Nico, Robin replied, sitting across from him. She held a book in one hand and her own cup of coffee in the other. She smiled, that enigmatic, knowing smile that usually unnerved lesser men. Though with this crew, peace is usually just the deep breath before the scream. Ben chuckled. You're getting used to the chaos, Ms. Archaeologist. I find it stimulating. Robin turned a page. It certainly beats the silence of running. Down on the main grassy deck, the rest of the Crowho had finished their morning workout and the time chamber were engaged in various forms of relaxation. Zoro was napping against the mast, snoring so loudly it vibrated the wood. Sanji was fawning over Nami's tangerine trees. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper were chasing each other in circles, laughing about something involving a beetle and a piece of ham. It was a good life. Robin lowered her book, her blue eyes fixing on Ben. Her gaze was intense, dissecting him as if he were an ancient ruin filled with secrets. Ben, she started, her voice dropping to a conversational murmur that cut through the background noise. I have a question. Shoot, Ben said, putting his cup down. You said you can peer into the past and future events, Robin said calmly. It goes beyond human understanding. She leaned forward slightly. How far can you see, Ben? Into the future? And how far into the past? Ben paused. It was a dangerous question. He couldn't exactly tell her. I read your life story in a manga back in my previous world. That tended to break people's brains. The future isn't a straight line, Robin, Ben said, tapping the table with his finger. It's not a movie reel waiting to be played. It's infinite. Every choice, every action, splits the river into 1,000 new tributaries. You know the butterfly effect? Ben asked. Robin nodded. The theory that a small change in a complex system can have large effects elsewhere. A butterfly flapping its wings in the south blue causing a typhoon in the north blue. Exactly, Ben said. The past, that's fixed. It's stone. We can read it, learn from it, uncover it. But the future? It's fluid. I don't see the future, Robin. I see possibilities. I see paths. I know what could happen if things stay on their current course. But the moment we act, the moment Luffy punches someone he wasn't supposed to, or we save a kingdom that was destined to fall, the path changes. So you navigate probabilities, Robin mused, like a navigator reads the weather. Something like that, Ben agreed. I know the destination. I know the storms in the way, but how we sail through them, that's up to us. Robin studied him for a long moment. And what glimpses do you see for us, for this crew? Ben smirked. He leaned back, lacing his fingers behind his head. He decided to have a little fun. Well, Ben said, putting on a mystical voice. I see great battles. I see an island of fishmen. I see a land of samurai. I see the world turning upside down. He paused, locking eyes with her. His grin turned teasing, and, Ben added casually, in one very specific, very likely future, I see you and me, sitting like this, and we have a very cute baby girl joining us. Robin froze. Her eyes, usually so calm and composed, went wide. Her cup stopped halfway to her mouth. A rare flush of pink dusted her cheeks. She blinked, once, twice, processing the sudden shift from metaphysical philosophy to, that, baby. Robin stammered, her voice losing its usual cool control. Very cute, Ben emphasized, nodding solemnly. She has your eyes. Robin opened her mouth to respond, completely flustered, when a sudden weight slammed into Ben's back. Papa. Small, wet arms wrapped around Ben's neck. A scent of strawberry shampoo and warm towels filled his nose. Comb my hair. Mary demanded, climbing up Ben's back like a little monkey. Nami-sis gave me a bath. But now my hair is all knotty. Papa, fix it please. Ben laughed, reaching back to scoop the small android girl up. He swung her around and placed her on his lap. Mini Mary was wearing a new, frilly yellow sundress that Ben had created for her using his Momo Yayorozo creation template. Her hair, now soft and real thanks to the human fruit, was indeed a wet, tangled mess. Ben looked at the shocked Robin, then at the childlike android on his lap. He gestured to Mary. See? Ben grinned shamelessly. The future I predicted has already come true. Cute baby girl, right here. Robin stared at them. She looked at Ben's teasing grin, then at Mini Mary, who was happily swinging her legs and waiting for her hair to be groomed. The flush on Robin's cheeks deepened, but her shock melted into a small, amused smile. She shook her head, picking up her tea again. You represent a dangerous variable, Magician-san, Robin chuckled softly. Smooth save. I try, Ben winked. He summoned a fine-toothed comb from his inventory and began to gently detangle Mary's hair. Did you like the bath, Mary? It was super wet. Mary reported happily, splashing her legs a bit. The water was nice and warm, and Namisis used the super bubbly soap. She said I owe her money now, but she was laughing, so maybe it's free? Or maybe not. Namisis is scary with money. Definitely scary, Ben advised. Hide your allowance. Okay, I'll put it in my secret tummy compartment. As Ben worked through the knots, enjoying the domestic quiet, the sound of thundering footsteps approached. Ben, Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper skidded to a halt in front of the table. Their eyes were shining with a desperate, burning intensity that usually meant they wanted food or robots. What? Ben asked, not stopping his combing. The suits. Luffy shouted, slamming his hands on the table. You promised. We're on the open sea. Can we fly now, please? Yeah, Ben. Usopp pleaded, clasping his hands together. We only used the Iron Man armors once, and that was just to pick up trash from the bottom of the ocean. It was boring work. We didn't even get to fly fast. Yeah. Luffy complained. Salvage is boring. I want to zoom. I want to be a fighter jet. I want to be a rocket reindeer. Chopper jumped up and down. Last time I just held a flashlight underwater. That wasn't fun at all. Please, Ben. Usopp gave him the puppy dog eyes. Just a quick flight. We'll go straight up. We won't hit anything. We just want to feel the wind. Please. Chopper added his own teary-eyed gaze. Please, Papa. Mary looked up from Ben's lap, joining the peer pressure with big, sparkling eyes. Can they fly? It looks super fun. Can I see the robots? Please. Ben looked at the four faces staring at him. He looked at Robin, who was hiding a smile behind her teacup. Fine, Ben groaned, defeated. But if you crash into the ship, I'm taking the repair costs out of your food budget. Yay! The trio cheered. Ben tapped Mary on the shoulder. Alright, Mary, can you open the toy box for them? Mary giggled. Okay, opening the toy box. Hiss clank. On the main deck, 3 concealed hatches flipped open. Steam vented out as 3 metallic platforms rose up. Standing on them were 3 sleek, humanoid suits of armor scaled down and customized. Luffy's suit was red and gold, classic, slightly bulkier to accommodate his fighting style. Usopp's suit was olive green and silver, featuring extra targeting sensors and a sniper configuration. Chopper's suit was blue and pink, customized to fit his heavy point form. Suyu-uji. Luffy screamed, drooling. Iron Pirate. Docking. Usopp yelled. The 3 of them ran to the platforms. The armors opened up, front plates splitting apart to allow entry. Step. Clank. Hiss. They stepped in. The suits closed around them, sealing with a satisfying mechanical lock. The eyes of the helmets glowed white. The arc reactors and the chest pieces hummed to life. System online, Mary announced from the suit's speakers. I feel powerful. Luffy's amplified voice boomed. He flexed his metal fingers. Finally. Usopp yelled. No dragging rusty metal. Just pure speed. Mecha. Chopper cheered. Mary, Ben called out. You have remote override. If their heart rates spike or they approach a thundercloud, bring them home. Take them wherever they want, but safety first. Okay, Papa. Mary chirped. Go have fun, big brothers. Flume. Repulsors fired. But instead of a coordinated launch, it was pure chaos. I'm gonna go that way. Luffy shouted, blasting off at a hard 45-degree angle toward the east, spinning wildly. Wait, my stabilizers. Usopp screamed as he shot backwards, doing backflips toward the west. Wah-ah, I'm going sideways. Chopper zoomed north, flailing his metal arms. They flew off in completely random directions, leaving zigzagging trails of vapor in the blue sky, screaming in delight and terror. Just then, a frantic quack, quack, sounded from the lower deck. Kara, the spot-billed duck, ran up the stairs, flapping his wings frantically. He looked at the flying robots disappearing into the distance, then at Ben. He pointed a wing at himself, then at the sky, looking utterly heartbroken. Ah, Ben winced. I forgot. Kara slumped, a dark cloud forming over his head. Last time, he had been left out because there wasn't a suit that fit a duck. Ben had promised to fix that. Don't cry, Kara. Ben said quickly. I didn't forget. I promised, didn't I? Kara looked up, hope returning to his eyes. Quack. Mary, Ben commanded. Give Kara his toy. Okay. Mary beamed. A 4th hatch opened. This one was different. It wasn't a humanoid suit. It was, well, it looked like a high-tech, armored exoskeleton designed specifically for a giant duck. It had jet boosters on the sides, a helmet with a tactical visor, and reinforced leg hydraulics. Kara gasped. He saluted Ben. He ran into the suit. The armor clamped onto his feathers. the visor slid down over his beak. Vroom! The jet boosters on his sides flared blue. Quack! I am Iron Duck. Karo launched himself into the air, spiraling upwards in a corkscrew motion, chasing after the specks of his friends who were currently playing tag across the entire horizon. Look! Luffy's voice crackled over the radio. Karo is here. Let's race to that cloud over there. Which cloud? Usopp yelled. There are a million clouds. The fluffy one. On the deck, Ben watched them go, finishing the last tangle in Mary's hair. They're all over the place, Robin noted, shielding her eyes as Luffy ricocheted off a cloud bank. Aren't you afraid they'll get lost? Or start some trouble? Ben shrugged, putting the comb away. Knowing Luffy, it is bound to happen. He'll probably find a lost island or punch a sea king by accident. But what can we do? Just go with the flow. If they fall, Mary will catch them. That is a very reckless parenting style, Robin chuckled, sipping her tea. They're resilient, Ben smiled. He patted Mary's head. All done, princess. Smooth as silk. Mary reached up and touched her hair. Thank you, Papa. She hopped off his lap, her dress fluttering. I'm thirsty. Sanji-san. Juice. Orange. No pulp. She ran off toward the kitchen, her footsteps sounding like a real child running on wood. As you wish, my little lady. Sanji's voice echoed from the galley. Ben watched her go, a contented smile on his face. He stood up and stretched his arms. Well, Ben turned to Robin. Break time is over. I'm going to hit the training room. Will you join me? Robin finished her tea and set the cup down gracefully. She stood up, smoothing her skirt. Why not? She smiled. Perhaps I can test this future you speak of. Lead the way, Ben gestured. They walked together toward the training room, leaving the chaos of the flying mechas far above them, ready for whatever the Grand Line had to throw at them next. 98, Long Ring Long Land 1. The Grand Line is a place where common sense goes to die. It is a stretch of ocean where magnetic fields run wild, seasons change at the drop of a hat, and islands defy the very laws of physics. But even by Grand Line standards, today was going to be weird. The Going Merry cut through the blue waves, her sails billowing in a steady tailwind. The sun was high, reflecting off the water like a million scattered diamonds. It had been a few days since they left Skypia, and the crew had settled into a new, terrifying routine. Inside the time chamber, the door to the pocket dimension was sealed, but inside the endless white void, the air was thick with the smell of ozone, blood, and sweat. Clang! Sparks flew as a black leg collided with a black blade. Is that all you've got, Mosshead? Sanji roared, his leg blazing with diable jam, coated in the hardening of Armament Haki. He spun in midair, delivering a heel drop that could have cracked a mountain. I'm just getting started, curly brows. Zoro grinned savagely, his three swords coated in a similar obsidian sheen. He didn't dodge. He swung Wado Ikimonji up to meet the kick. The impact created a shockwave that rippled across the white tiles. Bones creaked. Skin burned. They weren't holding back. They were fighting to maim. To kill. Why? Because they knew the magician could fix them. If I break your ribs, Sanji grunted, pushing against the blade, Ben will just wave his wand and fix it, so I don't have to pull my punches. Exactly. Zoro laughed, a manic glint in his eye. Santoryu. Onigiri. A few hundred meters away, the earth shook. Boom. Luffy was flying backward, tumbling across the ground. He skidded to a halt, bruised and battered. Standing opposite him was Brogy, fully restored to his titanic Elbaf size by Ben's magic, wielding his massive axe. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Come on, little giant. Brogy roared, his voice like thunder. Your haki is strong, but your size is small. Push through. I'm coming. Luffy wiped blood from his lip. He didn't use his rubber stretching. He clenched his fists, forcing his haki to flow darker, harder. Again. Further away, in a quieter sector of the void, Dory, kept at human size, was swinging a sword with frightening speed. Sense it. Dory commanded. Usopp and Chopper, both blindfolded, were dancing around the blade like nervous cats. Eek! That was close. Usopp squeaked, ducking under a horizontal slash. I felt the wind. Chopper cheered, jumping over a low sweep. The dining room. While the monster trio and the brave duo fought for their lives in a dimension of infinite nothingness, the atmosphere in the Going Merry's dining room was the definition of civilized refinement. Ben sat at the round table, sipping a cup of Earl Grey. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. More tea, Nami-san. Ben offered, lifting the pot. Thanks, Nami smiled, holding out her cup. She looked relaxed, reviewing a navigational chart. It's so quiet today. It's nice. It is, Vivi agreed, sitting next to Minnie Mary. She was helping the android girl braid her new, real hair. Although, isn't it a little too quiet? Where are the boys? Training, Ben said casually, pouring the tea. Zoro and Sanji are currently trying to murder each other in the time chamber. Luffy is wrestling a giant, and Usopp is trying not to get decapitated. Robin, who was reading a book on the history of the Grand Line, chuckled softly. You say murder with such calmness, Magician-san. Should we be worried about medical supplies? Nah, Ben waved a hand. I gave them potions. And if they really break something, I'll just use a healing charm. Pain is the best teacher, especially when you know it's not permanent. Papa is scary, Minnie Mary giggled, checking her reflection in a mirror. But effective. Exactly, Ben patted her head. Efficiency is key. Just then, the ship's internal speakers crackled. Alert! Alert! Land ho! It was Minnie Mary's automated system voice, distinct from her new, human-like voice. Large island mass detected at 12 o'clock. Topography matches archive data for Long Ring Long Land. Long Ring Long Land. Nami blinked. What a weird name. Sounds long, Vivi noted. Time to wake the boys. Ben stood up. He walked over to the intercom on the wall and pressed the button connecting to the time chamber. Attention, gladiators. Recess is over. We have an island. Try not to bleed on the carpet when you come out. The land of stretch. By the time the crew assembled on the deck, the Going Merry was drifting into a natural harbor. The water was crystal clear, revealing white sand beneath. But the island itself was bizarre. It looked like a massive, green ring floating on the ocean. The trees were visible even from this distance, but they looked wrong. Are those palm trees? Sanji squinted, lighting a cigarette. He had a fresh bandage on his cheek, courtesy of Zoro's hilt. Why are they so tall? Everything looks stretched, Zoro grunted, rotating his shoulder which popped loudly. Weird place. Drop anchor. Ben commanded. The anchor splashed down. Before the ship even settled, 3 figures, and 1 bird, were already vibrating at the rail. Okay. Luffy adjusted his hat. Exploration team, assemble. Captain Usopp, ready for duty. Usopp saluted, striking a pose. Dr. Chopper, ready to find new medicine. Chopper cheered, adjusting his backpack. Quack. Kara, the spot-billed duck, flapped his wings, wearing his aviator goggles and a small backpack Ben had made for him. Hold on. Nami stormed over, grabbing Luffy by the ear. Listen to me. We don't know anything about this island. It could be dangerous. There could be marines, or monsters, or weird weather. Ow 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 ow. Nami. Luffy whined. But it looks fun. Stay within visual range. Nami ordered. And don't eat anything purple. And if you see a marine ship, run away immediately. Do not repeat. Do not punch an admiral. Yeah, got it. Luffy pulled his ear free. Don't punch purple admirals. Let's go, guys. That's not what I said. Ignoring the navigator's fury, the trio plus duck leaped over the railing. Splash. Thud. They landed on the soft, white sand of the beach. Freedom. Luffy shouted, sprinting toward the grassy plains. Wait for me. Chopper ran after him on all fours. Don't leave the brave captain behind. Usopp yelled, jumping onto Kara's back. Mush, Karo. Mush. Quack. Karo took off like a rocket, kicking up ground. On the ship, Ben chuckled, leaning against the railing next to Robin. Well, there they go. Should we take bets on how long until they find trouble? 5 minutes, Zoro yawned, sitting down to nap against the mast. I give them 3, Sanji muttered, heading back to the kitchen. I need to prep lunch. With the way they burn calories in the chamber, they'll be back starving in an hour. The Bamboo Man. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Karo ran inland, leaving the beach behind. The grass here was lush and green, but just like the trees, it felt elongated. The blades of grass were taller than Chopper. This place is weird, Usopp whispered, looking around nervously. Why is everything so vertical? Maybe the gravity is low. Chopper theorized, sniffing a flower that had a stem 3 feet long, or maybe the sunlight pulls things up. Look. Luffy pointed. A bear. They froze. Emerging from the tall grass was a bear, but it wasn't a normal bear. It was a bear that looked like it had been put through a pasta maker. Its body was impossibly tall and thin, its legs like stilts. It walked with a swaying, towering gait. It's a hiking bear. Usopp blinked. No, it's a long bear. Cool. Luffy's eyes widened. Hey, bear, do you poop? The bear ignored him and kept walking, grabbing a fruit from a high branch without even standing on its tiptoes. It ignored me, Luffy pouted. Look at that dog. Chopper pointed. A dog trotted by. It looked like a dachshund, but its midsection was so long that its hind legs arrived 5 seconds after its front legs passed them. It's a Luwung dog. Luffy laughed. Shishi. Everything here is Luwung. They continued their trek, marveling at the bizarre ecosystem. Eventually, they came upon a clearing. In the middle of the vast, green plain stood a solitary house. It was a nomadic-style tent house, round and white. A house. Luffy said. Maybe there's meat inside. Or a monster. Usopp raised his slingshot. Careful, men. This could be the lair of the Long Witch. They approached cautiously. There was no one around. The place seemed deserted. Next to the house, tied to a very long stake, was a horse. Whoa, Chopper tilted his head back. The horse was ridiculous. Its legs were spindly and thin, stretching up at least 20 feet. Its neck was equally long. It looked more like a giraffe that was trying to be a horse. It chewed on the grass lazily, looking down at the tiny intruders with bored eyes. That's a tall horse, Luffy stated the obvious. Hey, horse, where's your owner? The horse just chewed. Maybe nobody lives here? Chopper sniffed the air. I smell old cheese and bamboo. Bamboo. Usopp looked around. I don't see any bamboo forest. Over there, Chopper pointed. Near the back of the house, there were 2 extremely tall, green stalks rising into the sky. They looked like bamboo poles, swaying gently in the wind. But unlike normal bamboo, these 2 stalks were wearing shoes? Luffy squinted. He walked closer. Sure enough, at the base of the bamboo stalks were 2 wooden clogs. Weird bamboo, Luffy poked it. It was hard. It's wearing shoes. Maybe it's a bamboo man. Usopp suggested, hiding behind Karo. A monster that disguises itself as a plant to eat travelers. Don't be silly, Chopper said, though he was trembling. Plants don't wear shoes. This is the Grand Line, Chopper. Anything is possible. Maybe it's a shoe tree. Luffy looked up. The stalks went up, 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 disappearing into the glare of the sun. He couldn't see the top. I bet it's tasty, Luffy decided. Bamboo shoots are good in soup. Sanji can cook this. You're going to eat the shoe plant? Usopp asked incredulously. Yeah. Luffy wound up his leg. It looks tough. Better break it first. Wait, Luffy. Chopper warned. We don't know what it is. Gomu Gomu no. Whip. Luffy ignored the warning. His leg stretched out, whipping around with the force of a cannonball. He aimed low, right above the wooden clogs. Crack! The sound was sickeningly loud, like snapping a dry branch the size of a telephone pole. The bamboo shattered. A scream echoed from the sky. Not a bird scream. A very human, very old, very terrified scream. Luffy looked up. It screamed. Usopp yelled. The plant screamed. Down below. Chopper pointed. From high above, something was falling. It plummeted through the air, flailing its limbs. It got bigger and bigger. Thud! A cloud of dust exploded as the object hit the ground right in front of them. Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Kara stared at the crater. Lying in the dirt, groaning in pain, was not a piece of bamboo. It was an old man. A very short, very wrinkled old man with a long, white beard that was currently wrapped around his neck. He wore a green jumpsuit that looked like it hadn't been washed in a decade. Ow! The old man groaned, rubbing his back. My poor back. It's a person. Chopper screamed, rushing forward with his medical kit. Luffy, you kicked an old man out of the sky. I thought he was bamboo. Luffy defended himself. Why was he in the sky? Usopp demanded. The old man sat up, cracking his spine. He blinked, looking at the group with confused, watery eyes. Who are you people? He rasped. Are you, angels? Did I finally die? We're pirates. Luffy grinned. I'm Luffy. Pirates. The old man's eyes widened. He looked around. He saw the ground. He touched the grass. He grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it on his face. The ground. He whispered. The sweet, solid ground. Earth. I'm on the earth. He started rolling around in the grass, laughing maniacally. I'm down. I'm finally down. Thank you, kind strangers. Luffy looked at Usopp. He's weird. You kicked him down, Usopp whispered back. Maybe he has a concussion. I am Tanjit. The old man announced, standing up. He was very short. I have been stuck up there for 10 years. 10 years. The crew shouted in unison. Yes. Tanjit pointed at the broken remains of the bamboo. Those were my stilts. Stilts. Chopper looked at the shattered poles. You were walking on stilts that tall. It is the tradition of this island. Tanjit explained proudly. Everything here is long. So, to see far, we use long stilts. I challenged the world record for the tallest stilts. I climbed up them 10 years ago. And? Usopp asked. And then what? Then. Tanjit looked embarrassed. He twiddled his thumbs. Then, I got scared. They were too tall. I couldn't get down. So I just stayed there. There was a long silence. The wind blew through the tall grass. For 10 years. Usopp screamed. You stayed on stilts for 10 years because you were scared to jump. I lived on skyfruits and rainwater. Tanjit nodded solemnly. I slept standing up. It was a true test of endurance. That's kinda cool, Luffy admitted. Stupid, but cool. Wait, Chopper realized something. If you were up there for 10 years, is that your horse? Tanjit froze. His eyes bulged. Shelly. He spun around and ran toward the tall horse. The horse, Shelly, lowered her long neck down to the ground. She nuzzled the old man, letting out a happy whinny. Oh, Shelly. Tanjit hugged the horse's nose, weeping. You waited for me. You waited 10 years. You're such a good girl. It was a touching reunion. Man and horse, reunited after a decade of height-based separation. Ah, Chopper sniffled, wiping his eyes. That's so sweet. Quack, Kara saluted the loyal horse. But wait, Tanjit stopped crying. He looked at his broken stilts. I broke the record, but now I can't see my village. They move around the island. How will I find them? We can help. Luffy offered. We're exploring anyway. We'll help you find your village. Really? Tanjit beamed. You would do that? Oh, thank you. But first, do you have any food? I haven't eaten solid food in a decade. We have food on the ship. Luffy pointed toward the coast. Sanji makes the best food. Come with us. Okay. Tanjit climbed onto Shelly, which took a while because she had to kneel all the way down. Let's go to your ship. I will tell you all about Long Ring Long Land. As Tanjit and the Straw Hats began their trek back to the ship, laughing and cheering, the shadow of a massive ship Sexy Foxy began to loom over the horizon, unseen by the happy crew, but felt by the magician back on the Merry who knew the future all too well. A/N, check out my new fanfics. 1. Naruto, Golden Sage. 2. The Force of the North. 99. Long Ring Long Island 2. At the coast, the Going Merry. While Luffy's group was off exploring the tall grass and meeting tall people, the rest of the crew were enjoying the quiet lull of the afternoon on the Going Merry. Zoro was polishing his swords, muttering about how the air on this island felt too long. Sanji was prepping a light snack, and Nami was sunbathing, keeping a lazy eye on the horizon. Suddenly, Minnie Mary, who had been sitting on the railing swinging her legs, stiffened. Her eyes flashed red. Alert! Mary's voice dropped an octave, shifting from cute girl to tactical AI. Unidentified vessel approaching from the southwest. Class, pirate. Tonnage, massive. Intent, hostile. Pirates. Zoro stood up, sliding Wado Ikimonji into his sash. Finally, some entertainment. Hostile. Ben put down his tea. He walked to the railing. Emerging from the fog of the sea was a ship that could only be described as tacky. It was gigantic, painted in loud colors, with a massive fox head figurehead. It was the sexy Foxy. That is one ugly ship, Sanji commented, lighting a cigarette. Mary, Ben said calmly. If they initiate an attack, you are authorized to use defensive countermeasures. Don't sink them yet, but make a point. Acknowledged, Papa, Mary chirped. From the bow of the pirate ship, two massive, metallic claws shaped like paws shot out on chains. They were aiming directly for the Going Mary's mast and hull, clearly intending to grapple and damage the smaller ship. Grappling hooks detected, Mary announced. Deploying counterfire. Click-clack. Two panels on the Mary's side flipped open. Two automated cannons, upgraded by Ben with rapid-fire mechanisms, swiveled into position. Boom, boom. Two precision shots rang out. In mid-air, the cannonballs struck the metallic paws. The impact shattered the claws instantly, sending shrapnel raining down into the water. The chains snapped, recoiling back toward the pirate ship with a loud clang. Direct hit, Mary reported, her eyes returning to normal blue. Threat neutralized. Show off, Zoro grinned. Ben pulled out his wand. He pointed it at his throat. Sonorous. Attention, unidentified ship. Ben's voice boomed across the water, amplified to a deafening volume that shook the enemy's rigging. This is the Straw Hat pirate ship. You have 5 seconds to come out and explain yourselves, or the next shot goes through your hull. The deck of the sexy Foxy erupted into panic. A moment later, the ship drifted closer, docking aggressively beside the Mary. A gang of pirates, wearing strange masks and carnival outfits, ran to the railing, hands raised in surrender but looking oddly smug. Don't shoot. One of them shouted. We are the Foxy pirates. Our captain has business with your captain. We demand a Davy Back fight. Davy Back fight. Nami frowned. What is that? It's a game, Robin said, her expression serious. An ancient pirate game. And usually, it doesn't end well. Tanjit's housed the planes. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of the naval confrontation, Luffy's group was having a great time. Tanjit, the old man on stilts, formerly, was reunited with his beloved horse, Shelly. Go, Shelly, go! Tanjit cheered, riding the incredibly long-legged horse around the clearing. Look at him go. Luffy laughed, clapping. That horse is awesome. It's like a giraffe, Usopp noted. But faster. Run, horsey. Chopper cheered. Quack. Karo flapped his wings, running alongside the horse, trying to race it. It was a wholesome scene. An old man and his pet, reunited after 10 years. Bang! A gunshot cracked through the air. Shelly shrieked. Her long legs buckled. She collapsed to the ground, throwing Tanjit off into the grass. Shelly! Tanjit screamed, crawling toward his horse. Blood pooled on the white leg of the animal. The wholesome atmosphere shattered instantly. Luffy's smile vanished. His eyes shadowed. He slowly turned his head toward the source of the shot. Standing on a small hill nearby was a man who looked like a split-head mushroom. He wore a purple coat, a ridiculous hairstyle that split down the middle, and a smirk that made you want to punch him. He held a smoking pistol. It was Foxy the Silver Fox. Fe. Foxy laughed, a grating, annoying sound. What a long horse. I wanted to see if it would fall over. You. Luffy growled, his fists clenching so hard his knuckles turned white. You shot her, for fun. Calm down, Straw Hat, Foxy sneered, walking down the hill with his subordinates, Porsche, a woman with a baton, and Hamburg, a giant gorilla man. I didn't kill it. Just aiming practice. But since you look so angry, why don't we settle this like pirates? Foxy pointed a finger at Luffy. I challenge you, Straw Hat, to a Davy Back fight. Davy Back. Luffy gritted his teeth. I don't care what it is. You hurt the horse. I'm gonna kick your ass. If you win, Foxy grinned slyly, I'll apologize to the horse, and I'll give you whatever you want. But if you lose, I take your crew. Luffy didn't hesitate. He didn't think about the consequences. He looked at Shelly bleeding on the ground. He looked at Tanjit crying. Fine. Luffy roared. I accept. The meeting of crews. An hour later, the two pirate crews converged on the grassy plain near the coast. The atmosphere was tense. On one side, the Straw Hats stood with arms crossed, looking deadly serious, mostly because Ben had explained the stakes. On the other, the Foxy pirates were setting up festival tents, food stalls, and balloons, acting like this was a carnival. Fe. Foxy stood on a stage, holding a microphone. Welcome, Straw Hats. Since your captain accepted the challenge, let me explain the rules of the legendary Davy Back fight. He held up 3 fingers. The Davy Back fight is a game of thieves. In each event, the winner gets to steal something from the loser. Steal what? Chopper asked, hiding behind Zoro's leg. A crew member. Foxy declared dramatically. If you lose a round, the winner picks one of your nakama to join their crew. They must swear permanent allegiance to the new captain immediately. Nami gasped. Permanent allegiance. That's right. Foxy continued. This revelation immediately sparked a heated, hushed argument among the crew. Obviously, Sanji lit a cigarette, flipping his hair. If they win, they'll come for me first. A first-class cook who is also a genius tactician? I'm the rarest treasure on these seas. Ha! Zoro scoffed, veins popping in his forehead. Are you stupid, curly brows? They need muscle to carry their ugly flag. They'd pick a master swordsman over a love cook any day. I'm clearly the priority target. You're both wrong. Nami hissed, stepping between them. They'd pick me because I'm the navigator. Without me, you idiots would still be sailing in circles in the East Blue. Ga-ba-ba-ba-ba. Dory, currently shrunk to human size but still radiating the aura of a warrior captain, laughed heartily. You little ones worry too much. If they want strength, they will choose the warriors of Elbaf. Exactly. Broggy flexed an arm that was as thick as a tree trunk. We come as a matched set. 2 giant captains for the price of 1. Let them try to take our allegiance. I hope they don't want a pet. Chopper wailed, clinging to Zoro's leg. I hope they don't pick me. Usopp muttered, sweating. Don't worry, Zoro patted Usopp on the back without looking at him. Nobody wants you. Hey. Foxy's eyes lingered on Dory and Broggy. Even though they were human-sized due to Ben's magic, their presence was undeniable. Ooh, those 2 look strong. Unique specimens. I'll keep them in mind. Or, Foxy continued, turning his gaze to the Jolly Roger. If you don't want a person, you can steal the pirate flag, the Jolly Roger, and with it, your dignity. While the Straw Hats bickered, Robin stood quietly at the back, her eyes dark. The Davy Back fight. Robin murmured, her voice carrying a chill that silenced Chopper and Usopp. It was created to honor the pirate paradise, Hakinosa. Legends say entire fleets vanished in a single afternoon playing this game. Proud captains forced to swab decks for their rivals, legendary swordsmen reduced to chopping onions. It is a game where you lose your soul before you lose your life. Usopp and Chopper turned pale blue. Robin, don't say scary things so calmly. Fe. That's right. Foxy laughed, pointing at her. We have taken the pride of hundreds of crews, and today, we take yours. Minnie Mary, who was standing beside Ben, tilted her head. Her eyes glowed softly as she scanned the split-headed captain. Papa, Mary tugged on Ben's coat. Yes, Mary. Ben asked, scanning Captain Foxy. Mary chirped loud enough for everyone to hear. Threat level, low. Charisma, negative. Fashion sense, critical failure. Analysis, he looks like a split-end given life. Recommendation, shampoo. Pfft. Nami and Vivi clamped their hands over their mouths to stop from laughing. That is a very accurate description, Mary, Robin chuckled. Foxy froze. He fell to his knees, an aura of depression hanging over him. Split end, she called me a split end. Captain, don't let the kid bully you. Porsche screamed, trying to comfort him. Ben's eyes scanned the Foxy pirates. He saw the referee putting on a Foxy mask. Yeah, neutral referee, my foot. Foxy recovered quickly, mostly. The contestants for each event are chosen by the captains before the game begins. Once chosen, the lineup cannot be changed. So if we use Sanji in round 1, Ben noted aloud, he can't fight in round 2 or 3. Correct. Foxy winked. And here is the kicker, if you lose a crew member in round 1, they become my crew. Which means, I can use them against you in round 2. The Straw Hats stiffened. The strategy was brutal. If they lost Zoro or Sanji early, they'd have to fight against them. However, Foxy added, if you win round 2, you can steal your friend back, but only within this specific Davy Back fight. Once the games are over, the transfers are final. Cheating is strictly prohibited. Foxy announced, pointing to a large book of rules. Any foul play results in immediate disqualification. Whatever, Luffy stepped forward, cracking his knuckles. I'm going to win them all and make you apologize to the horse. Fe, such confidence. Foxy laughed. But be warned, the Foxy pirates have never lost a Davy Back fight. As Foxy laughed, Ben watched the referee wink at Foxy. Cheating is prohibited, Ben muttered to Nami. Unless the referee is blind. We're in trouble, Nami sighed, clutching her head. Luffy just gambled the entire crew because he got mad at a split head. Don't worry, Ben patted her shoulder. We have something they don't. What? We have actual cheats, Ben smirked. Let the games begin. 100, Long Ring Long Island 3. The Carnival of the Fox. If there was one thing the Foxy pirates were good at besides cheating, it was throwing a party. In the span of an hour, the grassy plain of Long Ring Long Land had been transformed. Tents striped in purple and orange popped up like mushrooms. The smell of popcorn, takoyaki, and cotton candy wafted through the air, warring with the salty breeze. A massive scoreboard was erected, and balloons floated everywhere. It wasn't a battlefield. It was a carnival. Fe. Welcome to the Davy Back Fight Festival. Foxy announced over the loudspeakers. On the main stage, 2 chairs were set up facing each other. In one sat Foxy the Silver Fox, looking smug. In the other sat Monkey D. Luffy, looking confused, but mostly excited about the nearby food stalls. An announcer with a microphone that looked like a bird beak stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, pirates and, well, mostly pirates, it is time to introduce the captains. In the red corner, with a bounty of 24 million berries, the Silver Fox, Foxy Eye. The crowd cheered. Foxy stood up and waved. And in the blue corner, the announcer checked his cue cards, then paused. His eyes widened. He pulled out a fresh stack of papers that had just been delivered by a news coup. Oh my, we have a breaking update. The newspapers just came in. He cleared his throat. With a freshly updated bounty of 100 million berries. The Straw Hat, Monkey D. Luffy. A massive poster of Luffy dropped down behind the stage. Monkey D. Luffy dead or alive, 100 million berries. The crowd gasped. Foxy choked on his own spit. 100 million. Down in the crowd, Nami froze. Her eyes popped out. 100 million. She shrieked. How? Last time we checked, it was 30 million. We haven't even done anything since Nanohana that the Marines know about. She looked around frantically. Usopp, do you know about this? Usopp, who was standing right next to her, was sweating. Like, really sweating. He was looking everywhere except at Nami. He whistled innocently, though the tune was shaky. Something is fishy. Nami narrowed her eyes. A nearby foxy pirate, seeing Nami's confusion, helpfully handed her a stack of the new wanted posters. Here, miss. It's all over the news today. Your crew caused quite a stir. Nami snatched the papers. She flipped past Luffy's. The next poster made her heart stop. God, Usopp dead or alive, 50 million berries. The picture was majestic. It showed Usopp hovering in the sky with his falcon wings spread wide, looking like a deity descending from the heavens. 50 million. Nami screamed. For Usopp. She flipped to the next ones. Cotton candy lover chopper, pet, 50 berries. Iron duck Caro, pet, 50 berries. The rest of the crew had no bounties. The Marines didn't know Robin, Dory, and Brogy had joined the Straw Hat Pirates, but the quartet suddenly had bounties. Nami slowly turned her head toward Usopp. A dark, demonic aura flared around her. Usopp, she said, her voice deceptively calm. Why there is a bounty in your name? And why is Luffy's tripled? And why are the pets suddenly wanted criminals? Usopp backed away, trembling. It's a funny story, really. Talk, Nami cracked her knuckles. Okay, I'll talk. Usopp squealed. Remember a few days ago? When Ben let us take the Iron Man suits for a flight? Yes. Well, Usopp twiddled his fingers. We were just flying around, having fun, and we saw an island. We thought it was uninhabited, so we landed to explore and maybe find some snacks. We got out of the armors and were walking around. And it turns out it wasn't an uninhabited island, Usopp whispered. It was Marine Base G8, Navarone. Nami's jaw dropped. You landed inside a Marine stronghold. We didn't know. Usopp cried. By the time we realized, we were surrounded. So we fought back. Luffy punched a lot of people. Chopper turned into Monster Point to escape. Karo kicked a vice admiral in the shin. And then, Nami asked, feeling faint. And then we found the commander, Usopp gulped. Commander Shepard. He was really mean, so we beat him up. And then we accidentally blew up the munitions depot when we took off. We agreed to keep it a secret between the four of us so you wouldn't yell at us. You destroyed a Marine base and kept it a secret. Nami roared, shaking him by the collar. Do you know how much danger we are in? I'm sorry. Usopp wailed. But look at the poster. I look so cool. God, Usopp. 50 million. While Nami strangled the sniper, the announcer on stage continued. Ahem. Well then, since Captain Foxy is the challenger, the choice of rounds falls to the defender. Captain Luffy, how many games do you wish to play? 1 round, 2 rounds, or the traditional 3-round coin game? Nami dropped Usopp. She realized they were in public. She turned to the stage, desperate. Luffy. Nami hissed. She held up a single index finger, staring at him intensely. 1. Usopp echoed beside her, recovering from the strangulation and also holding up one finger. Luffy looked down at his crewmates. He saw Nami holding up a finger. He saw Usopp holding up a finger. Luffy blinked. He looked at Nami's finger, 1. He looked at Usopp's finger, 1. He looked at Hamburg's finger, 1. He did the math. I got it. Luffy slammed his fist into his palm. He turned to the announcer with a confident grin. 3 games. Luffy declared. Nami and Usopp collapsed face first into the grass, their souls leaving their bodies. A giggling sound caught their ear. Pooh-hoo. Hamburg, the giant gorilla man of the Foxy Pirates, was standing there. Seeing Nami and Usopp gesturing, he decided to join in on the fun. He held up one massive, furry finger and grinned at Luffy. He added them up. Usopp screamed into the dirt. He thought we were voting. Why is he like this? 3 rounds it is. The announcer roared. A full Davy Back fight. Get ready for the first event. Luffy hopped off the stage, grinning ear to ear. He jogged over to his crewmates, dusting off his shorts. Shishishi, did you guys see? Luffy laughed, oblivious to the dark aura radiating from his navigator. I picked 3. More games mean more fun, right? It's gonna be awesome. He stopped. Nami was standing there. She was smiling. It was a beautiful smile, the kind that usually preceded a natural disaster. Behind her, Usopp was frantically shaking his head, making stop motions with his hands. Fun. Nami repeated sweetly. Yes, Captain, we're going to have so much fun. Crack. Nami's fist, wreathed in the haki of pure financial rage, collided with Luffy's head. You idiot. Nami roared, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him back and forth. Forget the games. You destroyed a Marine base, and hid it from me. Ow. Nami. Luffy whined, sporting a massive, steaming bump on his head. It was an accident. The base was just in the way. Bases don't get in the way. You land on them. The festival grounds. While Nami and Usopp lamented their captain's math skills and the impending Marine threat, the rest of the Straw Hat crew were taking full advantage of the enemy's hospitality. The Foxy Pirates, adhering to the strange code of the game, were actually serving the Straw Hats. Ben strolled through the carnival, looking like a cool dad on a weekend outing. He held a skewer of grilled squid in one hand. Walking beside him was Minnie Mary, who was vibrating with excitement. Papa, look, ice cream. Mary pointed at a stall. Go for it. Ben handed her a few coins, looted from Enel, so technically he was rich. Mary ran to the stall. 1 chocolate vanilla swirl, please, with sprinkles. Sure thing, little lady, the pirate vendor grinned, handing her a cone that was almost as big as her head. Nearby, Chopper was buried in a cloud of pink cotton candy. It's so fluffy. It sticks to my fur, but it tastes like clouds. Sanji was inspecting a takoyaki stand with a critical eye. Humph, the batter is too thick, and you're overcooking the octopus. Step aside, amateur. He shoved the pirate chef aside and started cooking himself, instantly drawing a line of swooning female pirates. Zoro sat on a bench, clutching a bottle of sake he'd found. Vivi and Carol were playing a ring toss game. Carol was winning, and towering over everyone though still shrunk to human size were Dory and Brogy. They were holding normal-sized turkey legs, which looked like toothpicks in their hands. Gabba. This festival lacks the roasted sea kings of Elbaf. Dory laughed. But the ale is decent. Brogy downed a tankard in one gulp, though the cups are too small. Robin walked alongside Ben, holding a cup of coffee. She watched the festivities with a calm, analytical gaze. It is strange, Robin noted. A ritualistic game to steal crewmates. It feels archaic. Chopper trotted over, his face sticky with sugar. Robin, who is Davy Jones? The announcer said this game is named after him. Robin looked down at the little doctor. Davy Jones, legends say he was a pirate from long ago who was cursed by the devil to live at the bottom of the sea. All things that sink into the ocean are said to belong to him. His locker. The game is a tribute to the ancient island of pirates, where they would gamble their crewmates to honor him. Scary. Chopper shivered. A cursed pirate at the bottom of the sea. Close, Ben interrupted, taking a bite of his squid, but the history books missed a few details. Robin turned to him. Oh. Ben wiped his mouth. First of all, there's a correction in the name. It's not just Davy Jones, Ben stated. It's Davy D. Jones. Robin froze. Her eyes widened slightly. A D. Yep, Ben nodded. And the part about him being a legend or a ghost? Not entirely true. He's still alive. Cursed, yes, but very much alive, wandering the depths. The casual way Ben dropped a bombshell that could rewrite pirate history was maddening to Robin. She gripped her coffee cup tighter. Davy D. Jones, she repeated slowly. Another carrier of the initial. Just like Luffy. Just like Saul. She looked at Ben. And, just like you. Ben paused. He looked at her. Edgar D. Benjamin, Robin said his full name quietly. You are also from the D family, aren't you? Guilty as charged, Ben smirked. What does it mean, Ben? Robin stepped closer, her voice urgent. The will of D. The Void Century. How do you know about Davy Jones? Is he connected to the ancient kingdom? Ben opened his mouth to answer, perhaps to drop a hint about Joy Boy or the nature of the curse when a loud, happy shout interrupted them. Papa. Papa. Minnie Mary ran over, her face smeared with chocolate ice cream. She pointed frantically at a massive, spinning structure in the center of the carnival. The Ferris wheel. Mary cheered, jumping up and down. It's huge. I want to ride it. Can we go? Can we? Please. Ben looked at Mary's shining eyes. He looked back at Robin, who was waiting for the secrets of the universe. Priorities. Sorry, Robin, Ben shrugged, his grin returning. Duty calls. The giant wheel awaits. It's a Ferris wheel, Papa. Whatever it is, let's go. Ben let Mary drag him away toward the ride. Robin stood there, watching his back. A small, exasperated smile touched her lips. Davy D. Jones. She whispered to herself, looking out at the ocean. The mystery deepens, and he just walks away to ride a carnival attraction. She shook her head and followed them. After all, if the world was going to turn upside down eventually, she might as well enjoy the view from the top of the wheel. The regrouping. Just then, the rest of the crew returned from their tour of the carnival grounds. Ben, Robin, Sanji, Zoro, Vivi, and the giant strolled back, holding various snacks. Hey, Ben said, taking a bite of his grilled squid. We heard the announcement. 3 rounds, bold choice. Then they noticed the scene. Luffy was lying on the ground, bruised and battered, smoke rising from his head. Nami was breathing heavily, clutching a stack of papers. Usopp was trying to merge with a nearby bush. Whoa, Sanji blinked. What happened to Luffy? Did Foxy attack him? No, Nami straightened up, adjusting her hair. I did. Chopper, who had been riding on Zoro's shoulder eating cotton candy, looked down at his captain. Luffy, are you okay? Nami's head snapped toward the little reindeer. It moved mechanically, like a rusted robot. Her eyes locked onto him. Chopper. Nami's voice was low. Can you tell me, what exactly did the 4 of you do a few days ago when you took the Iron Man suits for a flight? Chopper froze. The cotton candy fell from his hoof. He looked panic-stricken at Usopp. Usopp, sweating buckets, nodded his head vigorously. Stick to the story. We were just bird-watching. Yeah. Chopper looked at Nami's demon face. He looked at Usopp's desperate nodding. He made a choice. It was all Luffy's fault. Chopper screamed, diving behind Robin's legs. I didn't do anything. Luffy punched the commander. I just hid. Quack. Karo immediately abandoned ship, sprinting to hide behind Vivi's dress. Traitors. Usopp yelled. So it is true, Nami sighed, massaging her temples. She held up the wanted posters for the rest of the crew to see. Look at this. Ben, Zoro, and Sanji gathered around. 100 million for Luffy, Sanji whistled. That's a big jump. 50 berries for the pets, Robin noted amusingly. Then they saw the third one. God, Usopp, 50 million berries. 50 million. Zoro's eye twitched. For him. Why does he look so cool in the picture? Sanji asked, sounding offended. What did you guys do? Ben asked, genuinely curious. They destroyed Marine Base G8, Mary spoke up. Everyone turned to the small android girl standing beside Ben. Mary? Ben asked. You knew? Affirmative, Mary nodded innocently. I possessed the flight logs. Captain Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and Karo engaged Marine forces at the Navarone stronghold. Damage report includes destruction of the main gate, theft of food supplies, and the physical assault of Commander Jonathan Shepard, Condi Ariano. It was highly explosive. Nami stared at the little girl. Mary, if you knew all of this, why didn't you tell us? Mary looked down at her shoes, twiddling her fingers. Usopp told me it was a top-secret mission. And Nami pressed. And Mary looked up, her eyes wide. He said if I kept it a secret, he would give me lots of ice cream. Double scoops. With sprinkles. Silence. Slowly, every single pair of eyes on the crew turned toward Usopp. You bribed her. Vivi asked, disappointed. You corrupted a child with sugar. Robin added. You made my daughter an accomplice to a felony? Ben cracked his knuckles. I. Usopp shrank under the collective glare. It was strategic diplomacy? Whatever, Zoro grunted, looking at the poster again. It's just a mistake. There's no way the Navy actually thinks Longnose is a threat. Mistake or not, Usopp suddenly straightened up. He snatched the poster from Nami's hand. A smug, arrogant grin spread across his face. He walked up to Zoro. He held the poster right in front of the swordsman's face. Mistake. Usopp scoffed. Read the numbers, Moss head. Count the zeros. Zoro frowned. So what? So, Usopp puffed out his chest, pointing a thumb at himself. My bounty is 50 million. Your bounty is, oh wait, you don't have one yet. Zoro's hand went to his sword. What did you say? I said, Usopp leaned in, grinning like a maniac. Meet the second in command of the Straw Hat Pirates, God Usopp. He struck a pose. Now, who doesn't want me, huh? Zoro drew Yubashiri halfway. I'm going to cut you. Help, mutiny. Usopp shrieked, running to hide behind Ben. Alright, settle down, Ben laughed, pushing Zoro's sword back into its scabbard. We have a Davy Back fight to win. Usopp can preen later. Right now, we need to focus on Foxy. Fa. Foxy's voice boomed from the speakers. The captains have chosen. Let the first event begin. Prepare for the donut race.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.